Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 92, Sound Transmission Experiment. Noticing the change in Lex's expression, the major shareholder of the telegraph company lowered his voice and asked, "Mr. Lex, do you know that female student?" "No," Lex quickly replied, afraid that even a moment's delay would link him to a character in a story. "She just reminded me of my younger sister at home. When I left, she was still angry with me, and I don't know if she's over it yet." Luke chuckled, not suspecting a thing. "So that's it. It's clear, Mr. Lex, that you're a good brother." Lex shook his head in shame, while reassuring himself internally. "Calm down. Didn't the Watcher say that Melissa isn't in the story? As long as I don't get too close to her, there shouldn't be any problem." Just then, Melissa turned around, and her gaze was about to meet Lex's when suddenly a figure flashed before Lex's eyes. A gentleman with glasses and frosted black hair appeared. "Allow me to introduce you." Luke stepped forward, standing side by side with this gentleman, forming a human wall for Lex. "This is Professor Newman Martin, Tianjin University's most renowned physicist and mechanical expert." Lex enthusiastically extended his hand and shook the gentleman's hand firmly. Professor Newman had the common trait of researchers, he wasn't overly concerned with etiquette. After the handshake, he said, "Mr. Luke told me about your concept. I'm very surprised. Could you elaborate? For example, regarding real-time communication between different locations, what kind of physics do you think could achieve it?" "I'm not a physicist, I'm just a keyboard warrior." A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Lex, and he smiled, saying, "I need a few tools, 2 paper cups, 2 wooden sticks, a cotton string, and a small knife." Professor Newman immediately called a student, who quickly brought the items Lex requested. Lex first whittled the wooden sticks to an appropriate length, making them slightly smaller than the width of the cup bottoms. Then, he poked a small hole in the bottom of each paper cup, threaded one end of the cotton string through, pulled it out from the cup's rim, and tied it to a wooden stick. The other cup was prepared in the same manner. After completing this, Lex gestured for Professor Newman to take one of the cups outside and hold the rim to his ear. He had Luke pick up the second cup, step back 2 paces, and smiled, saying, "Mr. Luke, please try to say a few words to the professor." Luke probably guessed what was about to happen and spoke into the cup with a hint of excitement, "Professor Newman, can you hear my voice?" He didn't intentionally raise his voice. Normally, even if a sound were heard outside, it wouldn't be clear. But the professor outside let out a soft exclamation. He walked back, holding the cup. "It's a string telephone. I used to play this game as a child. I had almost forgotten about it. Yes, if we could lengthen the string between 2 microphones, perhaps we could achieve communication between 2 places." The professor looked at Lex. "Thank you, Mr. Lex. You've reminded me of my mentor's words, miracles are always hidden in the most ordinary things. The question is whether we can discover them." Lex's old face flushed, and he quickly said, "This is a small game from my hometown. I was also inspired by it. I thought, since the telegraph can achieve long-distance information transmission, then, perhaps we can take this technology a step further and achieve real-time communication between different locations." Professor Newman nodded repeatedly. "The principle of the telegraph is to send electrical signals through dedicated exchange lines. And this small game, the string telephone, clearly uses sound waves, transmitted through the vibrations of solids like the cotton string and wooden sticks. There are indeed similarities, even commonalities, between the two. If we research them, perhaps we really can find a communication technology to achieve two-way communication." Luke said happily, "As for the research, I'll leave that to you, Professor. Regarding funding, Mr. Lex and I will figure something out. Furthermore, we will sign a non-disclosure agreement with you as soon as possible. We hope that you and this project team will remain tight-lipped and not leak even a tiny bit of technical information. Especially today's important experiment." Leaving the laboratory, walking on the flat roads of the campus, Luke's face was full of smiles. It seems inviting Mr. Lex to visit today was the right decision. Professor Newman has gained tremendous inspiration, and I believe there will be important progress very soon. He paused, a troubled expression appearing on his face. "Unfortunately, I've also invested in other industries, and currently, I can't allocate too much funding to this project." Lex wasn't foolish, he knew immediately that this major shareholder was subtly hinting at him to inject capital. "No problem, I can help with the funding. However, for such a significant undertaking, a contract needs to be signed, and a professional team needs to conduct an evaluation. Therefore, I need a little time." Luke nodded, saying, "That's understandable. The funds I've invested initially should be able to sustain it for a while, just waiting for Mr. Lex's funds to come in." He sighed, This is a groundbreaking technological revolution. Even if Professor Newman succeeds in his research, promoting it solely through our telegraph company would undoubtedly be very difficult. But if a noble like Mr. Lex participates, and we work together, we should be able to expand our territory very quickly. Lex glanced at Luke with slight surprise. He had never said he was a noble, yet this gentleman knew. His information was very well informed. He didn't expose it, changing the subject. They chatted as they walked out of the campus, then Luke, Bruce and he parted ways. In the carriage, Lex seriously considered the investment. He currently had nearly £10,000 in available funds, more than enough for research expenses. But that was impossible. He had many places to spend money in Tingen, and of that £10,000, £5,000 belonged to Bison. If he didn't want Bison to know about this investment, it meant Lex could only use his own assets. And after the expenses of the past few days, his personal account currently held only about £6,000. At the previous banquet, he had boasted to Luke, stating that the initial investment would not be less than £10,000. If he couldn't produce it then, Luke would likely look down on him. Although Lex had also considered investing in the research himself, Luke owned a telegraph company, which could quickly promote this technology and achieve profitability in the shortest possible time. This was the real reason Lex was willing to cooperate with him. In a short time, I need to get at least £5,000, or even more money. I'll try my luck at the Hunter Club tonight, see if there are any lucrative jobs. Also, I'll be meeting tycoons like McGovern and Sir DeVille soon, to see if there are any short-term profitable investment opportunities. Having made his decision, Lex found his goal and was full of drive. Returning to the hotel, after lunch, he locked himself in his bedroom. He summoned that mysterious book, maintaining a posture of receiving a bestowal, and felt the weight in his hands. He looked up, and the illusory tome that had changed the trajectory of his life once again appeared between his hands. The cover opened. Chapter 93, Shameless. Dimensional Crystals, 413. Record. Twilight Blade looked down at you with a slight smile, then casually tipped 11,500 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 115 dimensional crystals. Star Moon Record called you to watch the stars and moon together, and tipped 1,500 dimensional coins. Windfall and Eternal thought you were very cheeky, and tipped 600 dimensional coins. I So Love Suji said you were awesome, and tipped 1,000 dimensional coins. Wisdom in Hand Haha said you were half as smart as he was, and tipped 500 dimensional coins. Additionally, there were tips from watchers such as NMVCXE6, 5 Elements Lacking Iron, Humility is Useless, Ancient Great Temple, Little Lamb Sea Hare, and Cloud Sheng. It was they who allowed Lex's dimensional crystals to continuously increase and accumulate. Lex, full of gratitude, turned the book to the first page. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has received over 5,000 collections and follows, and you have gained 5 uses of the message board privilege. More watchers are paying attention, which is truly good news. Lex eagerly looked at the previous messages and saw some replies. Mountains and seas, let me think. In the Tingen incident, the organizations Klein encountered were mainly the Secret Order, Moses Ascetic Order, Demonist Sect, and Aurora Order. As for enemies, it's now the beginning of mid-August, which means he will encounter Triss, go to Lamad Town to deal with the Black Knight Evil Spirit, investigate Mrs. Sharon, and the biggest boss of this incident, the traitor of the Church of the Night Goddess. I won't tell you his name, otherwise, you'll be in danger. In short, if you see a one-eyed man, run away quickly. He has classical features, no wrinkles, dark gold hair, and deep blue pupils. His nose is high, and he always keeps his lips pursed. These characteristics are enough for you to identify him. If I missed anything, let other big boss supplement it. The Secret Order, Moses Ascetic Order, Witch Sect, and Aurora Order, 4 organizations. Triss, the Black Knight Evil Spirit in Lamb Town, Mrs. Sharon, and the unnamed men with specific features. This is very important intelligence. Didididi, but he won't appear actively before the final curtain call. Also, be careful of coincidences. When coincidences appear around you, it means you have been targeted by the spectator pathway uniqueness. Uniqueness. What does that mean? Lightly fluttering wind, his biggest enemy in Tingen is the highest-ranking traitor of the Black Knight Church. He stole a sealed artifact from the church that can monitor and influence a city, so you can't directly mention his name or the sealed artifact's name verbally or mentally. However, after this major incident, Tingen will be relatively safe in the turbulent world to come, so it might be a good idea to consider buying property here. Another watcher reminding me that I can buy property in Tingen. Should I buy a house as a safe house after September? The revolving world, a witch of the assassin pathway will appear in this performance. He was once on the same ship as you and is now a beautiful woman. Be careful. Be careful. A certain professor can also be trusted, but he is involved in this incident. You can consider whether to contact him. Holy crap. A witch, who was once on the same ship as me. and is now a beautiful woman. Adding that it means the witch was once a man. This world is indeed messed up. As for the ship, since my transmigration to this world, I've only been on the Alfalfa. Could this witch, who was once male, be a survivor of the Alfalfa? Who could it be? Mr. Chenran, wild guess, you're going to deal with the Sea Serpent Gang to gain reputation. Don't be timid, go for it. Ah, my thoughts were seen by the Watchers. As expected, nothing can be hidden from them. The boundary is clear. The Sea Serpent Gang is not part of the story, so I can hunt them without worry. I can be a Tinjin vigilante for once, and incidentally earn some bounties to subsidize my life. The bounty should be quite a lot, though I'm not really concerned about that. Lex's gaze slid down. You have gained a new tag. Crimson King, this tag has received over 70 praises. The effect and power of your fire-related abilities and items gain a 2% increase. Playboy, this tag has received over 70 praises. You will experience a special impulse towards women of the Lone Kingdom, and there is an extremely low probability that you will make inappropriate gestures during close contact. The first tag made Lex happy, as his next sequence is related to fire, and his abilities will be enhanced then. But the second tag almost made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. Here it comes, here it comes. Sure enough, a Watcher gave me the Playboy tag. Develop a special impulse towards women of the Lone Kingdom. Tags have this kind of function. It seems I'll have to keep my distance from women in the future. Lex turned to the homepage again and looked at the messages in the review section, hoping to find something useful for himself. Twilight Blade, adventurer from afar, I hope my gaze can become the anchor of your soul, allowing you to find your pure heart amidst continuous battles and see through the mist of the future. This is the Watcher who tipped a large amount of dimensional coins. She is reminding me not to get lost and to always maintain my sense of self. Kid who wants to go home, your situation isn't great. You probably can't help Klein much with his tribulation, because the mastermind has a Beyonder item that can manipulate coincidences, and it's a god candidate level, sequence 1. Also, please pay attention to details when using aliases, otherwise, you'll be read by an spectator pathway Beyonder. Furthermore, I think you need to find an anti-divination Beyonder item, otherwise, no matter how you disguise yourself, it will be useless. Thank you for the reminder, Watcher. I know my limits and won't intrude on Klein's story. Be careful of mind reading from the spectator pathway. So, Miss Justice will have such a practical ability later on. It's much more subtle than my provocation. By the way, I remember seeing a magical item that could prevent mind reading at the Hunter Club's trading house last time. I hope it hasn't been bought yet. I also need to find an anti-divination item. Well, a seer like Miss Martha should be able to easily determine my identity through divination. That's not something that can be solved by simple disguise. Besides anti-divination, I think I should also collect a magical item that can be used for divination. That way, performing divination before taking action will provide more assurance. And in the future, if I obtain formulas and materials, I can also use them to verify authenticity. There are really so many places where money is needed. Hanging salted fish on the bedhead, Lex, provocation is used to make opponents lose their minds, not to make enemies break their own bottom lines and restraints. Remember lesson 2 I taught you? This is reminding me to be mindful of the extent of provocation, to make them lose their minds but not break their bottom line. Otherwise, the opponent will go berserk and become even more difficult to deal with. It's good advice. Number 1504291826494110, I feel like having an official identity is still necessary. It's convenient for forming a team, and also for intervening in major battles later. The Hunter pathway ultimately needs to be digested through battlefields. Official identity. There will be major battles later. Is the Hunter pathway closely related to war? It seems there isn't much peaceful time left. The True King, if you help Klein kill, you can get the entire Red Priest sequence's potion formulas. However, it's speculated that the Red Priest's path is related to war, and you might need to personally cultivate your own army and team early on. Red Priest sequence, is this another way of saying Hunter pathway? To cultivate my own army and team early on, an army is not feasible for now, but I have started working on a team. Surname Death No Name is a dominator, prey to cuttlefish that loves diving. If he replies to you, wouldn't becoming an old one be easy? Achieving the other shore and obtaining a Dao fruit would be effortless. This. Cuttlefish that loves diving, I know he's the original author. For this world, he's the creator god. Can such a high-ranking deity hear my prayers? Perhaps the Watchers can help me convey my prayers. They are also high-ranking existences. After reading this message, Lex ended the summoning. This last message consumed a lot of his spirituality. No longer having a headache, he sat on the sofa, summarizing. I need at least 3 items, 1 to counter mind reading, 1 for divination, and 1 for anti-divination. I can pay more attention to them in the future. It's just that there are currently few channels for magical items. I wonder if Tinjin will have beyonder gatherings. Additionally, the hunter pathway is very likely related to war. Many watchers have already suggested that I form a team, or even an army, in advance. Last time, a watcher also said that having a semi-legal armed group would be better. An army, an armed group, is not something I can have right now. However, I can start preparing a beyonder team. I hope to recruit some good team members tonight. Finally, try praying to that creator god. Soon, day passed, and night fell. In Tinjin at night, gas streetlights shone quietly, and the crimson moon hung high. Lex, transformed into Duke, stepped through the wooden door of the Elk Bar under the moonlight. He entered the club hall, came to the bar, and knocked. "Mr. Parker, I'd like to see the items in the trading house." The old man, still expressionless today, took out the trading house's item records and handed them to Lex, saying in an unperturbed voice, "The temporary bodyguard's bounty has been credited. In addition to the original £100, the employer added another £50 for your excellent performance. Do you want to withdraw it now, or leave it with us for now?" Lex gave him an anonymous account and said, "I'll withdraw it all together after the materials are sold. If the materials aren't sold by the end of the month, then withdraw the other bounty first." His hand paused, and he reported the number of the secrecy keeper on the record, saying, "I want to buy this item." The old man looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Among the hunters I know, you are the wealthiest. You buy a £1,500 item just like that. It seems you are a person who does great things." Lex chuckled lightly behind his iron mask, "You're a good judge of character." Old Parker turned to retrieve the item, adding, "Besides that, you're also the most shameless." "You know, I just said that casually." Chapter 94, Hunter Team. Snap. Old Parker placed an iron box decorated with elegant patterns on the table, pushing the entire box towards Lex. The box was only the size of a palm. Lex opened it to find a bookmark resting quietly on a black velvet cushion inside. The bookmark seemed to be made of silver or tin-like metal. It was tied with a deep, dark ribbon and had a peculiar pattern on its surface. It was an open book, but both its top and bottom were obscured by a five-fingered hand. On this magical item, Lex felt a hidden aura. He believed the Hunter Club wouldn't falsify items in a transaction, but if possible, he wanted to appraise it. Thinking of the word appraise, Lex immediately thought of the mysterious book and the artisan. The mysterious book had an appraisal function. Lex's inspiration struck. He searched around the hall, looking for an independent space like a restroom to summon the mysterious book and appraise the item's authenticity. Moreover, when the mysterious book is summoned, time stands still. He could use this characteristic in the future to appraise items during transactions without attracting attention. However, there didn't seem to be a restroom in the hall. Lex was about to ask Old Parker when he heard someone loudly ask, "Is the Duke here?" Didn't he say he was recruiting collaborators and meeting in the hall tonight? Lex had no choice but to put away the secrecy keeper and wait until he returned to the inn to appraise it. He jumped down and looked towards the speaker. It was a burly man with bronze skin, casually wearing an unbuttoned vest. There was no shirt under the vest, revealing clear and well-developed muscles. Next to him was a shorter, thin man in a black coat. This man had an ordinary appearance, difficult to remember, but his most noticeable feature was his eyes. His brown eyes constantly darted around, never staying on the same target for more than 3 seconds. Lex jumped off the chair and walked to the center of the hall. "Are you interested in participating in my operation?" The bronze-skinned, muscular man looked Lex up and down. "You're the Duke?" "Yes, we too have been looking for something to do recently, and your offer is pretty good. However, we're not interested in collaborating with weaklings, because that won't make us money. Therefore, if you don't have some weight, then we'll have to excuse ourselves." No sooner had he finished speaking than Old Parker, from behind the bar, said in his mechanical tone, "If you knew he defeated the doorman in less than 3 seconds, you wouldn't be saying such boring things." The hall suddenly fell silent. After a moment, various sounds resumed. Old Parker continued, "That guy with muscles for brains is called Grizzly. He's a violent fellow. He's good at demolition, suppressing fire, and is very strong, but his brain isn't very good. So he needs that mouse next to him. This guy is a thief, a rumor spreader, not a good thing in short, but his mind is quite flexible." The thin man complained, "Old Parker, everyone calls me Mole, not a mouse." The old man behind the bar ignored him, took out a cup, and began to wipe it. A hunter introduced by Old Parker should be capable. And upon hearing that Lex easily subdued the doorman, the hunter known as Grizzly looked at Lex with respect. Lex recruited these two, and soon other hunters came forward to inquire. Through Grizzly and Mole's introductions, he recruited 3 more ordinary hunters. At this moment, a somewhat unconfident voice rang out, "Can I join you?" Including Lex, the men were all stunned. Although the voice was slightly neutral, it was clearly a female voice. The hunters parted, and a figure appeared in Lex's sight. This was a big beauty. She was tall and exceptionally beautiful. She had short, ear-length hair that exuded heroism, seemingly for the convenience of combat. She had deep blue eyes with long, curled eyelashes and a slightly shy demeanor. Yet, this shy woman was as tall as Grizzly, only half a head shorter, and her physique was clearly a bit larger than that of an ordinary girl. This is a big vehicle. No, it's a large-sized beauty. Lex composed his thoughts and calmly said from behind his mask, "Can you introduce yourself?" "My name is Nafi Perona, and I am a warrior. I excel in frontal combat. I am very strong and also very agile." This tall young woman unconfidently lowered her gaze and shifted from side to side, "But I have no actual combat experience, so, I hope I can join you, receive everyone's help, and get a chance to hone myself." Warrior. She wouldn't be referring to a Beyonder Pathways warrior, would she? After all, no one should be calling themselves a warrior now. That said, she does give me a subtle sense of pressure. I originally thought this pressure came from her height, from her beauty. But now it seems it might come from beyond her power. Excellent, I just happen to be missing a warrior skilled in frontal combat. Lex extended his hand. "Welcome, young Miss Nafi." No, just call me Nafi." The big beauty waved her hand and then excitedly looked at Lex. "So, I can join you?" Lex nodded vigorously. "That's great." Nafi happily raised her hands, and accidentally bumped into Grizzly. Grizzly flew out on the spot. The hall fell silent. I'm sorry." Nafi hurried over, pulled Grizzly up. "I didn't mean to, are you not hurt?" So strong. This is definitely a Beyonder." After Grizzly returned to the crowd, Mole let out a faint laugh and asked, "Boss Duke, why are you recruiting so many people? Are you making a big deal?" "Sea Serpent Gang." Lex had no intention of hiding it. "My target is the Sea Serpent Gang. If you are afraid, you can withdraw now." Hearing that Lex was going to deal with the Sea Serpent Gang, one of the hunters shook his head and withdrew from the operation. But someone else joined in. "If you're dealing with the Sea Serpent Gang, count me in. I just happen to want to settle a score with them." This was not a stranger. This was the Arbiter Cromwell. The men with gray-green eyes nodded gently at Lex and continued, "However, dealing with the Sea Serpent Gang is not easy. You should know that they have many members, and their headquarters are very hidden. Do you have a plan?" Lex smiled slightly under his mask. He just needed someone like Cromwell to pose this question. Hearing this, he said with a confident tone, "Regarding the members of the Sea Serpent Gang and the location of their headquarters, we can use one person to solve it." Chapter 95, Prologue, False. "Who is it?" Cromwell smoothed his light golden short hair and asked what everyone was thinking. "Pamela," Lex said a name. Several hunters showed confused expressions. Clearly they hadn't heard of this name, but Arbiter Cromwell exclaimed, "Pamela, the actress from the Red Maple Theater." Lex nodded lightly. "It's her." Earlier, while waiting for the observer's reply to confirm the boundary, Lex was already thinking about how to deal with the Sea Serpent Gang. After conceiving several plans, he finally settled on one of them. In this plan, Pamela would be a key figure. The specific plan is like this. It was late at night when he returned to the inn. Lex took off his disguise, summoned the mysterious book, and spent 8-dimensional crystals to appraise the magical item he had just acquired that evening. The appraisal result made him very satisfied. The Secrecy Keeper indeed possessed the effects it described, and its negative effects were also exactly as stated. Lex then spent 17 crystals for enhancement and 11 crystals for seals. Finally, new information about the Secrecy Keeper appeared on the mysterious book. This item can protect your secrets, making you immune to the effects of mind reading and psychological suggestion. It can be activated proactively or passively. Furthermore, anyone who approaches it, within a range of 1 foot, will occasionally and unconsciously reveal their inner thoughts. The summoning ended. Lex satisfactorily hid the Secrecy Keeper close to his body. With it, he would have a certain degree of protection when facing an spectator. After enhancement, in addition to being able to counter mind reading, it also gained an ability to counter psychological suggestion. And after sealed, the original negative effect of revealing secrets to people was weakened to revealing inner thoughts. However, the negative effect no longer applied to the user themselves, but to those who approached it. Regarding this, Lex sincerely hoped that he wouldn't hear any strange thoughts. The operation against the Sea Serpent Gang was scheduled for tomorrow. Lex changed his clothes and went to bed. The next morning. In a townhouse on Fania Street in the North District, Pamela woke up in the morning light. The recently popular actress from the Red Maple Theater stretched lazily before getting out of bed to wash up. With the assistance of 2 female workers specially hired for her by Police Chief Pelt, Pamela changed into a light yellow long dress with lace decorations. After breakfast, she got into a carriage and headed to the department store on Hall Street. Tonight, the chief invited her to a banquet, and Pamela planned to buy a new dress for herself. She heard that nobles, true nobles, never wore the same dress twice. Although she wasn't a noble, she cared about her reputation and didn't want people to whisper behind her back, mocking her for not having many clothes to wear. That would make the chief lose face. As she entered the department store, a clerk came up to her. "Good morning, beautiful young miss, how may I help you?" Pamela said haughtily, "I want to see the latest popular styles, I mean dresses, especially long dresses." The clerk enthusiastically introduced, "Court-style long dresses are popular in Backlund this year, and Ladies' Aesthetics magazine also pointed this out. Coincidentally, we have several new court-style dresses in our store." Soon, Pamela went into the fitting room to try on court-style outfits. Just as she was about to change into her second outfit, she heard some voices outside, men's voices. They were talking in low voices about something. At first, Pamela didn't pay attention, but soon noticed something unusual. The voices were gradually approaching the fitting room. "Is that actress Pamela in there?" "That's right, let's hurry and do it. If we catch her, our Sea Serpent gang will strike it rich. I heard our boss has had his eye on her for a long time. If we bring her back, the boss might just give Chief Pelt a special hat. Maybe more than one." Pamela turned pale with fright and almost screamed for help, but then, a man outside said, "Where's the rope?" "Damn it, I forgot to leave it in the carriage." "Then I'll wait here." Someone's coming. Let's get out of the way for a bit." Pamela quickly covered her mouth, not daring to alert them. Only after hearing the footsteps outside fade away did she quickly put on her clothes and leave. She no longer cared about buying clothes. When she came out of the store, she saw a carriage nearby, and two suspicious men got out of it. A length of hemp rope was peeking out from under one of the men's clothes. Pamela quickly got into her own carriage and said to the coachman, "Quick, go to the police station." Around noon, Lex was in his room at the Violet Hotel, examining a photograph. The photograph was given by Old Parker. Last night, after he formed his own team and accepted the mission to eradicate the Sea Serpent Gang, he obtained some intelligence about the Sea Serpent Gang from Mr. Parker. This intelligence was previously gathered by Cromwell and his team. Among them was a photograph of the Sea Serpent Gang's leader. The background of the photograph was a street in the city. The target was getting out of a carriage, wearing a fur-collared long coat, and combing his hair with a comb. Only a side profile was visible in the photograph. Although a bit blurry, Lex could still make out that it was a middle-aged man with a handsome beard. He seems to be a rather narcissistic fellow who cares about his appearance. Lex made a simple judgment based on the photograph. Just then, a commotion came from outside the window. Lex looked at the valet, and Matthew understood, going downstairs to investigate. A moment later, the valet returned to the room. "Sir, it's the police. Many police officers. They are heading towards the dock area. I don't know what operation they are on." Lex smiled, knowing that the first step of his plan had succeeded. At the Horse Riding Club's reception, he knew that Police Chief Pelt and the Red Maple Theater actress Pamela were deeply involved. The Sea Serpent Gang had many members and a hidden headquarters. Even if he formed a team of hunters, it would be difficult to eradicate this gang in a short time. So Lex thought of Pamela, thought of Pelt, and thought of using the power of the police to strike at the Sea Serpent Gang. He believed that if the Sea Serpent Gang was suddenly attacked, they would likely expose the location of their headquarters. Furthermore, having the police deal with the gang members greatly reduced the difficulty of the mission. To achieve this goal, Lex had two hunters disguise themselves as members of the Sea Serpent Gang, follow Pamela, and find an opportunity to frame the Sea Serpent Gang. As a provoker, Lex knew very well how to enrage Chief Pelt. He personally designed the lines for the two hunters, ensuring that as soon as the police chief received the news, he would launch a large-scale raid on the dock area. It now seemed that the prelude to this performance had begun. In the evening, under the pretext of resting, Lex returned to his room. When he emerged from the inn, he had already become the hunter Duke. The night was vast, and the crimson moon hung high and serene. The time for hunting had arrived. Chapter 96, Say Hello. East Dock Area. In an abandoned warehouse, Lex met his team members, with the exception of a mole. "Good evening, Boss Duke. Our operation was an unprecedented success. The dock area was bustling this afternoon, and the police arrested quite a few people. We really stirred up a hornet's nest for the Sea Serpent Gang this time." Grizzly, who wasn't even wearing a vest tonight and was bare-chested, looked excited. The burly man was rubbing his fists, as if he couldn't wait to start the operation right now. Lex noticed that Grizzly was carrying a massive, off-white mechanical box on his back and a long, intricately constructed rifle in his hand. The rifle and the metal box were connected by a pipe, and both the box, the pipe, and the rifle showed signs of having other components assembled onto them. High-pressure steam rifle. A look of surprise flashed in Lex's eyes. He really hadn't expected Grizzly to be able to get his hands on such a military-controlled item. Grizzly chuckled, it's an old, discontinued model. I got it through my own channels, then repaired and modified it. Don't let its appearance fool you, this baby packs a punch. Besides that, Lex also saw a bundle of dynamite hanging on each side of Grizzly's waist. Good heavens, no wonder Mr. Parker said he was a man who advocated violence. The others, however, seemed quite normal. Arbiter Cromwell was wearing a thin, long trench coat and a top hat. He looked like a dignified gentleman, and it was unclear where he kept his weapon. The female warrior Nafi was dressed in practical attire for movement, with a dark cape reaching her waist. A sword hilt protruded from beneath the cape, indicating she had a long sword strapped to her back. Thump, thump, thump. Clear footsteps sounded from outside, and then the short, thin, and agile Mole returned. Boss Duke, I found the Sea Serpent Gang's lair. As he spoke, Mole's two longer front teeth were exposed. I followed your instructions and kept watch in the dock area this afternoon. I paid attention to a red-haired fellow among them. He was very cunning and didn't appear during the police raid. It wasn't until evening, until night fell and the police withdrew, that he slipped out. I hired some workers near the dock to keep an eye on his movements, and through that intelligence, I finally found the Sea Serpent Gang's headquarters. This was what was called outsourcing, but it was very clever, as he hadn't actively tailed them. Otherwise, he might have been discovered. After all, the opponent was a beyonder. Lex nodded slightly. Lead the way. It's our turn now. The sea breeze gently stirred. On the west side of the dock area, there was a two-story wooden building. A sign that read, Sean Shipping Company, hung on the front door. That's it, boss, Mole whispered, pointing towards the shipping company from his hiding spot in the shadows. Outside the small building, two men dressed as dock workers stood guard. Light spilled from the windows, and figures occasionally moved within. Lex looked at Grizzly. Want to say hello to them? All right. Grizzly ripped off the dynamite from his waist. Mole beside him had already struck a match, igniting a small flame. Grizzly used it to light the fuse, then strode out, aimed at the building's front door, and hurled the dynamite with force. Inside the shipping company. Under the light from the gas lamps, several men gathered in a circle, reporting to a middle-aged man. Even though Tinjin's summer temperatures weren't high due to its geographical location, and it was even a bit cool at night. However, the middle-aged man still wearing a long, fur-collared coat in this season seemed a bit exaggerated. He had a handsome mustache, deep features, a large nose, and light blue eyes. He was none other than the leader of the Sea Serpent Gang, Stephen Sean. Stephen's hand, resting on his knee, held a coin that deftly rolled between his fingers. That's the situation, boss. Red-haired Teros's voice was slightly hoarse, and a dim light flickered in her eyes. I had someone investigate in the city. The reason the police raided the dock area today and arrested so many of our members. It's because of Pamela, that damned woman. The coin stopped in Stephen's hand. Pamela. Isn't she an actress from the Red Maple Theater? Yes. Teros's expression gradually became ferocious. It was she who ran to the police station to report that our Sea Serpent Gang was going to kidnap her, which then led to the police department's massive deployment. If I find that woman, I will torment her severely. Stephen's face, however, changed. Damn it, someone must be framing us. The purpose of them doing this. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of fire lit up in Stephen's eyes, followed by a violent explosion that made his ears ring. The shockwave from the explosion knocked him and Turos and the others off their feet. But Stephen quickly got up, pushing Turos. Hold them off. The Sea Serpent Gang leader hastily ran into his office. The red-haired Turos ripped off his shirt and screamed, Everyone, get your guns out, damn. Suddenly, a figure flew backward through the burning doorway, and then the dull thud of a gun echoed from outside the company building. Hearing this sound, Teros's face changed. High-pressure steam rifle. Damn it. Before he finished shouting, the building's windows and the tables and chairs inside continuously exploded. Turos quickly dropped to the ground, not daring to show himself. The bullets fired by the high-pressure steam rifle possessed extremely high velocity. The bullets, propelled by air pressure, had astonishing destructive power. Even if he was a beyonder, if he were hit by such a bullet, it would be enough to take his life. Under such intense suppressive fire, the surviving Sea Serpent Gang members in the building could not organize an effective counterattack. When the gunfire outside stopped, the windows on both sides shattered, and figures leaped in through the windows. Shoot! Turos cried out. But at that moment, just as several gang members raised their revolvers and rifles, a dignified voice rang out, My judgment is, throw away your guns. Clang, clang, clang. The members looked dazed and, without careful thought, dropped the firearms in their hands. Turos gasped, Arbiter. The golden-haired, gray-eyed Cromwell raised his pistol and fired a series of shots at Turos. Mole and two other hunters took care of the other gang members, while Cromwell locked onto his target, continuously firing. Lex, who had entered the building, did not stop him. He glanced at the female warrior Nafi, who now held a silver-white one-handed sword, and gave her a look. The two rushed straight towards the office. In Stephen's office, a self-portrait of Stephen hung on the wall behind the high-backed chair. The Sea Serpent Gang leader was busy loading a large amount of gold coins, gold bars, and jewelry into a wooden box next to an open safe. So the leader of the Sea Serpent Gang is a coward. It seems I overestimated you. At this moment, a soft sigh sounded. The sigh and the words made Stephen's temples twitch slightly. Chapter 97, Out of Control. Stephen slowly pulled a revolver from under the desk, and slowly, little by little, stood up. The office lights were off. Crimson moonlight streamed in from the window, falling upon a figure. The man, wearing a felt hat, a knee-length thin trench coat, and carrying a golden revolver, was not short. He wore a black iron mask on his face, revealing only his two eyes. At this moment, those eyes were full of mockery. You actually sprayed perfume. This is amber, right? This perfume isn't cheap. But you completely wasted it. The proper way to use this perfume is to spray it some time before going out, allowing the top and middle notes to evaporate. That way, only the pure and subtle bass note, not showy but noble, remains. Not like you, where the top notes haven't even evaporated, making you look like a nouveau riche who can't wait to tell everyone, I have plenty of money. Truly ignorant and superficial. Stephen felt his cheeks burning, because the mysterious man had hit the nail on the head. He had indeed sprayed perfume on himself before going out tonight, and he also didn't know that spraying perfume required such meticulousness. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? Stephen suddenly raised his arm, but before the black muzzle of his revolver could point at the other party, the masked man in the thin trench coat had already moved from his original position and raised his golden revolver. Stephen quickly rolled behind the desk, and at the same time, a gunshot rang out, the tabletop splintering from the bullet. Targeting you. Don't misunderstand. You're not worthy of being my target. I just need a stepping stone, and you're barely suitable. Stephen snorted. The feeling of being underestimated was unpleasant. He peered out from behind the table and fired at the figure. The dimness of the office was intermittently lit by the muzzle flashes. After both sides had fired 5 or 6 shots, the room was a mess. He had already fired 5 shots, it was time to reload. Stephen boldly stood up from behind his cover, finding the masked man had returned to the entrance, a dense shadow behind him. Sure enough, the masked man unlatched the cylinder of his golden revolver, preparing to reload. There's something behind you. Stephen suddenly shouted, pointing behind him. Lex would normally never believe such nonsense, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a chill, as if being watched by something mysterious from behind. He instinctively turned his head, and at that moment, from the corner of his eye, Stephen lunged. Lex, with the agility of a hunter, quickly brushed past him, exchanging positions. What just happened? Why did a childish trick fool me? Is this some kind of mystic ability? He reached inside his trench coat. Stephen, with his back to the shadows behind the door, raised his hand, a smirk on his lips, and said in a mocking tone, "You wouldn't be looking for these, would you?" He opened his palm, and a few bullets dropped to the floor. He had stolen Lex's ammunition. Lex was stunned for a moment. Was the leader of the Sea Serpent Gang a thief? You shouldn't have stood there, Lex said calmly from behind his mask. Now, you've fallen into my trap. Stephen laughed. You learn quickly, but do you think you can fool me? Swish. A silver gleam appeared from the dense shadows, slicing across Stephen's arm and dislodging it directly from his shoulder. The man's face changed. He turned to shoot, still having 1 bullet in his pistol. Unexpectedly, before he could turn around, he was forcefully struck. Stephen let out a scream, flying across the office, crashing into a cabinet, and then sliding down. He looked towards the door and saw a tall but beautiful girl emerge from the shadows. The silver-white longsword in her hand was still stained with his blood. Stephen raised his revolver, but blood suddenly bloomed on his arm. He could no longer grip the revolver, letting it fall. After the gunshot, the masked man said with a hint of a smile, "You wouldn't think I'd fight alone, would you? Besides, who told you I only have 1 gun?" Stephen turned his head and saw Lex holding another revolver, exquisitely styled and bright red. Bang. Lex shot Stephen in the thigh. The Sea Serpent Gang leader screamed and crawled behind the table, barely clinging to life. Lex gave Nafi a look, and the longsword-wielding warrior carefully circled to the other side of the table, flanking him. Honestly, I'm quite curious, with your level, how did you become a gang leader? Could it be by cozying up to some noblewoman? Your appearance actually fits the aesthetic of some ladies. But it must be quite difficult to please a noble in all aspects, right? Oh, perhaps multiple ones. That must be truly hard on you. Stephen, hiding behind the table, had fire in his eyes. Shut your bird mouth. I achieved my current success through my own efforts. What do you know? You know nothing. The man, who had already retrieved his revolver and reloaded it, stood up under the influence of rage and fired at Lex and Nafi. Blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, and a demonic blood fire flickered on his leg. His physical strength and reaction time were rapidly deteriorating, but Stephen, whose mind was clouded by rage, neither noticed nor cared. In a flash, the bullets ran out. Stephen hurled the revolver at Lex, then suddenly clutched his head and let out a scream. Lex, who dodged the revolver, couldn't help but wonder. Had he been driven mad by himself? Then, Stephen Sean's face began to sprout black scales, one after another. His pupils became vertical, and fleshy tendrils emerged from his fingers, one after another. In a blink, those fleshy tendrils turned into fingers. On Stephen's remaining hand, on his palm, each of his fingers had turned into a hand. The mutation not only appeared on Stephen's hand but also at the site of his severed hand, and on his tongue. In these places, fleshy tendrils, arms, and hands rapidly grew. In an instant, Stephen had dozens, even hundreds, of hands on his body. What was happening to him? Could it be loss of control? Could it be that I provoked him into losing control? Lex remained calm, one hand reaching into his pocket, grasping a rectangular silver plate, and softly chanted in ancient Hermes from behind his mask, "Night." His other hand pressed his thumb against the hammer of blood praise, letting the two tiny fangs on it pierce his skin. As blood dripped, it was quickly absorbed by the two fangs. At this moment, Lex pressed down the hammer, offering his blood to enhance the power of the next bullet. Now, blood praise glowed with a faint bloody light, which rapidly retracted into the gun body. Stephen, who had transformed into a monster, spluttered and flailed his many hands, lunging at Lex. Lex threw the prepared charms at him. Dark red flames instantly ignited in the office, and a slight explosion echoed in the room. The power of slumber rapidly spread and rippled. Stephen, who was running, suddenly closed his eyes, having fallen into a deep sleep. Lex took the opportunity to aim at Stephen's head. Bang! The muzzle of blood praise spat out a burst of flame. From the flame, a bullet, faintly wreathed in bloody light, sliced through the air and struck Stephen's forehead. The monster's body shuddered, its eyes snapped open, and suddenly its entire back of the head burst open, a large amount of blood and white matter gushing out, painting the floor and windows in a mix of white and red. This was an enhanced bullet. This was the 7th bullet of blood praise. It not only detonated all negative statuses on Stephen but also amplified the effect of massive bleeding, directly destroying Stephen's brain. Looking at the monster with its hollowed-out head, and then at Lex, who held blood praise level, the tall warrior, who didn't have much combat experience yet, trembled slightly. Wah, Mom really didn't lie to me. Men outside are also terrifying. Maybe I should just go home. Chapter 98, The Embrace of the Quiet Night. Lex felt his heart pounding non-stop. This was his first time facing an out-of-control Beyonder. Fortunately, Stephen had already been injured, his mother had given him the sleeping charms, and he had a weapon like blood praise in his hand. Otherwise, Lex couldn't predict what the consequences would have been. The monster, still dressed, fell, and outside the door, the gunshots gradually diminished. Lex composed himself and said to the tall and beautiful girl, "Go help Cromwell." Nafi came back to her senses, nodded obediently, and rushed out with her long sword. Lex looked around and noticed the wooden box full of gold coins and jewelry, his eyes lighting up. He put away his revolver and took out the remaining items from the safe. These included several gold bars and an account book. On the cover of the account book was the symbol of a two-headed sea serpent. As for the contents of the book, they were essentially the Sea Serpent Gang's criminal records. Lex placed the account book in a prominent position, then closed the treasure-filled wooden box. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a finger had appeared on Stephen's corpse at some point. A black, scaly finger. He looked around and found a fallen tin cigarette case on the ground. He took out the rolled cigarettes from inside and put the finger into it. Because he was closer to the corpse, Lex noticed that a black shirt on Stephen's body, where it had been hit by bullets, was actually repairing itself. Huh. Lex suppressed his disgust and took off the fur-collared coat from the corpse, which made it even clearer. The bullet holes in Stephen's black gauze shirt were repairing themselves, and the bloodstains and dirt on the clothes were disappearing. Undoubtedly, this must be a magical item, but he didn't know what its function was. Following the principle of not wasting anything, Lex took it off and threw it into the wooden box. As soon as he finished all this, the arbiter, Cromwell, walked in. His coat was stained with blood, and the slightly panting man said, "It's over. I took care of Turos, and the remaining members have all been apprehended." Lex nodded slightly. "Then, according to our previous plan, everyone will disperse and leave. We'll meet at the club tomorrow night." Hurrying back to the hotel, Lex opened the wooden box, which should contain all of the Sea Serpent Gang's property. Lex roughly estimated that the gold coins and gold bars alone amounted to over 5,000 pounds. Adding the jewelry and gems, the box was worth at least 10,000 pounds. Considering just this box, Lex's actions tonight were not in vain, not to mention the finger and the shirt, which was suspected to be a magical item. He first put away the box. With the money in the box, he wouldn't have any financial crises in the short term. However, gold coins and gold bars could be spent, but the jewelry and gems could not be casually sold. Heaven knew by what means Stephen had acquired these jewels. To be safe, these jewels would have to be processed through underground channels or sold in cities outside Tianjin. But these were not within Lex's consideration for now. He first went to the washroom to wash his face, then summoned the mystical book, not daring to directly touch the strange finger with his hand. Lex cautiously put on a pair of gloves before taking the black, scaly finger in his hand, then communicated with the mystical book to appraise it. This cost him 9 dimensional crystals. As the number of dimensional crystals changed, Lex felt a slight trance, and the objects in the room became blurred. In a blurred light and shadow, he saw some scenes. He saw a small boy curled up on the ground, enduring a man's beating. He saw a 14 or 15-year-old boy stealing a wallet from a man's pocket in a market. He saw a man in his early 30s locked in a temporary prison. He saw a blurred figure holding a cup, and in that cup were strange liquids, connected like jelly. He saw Stephen smiling and walking on the street, deftly stealing wallets from passers-by as he brushed past them. He saw Stephen dressed in a formal suit, like a salesman, eloquently speaking to several old ladies, who then took out their money or jewelry and handed it to Stephen. He saw Stephen introducing a design drawing to several gentlemen in formal suits, and in a flash, Stephen's table was piled high with banknotes. He saw Stephen in a dimly lit ship cabin, kicking open a box full of jewels, and besides jewelry, there was also a black gauze shirt folded inside. The images before him disappeared, and Lex once again saw the scene in the hotel bedroom, but he knew that he had just seen a microcosm of Stephen's life. At this moment, the appraisal results appeared on the page. Thief finger. This is a residual characteristic of a swindler after losing control. Note that while it has the ability to steal items, its negative effects are exceptionally severe. It can steal valuables from targets within 10 feet. If there are multiple targets within this range, it will steal randomly. It will make you addicted to theft and unable to extricate yourself. It will also continuously steal your life until the arrival of death. Additionally, it carries a certain degree of mental pollution, and frequent use may lead to loss of control. Looking at the text on the page, Lex immediately threw the finger back into the tin box. Is this a magical item? After an out-of-control beyonder dies, can their characteristics form a magical item? But its negative effects are too great: addiction to theft, stealing life, mental pollution, and possibly losing control because of it. Lex shook his head, intending to seal this thing away. He was not a thief, and even if he needed money, there were many other ways to obtain it without using this finger. Lex then took out the black gauze shirt, hoping this item would be usable. After consuming 15-dimensional crystals, Lex once again entered a trance state. This time, he didn't see many images, only a man in a white shirt, fighting various monsters in the dark. In one scene, he unfortunately sacrificed himself. Blood seeped from the white shirt, and where the blood stained it, the shirt gradually turned black and became translucent. In the illusory, unreal images, the shirt was deep and tranquil, as if a piece of the quiet night had been cut out and made into this garment. Coming back to his senses, Lex saw lines of text appearing on the page. Silent Night's Embrace. It was originally an ordinary shirt, but after being stained with the blood of a beyonder from Sleepless Pathway, it gained magical powers. When you wear it, your existence will become hidden, and your actions will gain a layer of reasonable appearance. You are like someone embraced by the night, like a passerby walking in the dark, difficult to see clearly. This shirt is for men only, and wearing it for a long time will bring some negative effects. After wearing it, the wearer will gradually become unsmiling, appear preoccupied, but unwilling to share his thoughts with others. As negative effects accumulate, the wearer will gradually lose self-emotion, forgetting feelings such as sadness, happiness, anger, and joy, eventually becoming a person without emotions. Chapter 99. Focus on health preservation. Silent Night's Embrace. The ability of this item is very useful. One's existence will become concealed, and everything one does will acquire a layer of reasonable appearance. No wonder Stephen did so many bad things without attracting the attention of the Nighthawks. It turns out it was all thanks to this shirt. In other words, after seals, the usable time of this item was extended. Cumulative usage exceeding 1 year, emotions begin to be lost. Cumulative usage exceeding 3 years, all emotions will be lost. Lex ended the summoning and breathed a sigh of relief. With the Silent Night's Embrace, his activities in Tianjin, and even his future activities, would become concealed and safe. This item could be used safely for at least 1 or 2 years. And the usage time is cumulative, which means if he doesn't wear it constantly, it can be used for even longer. Of course, Tianjin harbors huge dangers. During his time here, Lex decided he would even wear it to sleep. It's just the style of this clothing. This translucent black gauze material looks quite flamboyant when worn. He must wear it close to his body and then wear a normal shirt over it. It was getting late. Lex took a shower, put on the black shirt, then a loose pajama, and finally put away the tin box containing the thief finger. Lying on the bed, Lex noticed that the potion residue had been somewhat digested, and the progress of digestion was much greater than when he provoked that assassin before. Does this mean that provoking a Beyonder will lead to faster digestion? What if I provoke a high-level being? I'll probably die at the same time I finish digesting the potion, right? Turning over, Lex fell asleep. At noon the next day, after enjoying lunch, Lex drank the black tea Matthew brought him and picked up today's Tingeon City Honest Man's newspaper to read. On the front page, there was a prominent news article. Illegal gang occupying dock area eradicated, police station chief Pelt states Tingeon City's public security management will be strengthened. The reporter's efficiency is very fast. What happened last night is already in the newspaper today. Lex smiled as he closed the newspaper. Such a big commotion at the shipping company last night would definitely alarm the police. He had deliberately left the Sea Serpent Gang's ledger in the office, believing that when the police arrived, they would know it was the Sea Serpent Gang's headquarters. The bounty for the night was secured. Adding to last night's gains, Lex felt his wallet starting to swell. "Sir, Mr. McGovern's butler is here to see you. Would you like to meet him?" Matthew entered the room and bowed to ask. "The banker's butler?" Lex stood up and said, "I'll see him in the living room." In the living room of the hotel room, Lex met McGovern's butler, a shrewd-looking man. After handing a bottle of wine to Matthew, the butler bowed to Lex and said, "Mr. Lex, my master asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. We had originally agreed to meet at his home tomorrow, the 15th. However, my master has an urgent matter and hopes to reschedule the appointment for dinner with you tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. at Caspa Restaurant. What do you think?" Lex was not an unreasonable person, so he naturally had no objections. "No problem. Please inform Mr. McGovern that I will arrive on time." Having received the reply, the butler took his leave. In the evening, Lex said to his personal valet and bodyguard, "I'll read for a bit, then go to bed. It's still early, you can go do something you like." The valet and bodyguard were delighted to hear this. Although their work required it, who would want to hide in a hotel every day if they had a choice? So, as Lex entered his bedroom, he heard Gru excitedly say, "Matthew, I know a restaurant with particularly delicious ice cream. I don't like sweets, and besides, I want to go to the Red Maple Theater. I want to watch a performance. It would be great if Sir went too. Sir always goes to bed so early. Don't you know? Nobles all pay attention to health preservation, so sleeping early is normal." Voices gradually fading away. "No, I'm not doing it for health preservation. It's just that if Lex doesn't sleep, the Duke won't have time to act." Lex softly grumbled and changed into his Duke disguise. Only when there was no sound outside did he climb out the window and leave the hotel. Elk Bar. Lex went directly to the Hunter Club. As soon as he entered, he felt the few gazes in the hall all turn towards him. A round of applause broke out. The club's manager, Arrows, strode over. "Congratulations, Duke. You are probably the fastest rising hunter in our club's history. Yes, you excellently completed the commission, annihilating the Sea Serpent Gang. Now you are already a level 7 hunter in the club. Go, find Mr. Parker. He will pay you your deserved bounty." Arriving at the bar, Lex gave an anonymous account and then looked at the old man. Mr. Parker flipped through the commission logbook and said expressionlessly, "You annihilated the Sea Serpent Gang. According to the commission agreement, you will receive £2,000 as remuneration. Unfortunately, you didn't capture their leader alive, otherwise you would have received an additional £500. Capture alive? Don't joke around. That was an out-of-control Beyonder. I think I was quite lucky to be able to kill him." Allowing an internal grumble, Lex remained silent on the surface. Mr. Parker put down the logbook. "The items you previously consigned at the trading house have been sold. After deducting the handling fee, plus the previous mission remuneration, the total is £2,308. Do you want to withdraw it?" Lex nodded. The old man looked at the account information he presented and said calmly, "You will see this money in 1 to 2 business days." Arrows said, "I'm already a level 7 hunter." Lex leaned forward slightly. "Can you tell me what kind of free services a level 7 hunter can enjoy?" Chapter 100, Musicians. Mr. Parker, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded calmly, "In fact, you are already enjoying our services." Lex straightened his back slightly. For example, if we weren't responsible for the cleanup, the police station would probably be looking for the people who took down the Sea Serpent Gang last night. Of course, the police probably wouldn't be looking to give you a Good Citizen Award. Old Parker's gaze remained unchanged, making one truly wonder if his stomach was filled with parts and machines. Besides that, we'll also help you find a place to stay for free. After all, it's quite normal for people like you to move every few days. Hearing this, Lex suddenly had an idea. If I wanted to settle down in Tingen, could the club help me find a suitable house? He remembered the Watcher's suggestion and planned to acquire a safe house in Tingen for changing clothes, disguising himself, and evading pursuit. Additionally, he needed to find a residence for Duke, which, of course, was also a layer of disguise. However, he hadn't intended to rely on the club to find a house, he merely wanted to inquire about the prices and sales methods of houses in Tingen in advance. Mr. Parker's gaze finally shifted slightly. He looked at Lex with a hint of surprise. You mean the kind where you buy out the right to use it for 10 or 15 years, based on the land deed's term? I mean the kind that is fully purchased. The old man's mouth twitched slightly before he said, we don't provide that kind of service. If you need it, I suggest you inquire at the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, they are more professional. All I know is that for a full purchase, houses on Daffodil Street are around £900. Houses in the northern Fania Street area, with a porch and a small lawn, would be more expensive, probably around £1,500. As for better neighborhoods, like Hall Street, or the Golden Banyan District, house prices are even higher. And you probably wouldn't like living in such a showy place. Daffodil Street was absolutely out of the question, at least before early September. The Fania Street area in the North District was decent, but there was no need to rush. As for Hall Street and the Golden Banyan District, they weren't entirely out of consideration. Those were high-end residential areas, indeed a bit ostentatious, but precisely because of that, the identity of Duke would be safer. Because most people would, like old Parker, think that a hunter wouldn't live in such a place. Of course, houses there would definitely not be cheap. As Lex was contemplating his property acquisition plans, Grizzly's voice came from behind him. Morning, Boss Duke. It's evening, and it's getting late, corrected his partner, Mole. Lex turned around. All the hunters and beyonder who participated in yesterday's operation had arrived. Arbiter Cromwell was still his usual self, looking melancholic. The big beauty Nafi's eyes were full of curiosity, constantly looking around. Lex tapped the bar. Mr. Parker, a drink for everyone. Old Parker didn't move. Drinks are not free. Deduct the cost of the drinks from my bounty. With that, the old man opened the liquor cabinet and took out a bottle of white wine. After everyone was seated, Lex took out envelope after envelope from his pocket, containing the payment he had prepared earlier. The envelopes had each person's name or nickname, so there would be no confusion. After receiving and counting their respective payments, they all let out satisfied laughs. Taking Grizzly as an example, his basic payment was £50, but Lex added an extra £100 as additional reward. After deducting last night's ammunition consumption and firearm repairs, he still managed to earn over £100. This was not a small sum. As for the beyonder, they gained even more. Cromwell, having taken down Turos with the red hair by himself, received £350, including his basic payment. The young lady Nafi had a 0-kill count, but in the battle with Stephen, she played the role of a living trap as Lex instructed, cutting off the swindler's arm, and received £250. Boss Duke, you're the most generous person I've ever met. If you need help in the future, remember to call us. Grizzly raised his white wine, toasting Lex. However, seeing the big man drink white wine like beer, the old man behind the bar looked pained. It's nothing, compared to the reward I paid you, I gained even more. Lex suddenly paused. Did I just speak my mind? Is it because of the negative effects of the secrecy keeper? Fortunately, after being sealed, this magical item only makes people reveal their thoughts, not their secrets. Otherwise, Lex's words would have become, I obtained spoils worth £10,000 and 2 magical items. After getting the money, the small team temporarily disbanded, but Lex noticed that the young lady Nafi was still sitting in her chair. She looked at Lex with an excited, adoring gaze. Boss, you were so cool last night. If there are missions in the future, can you always take me with you? I want to learn from you. No, girl, my fighting style isn't suitable for you. That would damage your image, and you might not be able to get married. Lex couldn't imagine Nafi saying to her opponent, how are you weaker than a girl like me? However, taking her on missions could be considered. In fact, after he advances to Pyromaniac, if he finds someone of the apothecary pathway, they could form a warrior-mage-priest combination. Collecting his thoughts, Lex nodded almost imperceptibly, agreeing to her request. Nafi cheered happily, almost jumping up. At that moment, a figure flickered in the corner of his eye, and a warm voice with a hint of a smile rang out, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Lex looked up, and what met his eyes was a middle-aged man with moderately long, golden, messy hair, beneath which was a mature and extremely charming face. His brown eyes held a gentle gaze, and his carefully trimmed beard curled slightly with the smile that bloomed on his face. Lex remembered him. The first time Lex came to the club, he had seen him. At that time, he was playing the violin by the window. Hello, my name is Richard, a musician. Lex took the hand the other party extended, and briefly introduced himself, Duke. Richard nodded and sat down. Congratulations on completing a commission. You are the fastest advancing hunter I've seen in the club. He then smiled at old Parker. Could I have a drink? While the old man poured the drink, Richard turned to face Lex. I'll get straight to the point, Duke. I'd like to ask for your help, the kind with a reward. Lex swirled his drink, narrowing his eyes slightly. What kind of help? Richard leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Deliver a letter for me. The reward is a clue to the next stage's potion formula. Chapter 101, Potential Stock. The liquid in Lex's glass almost spilled. He put down the glass and looked directly into Richard's eyes. You know what path I'm on, and what rank I am now. At this moment, old Parker placed a glass of wine in front of the musician. Richard took the glass, smiled, and shook his head. I'm not sure. Lex finished the remaining wine in his glass and tapped the bar, saying, that drink is on me. Then he turned and left. Richard was stunned for a moment. He didn't even bother to drink his wine, putting down the glass and quickly catching up to walk beside Lex. Although I don't know what path you're on, or what rank you are, I do know about a gathering, a Beyonder gathering. It's about to be held, and I can recommend you to go. There, you can get clues for a magical potion, or anything else you might need. Lex stopped, a smile in his eyes. Now we can talk about that letter. Richard chuckled. You're really something, you got me to show my hand in just a few moves. Lex said unmoved, you must have more than just this one card up your sleeve, right? The musician shrugged, pointing to a quiet corner near the window. Shall we talk over there? Moving to the window, Richard took out a letter and said, please deliver this letter to Helen McPherson, who lives on Green Emerald Street in the North District. Yes, it's the businesswoman you once protected. Lex looked at him warily and said, what is she to you? Richard raised his hand and smoothed the golden strands of hair on his forehead, an ex-girlfriend. We were once deeply in love, but you know, after the passion fades, it often becomes bland. Also, our visions for the future were different. I yearned for poetry and distant places, while she preferred to stay in Tingen. So, we had no choice but to part ways. An ex-girlfriend. This gossip came a bit unexpectedly. Lex looked at the delicate envelope, then this letter. Richard sighed, although we broke up, I still care about her. I know she's in trouble, so through a friend of a friend, I hinted for her to come here for help. I know she hasn't moved on from that relationship, and she even wants to get revenge on me. So I decided to write her a letter, hoping it can help her step out of my shadow. TSK, when it comes to shamelessness, you're much better than me. Lex cleared his throat. Why do you need me to deliver the letter? Richard's lips curved slightly, because you are a true gentleman. That night, you didn't accept Helen's enthusiastic invitation. You might not know, but she saw my shadow in you. She wants to get revenge on me. Ah, how cute. Damn it. You were watching us. Lex almost couldn't sit still, and his gaze towards Richard changed. The musician said somewhat awkwardly, it's not that I don't trust you, I was just worried about her, so I was protecting her in secret. But that also allowed me to see your noble character, which is why I believe you are the best person to deliver the letter. Lex stood up and straightened his clothes. Mr. Richard, although you are older than me, that doesn't mean you can treat me like a child. Richard cleared his throat and said, actually, you could phrase it differently, for example, that you are younger than me, instead of reminding me of the fact that I am older. Besides, I'm not treating you like a child. Lex let out a light chuckle, not treating me like a child. Then do you think I'd believe such a clumsy excuse? You ask me to deliver a letter, and in return, you provide a Beyonder channel. It sounds almost as if you're specifically giving me this channel. This makes me a little worried, I'm concerned there might be a trap involved. Richard scratched his hair. You're more troublesome than I imagined, but this also confirms my earlier thought, you're worth investing in. Have you ever bought stocks? If you find a stock with appreciation potential, you naturally buy it when it's still at a low price. Through my observations over this period, I think you are that stock with potential. Richard smiled and spread his hands. You should know that people like us always have this kind of trouble or that. So, it doesn't hurt to know more capable friends. You're right, my excuse was indeed too clumsy. My original plan was to subtly give you some benefits, so that when I'm in trouble and ask for your help, you'll lend a hand. Why didn't you just say that directly instead of beating around the bush so much? However, Lex was willing to accept Richard's reason. He was also happy to know friends like Richard. He believed Richard's rank should be higher than his own, he just didn't know what path of Beyonder Richard was on. Lex sat back down. What about MS? Helen. Richard smiled a little awkwardly. She is indeed my ex-girlfriend, and I do indeed want to give her this letter. All right then. Lex took the envelope, but now I want to know, when and where will the Beyonder gathering be held? On the evening of the 20th of this month, in the VIP lounge of the Red Maple Theatre. There will be a performance at the theatre then, Richard said quite straightforwardly this time. Lex shook the envelope, then Miss Helen will receive this letter tomorrow. With that, Lex bid farewell and left. After he left, Richard smiled with a hint of smugness. Though you're a tough one, you still fell for my trick. I've seen your original appearance, and you resemble me a bit. When Helen sees you again, she should transfer her feelings for me onto you. That way, I can completely extricate myself. That morning, Lex found an excuse to send away his butler and bodyguard. Then, using the same appearance he had when he previously visited Helen, he arrived at Green Emerald Street in the North District again. Pulling the doorbell, Lex waited for a moment and then saw the door open. This time, it wasn't the housekeeper who opened the door, but Helen herself. It's you. Seeing the surprised expression on Helen's face, Lex felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking he should quickly give her the letter and run. Please, come in quickly. Helen enthusiastically invited Lex in and walked ahead. Why have you come? I'm delivering something for a friend. As he was speaking, Lex suddenly saw his right hand rise, about to reach for a certain part of the graceful lady in front of him that would cause a misunderstanding. Lex was startled and quickly stopped it with his other hand. Is this the Playboy tag taking effect? I can use this tag to determine the other party's identity. However, that was useless. What is it? Helen, who had entered the living room, turned around. Lex noticed that her eye sockets were a bit dark. She seemed to have not slept well recently. At this moment, his spiritual vision was suddenly triggered. Lex was startled, then immediately activated his spiritual vision. He suddenly saw a shadow in front of Helen. A humanoid black shadow, very close to Helen. The shadow raised its hand, and Lex saw a pale, corpse-spotted arm. It stretched out from the black shadow, reaching towards Helen's shoulder. Chapter 102, The Same Phenomenon. Without hesitation, without a second thought, Lex almost instinctively grabbed Helen's hand and pulled the mature woman to his side. A hunter's strength was something a woman couldn't resist, especially with Helen unprepared, so she was pulled instantly to Lex's side and leaned against his body. With just a touch, Helen heard the strong heartbeat in the chest of the man before her and felt that this body, which didn't look particularly strong, seemed to contain endless power. If this power were applied elsewhere. Helen's heart suddenly quickened, and then she whispered, "No one's home today. If you'd like to stay in the living room." Lex didn't hear a word she said. His other hand had already reached into his bolsa, resting on the grip of the blood praise. But he didn't know if this beyonder item could deal with something like a wraith. In mysticism, Amelia had once taught him that some creatures' spirituality lingered after death, turning them into water ghosts, wraiths, or even evil spirits. Dealing with them required special items or beyonder abilities of certain pathways. Lex had never faced anything like this before, and now, encountering it for the first time, he realized he wasn't prepared for it. Fortunately, the black shadow didn't take any further action. After extending its arm, it didn't close in but slowly dissipated like morning mist in the sun. Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was then he noticed Helen was hugging him, and her body was slightly warm. Was she sick? Lex subconsciously reached out to touch her forehead. Her body temperature was normal. At this moment, the face of the musician Richard appeared in his mind. Worried that a certain man might be hiding somewhere, watching, Lex quickly pushed Helen away. It's nothing. Helen was stunned. What is it? Lex sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, he had spoken his mind again. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Just now, I thought someone was watching you, but it was just a cat jumping over the windowsill. It seems I'm too paranoid. Oh, by the way, this is something a friend of yours asked me to give you. Lex quickly took out the musician's letter and placed it on the nearby cabinet. I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Ah. The woman, who had already turned into a pool of spring water, didn't even have time to ask him to stay, watching Lex leave decisively. She stomped her foot in anger. She glanced at the envelope on the cabinet, picked it up directly, and threw it into the nearby trash can. Leaving Green Emerald Street, Lex went to the Elk Bar and left a message for Richard at the club. He told him that Helen's situation was a bit off and described the black shadow. As for how Richard would handle it, Lex didn't care, he had already completed his task. Evening. Wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, dressed in a sharp formal suit, and carrying an exquisite cane, Lex walked out of the Violet Hotel, got into a carriage, and, accompanied by bodyguards and a valet, headed to Casper Restaurant. Since McGovern was not hosting the banquet at home, Lex did not adhere to the unwritten rule of guests arriving late. Before the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, Lex arrived at the bank's designated restaurant. This restaurant was located near the Tassoc River, but unlike the dock area to the east, this area in the West District was quiet and secluded. Lex checked his pocket watch. It was still 5 minutes before 7 o'clock. He descended from the carriage with satisfaction and, surrounded by bodyguards and a valet, entered the restaurant's door. After giving the name McGovern, the waiter in a tailcoat led Lex to the VIP room. As he walked through the restaurant, a gentleman approached him. He was no longer young, with loose skin and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His formal suit looked bloated due to his plump waist. He had a very striking gray beard, meticulously trimmed to enhance his dignified appearance. The gentleman was biting on a gold-plated pipe, but there was no tobacco in it. As he drew closer, Lex caught a whiff of perfume. Is this Blue Note perfume? As an aristocrat, Lex had some knowledge of perfumes. He knew that Blue Note was a perfume specifically designed for successful middle-aged men. Its scent was elegant and mellow, and the perfume on this gentleman was clearly in its base notes. If one didn't get close, they wouldn't smell it at all. In terms of style, he left the nouveau riche Stephen 18 streets behind. As they passed each other, Lex saw a golden cufflink on the hand that gentleman used to take down his pipe. The cufflink featured a simple, abstract horse motif, the symbol of the horse riding club. In a blink of an eye, the VIP room was reached. The waiter lightly knocked on the door, and only after receiving a signal did he open it for Lex. Lex walked in, and his first glance fell upon the banker McGovern. This gentleman was wearing a formal suit, his hair thinning, and his hairline somewhat receding. Perhaps due to the loss of his son, his expression was gloomy, and even when he smiled upon seeing a guest, it seemed forced. "Good evening, Mr. McGovern." Lex greeted him proactively, while also noticing another gentleman standing behind McGovern. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with short, light blonde hair and sharp features, but due to the gold-rimmed glasses he wore, he looked refined. Dressed in a formal suit rather than a servant's attire, this indicated that he was likely an assistant to McGovern. "Good evening. Please, have a seat. Casper Restaurant's Tinjin roast meat is very authentic. Since you've come from afar, I think it's necessary for our guest from Desai County to taste the flavors of different regions." It was evident that the banker was a very talkative person. Even though his facial expression still had nothing to do with cheerfulness, he could converse freely with Lex. Lex interjected a few words from time to time, conveyed his father's greetings, and, as per Bison's request, expressed Bison's desire for business cooperation at an appropriate moment. McGovern responded with a smile. "Baron Bison is a shrewd investor. I've collaborated with him many times, and the results have always been very smooth. This time, he has set his sights on the steel industry, and I believe he will achieve major achievement." He suddenly coughed a few times, as if he had caught a cold. But for some reason, Lex's spiritual vision was suddenly triggered. Maintaining his composure, Lex activated his spiritual vision, and nearly jumped. Through spiritual vision, Lex saw McGovern cough out a cloud of colorful smoke from his mouth, which churned in the air, with blurred faces appearing from time to time. Lex had seen this phenomenon before, at the home of Counselor Maynard. McGovern, completely unaware of his abnormality, put down the napkin covering his mouth and continued, "Unfortunately, due to some personal matters, I'm afraid I won't be able to fully cooperate with your father's plan this time. However, you needn't worry. This gentleman behind me is Maggio, my capable assistant. He can provide loan services to your father. If you need a lawyer to draft a contract or conduct industry risk assessments, you can also approach him. He will give his full cooperation." Chapter 103, I Have a Friend. Something is wrong. It's very wrong. First Maynard, now McGovern, they are all experiencing the same phenomenon. Are they cursed? Lex maintained a polite smile, appearing to listen, but his mind was racing. What should I do? Should I warn them? No, I don't know what happened to them. If I warn them rashly, first, they won't believe me, and second, it might put me in danger. I am only a sequence 8, just a pitiful worm in the mysterious world. I am so weak now, I can't do anything risky. Maybe I can do this. On the other side of the dining table, his assistant Maggio leaned over and said something to the banker. McGovern nodded, wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, "Excuse me, I still have to meet another friend. Let Maggio take my place and discuss the details of the cooperation with you." Lex stood up to bid him farewell and said, "Mr. McGovern, I have heard a little about your misfortune, and it is truly regrettable. I have noticed that your mental state is not very good. It might be too nosy for me to say this, but you are a respectable gentleman, and I sincerely hope you can regain your confidence in life. If you could visit a church and talk to the pastor there in your free time, I believe it would be helpful to you." McGovern paused for a moment before looking at Lex and sincerely saying, "Thank you for your suggestion, I will consider it." Lex's real intention was that when McGovern went to the church would discover his abnormality. This way, he wouldn't have to take risks, and this gentleman would probably be able to resolve the hidden dangers he faced. This is the limit of what I can do. Lex told himself this, then sat back down and immersed himself in the conversation with Maggio. Soon, the details of the cooperation were settled. Then Lex thought about his investment. Before this, he already had some ideas. And just now, in his conversation with Maggio, he had revised some details. Now, it was time to put it into action. Swirling the red wine in his glass lightly, Lex displayed a standard smile. Mr. Maggio, I have a friend who wants to make some investments in Tingen. He needs an evaluation team and a lawyer to draft contracts. In this regard, I wonder if you have any suggestions. Maggio smiled in response. I know an investment company that has lawyers and an evaluation team. If Mr. Lex's friend needs it, I can introduce him to them. That would be great. I'll thank you on behalf of my friend first. Maggio took out a notepad, wrote down some information, then tore it off and handed it to Lex. Go to their company and tell them I introduced you. They should give your friend a discount on the service fee. That's really great. Lex said, but thought to himself, however, I won't mention your name. After all, Lex didn't want anyone to notice what he was doing in Tingen. The dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Maggio, who was full of ambition, claimed he still had work to do and left in a hurry. Lex had originally planned to take Maggio to experience Tingen's nightlife after returning to the hotel and cultivate a relationship with this banker's assistant. Now that it was off, he had no choice but to leave the restaurant gracefully and prepare to return to the hotel to rest. Just as he was passing through the dining area, Lex suddenly caught a faint sound. Click. This sound reminded him of the image of a revolver hammer being cocked. Then he heard a slightly faster heartbeat, the sound coming from his right side. His intuition immediately sounded the alarm. This was the prelude to an assassination. Without thinking about who wanted to assassinate him, Lex stopped and bent down, pretending to clean his shoes. Almost at the same time, a pillar next to him suddenly shattered, and a gunshot rang out from his left. The restaurant suddenly fell silent, followed by gasps and screams. Amidst these sounds, Lex suddenly felt his vision darken. It turned out that Gru had already shielded him with his body. The bodyguard dutifully pulled Lex behind a pillar, while simultaneously drawing a revolver from his armpit holster and returning fire at the attacker. The restaurant was in chaos. Tableware and murals shattered during the exchange of fire. Lex, constrained by his current identity, could only act like a coward, hiding behind the pillar and watching his bodyguard fight bravely. After both sides had emptied their cylinders, Lex saw a man dressed as a waiter smash through the restaurant's bay window and climb out. Gru shouted and gave chase, firing a few more shots from the window before returning. Sir, he got away. Lex nodded. Did you get a good look at him? Gru showed a thoughtful expression, about 30-something, around 1.89 meters tall, very ordinary looking. He's missing a corner of his eyebrow here. The bodyguard gestured to the left side of his own eyebrow. The gunfight left the restaurant in a mess. The restaurant staff called the police, and Lex cooperated fully, staying behind. When the police arrived, he had Gru describe the attacker's features in detail to them. Since Lex had legal identification and was a nobleman, after taking his statement, the police escorted him away. And fearing he might be attacked again on the way, 2 police officers escorted him back to the hotel. However, after all this commotion, it was already late when they left the restaurant. He had originally planned to go to the Elk Bar after returning to the hotel. Now, Lex gave up on that idea. The carriage traveled along the road near the Tasik River. It was slightly muddy and dirty here, with the sound of the river rushing from the nearby Great River. The low-lying buildings nearby were hidden in the shadows where the light of the gas streetlights couldn't reach. Sitting in the carriage, Lex was trying to identify the assassin. The opponent was just an ordinary person, not like a Beyonder. He didn't display any Beyonder abilities. In other words, he shouldn't be an enemy of the Duke, nor should it be retaliation from the Sea Serpent gang. If he didn't mistake me for someone else, then this assassin was after Lex, after the Baron's son. If that's the case, it could be a rival of Bison. Wait. I remember Bison said that his relationship with the family was not harmonious. His purpose in investing in me, his adopted son, was to shield Joe from dangers in the dark. So, could this assassin be from the Bison family? I need to find someone to investigate. I can't get involved myself. That doesn't fit the noble way. Detective Liz gave me information about a colleague. At this moment, the night wind blew open the carriage curtain, and Lex saw the faint crimson moonlight lingering on the surface of the Tasik River. Just ahead, by the river, he saw a slender figure, seemingly a woman, wearing a black robe and a hood, holding flowers in her hand. Suddenly, the flowers in her hand were enveloped by black, illusory flames, rapidly turning to ashes. Then she stepped into the river, sank into the water, and just disappeared. Chapter 104, Uniqueness. The curtains fell, blocking Lex's view, and no one inside the carriage noticed what had just happened by the river. Lex decided to forget it, pretending he hadn't seen anything and nothing had happened. This month in Tingen City, danger lurked everywhere, and this was perhaps one of them. The next day, after Lex got up and washed, he summoned the mysterious book in his room. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has received over 6,000 collection follows, and you have gained 6 uses of the message board privilege. Under the previous message asking for a boundary, other watchers had left comments. Willful Rugiamo. Was this a major secret that was revealed? I really wish the knowledge authority could be higher. Exploding Dragon 12 Wings, remember to stay away from houses with red chimneys. Houses with red chimneys. That feature is quite distinctive and easy to remember. First Moon Disciple, don't worry about anything, it should be fine as long as you don't get close to the security company. This must be referring to the Blackthorn Security Company, it seems a great danger will indeed erupt there. Lex then looked at the comments in the book review section below. Mr. Chen Ran, it suddenly occurred to me, you've been in contact with Maynard, so you need to be careful. Maynard's lover is Sharon, who is a witch, and she's in the story of Tinjin City. Upon seeing this message, Lex nearly jumped up. Counselor Maynard's lover was actually Madame Sharon, and she was a witch, and she was in the story. Have I been walking through a minefield? No, I can't go see Maynard again. Could Maynard's coughing up strange smoke be related to the witch? If so, what about Mr. McGovern? Fortunately, I now have the Silent Knight's embrace, as long as I stay away from the story and its characters, I should not be watched. Shaman King, Lex should also learn to report. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Find a reliable official organization, after all, an individual's strength is limited. Reporting, I'm good at that. If I find an official organization, it shouldn't be difficult with my identity as the Baron's son. After my trip to Tinjin City is over, I will strive to find a backer. Bright moon shines on cold pines, uniqueness is the physical symbol of the authority corresponding to the sequence it belongs to. The wielder of uniqueness can influence the corresponding power of the same sequence, enhancing or suppressing all beyonder abilities of the same pathway. This is the manifestation of authority. In that sequence, the wielder of uniqueness is the authority, the source of power. Did this watcher perceive my previous question? I'm so grateful for giving me such important knowledge. Although some parts were blocked, it's not hard to imagine that the wielder of uniqueness is like a king to beyonder of the same sequence. I hope that one day, I can also wield uniqueness. What would the uniqueness of the hunter pathway be? Wither and Star Scar, I want to see a witch. Cough, this watcher is very interested in witches, are witches that good looking? Presumably, the knowledge about uniqueness consumed a lot of spirituality. After reading only a few pieces of information, Lex felt his spirituality warning him, so he ended the summoning, put on his formal attire, and walked out of the bedroom. However, although the information he saw was not much, it was very useful. Not to mention the knowledge of uniqueness, the other watcher's messages made the boundary of his trip to Tinjin City clearer, and also gave him a more definite goal for his next plan. After breakfast, Lex called Gru, I heard there's a private detective agency on B6 Street in Tinjin City. Go find a detective named Henry and talk to him about the attack we encountered last night. I want the detective to investigate the identity of the assassin for us. Although the police are certainly working on this, it's always good to have extra help. The bodyguard nodded, I'll go right away, sir. After Gru left, the butler Matthew came in with an envelope. Sir, this is your telegram. Lex took it and said, go buy some small gifts, I'm going to the hospital later to visit a friend. Recently, he had been busy with hunter activities and other things, and hadn't visited Kyle and his wife for a long time. With no activities planned for the day, Lex decided to go to the hospital. After Matthew left, Lex opened the envelope and took out the telegram. This was a letter from Bison. I have received your letter. You did very well to get important news from Counselor Maynard so quickly. After much consideration, I have made a decision. After you finish your work in Tinjin City, I will have an arrangement for you. You may suffer a bit, but believe me, this matter will be of great help to our family and to you. Additionally, we all miss you very much. Your mother goes to church to pray every day, Harabelle has been rather gloomy lately because of your departure, and Joe keeps asking me when you will return. Son, take care of yourself. An arrangement for me. It seems I need to proceed with that matter as soon as possible. I probably cannot stay in Tinjin City for long. Mom and Belle will miss me, I have no doubt. As for you, your missing me is probably not the same as I understand it. Lex returned to his bedroom, took out paper and pen, and drafted a telegram, briefly stating his meeting with McGovern yesterday and telling Bison that he had been attacked, to see if he could get other information from his adoptive father. After Matthew returned, they went out together, first to send the telegram, and then to the private hospital. In the carriage, Lex took out the Horse Riding Club magazine and started reading it. This magazine summarized some exciting activities of the club and Tinjin City's high society this month. Lex saw that a painting exhibition was held in the South District of Tinjin City these days, and he considered whether he should attend to match his noble status. In a flash, they arrived at the hospital. In the private ward, Lex met the former hunter Kyle. He was in high spirits, with bright eyes, completely different from when Lex first met him. The doctor said we can be discharged today. In the corridor outside the ward, Kyle said with a smile, by the way, come to my house this afternoon, I have something to discuss with you. What a coincidence, I also have something I'd like Mr. Kyle to help with. You still have the spirit of a challenger, don't you? Kyle glanced at him and said, as for provocation, you've improved remarkably. Lex laughed, spread his hands and said, all right then, let's meet at a cafe. Although Ms. Lancey has recovered, it's best for her to rest for a while longer, so let's not disturb her at home. This was one of the reasons. More importantly, Kyle's house was on Daffodil Street, which in Lex's eyes was now a minefield. A forbidden zone. Chapter 105, Fantastic Beasts. In the afternoon, at the Sunflower Cafe. This place was several streets away from Daffodil Street, and choosing to meet here meant Lex didn't have to worry about stumbling into a story. He arrived early, and not long after, he saw Kyle come in. Strangely, a colorful parrot was perched on the former adventurer's shoulder. Lex was a bit dumbfounded, this scene was too peculiar. If Kyle wore a captain's hat and an eye patch, wouldn't he look exactly like a pirate captain? After the former adventurer took his seat, the parrot hopped onto the table, curiously observing the street outside through the window. Lex cleared his throat and went straight to the point, Mr. Kyle, what are your plans next? Kyle clasped his hands over his abdomen and said calmly, I won't be a hunter or adventurer anymore. I think I'll live a peaceful life. If Lancey's condition allows, I should prepare to add a new member to this family. Was he referring to a child? Lex nodded imperceptibly, then what kind of work do you plan to do? Kyle thought for a moment and said, my experience as a hunter might allow me to become a private detective. This profession offers more freedom and decent pay. But it's unstable. Seeing that the conversation was wrapping up, Lex cut to the chase, if I offer you a job with a stable income, would you be interested? Kyle paused, then said, that depends on the kind of work. Just then, a waiter approached. Lex ordered 2 coffees and continued, I'm planning an investment in Tingen, a private investment, but I might not be able to stay in Tingen for too long. When I leave, I'll need an agent. And I think you're very suitable. Also, for some reasons, I need to sign some contracts in your name. If you agree, I'll pay you £10 a week, and you'll get a share of the profits once the investment yields returns. Kyle said with a smile, it seems you don't want your family to know about this. As expected of a former hunter. Lex adjusted his sitting posture and said, half truthfully, yes, I hope to give them a surprise then. Perhaps for some, it would be a scare. A weekly salary of £10 is indeed much more stable than being a detective, and you are very generous. Unless one's mind is broken, I don't think anyone would refuse such a good offer. Kyle leaned forward slightly and said, you previously gave me £300, let's consider that as my salary paid in advance for a year. If you agree, I'll accept. Lex spread his hands and said, how can I do that? Besides, even if I agree, I should still pay you at least £100. No need, you've done enough for us. One shouldn't be insatiably greedy, Kyle said in a firm tone. Let's settle it this way. Now, it's your turn to do me a favor. Lex leaned back in his chair, please tell me. Kyle looked at the parrot beside him, help me take care of this thing for a while. Before Lex could respond, the parrot suddenly turned around and squawked at Kyle in a protesting tone, I am not this thing. Before you stands an evil dragon, a true evil dragon. Insignificant hunter, do you want to try, muffled? Kyle covered the parrot's mouth with one hand and said with a headache, you see. This thing is too noisy. If it stays at home, Lancey won't be able to rest. Lex stared at the parrot, dumbfounded, it doesn't seem like an ordinary parrot. Kyle glared fiercely at the parrot, threatening it, if you make another sound, I'll pluck all your feathers. Then he nodded helplessly, yes, it's a magical animal. It belongs to a friend of mine, a friend I haven't seen in a long time, with whom I used to go on adventures. That guy seems to be in some trouble recently and can't take this annoying parrot with him, so he's boarded it with me. He promised that once he solves his troubles, he'll give me the pyromaniac formula. Only a part of it, he only knows a part. He even gave me one of the auxiliary materials in advance, but you know, I've already left this circle. So, perhaps you need this formula more than I do. There's such a thing. A magical animal. This is my first time seeing a living magical animal. Kyle let go, and the parrot squawked again, stupid hunter, you can't just give me away like cargo. Be careful, I'll turn you into ashes with my dragon breath. Kyle's lips curved slightly, the guy opposite me is very rich. If you follow him, you'll eat and drink well every day. Who knows, he might even get you a few females. Ah, this. The parrot looked at Lex, raised its head, and said in a proud tone, if that's the case, then I'm not entirely unwilling to consider your suggestion. I might consider giving him a chance. Lex whispered, Mr. Kyle, I've heard my mother say that magical animals usually come into being by accidentally drinking a potion. So, what path is this parrot from? Kyle shook his head. I don't know either. My friend didn't have time to tell me before he left in a hurry. Anyway, you just need to take care of it for a while. As for that auxiliary material, listen carefully, it's 3 tail feathers of a blazefire bird. On the way back to the hotel, the parrot looked around and pecked at things in the carriage, seemingly having never ridden in one before. Lex was in a good mood. Kyle had agreed to be his agent in Tingen. This way, even if he left, the investment project wouldn't be delayed. Additionally, he could sign contracts in Kyle's name, so he wouldn't have to worry about Bison discovering that he was making investments on his own outside. Besides that, he had also obtained one of the auxiliary materials for the pyromaniac formula, which was a good start. After returning to the hotel, Lex asked Matthew to prepare some fruit daily, which was the parrot's feed. He also asked him to buy a birdcage, a sufficiently large one, to house the magical animal. Gru also returned and reported his findings. He had found Henry, but the detective had another case and couldn't spare a clone, so he introduced a colleague and arranged to meet Gru tomorrow afternoon. After dinner that evening, Lex entered his bedroom and took out the birdcage. No, what are you doing? The parrot flapped its wings and squawked in protest. You can't stuff an evil dragon into a birdcage. This is an insult. This is too much. It even flew to the ceiling, refusing to come down. Lex shook his head, ignoring it for now, and took out his Duke clothes to change into. Are you going out? Excellent. Take me with you. I want to make the mortals of this city tremble under my roar. The large parrot spread its wings, proudly raised its head, and let out a series of raucous squawks. Lex put on his shadow gauntlets and took out his revolver, preparing to threaten it into the birdcage. Suddenly, the parrot shrieked, "What did you do? You suddenly gave me a very unpleasant feeling. Oh my god, I think I saw a pile of excrement, the kind pulled out of a butt." The muscles on Lex's face twitched. Could this guy have drunk a provoker potion? Chapter 106, Making Good Use of Negative Effects. No, don't look at me, don't come closer. Oh god, please get me out of this cursed place. The parrot flapped its wings in terror, flying everywhere as if avoiding a plague god. Lex was first puzzled, then slapped his head. How could I forget about it? The shadow gauntlets. These gauntlets made animals feel disgusted. The higher an animal's spirituality, the more obvious the feeling. For a magical animal, the parrot's spirituality was clearly higher than that of ordinary animals, so this reaction was not surprising at all. Lex suddenly thought of a way to use the negative effect. He opened the birdcage and threatened, "Get in yourself, or I'll put it on your head." Lex shook the gauntlet on his hand. The parrot tilted its head, not understanding. Lex smiled, took off the gauntlet, and threw it at it. Oh god, it was that. The magical animal's spirituality immediately made the parrot realize that the feeling of disgust came from the shadow gauntlets. It frantically dodged, but Lex caught it. Seeing Lex pick up the gauntlet, the parrot shrieked, "Get it away from me. Oh god, how can there be such a disgusting thing in this world? Shut up." Lex stuffed it into the birdcage and slapped the gauntlet onto the cage. "If you behave and don't speak, I might consider finding you a playmate. If you keep squawking like this, you won't get anything to eat tomorrow, and I'll make it stay in the cage with you all day." The parrot shrank back in fear to the back of the cage. "You truly are a demon. How can you treat a dragon like this?" The parrot, which had presumptuously upgraded itself to a dragon, finally chose to compromise. It obediently shut its mouth, making itself look like an ordinary bird. Only then did Lex put on the gauntlet and toss the birdcage into the washroom. Elk Bar. Entering the club hall, Lex's spirituality was immediately stirred. He looked towards the window in the hall, and the musician Richard put down his violin, making an inviting gesture. Lex came to the window, and Richard whispered, "I've received your message, and I've secretly investigated. The problem is with a mirror in Helen's bedroom." "A mirror?" Lex looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Richard picked up a glass of wine. "Yes, a mirror. Although I'm not a historian, I'm sure it's an item from the ancient Solomon Empire period." Solomon Empire? An item from the fourth epoch. Lex was slightly moved, then asked, "Is it a Beyonder item?" Richard rubbed his chin. "It's certainly not an ordinary thing, but it doesn't have any overly special abilities. My guess is that it might have been owned by a powerful individual in ancient times, and some of that individual's spirituality remains, causing it to attract nearby souls. However, the spirituality on it is already very weak, and it will probably completely disappear in another year or two. And what it attracts are very weak souls, they can't even be called wraiths. So that's how it is." Lex nodded slightly, leaving it as it is poses no harm. There's no harm, but Helen's mental state will worsen, and there's no guarantee that something bad won't be attracted. It's best to deal with that mirror as soon as possible. Richard took a sip of the fine wine in his glass and looked at Lex. Lex understood. "You want me to deal with that mirror? Didn't you already investigate? Why don't you just take the mirror away directly?" Richard smiled. That would make Helen suspicious, and she would notice my existence, then we would have endless trouble. So I hope it can leave Helen in a reasonable way. For example, you buy it. Lex didn't respond, simply spread his palm. Richard was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Where's the reward? You really are a pragmatic person. Richard sighed. Remember that be undergathering. If no one recommends you, even if you go, you won't be able to enter. I'll give you a letter of recommendation. Is that enough? That's enough. He said so, but Lex's hand did not retract. Richard's eyebrows furrowed. Didn't I promise you a reward? The letter of recommendation is the reward for running the errand. The money to buy the mirror should come from you, right? Lex had no intention of making a losing deal. Richard cleared his throat and took a step back. Do I look like a businessman? Without waiting for Lex to answer, he continued, I am a musician, an artist. What I pursue are all the beautiful notes in the world, a higher realm of art. Do you think I have time to waste on worldly money games? Please don't make poor sound so fresh and refined. Even though Richard said that, Lex still didn't retract his hand and looked at him with a slightly provocation gaze. After a moment of stalemate, Richard sighed, all right, I'll give you one more thing. He pulled a circular gold piece from his pocket. Lex noticed that the gold piece was engraved with various symbols and spiritual numbers. This was a charms. What is it? It's a charms of the sun pathway. You know ancient Hermes, so you just need to say the word sun to activate it. It will release a strong light, like the intense sunlight at noon. Within the range of the light, things from the death domain, like living corpses, wraiths, etc., will all be purified and cleared. Richard slapped it onto Lex's palm. Tell me, will you buy that mirror? After I buy it, how should I give it to you? Lex unceremoniously put away this sun charms. Richard shook his head. You figure it out, that way, I won't owe Helen anything. He drained his glass of wine, picked up his violin, and left. Lex turned to the bar counter and tapped on the table. The old man, who was taking a bottle of wine from a cabinet, glanced at him and said, your bounty should arrive tomorrow. After deducting the previous bar tab, there's still £2,307. Okay, also, I'd like to find some work. Lex said, and realized that the potion residue had unconsciously digested a bit. Is it because of the musician? It seems his sequence is indeed above mine. Perhaps, I should use him as material for provocation. There is one. Old Parker's voice brought Lex back to his senses. A commission just received tonight, a father looking for his child who has been missing for 2 days. Lex paused slightly. Wait, we also accept missing person commissions. Mr. Parker poured a glass of wine and pushed it to another hunter. Of course, it's not an ordinary commission. The client is still in the bar. If you're interested, you can go talk to him to understand the situation, then decide whether to accept it or not. Chapter 107, A Strange Situation. When he left the club hall, Lex took off his iron mask. Behind the mask was another layer of disguise, a fake beard and slightly darker skin. Now he was no longer Duke, but an employee of Aero's security company. In the Elk Bar, Lex located his target, a man in his 30s. He was well dressed, but his clothes were a bit faded from washing. He didn't look like a laborer, but he was far from being middle class. Due to the alcohol, his cheeks showed an unnatural flush under the lights. His eyes were dazed as he picked up a glass of beer with his ringed hand and gulped it down. Lex noticed that his ring was on his pinky finger, and considering he had a child, this indicated he was either divorced or widowed. Walking up to the gentleman, Lex sat down and said softly, Good evening, Mr. Sandy, I am an employee of Aero's security company. The man named Sandy was startled. You are really efficient, I just registered. You flatter me. Lex gestured to the bartender for a beer. Could you tell me the detailed situation? Sandy nodded, holding an empty glass, and said, This is all my fault. 2 nights ago, I was supposed to be home before evening. To hear more clearly, Lex moved his chair closer to the gentleman, the two of them less than a foot apart. But when I was leaving work, young Miss Jenny asked me for a favor. Then we had a small incident. These things happen often, but we were very careful not to let outsiders notice. Wait, why does this sound a bit like an adult story? That night, Jenny was exceptionally enthusiastic. We spent almost an hour in the office before finally finishing. No, you don't need to tell me even this kind of thing. Lex suddenly looked at the pocket of his jacket, where his secrecy keeper was. He quickly moved away to prevent Sandy from saying anything more embarrassing. The person involved was completely unaware. He continued, so that night, by the time I got home, it was already dark. It was from that day on that I couldn't find my son, my Daniel. I searched all the nearby neighborhoods, but it's been 2 days, and there's still no news. Sandy suddenly grabbed Lex's hand and said excitedly, But I can feel him. I can feel Daniel is nearby. Even, his handwriting appears on the previously blank message board the next second. I feel like he's right beside me, but I can't find him no matter what. Why does this sound like a ghost story? Sandy looked around and said somewhat nervously, and I think there's something wrong with my neighbors. They tell me Daniel is right beside me, and they look at me with pity, as if I'm a mental patient. Sir, no matter what, you must help me. Help me find my poor Daniel. Lex calmly withdrew his hand and used a handkerchief he carried to wipe the spot where Sandy had held him. Tomorrow morning, I will pay a visit. Do you have time? Yes. Sandy left his address. Lex looked at it. His home was in the South District. South District. I remember there's an art exhibition being held there. Lex had an idea of how to get rid of the servants and bodyguards tomorrow. The next day, Lex arrived at the exhibition hall. When the staff saw the horse riding club cufflink on his sleeve, they invited him into the hall with smiling faces. The bodyguards and servants stayed in the lounge, where tea and pastries were served, all of them, of course, ordinary fare. Lex first walked around the exhibition hall, then slipped into the restroom and climbed out the window. When Lex arrived at Sandy's residence in the South District, he had 2 more mustaches on his face. He pulled the doorbell, and a few seconds later, the door opened. Sandy, dressed in casual clothes, enthusiastically said, "Please come in quickly." Lex saw that behind Sandy was a boy of 8 or 9 years old. He looked thin and was curiously observing Lex. Is this Daniel's brother? Led by Sandy into the living room, Lex saw the boy walk up to a message board and erase some writing on it. "Mr. Sandy, please take me to Daniel's room first." Sandy immediately said, "This way, please." Daniel's room was very ordinary, with unorganized building blocks on the floor and some books. Besides that, Lex saw no other special items, and his spiritual intuition was not triggered. Upon returning to the living room, Sandy exclaimed, "It appeared again." Lex looked at him, completely puzzled. What appeared again? Sandy pulled Lex to the message board. "Look, what's written on this?" Lex looked. On the message board was a line of writing, "Dad, we're out of bread, I'm hungry." He also saw the little boy sitting nearby, looking helpless. "Mr. Sandy, this is a child's handwriting." "This is Daniel's handwriting." Sandy said, holding his head, "You saw it too, didn't you? This proves I'm not crazy, Daniel is indeed here. He's used this message board to communicate with me more than once." Lex was stunned, then suddenly looked at the little boy next to him. "Are you Daniel?" The little boy looked up. "Yes, sir. I'm not missing, I've been home all along. But Dad can't see me or hear my voice, so I can only talk to him using the message board. Could you tell him I haven't had breakfast yet, I'm hungry." Sandy, however, looked at Lex in shock. "Who are you talking to? No, are you also like my neighbors, thinking Daniel is at home, thinking I'm mentally ill?" It was clear that Sandy was on the verge of a breakdown. If he were a beyonder, with this mental state, he might have lost control directly. Lex cleared his throat and said seriously, "I believe you, Mr. Sandy. Likewise, your neighbors are not lying, Daniel is indeed at home. He said he hasn't had breakfast yet, he's hungry. Now, it seems something peculiar has happened to you, which causes you not to see Daniel or hear his voice." Sandy said in bewilderment, "Is my son really here?" Lex pointed to the boy next to the message board. "He's sitting right here." Sandy looked towards the message board, extended his hands, and slowly approached the little boy. But just as he got close, he held his head and backed away. "No, I'm going crazy. How can this be?" Lex was also at a loss. He had originally thought Daniel was kidnapped or encountered a beyonder event. Now, it seemed that what happened to Sandy was indeed not simple, but it was a bit different from what he had imagined. He had no experience with such a bizarre situation and didn't know how to resolve or handle it. At this moment, the church bells rang outside. Lex suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked at Sandy. "Do you have a faith?" Chapter 108, Busy Afternoon. Faith. Sandy nodded. "Of course, I'm a believer in the night goddess. Although I'm a shallow believer. That makes things easier. Just because I can't solve it doesn't mean the church can't." Lex cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Sandy, I think you should go to a church." Sandy began to look at Lex with suspicion. "Is this how your security company handles things? When you encounter an unsolvable problem, you advise your customers to go to church?" "What a joke." Lex said seriously, "Please calm down, sir. I am not joking. I can tell you for certain that your son is not lost, and your neighbor is not lying. Daniel is in this house." Sandy shouted excitedly, "So you're saying I'm mentally ill? Get out of my house. I don't need you anymore." Lex looked at him coldly. "With that attitude, do you really want to find Daniel? Or do you want to abandon him and start a new relationship with that young Miss Jenny?" Sandy immediately grabbed Lex's collar. "I didn't. Daniel is my everything. I can't live without him." "That sounds very touching. But why didn't you come home on time the night before last?" Don't you think your words have no credibility right now? Sandy clutched his head and cried out, I didn't do it on purpose. He suddenly sat on the sofa, weeping, I really didn't do it on purpose. I love Daniel. If I had known something like this would happen, let alone 1 Jenny, even 10, I would have rushed back. Lex patted his shoulder, that's the crux of the matter, Mr. Sandy. I don't think you have a mental illness, but your neighbor is not lying either. Due to guilt, due to certain psychological factors, you have developed some strange delusions, causing you to not see your son who is right in front of you. I'm telling you to go to church in the hope that through prayer, through confession, you can sort out your feelings. Perhaps when you relax, when you no longer blame yourself so much, you will find that Daniel has not left. Sandy looked up, his eyes red, and asked Lex, will this work? It will help. You can, after you pray to the goddess, find a priest. Or a higher-ranking cleric, to the best of your ability, understand. Confide in them, tell them your situation, and I believe there will be some improvement. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Lex originally wanted Sandy to pray to the goddess, and in order for the goddess to have a chance to hear his voice, Lex wanted to tell him the goddess's honorific name. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. If the goddess paid attention to him, she might notice him. In this world, it's best not to easily attract the attention of deities. Except for the fool. Advising Sandy to go to church to pray was not simply to relieve his psychological pressure, but to let the church know about the believer's plight. Lex couldn't solve this situation, but that didn't mean the church couldn't. And if that didn't work, he could only hand it over to others to deal with, as hunters are not good at solving this kind of problem. After Sandy agreed, Lex said goodbye and left. He returned to the art exhibition and resumed his original identity. In the afternoon, as Lex was reading the newspaper, a knock on the door sounded. Gru opened the door, then let a man inside. This guest was in his 40s, wearing a thin black trench coat over a white shirt and black vest. His expression was stern, and his blue eyes habitually observed his surroundings from the moment he entered. He took off his hat and smiled at Lex, greeting him, "Good afternoon, sir. I am Henry's friend. He is handling a case and cannot accept your commission, so he recommended me to handle it on his behalf. My name is Robin, and I am from Ottawa County." Lex extended his hand, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Robin. Are you interested in hearing my commission?" Robin took off his trench coat, handed it to the male servant nearby, spread his hands, and smiled, "Apparently I am, otherwise I wouldn't be here." Lex nodded. The night before last, a shooting occurred at the Casbah restaurant in the West District. I hope you can investigate and find the whereabouts of the perpetrator. Just the whereabouts. Robin took out a notebook, professionally recording the client's request. Yes, just the whereabouts. The other party has a gun and is well trained. I don't want you to be in danger, so if you find him, do not act on your own. You just need to notify me. Next, the bodyguard Gru described the gunman's appearance to the detective. After recording all of this, Robin closed his notebook and said, "If it's just a search for a person, I would normally only charge £2 to £5. However, as you said, the other party is a gunman, and there is a certain risk for me. Therefore, for this case, I will need to charge £10. Lex immediately took out a £5 banknote from his pocket and placed it in the detective's palm. "This is the deposit." Robin accepted the deposit and stood up. "If he is in Tingen, you will get what you want in at most 3 days. After having Matthew see the detective out, Lex stood up and said to his bodyguard, "I'm going to take a nap. Don't wake me before 6 p.m. Understood, sir." Gru didn't ask anything. After Lex entered his room, he heard Matthew and the bodyguard's conversation. "Where is the master?" "He's napping. The master is really focused on health preservation, and he's not even 20 yet. Don't gossip about the master behind his back." Lex smiled, opened the wardrobe, and prepared to change. "You cross-dressing weirdo, are you going to sneak out again? Aren't you going to take me with you? You can't keep a noble dragon always locked in this damned birdcage." The sudden voice startled Lex. He almost forgot that he had a magical animal living in his room. Lex waved his shadow gauntlets, threatening, "I can. Stay put, and I'll get you something delicious when I get back. Of course, you can also tell people, provided they believe you. As for the consequences, I hope you can bear them." The parrot covered its head with its 2 wings. "Oh my god, you're simply a devil. Thanks for the compliment." Lex put on a fake beard and smiled slightly. North District, Green Emerald Street. Ding ding dong. The bell, pulled by a rope, kept shaking, sending its sound into the house. Lex waited for a moment, and the door opened, revealing the same housekeeper he had seen last time. "Good afternoon, is Miss Helen home?" "She is, please wait a moment." The housekeeper walked into the living room, then quickly returned, smiling. "Young miss said she would see you in the study." Lex breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Helen wouldn't agree to meet, in which case he would have had to use other methods. In the study, Lex saw Helen. Her dark circles seemed a bit heavier, but overall, she looked quite healthy. She just looked a bit resentful, her hands crossed over her chest as she looked at Lex. Today, which friend asked you to deliver something? Chapter 109, Next time. I did leave too hastily the day before yesterday. Lex quickly pulled out a handful of fresh flowers he had hidden behind his back. So, I'm here to apologize today. Helen was stunned, her gaze falling on the bouquet of flowers. Then, the resentment on her face slowly disappeared, and the corners of her mouth gradually turned upwards. She walked over, took the flowers, and closed her eyes, inhaling their fragrance for a while. For its sake, I forgive you. The woman, in a much better mood, placed the flowers into a vase and looked back at Lex. You didn't just come to apologize, did you? Of course not, madam. I want to see your bedroom. Naturally, such words could not be spoken directly. Lex didn't want to waste time and said, could you show me around? I'm actually thinking of moving, and I think the houses in the North District are quite good. I'm wondering if their layouts are all similar. You want to move here? Helen's eyes lit up, and more smiles bloomed on her face. No problem, I'll give you a tour. These terraced houses weren't very large, but they had many rooms. The first floor had a living room and dining room, a guest room, a kitchen, and a washroom. The second floor had the master bedroom, a sunroom, 2 washrooms, and a large balcony. As for the study, it was originally a guest room, but Helen had renovated it. Led by this enthusiastic woman, Lex almost toured every room in the house, finally arriving in front of a room on the second floor. Helen looked at the men beside her with a hint of anticipation. This is my bedroom, would you like to see it? If it's convenient, of course I don't want to miss it, Lex added in his heart. Besides, the mirror I want to buy is in this room, so I must go in. Helen bit her lip lightly and said, the room is a bit messy, you can't laugh at me. She opened the door. The master bedroom had good lighting. The window faced the alley behind rather than the main street, so it wouldn't be too noisy when sleeping at night. As soon as Lex entered the room, he immediately saw the mirror Richard had mentioned, which made him ignore the clothes casually tossed on the bed. This mirror was antique in style, with several cracks on its frame. Its left side was decorated with 4 gems, while the right side only had 2. One of the gems on the left was missing. Bang. Lex heard the sound of the door closing, turned his head, and saw Helen closing the window again and drawing the curtains. Wait, madam, what are you doing? Hurry up. Helen walked over and pushed Lex hard, trying to push him onto the bed, but she herself stumbled back a few steps. She looked at Lex in surprise. You're stronger than I imagined. But then, with hidden joy, she said, come on, we have 5 minutes, no, 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, Maria will be up to clean the room. As she spoke, she kicked off her shoes and let down her hair, instantly becoming charming and alluring. Wait. Lex quickly called out to her. Now was not the time for such things. Besides, your ex-boyfriend might be peeping from somewhere. Helen froze for a moment, then looked at him somewhat indignantly. What, you don't want to? No. Lex's mind raced, searching for a way that would neither embarrass Helen nor lead to a disastrous event. A few seconds later, he said with utmost seriousness, 10 minutes isn't enough, the time is too short. Helen was startled, then showed a relieved expression. You're right, you're so strong. Then I'll send Maria home, her work can wait until tomorrow. No, no, no. Lex quickly stopped her. I still have to go back to the company later, and it's daytime now. Helen seemed to remember something, holding her forehead and saying, all right, I just remembered that I have to go out later too. Then, next time. Lex quickly nodded, definitely next time. Then he looked at the bronze mirror. This mirror is very similar to the one at my home. Really? You like antiques too? Helen took 2 steps forward, looking at the mirror and saying, remember that exciting intense night? The day after I signed that contract, I bought it at a small antique auction. Lex sighed and said, it reminds me of my wife, my Jennifer. When she was alive, she would meticulously dress up in front of a mirror like this every day. After she died, I buried that mirror with her. Helen gasped softly, then said, I am very sorry. Lex shook his head, feeling that the groundwork was almost complete. Could you part with it? I've always wanted to buy a similar mirror to hang at home, but I haven't had any luck. No problem. Helen readily agreed. If you like it, I'll give it to you. That won't do. If you give it to me, your ex-boyfriend will probably demand that Sun Charms back. No, no, in our hometown, mirrors cannot be given as gifts. Even if it only sells for a penny, it must be brought home through a transaction, Lex said with a serious expression. Helen was half skeptical. Really? Then just give me a penny. How can that be? In the end, Lex paid her £30. As he left, he wrapped the mirror in a cloth and, with Helen seeing him off, came to the porch. Helen blinked and whispered, I really hope you can move here soon. It would be even better if you lived next door. Lex smiled without speaking, nodded, and bid farewell. It wasn't even evening when he returned to the hotel. Lex took out the mirror, preparing to appraise it. If this was truly an item from the fourth epoch, there was a high probability he could use it as a medium to contact Klein. What did you bring a mirror back for? Inside the birdcage, the parrot, imagining itself as a dragon, leaned forward. Are you planning to look in the mirror? Are you starting to go into heat? I want to pluck all your feathers. Lex didn't intend to pay attention to it, but decided to throw it into the washroom. By human standards, you're considered an adult, so it's normal to start going into heat. When I was still a bird, I also paid great attention to my appearance, grooming my feathers to be clean and beautiful every day. What are you doing? No, don't throw me into the washroom. Damn it, you're trampling on the dignity of a dragon. I swear, when I get out of this cage, I'll tear your body open with my claws and turn you into charcoal with my dragon breath. I mean what I say, woo-woo. Snap. The washroom door closed. Lex stood in the middle of the bedroom, a little excited. Perhaps soon, he would be able to participate in the tarot club above the grey mist. He was also a little uneasy. What if the mysterious book couldn't appraise this mirror? What if it wasn't an antique? In this conflicted mood, he first held both hands level and chanted the incantation. I that sees everything. God that oversees all things. Chapter 110, Above the Grey Mist. The colors in the hotel bedroom scene became richer, with vibrant blocks of color. Above his vision, a faint light drifted down, and Lex subconsciously lowered his head, as if afraid to see something he shouldn't. Only when he felt a weighty sensation in his hands did he look up, seeing the illusory, thick mystical book appear between them. The pages turned on their own, landing on the arcane artificer screen, where there were already 433 dimensional crystals. Joker Clown said your performance pleased him and generously rewarded you with 8,500 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 85 dimensional crystals. Mad City thinks you can be more unrestrained and rewarded you with 2,000 dimensional coins. Geo Xuanzun told you to keep it up and rewarded you with another 500 dimensional coins. In addition, there were rewards from multiple observers such as Yunsheng, NMVCXZ6, and Lightly Drifting Wind. If it weren't for their generosity, Lex's dimensional crystals would probably be almost gone. Furthermore, Lex noticed that the likes for several previous tags had increased. Lord of Traps, this tag has received over 360 likes, increasing your trap-related abilities by 13%. National Husband, this tag has received over 230 likes, increasing your attractiveness to the opposite sex by 7%. Crimson King, this tag has received over 180 likes, increasing the effect and power of your fire-related abilities and items by 6%. Lone Wolf, this tag has received over 180 likes, causing you to have a special impulse towards women from the Lone Kingdom, with a certain probability of making inappropriate moves when in close proximity. You have gained a new tag. Lone Gentleman, this tag has received over 50 likes, slightly increasing your social charm in the Lone Kingdom. The observers have given me new tags again. Lone Gentleman, well, it's quite normal, and improving my social charm in the country will be of great help to my future career. So the National Husband tag already has over 200 likes. That explains why young Miss Helen is so exceptionally warm towards me. Moreover, my abilities in traps and fire have also significantly improved. Praise the observers. Filled with gratitude, Lex, with excitement, placed his hand on the mirror he had bought from Helen. He communicated with the mystical book, preparing to appraise this item. Information appeared on the book's surface. Appraising this item will cost 4 dimensional crystals. Do you wish to proceed? Only 4, of course, no problem. The important thing is that it can be appraised. After confirming the appraisal, Lex suddenly felt dazed, and blurred, glowing scenes flew past his eyes. Most of these scenes were rooms like bedrooms, and from the furniture and decorations, they didn't seem to belong to this era. There was one commonality in these scenes, the mirror in his hand. Various figures were constantly reflected in that mirror, but most often, it was a woman whose facial features were unclear, only distinguished by a mole at the corner of her mouth. Sometimes, this woman wore ancient robes. Many times, however, she was clad in armor, seemingly a female warrior. Soon, Lex regained his senses, and some appraisal information was displayed on the book page. This bronze mirror originated from the ancient Solomon Empire and was owned by a powerful female beyonder. It therefore possesses some special qualities, attracting nearby souls to unconsciously approach, but it is not a magical item itself, and its unique properties will completely disappear within 1 to 2 years. So it's just a special item. However, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that it is indeed an ancient item, and from the Solomon Empire era. I remember in the original work, young Miss Justice also had a similar bronze mirror, and through her connection with the mirror, she was pulled by Klein above the grey mist. Lex quickly dismissed the summons, holding the bronze mirror, his heart pounding. Let's try it. Perhaps it can also attract Klein's attention. Lex hung the mirror on the wall and thought carefully. Directly chanting that three-part honorific name. It doesn't seem appropriate. I can't explain where I learned his honorific name. Or, use a general term. In that case, it's fine if there's no response, but if there is, how do I confirm that the person on the other side is Klein? What if it's an evil god? Lex pondered for a moment, finally deciding to make some simple modifications to Klein's honorific name that he had seen in the mystical book. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands tightly, and adopted a praying posture in front of the mirror. Oh, God above the gray mist, please listen to my prayer, please bring me good luck. He repeated the prayer, doing so over a dozen times before stopping. There was no anomaly. Lex looked at the mirror, feeling somewhat uncertain, not knowing if this would attract Klein's attention. In any case, I'll pray once every few days. If it really doesn't work, I'll just have to find a way to go to Backlund and see if I can meet young Miss Justice or that female author. If I can get in touch with these two young misses, I should have a chance to get Klein's honorific name. After making his decision, Lex then opened the washroom and pulled out the dispirited parrot. At this moment, above the boundless gray mist, in a palace resembling the giant court, behind an expanse of gray-white mist, a high-backed chair was faintly visible. On the high-backed chair sat a mysterious figure shrouded in mist. Amidst the pervasive gray mist, countless deep red stars dotted the expanse, varying in size and omnipresent. At this moment, a star in the gray mist glowed faintly red, and the figure on the high-backed chair let out an "oh." A vague prayer, only the words "God" and "good luck" are clear. Is this a gambler? The scene is also unclear, seemingly experiencing some interference. It looks roughly like a bedroom layout. This man, his face is unclear, but from his attire, he should be a gentleman from the Lone Kingdom. How did his prayer reach me? Should I pull him? Never mind, I'll pull up that young man first. As for him, let him be for now. The mysterious figure, scrutinizing the crimson star, leaned back, then his figure dissipated into the gray mist, as if he had never existed. Above the gray mist, the great hall was silent. At 9 p.m., Lex pushed open the Hunter Club door and entered the hall. Boss Duke. Come have a few drinks with us. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Grizzly, Mole, and Nafi. They were gathered together, drinking beer. Lex nodded slightly, and after greeting them, he looked for Richard. He wanted to tell the musician that he had completed the task, and even more, he wanted to get a letter of recommendation for the Beyonder gathering from Richard. But the musician didn't seem to be here tonight. After circling around, Lex, feeling a little disappointed, came to the bar. Just as he was about to ask old Parker about any recent commissions, the old man placed a thick envelope on the counter. Your letter. Mine. Lex opened the envelope. There were 2 letters inside. He first unfolded one of them. On the pristine white letter paper, lines of lone text were written in beautiful cursive. Dear Duke, by the time you read this letter, I should have embarked on a journey to pursue art and music. Yes, I have already left Tingen. My destiny is to wander, so please do not miss me, nor try to make me stay. I also believe that you will be able to handle Helen's matter well. You should have already noticed that Helen has a good impression of you. If you are willing to accept her, I will sincerely bless your union. I have already given the letter of recommendation for the Beyonder gathering, along with this letter, to Mr. Parker. You see, I am quite trustworthy. Well, that's all for now. I hope we have a chance to meet again in the future. Your friend, Richard, a true musician. Lex's cheek muscles twitched slightly, and he shook his head, muttering to himself, Dream on, I'm not taking over someone else's mess. Chapter 111, Professional. Putting away the letter, Lex tapped the bar. Mr. Parker, can our club provide identity documents? He wanted to rent 1 or 2 houses as safe houses first, and he could even set them up as traps. If someone was tracking him, he could use the safe houses to hide or counterkill. The old man nodded. What kind of identity document do you want? Do you need a civilian, a social elite, a rich person, or a kingdom noble? Lex was stunned for a moment. The club can provide so many types of identity documents. We provide professional services for hunters, and pursuing quality is our service tenet. Mr. Parker said methodically, it's just that the price of each identity is different. Taking a civilian as an example, a simple identity document only costs 5 solely. But if you need family cover, we can find widows, street girls, and orphans to play your family members, but they need to be charged daily. And if it's a social elite, the identity document will be a bit more expensive, costing £5. But it's worth it, because what we give you is not an empty shell identity. You will be an employee of a company in the city that has good income. There will even be your detailed file in that company. Of course, you are just a nominal employee, and you will not receive a salary from that company. It's really professional. Lex asked casually, can you even forge the identities of rich people and kingdom nobles? The old man lowered his eyelids and glanced at him. That depends on how much you are willing to pay. If you are willing to pay a high price, we can rent you a mansion, a carriage, a butler, and servants. If you are willing to invest more, we can even help you acquire or establish a company as your background. As for kingdom nobles, we can only provide forged identities, and we can do nothing about the background. But usually, no one pretends to be a noble. I think so too. Lex thought for a while and finally decided, help me forge a social elite identity document. Mr. Parker readily agreed, no problem, do you need a family? Lex quickly shook his head, no, thank you. Then, please give me a £2 deposit. The identity document can be given to you within 2 days, and the detailed company file will also be completed within a week. Lex directly pulled out a £5 banknote, I believe it can be faster. The old man took the money and threw it into the drawer, tomorrow night, no faster. Lex smiled and nodded, then asked, there won't be a new commission in your notebook, will there? Mr. Parker shook his head and said, you are the most active hunter I have ever seen. Usually, a guy like you who has just finished a big order will not take another order until the bounty is spent. Yes, there is one. Only hunters above level 7 can handle it. He didn't even look at the notebook, and said from memory, this is a spice merchant's commission. 2 days ago, a batch of his goods was robbed while being loaded and unloaded in the dock area. He is eager to find this batch of spices, as he invested almost his entire fortune in it. If he can't find it, he can only declare bankruptcy. He has already reported the case to the police station. If the police find the spices first, he will cancel the commission here. Well, he is willing to offer a £1,000 bounty if anyone can help him find the goods. And even providing clues, as long as they are proven useful, will result in a reward ranging from £50 to £200. Lex remembered the content of the commission and left the bar. He looked around the hall and finally his gaze fell on Grey Bear's table. Walking over, Lex sat down next to Nafi, leaned slightly, and lowered his voice, there's a commission. Okay, I'm in. The tall, beautiful girl Nafi was the first to exclaim. Immediately after, Grey Bear and Mole also expressed their stance, Boss Duke, who is so unlucky this time to enter your Dharma Eye. Do you need to recruit people? I can introduce some, they are all good workers. Wait, what's wrong with you guys, I haven't even said what I'm going to do yet. Perhaps it was because the last commission to encircle and suppress the Sea Serpent Gang was completed smoothly, and everyone received generous rewards. So this time, as soon as Lex indicated that he had accepted a commission, these people rushed to express their willingness to join. So Lex asked Mole to go inquire about the news first, set the time and place for the meeting, and then left the club. This didn't seem like a big event, so he didn't plan to add more people. If there was indeed a need, he would consider it separately. The next morning, Lex met with former hunter Kyle, first bought him a formal suit, and then took him to the company introduced by Maggio, the banker's assistant. After an advance payment, the company manager stated that they would draft a contract with the Pigeon Telegraph Company as soon as possible based on the information provided by Lex, conduct a risk assessment within a day or two, and provide lawyers throughout the process to assist Lex and Kyle. After leaving, Lex took Kyle to a bookstore to buy some business-related books for Kyle to read, in order to enrich the agent persona. Upon returning to the hotel, Lex then had his valet visit Luke Bruce, a shareholder of the Telegraph Company, to schedule a meeting time and place to introduce Kyle to him. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. In the evening, Lex arrived at the Evil Dragon bar in the dock area, sat on a high stool at the bar, and ordered a Nanville beer. The others hadn't arrived yet, so he drank his beer and observed his surroundings. He suddenly saw an elderly man, wearing a naval officer's uniform, holding a wine goblet, talking to an old man with grey hair and a classical black robe. The old man in the black robe inadvertently looked over, which allowed Lex to see that the old man's eye corners and mouth had deep wrinkles, and his slightly cloudy dark red eyes showed fatigue, as if he had spent a lot of effort on something. The two old men quickly went into a billiards room, seemingly heading to the underground market in the back. The one in the officer's uniform is the bar owner. Mole's voice sounded beside him, this old fellow is not simple. He used to be an official, but now, he's just an old man who likes to drink heavily. But even so, no one dares to challenge Swain's authority in the Evil Dragon bar. Lex turned his head. Nafi and Grey Bear had also arrived. Nafi was wearing her waist-length cloak again, and a steam gun and its kit, covered with burlap, were at Grey Bear's feet. Any news? Lex called the barman and ordered a beer for each of the three. Mole took the beer, took a sip, and said, it was Maggie, Princess, and her group who did it. The beer Lex had brought to his lips remained undrunk. Princess. A princess from what country would engage in such a business as looting goods? Chapter 112, Monster. Drinking beer, Mole added, Maggie Thea, this woman who calls herself a princess, is suspected to be from the South Continent. She has 7 or 8 subordinates who constantly change, but no matter how they change, these men are always loyal to the princess. What is your highness's personality like? Lex immediately asked. Mole laughed, suspicious, irritable, and very cruel. Oh, and she is very concerned about her appearance. She has killed at least 2 women and 1 man because of this. Grizzly Bear leaned over. I heard she has a lot of thick hair, and some even say she is actually a monster in human skin. Why haven't such dangerous figures been targeted by the authorities? Lex raised his question. Mole chuckled, of course they have. In fact, twice they were found by the police station right after a robbery. But the police station couldn't find any evidence, so they had to drop the case. Alright, so where is your highness now? At a farm in the suburbs. Lex thought for a moment and said, find someone to report to the police station. Just say you saw Maggie at a suburban farm and witnessed her transform into a hairy monster. Of course, don't mention her specific name, just describe her and highlight her characteristics. Mole didn't ask why, but simply said, I'll take care of it immediately. Lex liked this about him. As for why he did this, it was because after getting a taste of success from the Sea Serpent Gang's last operation, Lex hoped that this time, someone else would also test the waters and probe the risks for him. He felt that Maggie should be a Beyonder, and although she hadn't been caught by the police station yet, she should already be on record with the official Beyonder organization. Lex remembered that the original novel mentioned that if a wild Beyonder was discovered and confirmed to be somewhat dangerous, the official Beyonder would intervene and take action. If the location was in the suburbs, the Night Watchers probably wouldn't be responsible. Although Lex couldn't clearly remember which specific area Klein's team was in charge of, in the original novel, they usually operated within the city. This way, there was no need to worry about attracting the Night Watchers and encountering Klein. Soon, Mole returned and gave Lex a done gesture. Lex drained his glass of wine, jumped down, and said, let's go, we'll go keep an eye on the princess first. On a relatively high slope in the suburbs of Tingen City, Lex poked his head out from the dense grass. Beside him, Grizzly Bear was grimacing as he shooed away the surrounding mosquitoes, while Mole and Nafi had found their own hiding spots and seemed to be free of Grizzly Bear's troubles. Using his hunter's vision, Lex gazed at the farm below. The farm was enclosed by a wall, and inside, besides a two-story building, there were also cattle pens, pigsties, and a large open space. Under the crimson moonlight, Lex couldn't see a single animal. The cattle pens and pigsties were empty, and the open space was overgrown with human-height weeds. However, lights were on in the two-story building, and from time to time, laughter and the clinking of glasses could be heard. Lex gestured to Nafi, we'll go around to the back of the farm to monitor. He didn't forget to tell Grizzly Bear and Mole, if official personnel appear, you two come with us as well, so you don't get caught as accomplices. After receiving their replies, Lex took the big beauty Nafi to the back of the farm and hid in a small grove. From this distance, Lex could even see figures in the window. He saw a dark, thin woman with thick, stiff black hair. Her attire, as expected, was not in the style of the Lone Kingdom. She was adorned with feathers and gold flakes, and was dancing a strange dance on a table, while 6 or 7 men around her cheered loudly. That should be Maggie. Not yet ready to act, Lex leaned against a tree and casually asked, Nafi, you're not from Lone, are you? The girl, trying her best to hide behind a tree, hummed, I come from the other side of the sea island, an island no one has ever heard of. Lex glanced at her, that far? Then why did you come to Lone? To find someone. Nafi added, also, I heard the Lone Kingdom is very prosperous. Perhaps here, I can find the potion to advance. Which pathway are you on? Warrior. Nafi said proudly, in ancient times, we were called transcendent warriors, and I am a born warrior. When I was 13, no one my age on the island was taller, stronger, or more agile than me. A born warrior. Hereditary. Were her parents Beyonder and on the warrior pathway? As he pondered these questions, Lex heard some sounds, and then flames and loose earth suddenly erupted from the farm, as if it had been hit by cannon fire. Footsteps came from the other side of the grove, and Lex saw Grizzly Bear and Mole rushing over. Boss Duke, they're here, the official people are here. But not the police station, it's a group of guys with strange equipment. Grizzly Bear said excitedly, those guys combine some wondrous machines, and they can fire cannon-like things like a big cannon. Mole's description was more detailed, I saw them take out a long black box containing iron-black cannon barrel-shaped things. Besides the cannon barrels, there were also strange guns with ammunition belts inserted into them. Those people used such cannon barrels and guns to launch a fierce attack on the manor. It was indeed a fierce attack. After the first cannon shot exploded, the explosions and gunfire never stopped for a moment. At this moment, Nafi gasped, look at that grassy area. The tall girl pointed to the overgrown area in the manor. The tall grass swayed, and under the moonlight, figures emerged one after another. They seemed to be people. Lex's pupils widened slightly to take in more light, to see the faces of those people clearly. These people had numb expressions, empty eyes, pale faces with a greenish tinge, and suspicious patches all over their bodies. Lex could not feel a trace of spirituality from a living person on them. Suddenly, he saw one of them, with an eyeball hanging from his left eye, connected only by some nerves. He also saw that another person's cheek muscles had already rotted, exposing gray-white gums under the moonlight. Lex immediately thought of something. Zombie. These still-moving corpses seemed to be drawn by some invisible summons, moving towards the front yard. Then, the windows of the small building shattered, and two figures tumbled out. Under the moonlight, the dark, thin woman with thick hair and strange attire clutched her abdomen and stood up. Lex saw clearly that she had a terrible wound on her stomach, with even intestines spilling out. But she casually stuffed her intestines back in without any emergency treatment, and when she let go, her wound had already healed. Lex took a sharp breath, his scalp tingling. What kind of monster was this? Chapter 113, Princess. That's it. Maggie and her companions are behind the house. Before the skinny, dark-skinned woman and her other companion could run again, voices came from beside the building, indicating that the official personnel were already catching up. Maggie's companion, a man with a large tattoo on his left cheek, yelled, "Princess, I'll hold them off, you go first." Maggie, with her thick, dark hair, flashed a hint of ferocity in her eyes, then suddenly pointed at her subordinate. A wisp of black spirituality shot out from the tip of her index finger. The black spirituality struck the man and burrowed into his body. The man immediately howled, trembling all over, every muscle twitching. His body swelled and grew, and black, coarse hair sprouted from various parts of his body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a half-human, half-wolf monster, then, with a wild posture, he ran on all fours towards the personnel pursuing them from beside the house, causing gasps and gunshots. As for Maggie, after doing all this, she swiftly left the farm and plunged into the vast night. So fast. Grizzly exclaimed, "She runs faster than a steam train, she's definitely not an ordinary person. Duke, you saw it too, didn't you?" She turned her companion into a monster. Lex nodded slightly, his expression cold and stern, and added in his mind. Fast, capable of quickly healing injuries, able to turn humans into monsters, and possessing the ability to command living corpses, truly a very troublesome opponent. Mole had followed Maggie when she left, but quickly returned, reporting dejectedly, "No, her speed is too great, I can't keep up with her." Nafi softly exclaimed, "In that case, are we out of luck tonight?" Lex shook his head, "No, I can track her. But after finding her, a careful deployment is needed. Otherwise, people will die tonight." The night wind roared. Due to her high-speed running, Maggie's long black hair was all swept backward. She rushed into an overgrown, poorly maintained cemetery and finally stopped. She leaned against a tombstone, breathing slightly, and after her breath calmed down, she pulled out a uniquely styled bone flute from behind her waist. This bone flute was inscribed with dense, bizarre symbols. When Maggie brought it to her lips and gently blew it, these symbols on the flute lit up with a faint, dark green glow. The flute's sound drifted through the cemetery. The floating clouds in the sky were blown by the wind, obscuring the red moon, making the cemetery dim. Not far from Maggie, in a grave, the loose earth stirred, and suddenly, a pale, bone-exposed hand emerged from the soil. More and more such hands emerged from the soil, and then, expressionless corpses sat up from their respective graves. Over a dozen living corpses crawled out of their graves, their expressions numb, but they moved quickly towards Maggie. Maggie lowered the bone flute and pointed towards a tombstone without an epitaph in the cemetery, "Dig for me." The living corpses then approached the tombstone and began to dig with their bare hands. The soil was pulled away, revealing what was inside. Lying beneath the tombstone was not a coffin, but a metal box. Maggie pointed to another grave, ordering the living corpses to continue digging, while she herself opened the metal box. Inside were wooden boxes, from which a rich fragrance quietly wafted. She said with a pained expression, "What a pity for this batch of spices. If sold on the black market, they could fetch at least several thousand to tens of thousands of pounds. There's no other way. To be targeted by Heart of Machinery, it seems I can only temporarily move to another city." She fumbled for a box of matches on her person, intending to burn the spices. Suddenly, her intuition was stirred, and she sharply turned her head to look at the cemetery entrance. A figure was standing there, she didn't know when he had arrived. At this moment, the floating clouds in the sky drifted, and beneath the crescent-shaped crimson moon, a man wearing a felt hat, a knee-length thin trench coat, and a mask on his face stood with his hands spread open, as if praising some deity. At the same time, all the living corpses that were digging graves raised their heads and looked at the men in unison. Then, like dogs seeing a bone, they rushed towards the men, scrambling over each other. Just then, a look of mockery flashed in the man's eyes behind his mask. He threw out something golden and shimmering. It looked like a thin gold plate. When that object fell into the horde of corpses, it suddenly erupted with a pure, blazing golden light, and the cemetery instantly seemed to have a sun rise within it. In the brilliant sunlight, the living corpses' bodies sizzled and rapidly melted away. Were they purified? Maggie, who had this thought, was also stung in the eyes by the sudden burst of light. She quickly closed her eyes, but her eyes still burned, and tears uncontrollably welled up. The fine hairs on the back of her neck suddenly stood up. She felt danger and instinctively lunged forward with all her might. The moment she jumped, Maggie felt a sharp pain in her right shoulder, then heard the muffled sound of a gunshot. Of course, it was already the fading echo. I was shot. The woman uncontrollably fell to the ground, barely managing to open her eyes, but her vision was blurred, she couldn't see anything clearly. Maggie could only rely on her recent memory to hide behind several tombstones, hoping to use these covers to buy time and recover her vision. She had just hidden herself when she suddenly heard a gunshot. The sound was very close, definitely no more than 20 meters away. Then her left knee violently swung outward, clearly hit by a bullet, this phenomenon caused by the impact of the bullet head. Shit! She cursed under her breath, but still managed to remain calm. She knew her recovery ability was very strong, and as long as she bought time, she would have a chance to counterkill. At this moment, in her blurred vision, she saw a figure walking towards her, continuously firing a gun. No, I need to change position. Maggie stood up, but her injured knee prevented her from performing the movement she had envisioned. Moreover, this movement exposed her, so as a powerful gunshot rang in her ears, a spray of blood bloomed on Maggie's chest. What's happening to me? Maggie's mind was in a jumble. How could I forget such an important detail, that there were two gunmen? Damn it, I can't concentrate. Ugh. Maggie suddenly groaned. She felt a cramping pain in her abdomen and couldn't help but cough violently. She coughed up fresh blood, which was reddish-green, making her panic. This is a sign of poisoning. She found her vision had returned to normal, and so she saw a cloud of red, blood-like spirituality mist slowly spreading nearby. Just then, her shoulder, which had been injured in the first shooting, violently swung, and her shoulder, which was already healing, was severely re-injured, and this time, a large amount of fresh blood gushed out. Watching the blood gush out like a fountain, Maggie felt a wave of weakness. She screamed inwardly. Something is wrong, all of this is wrong. Clink, clank. The sound of bullet casings falling to the ground made her look over. She saw the masked man reloading a crimson revolver in his hand. At the same time, expressions of pity, contempt, and mockery flashed in the other person's eyes. Each of these looks was unbearable to her, let alone so many of them. And at this moment, from within that black iron mask, a sentence that drove her mad rang out, "Princess. Is that all you've got?" Chapter 114, A Familiar Name. These words completely ignited Maggie's fury. Black bristles grew on both sides of her cheeks, and her fingernails turned pitch black and elongated, their dagger-like tips taking on a metallic sheen. The deranged woman ran, even though the wound on one of her knees was still unhealed and many other injuries on her body were still bleeding. Yet, at this moment, she performed beyond her usual capacity, as if uninjured, moving swiftly. The masked man kept firing, but Maggie, with her beast-like instincts, dodged each shot. The process was too brief, and her rage prevented her from noticing that the masked man's pistol was almost always aimed to her left. This forced her to dodge to the right, causing her to unconsciously approach a large, leafy tree. As she passed by the tree, a flash of white light appeared in the corner of her eye. Maggie suddenly felt her body lighten, and the world began to spin in her eyes. First, she saw the night sky with the crimson moon hanging high, then a headless body still running forward. Finally, she saw a tall girl with short, ear-length hair, poised in a sliding slash with a long sword. This was the last image Maggie saw in her life. Thump. The woman's head fell to the ground, rolling next to the female warrior, right at her feet, and met the young girl's gaze. "Ah, don't look at me." The tall girl lifted her foot, kicking Maggie's head away. It hit a tombstone and rolled into the soft grass. Bang. Lex walked over, shot the princess' head, then returned to the body and fired another shot into the heart, finally feeling relieved. Behind the mask, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt a slight sweat on his palms, and his tense body finally relaxed. Following Maggie's scent and the traces she left, Lex tracked her to this cemetery while also considering how to deal with the woman. In the previous farm, he had already witnessed Maggie's methods and abilities. He knew she could control living corpses, was very fast, and could quickly recover from her injuries. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Lex saw from a distance that Maggie had indeed summoned another group of living corpses. So he decided to prioritize dealing with the living corpses. If these things were not dealt with quickly, Maggie could use them for support, giving her a huge advantage whether fighting or fleeing. Fortunately, he had obtained a sun charms from Richard. After making arrangements with his companions, Lex directly exposed his figure and released a provocation of his mystic abilities, drawing the living corpses towards him. When the sun charms released its light, Maggie was temporarily blinded by the direct glare, which created an opportunity for Grizzly, who had circled to one side of the cemetery. It was a pity that Grizzly's marksmanship was limited. He had intended to blow off the woman's head with a high-pressure steam rifle but only blew off her shoulder. But when she hid behind the tombstone, unable to recover her vision in time, Lex used blood praise, almost without wasting a single bullet, to apply all the mystic abilities of the revolver to Maggie. Finally, he even gave Maggie an enhanced bullet, creating a massive bleeding effect. Considering Maggie's danger, Lex changed his usual habit, concentrating fire output from the start and not using verbal provocation. It wasn't until this dangerous woman was severely wounded that Lex used his gaze, with a simple sentence, to completely burn away her sanity. The deranged woman, as he expected, immediately made him her primary target for killing. Lex tried to stop her, and after realizing he couldn't hit her, he intentionally forced the woman to the right. Behind that big tree was the warrior Nafi, who had followed his instructions and ambushed there early. When Maggie passed by, Nafi struck with full force, successfully beheading her, achieving the effect of a surprise attack. Worried that Maggie might have other tricks or that her vitality was too tenacious, Lex did not forget to follow up with a shot, putting a perfect end to tonight's hunt. After tonight's battle, Lex once again felt the charm of teamwork. As long as the deployment was proper and there were no major errors in the links, a complex and difficult task could be made simple. Haha, it's spices. Good heavens, they actually hid spices in the cemetery. The police probably won't think of this even if they rack their brains. Grizzly, carrying a rifle and a mechanical box on his back, stood in front of the metal box full of spices, his face excited. Mole's voice also rang out, "Boss Duke, look, we found something else." It turned out that what Maggie had the living corpses dig up a second time was another box, containing gold coins and jewels. But compared to the Sea Serpent Gang's leader, both the gold coins and jewels were far fewer. There were probably only 200 to 300 pounds in gold coins, and not many jewels, worth about 1,000 pounds or so. At this point, Mole exclaimed, "Huh?" and pulled out several contracts from the box. Strange, why does this woman also have contracts hidden? Contracts. Lex took them and saw that they were property transfer contracts. There were 3 in total. Lex didn't recognize the grantors of the first 2. But the grantor of the third one clearly stated Maynard's name. This counselor had actually transferred a company under his name to someone else. Lex quickly looked at the recipient item and couldn't help but let out a soft gasp from behind his mask. He also knew this recipient. It was Heimerk. Eric. Lex immediately recalled the disaster that had occurred in Enki Town not long ago, and remembered that the lunatic's diary had mentioned a man named Heimerk. Could this be the same person? Was that Heimerk in Tingen? Was he also a member of the Tingen story? Boss Duke. Nafi's voice brought Lex back to his senses. He quickly put away the 3 contracts. He saw the girl with deep blue eyes hand him a strangely styled bone flute. "I found this on that woman. Earlier, I saw her blow this thing, and the corpses in the cemetery sat up. Boss Duke, could this be a magical item?" Nafi looked curious. Lex nodded, "Possibly. Since you found it, it's yours." Nafi was startled. "No way, I don't want it. Just holding it now makes me feel sick." She thrust the bone flute into Lex's hand without a word. Mole, on the other hand, said expectantly, "Boss Duke, what should we do with the contents of this box?" Last time, Lex monopolized the Sea Serpent Gang's property, so he naturally couldn't do that again. He casually said, "Sell the jewels, then divide all the money equally." Mole's eyes first lit up, then he shook his head, saying with restraint, "No, I suggest we divide the money into 10 shares. Each of us gets 2 shares, and Boss Duke, you did the most work, so you should get 4 shares. Grizzly laughed, "I have no objection." Lex's mind was completely on Heimerk in the contracts, and he wasn't in the mood to divide the spoils, so he nodded in agreement. Chapter 115, Lone Style Implicitness. After some time, Grizzly and Mole brought a carriage, allowing the hunters to transport the boxes of spices directly to the client's home. As for the jewels, they were given to Mole to handle. He had his own channels for selling them. Additionally, while waiting for the carriage, Maggie's body, like Steven's last time, left behind a black-green tusk, but it didn't look like a mystical item. Instead, it resembled prisoner materials. This tusk was given to Nafi, as she was the one who delivered the final blow to Maggie, and Lex had already obtained the bone flute, which was suspected to be a mystical item. One shouldn't be too greedy. Nafi happily accepted the tusk and planned to make it into a beast tooth necklace to wear around her neck, which seemed to be a tradition from her homeland. Although he felt it was a waste, Lex did not stop her. Everyone had the right to dispose of their spoils of war without interference from others. Moreover, Lex was more concerned about those few contracts. He found it strange how Maggie came to possess these contracts. Did she snatch them from someone else, or did that Heimerk entrust them to her? Unfortunately, these questions remained unanswered even after Lex returned to the inn. However, tonight's hunt was quite fruitful. Besides the increase in wealth and the acquisition of a mystical item, Lex felt that the residual potion had been digested more than last time when he dealt with Steven. Connecting this to Maggie's displayed abilities and methods, especially how she transformed her companion into a half-human, half-wolf form, Lex speculated that this woman might be a Sequence 7 werewolf of the prisoner pathway. Thinking of this, Lex was genuinely grateful to the Watcher who provided the names of all pathways and all sequences. Even if he could only see the names of the low sequences due to his authority, this was already a valuable piece of knowledge. In the morning, Lex enjoyed a hearty breakfast consisting of milk, bacon, sausage, fried eggs, mushrooms, toast, and caviar, which would provide ample energy for the morning. "Sir, as you instructed, I visited Mr. Luke and received a reply. He will be expecting your visit at his home on the 20th, which is tomorrow afternoon." As Lex enjoyed his breakfast, the nearby valet refilled his milk and reported on yesterday's work. Lex put down his knife and fork, took 2 sips of milk, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up. "Very good. Prepare, we will go to the horse riding club shortly." He hadn't been there for several days, and this morning, the horse riding club had a great master giving a lecture. As a newly joined noble of the club, Lex could not be absent, no matter how he looked at it. At exactly 9 a.m., Lex arrived at the horse riding club on Hall Street and listened to a great master sharing his experience in a spacious tiered classroom. Just as Lex was about to doze off, the lesson finally ended, but he did not leave immediately. The post-lesson exchange was the real reason he came to the club. In the club's main hall, Lex held a glass of wine, moving among the members. He had already attended several club events and was no longer a stranger there, so initiating conversations with other members would not seem impolite. During this process, Lex met several businessmen, a counselor's son, and many elites from various industries. As Lex, laden with gains, decided to end his morning social activities, he saw 2 more people enter the hall. One of them was the middle-aged gentleman he had seen at Casper Restaurant the night he met with the banker McGovern. His bulging waist was still prominent, and he was holding a golden-laid pipe, though without a cigarette in it. His graying beard was neatly trimmed today, giving him an imposing presence. Next to this gentleman was a square-faced man with dark golden hair and azure eyes. It was Sir Deville, whom Lex had not yet visited. Seeing the Sir, Lex did not immediately approach, as that would be impolite. This was the lone style of subtlety. "I heard that the atmosphere in Intis is very open and direct. No wonder a certain great emperor lived such a comfortable life." While Lex let his thoughts wander freely, Sir Deville and the obese club member had already turned and entered a room off to the side of the hall. He adjusted his top hat, picked up his cane, and likewise smiled as he left the hall and the club. On his way back, passing by a pet shop, Lex fulfilled his promise and found a companion for the parrot at the inn. A female. In the afternoon, Mr. Lex, who focused on health preservation, as usual, slipped out of the inn during his nap time without arousing suspicion from the servants and bodyguards, and arrived at the Elk Bar. The hunters' hall was very quiet, with only 1 or 2 hunters whispering and discussing something. Lex walked straight through the hall to the bar at the back and saw Mr. Parker, who seemed to never need rest. "Good afternoon." Lex greeted him proactively and said, "Last night, we recovered the batch of spices and delivered them to the employer." The old man's eyelids drooped, and he casually picked up a wine glass to wipe. "I know, the employer settled the bounty this morning. Also, that father has found his son, so both bounties will be deposited into your personal account." Lex said, "Oh, Mr. Sandy found his son. How did he find him?" "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics." Mr. Parker glanced at him. "That gentleman said that the security company's employees suggested he go to church to pray, and then yesterday, a clergyman from the church visited him. After a long talk, last night, this gentleman found his child. Isn't that truly marvelous?" "It is quite marvelous. By the way, my identification." Mr. Parker took an envelope from the bar's drawer. "Here it is, but the background information will take 3 days to complete." Lex took the envelope, jumped off the chair, and prepared to leave. The old man's lips curved slightly upwards, but before a smile could form, they returned to their original state. "Leaving already? Not inquiring about other commissions?" "No, I want to give myself a break today." He left the bar without looking back, then used the newly acquired identification to visit the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, and rented a townhouse in the South District. It only cost 15 soldi per week, plus 5 pence for furniture usage. Lex directly signed a 1-year contract and paid 6 months' rent in advance. His generosity led the housing company to waive the furniture usage fee. By the time these formalities were completed, it was already evening, so Lex had to abandon the idea of setting traps in the safe house and return to the inn first. In the evening, after dinner, he felt refreshed and full of spirituality. He tossed the newly acquired parrot into the washroom, then summoned the mystical book to appraise the bone flute he had obtained last night. The ethereal tome fell into his hands, and the pages turned by themselves. When they stopped, Lex found that the dimensional crystal had surged, now reaching 650 pieces. Record. Orange, after reading your biography in one breath, looks at you with new eyes and generously tipped you 10,500 dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 105 dimensional crystal. Merchant haha smiled and said, "Want to learn business from me," and tipped you 6,700 dimensional coin. Kellyan pointed at you and said, "Keep up the good work," and tipped you 3,000 dimensional coin. Little Nurse Galaxy shook the syringe and smiled slightly at you, tipping you 1,500 dimensional coin. Additionally, there were tips from Watcher like Ting and Cloudsheng. Lex was overjoyed to see these records. He hadn't expected to receive so much support from Watcher in just a few days. He composed himself, then communicated with the mystical book. Appraising this item will cost 8-dimensional crystal. Do you wish to continue? Chapter 116, Be Under Law. Appraisal. Lex felt a momentary daze, and then a flurry of images appeared before him. He saw various scenes, clearer and more numerous than when he appraised the ancient mirror. In those scenes, he saw a man wearing a classical long robe with a hood, his face obscured. However, his exposed skin was abnormally pale, like that of a corpse. There were some indistinct black spots on his hands and cheeks. Looking at those unusual patches, Lex was reminded of lividity or similar phenomena. In many of the images, Lex saw mostly gloomy cemeteries or other dim settings. The men in the images seemed to dislike being exposed to sunlight. And in some battle scenes, Lex saw him commanding living corpses and controlling specters. Even when someone shot him point blank in the head, it didn't kill him. Finally, in one scene, a brilliant light enveloped him. This made Lex involuntarily close his eyes. When he opened them again, the images had vanished, and appraisal information appeared on the page. Flute of the Undead. This is a mystical item formed from the mystic characteristics left behind by a zombie. It can awaken already deceased bodies, allowing these dead to work and fight for the user. Its negative side effect is that prolonged use will make you crave the warm flesh and blood of humans, a curse originating from the zombie. It truly is a mystical item. Maggie used it to command the dead, which is a very convenient method. But the living corpse's weakness is also obvious. Beyonder of the Sun pathway and charms are its bane. Of course, if used well, it can also serve as a surprise weapon. For example, if I lure a target into a cemetery and then awaken the surrounding living corpses, I can use a human wave tactic. However, it requires corpses to function, so its application scenarios are quite limited, unless I first transport corpses to a certain place to create a trap. Lex thought about it and decided not to strengthen or shield this mystical item for now, feeling its utility wasn't that widespread. Since he had summoned the mysterious book, he naturally didn't want to waste the opportunity to read the Watcher's messages. Wynn's hesitation. Let's do an experiment to see how many core pieces of information I can discern. 1. If you didn't see it, please don't delve into it. 2. The SCP Foundation was referenced, but it's not the same. The next few points will share some interesting intelligence. 3. Klein's original name is Zhou Mingrue. He enjoys collecting the Great Emperor's notes. He will later use an alternate account in the Tarot Club. If there's someone with the codename Mr. World, that's him. Oh, by the way, the Great Emperor's original name was Huang Tao. 4. Regarding assassins, witches, and hunters, the advanced stage of an assassin is a witch, and male assassins will transform into females upon advancement. As for the hunter pathway, a necessary condition for a certain advancement is to have a 404 type relationship with a witch. In the Great Emperor's words, the taste of a witch is truly wonderful. Finally, here are a few basic theorems I hope will be helpful to you. 1. Law of indestructibility of mystic characteristics. Mystic characteristics will not be destroyed or diminished, they merely transfer from one carrier to another. 2. Law of conservation of mystic characteristics within similar sequences. If high sequence mystic characteristics increase, low sequence ones will decrease, and vice versa. The amount of information provided by this Watcher is simply immense. Except for the first one, where a segment of information was blocked, all other information could be fully read. The SCP Foundation mentioned probably refers to the description method of sealed artifacts. I had a similar sense of déjà vu when I read the original novel. I already knew Klein's original name. So he'll use an alternate account in the Tarot Club later. That's quite a bold move. Codename, Mr. World, I'll remember that. The advanced stage of an assassin is a witch. Some previous Watcher messages had already hinted at this. However, a certain advancement in the hunter pathway requires a relationship with a witch. Is this real or fake? This is too. The final basic theorems are very practical. Indestructibility of mystic characteristics. Conservation of mystic characteristics. So this world does have some rules to follow after all, it's not entirely confusion and disorder. Lex continued to look down. Outsider player, listen, provocation is just a means to an end, not to make your opponent lose their bottom line and do whatever they want. Of course, if you want to digest the potion, it's best to dig a grave for your opponent, prepare a coffin, find a few incense sticks, engrave a tombstone, and then invite him to fight there. After his death, you can even mock his spirit and dance on his grave. This one, the latter part is a bit ruthless. Su Luchin, I read up to chapter 48 yesterday. I don't want to study today, I want to read. Chapter 48. So I really do appear in some novel beyond this dimension. Watchers also have to study. Indeed, everyone has it tough. Sotheth, Klein has, above the grey mist, among which there are 3 broken cocoons, namely, Roselle, and Klein. Cocoons? 3 have already broken open, 2 of them being the protagonist of the original novel and the Great Emperor, and the other one is blocked. What cocoons? Isn't Klein, or Zhou Mingrue, a transmigration? Why does this watcher say it as if they emerged from cocoons? Faceless man, I'll give you some confidence, Lex. You've already caught Klein's attention. Keep up the good work. However, I suggest that next time you pray, try to demonstrate your worth to attract Klein's value. I've already caught Klein's attention. Watchers can even observe the situation above the grey mist. This is truly good news. Klein's lack of response should be due to caution, likely related to him being a seer. This watcher suggests I demonstrate my worth. I did overlook that point last time. It's like applying for a job. If you have no value, the employer won't even look at you. Klein is collecting the Great Emperor's diaries, and I already have one. Next time I pray, I can bring this up, but it must be natural, not deliberate. By the time he read this far, although his spirituality hadn't warned him, Lex already felt mentally exhausted, so he ended the summoning. He sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and recalled the information he had read earlier. Among them, the most useful was the information provided by the watcher named Wind's Hesitation. Besides the tangled relationship between the hunter pathway and the witch pathway, more importantly, there were 2 laws concerning mystic characteristics. After digesting this information, Lex threw himself onto the bed, hugged his quilt, and drifted into dreamland. On the afternoon of the 20th, Lex took Kyle and went to the mansion of Luke Bruce, a shareholder of the telegraph company. This major shareholder also lived in the Golden Banyan district. Fortunately, it wasn't on the same street as Maynard's house, otherwise Lex would probably have to treat Luke the same way he treated Kyle, asking Mr. Luke to meet him elsewhere. When they arrived at their destination, Lex heard noisy sounds from inside the carriage. When Matthew opened the door and he got out, he realized that Mr. Luke's house was very lively that evening. His servants carried silver platters laden with fine wine and delicacies, continuously bringing them towards the back garden. Lex walked towards the main entrance and saw Luke, arm in arm with a beautiful lady in her 30s, personally greeting them at the door. "Welcome, Mr. Lex. This is my wife, Glyn Dorena." Luke introduced her with a smile, and the lady beside him slightly raised her right hand, looking at Lex with a smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Luke." After greeting the host, according to Lone's social etiquette, Lex stepped forward, took Mrs. Glyn's hand, and bowed to air kiss it. "Your light is even more brilliant than the autumn sun." Receiving such a compliment from a young and handsome gentleman, Mrs. Glyn showed a reserved but secretly delighted smile. Chapter 117, Spiritual Mentor. After complimenting the hostess, Lex smiled and released Mrs. Glyn's hand, stepping back to create distance, showing respect for the host. As the host, Luke naturally stepped forward and made an inviting gesture. "Come, let's go to the back garden. Today, I'm hosting an afternoon tea party and have invited the mentors and students from Tianjin University's laboratory project team as guests, so they can relax a bit after their research." Upon arriving at the back garden, they indeed saw personnel from Tianjin University's laboratory, including Professor Newman, who wore glasses and had white streaks in his black hair, and Melissa, whose face was a bit thin but exuded youthful vigor. Klein's sister was indeed there, and she was fiddling with a small but precise mechanical device. Among her companions, who were laughing loudly and indulging in food, she appeared so independent and unconventional. Luke, seeing Lex's gaze fixed on Melissa for a long time, chuckled. "Mr. Lex, are you thinking of your sister again?" Lex controlled his expression, showing no embarrassment. He responded calmly and frankly, "No, I just find this young lady very special. Look, what she's holding isn't cake, it's not black tea, but a piece of machinery." Luke agreed and said, "Her name is Melissa. She's from the Institute of Technology, a student in the Department of Steam and Machinery. Professor Newman believes she has a great genius for machinery and is helpful to his research, so he has made her one of his assistants. She isn't even a university student yet, so I think this young lady has a bright future ahead of her." After Luke finished speaking, he took a few steps forward and loudly announced Lex's arrival, which drew a round of enthusiastic applause. Lex smiled in response to every gaze. When the black-haired girl looked over, he no longer flinched as before. That black knight embrace on him was his courage to respond to Melissa. He nodded slightly. The girl returned his smile. Next, Luke led Lex and Kyle to a quieter corner, where they sat on a long bench. Luke pulled out a cigar and glanced at Lex. Lex smiled and shook his head, indicating he didn't smoke, then said, "Mr. Luke, allow me to introduce Kyle Gadden. He is my great master and friend, and he will be my representative in Tianjin City from now on." "Representative?" Luke was slightly surprised, put down his cigar, and looked at Lex. "You won't be living in Tianjin permanently?" Lex maintained a polite smile. I wish I could, but as the eldest son of my family, the matters I need to handle are clearly not limited to Tingen. Luke showed an understanding expression and nodded. Then what industry was Mr. Kyle involved in before? Here it comes. Lex had also thought that Luke would ask some questions, as he wasn't familiar with Kyle. Even with Lex's introduction, he wouldn't accept an outsider as Lex's agent. Therefore, Lex had already designed this role for Kyle. As a former hunter, Kyle met Luke's eyes without fear. I've been a worker, and I've also been on adventures at sea. My experiences at sea allowed me to accumulate some savings. I used them for some investments. I was optimistic about the steel industry and participated in a fundraising. But unfortunately, some problems arose, causing me to lose nearly a third of my assets. While I was looking for new investment projects, Mr. Lex found me and told me about his project. I was very interested and willing to invest my remaining £2,000 into your project. Luke first nodded, then frowned. In that case, how will we distribute the shares? With me included, there will be 3 partners. Lex smiled. Kyle's investment will be merged with my funds. His profits will be paid by me, so Mr. Luke doesn't need to consider his issue. In addition, my team has already started drafting the contract and evaluating risks. I believe it won't be long before we can officially cooperate with Mr. Luke. Luke smiled and nodded. No problem. I will also hold a shareholders meeting in the next 2 days to explain this matter internally to the company. Lex extended his hand and said, I hope we can cooperate happily. Absolutely. At this moment, Professor Newman walked over, laughing heartily. Mr. Lex, the students all want to talk to you. I wonder if you can grant them this whimsical request. Lex naturally wouldn't refuse and moved to where the students were. Professor Newman announced, all right, say whatever you want. But one thing, don't ask 2 outrageous questions. We know. A freckled girl was the first to respond. Mr. Lex, where are you from? A short, stout boy next to her giggled. Lillian, you shouldn't ask. Mr. Lex, are you married? The freckled girl immediately blushed and kicked her classmate hard. These students asked various questions all at once. Lex responded patiently and humorously, creating bursts of laughter. Suddenly, a hand was raised, and Melissa, dressed simply with brown eyes, asked, Mr. Lex, who is your teacher? Which university professor is he? I'm very curious, which great master led you into the realm of physics? No, you've misunderstood, young lady. I'm not as learned as you think. Lex found this question difficult. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he smiled, saying, this great master, I believe everyone knows. He has a manuscript with drawings of his imagination for various future mechanical devices. He is an outstanding genius with foresight, because many things in it have already become reality. Melissa paused, then said, are you referring to Emperor Roselle? Precisely. Lex smiled, he is my spiritual mentor. And also the great master I've seen who is best at showing off, absolutely 360 degrees without blind spots, the kind who leaves no room for others. Melissa showed an expression of delight. So, you're also very interested in various machines. Lex was certain that the young lady's delight was the joy of meeting a kindred spirit, unrelated to anything else. He originally wanted to nod and say yes, but facing the young lady's pure and innocent gaze, he felt a pang of guilt, so much so that the words reached his lips but couldn't be spoken. Fortunately, Luke appeared in time, gently patted Lex's shoulder, and said, if you don't mind, I'd like to borrow this handsome and witty gentleman and take him to see my collection. Of course, if you also want to visit, you can come along. I still have an original telegraph machine, which you won't see in museums. Immediately, Melissa looked at the shareholder. Clearly the charm of the telegraph machine surpassed that of a certain young man. Chapter 118, The Gathering. It was already late August, and evening came earlier in Tingen than in Enki town. It was only 5 in the afternoon, but the roads and trees were already painted with the colors of the setting sun. With Luke and his wife seeing them off, Lex and Kyle boarded the carriage. Looking out the window, the telegraph company shareholder was waving goodbye. Suddenly, Luke coughed a few times. Lex was startled, thinking he would cough out strange smoke like McGovern. But when he activated spiritual vision, he found everything normal and breathed a sigh of relief. Kale noticed Lex's unusual behavior and glanced at him. What's wrong? Nothing. Lex shook his head and deactivated spiritual vision. Back at the hotel, Lex remembered that a Beyonder gathering would be held tonight at the Red Maple Theater. Richard had already left the VIP box number for the gathering in his letter. Lex had originally wanted to book a private room not far from the gathering place, but unfortunately, he received the news a bit late, and all the better located ones were already booked. In the end, Lex could only book a private room on the lower level of the gathering place, and it wasn't even a VIP box, so it didn't have a private washroom. After informing Matthew and Gru to eat early that evening, Lex returned to his bedroom and saw the parrot in its cage, standing dejectedly to one side, not even looking at its female companion. Lex tapped the cage. What's wrong? Had a fight? The parrot said dejectedly, no, worse than that. Lex took off his coat, unbuttoned his collar, and sat on the sofa, looking at it with interest. Tell me about it. Originally, I was quite happy, but I quickly discovered that this is just a stupid bird. The parrot spread its wings and held its head with them. It doesn't understand my humor at all, and doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Now I know that I used to be just as stupid. Fortunately, now I am a noble dragon. No, you're still a bird. Lex ruthlessly exposed it, then added, do you want to come out with us tonight? We're going to watch a play. Of course. The parrot raised its wing and pointed its wingtip at Lex like a finger. Mortal, have you finally realized? Do you know how ignorant it is to keep a being as great as I am in a cage? Lex chuckled. It seems you're still more suited to staying in the cage. Ah, no. The parrot used one wing to push away its female companion who had come closer. Listen, I appreciate you, and I think we'll get along great. So quickly open this damned birdcage. I can no longer tolerate this stupid bird. It even defecates in front of me. That's not ladylike at all. Your demands on a bird are a bit too high. Lex eventually let the parrot out. I can take you out, but you have to do something for me. Do you want me to teach you how to please females? It's very simple. First, you must have shiny, beautiful feathers, like me. Cough, of course, the old me. Lex took out his shadow gauntlets and waved them. The parrot, having learned its lesson, immediately shut its mouth. It's not what you think. Lex opened the window, leaned out, and enjoyed the evening breeze. Tonight, in the middle of the play, I need to leave for a while. I need you to watch my valet and bodyguard. If they try to find me, you need to find a way to keep them occupied until I return. The parrot answered briskly, no problem, can I kick their butts? Whatever you want, but remember, don't expose that you're a magical animal. No, I am a dragon, rawr. That night, by the end of 8 o'clock, many carriages were already parked outside the Red Maple Theatre. Inside the carriage, the valet Matthew held the tickets and said, Sir, tonight's play is called The Earl's Expedition, and it mainly tells the poignant love story of a young earl who, in response to the kingdom's call, must embark on a distant expedition and be separated from the girl he loves. And tonight's leading lady is the recently very popular young Miss Pamela. Lex wasn't concerned about tonight's play, but Matthew seemed enthusiastic. After arriving at the theater, Lex got out of the carriage, and the sight of a parrot perched on his shoulder attracted a lot of attention. The parrot whispered incessantly in Lex's ear. Tonight is really lively. Look, all these humans are admiring my magnificent presence. Oh, that woman's necklace is so beautiful. I heard dragons like shiny things. I think I also need to own some jewelry to complement my noble status. Hey, chick, want to go on a date with me? Lex pinched the parrot's beak and said with a smile, if I hear you speak again, I'll put that thing over your mouth all night. Upon arriving at the reserved private room, the parrot flew to the coat rack to perch, occasionally chirping and beginning to act foolish. Lex took off his coat, removed his hat, handed his cane to Matthew, and sat down in the chair Gru pulled out for him. On the nearby table were fruits, wine, and cake, but the portions were limited, only enough for 2 people. Lex casually picked up a bunch of grapes and tossed them to the parrot one by one. The latter caught and ate them, chirping a few times, diligently playing its role for the evening. When the play began, the lights in the box went out, and Matthew and Gru quietly enjoyed the performance. After a moment, Lex felt it was time, stood up, and said, my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable, I need to go to the washroom, and might be back a bit later. Matthew dutifully said, Sir, I'll accompany you. No need. Lex patted his shoulder, haven't you always wanted to enjoy a play like this? It's a rare opportunity, so you stay here, I can take care of myself. As he left, he heard the bodyguard say, Sir is really kind, he'll definitely be an excellent noble in the future. By the way, do you know where the theater sells ice cream? After changing in the washroom, Lex arrived at the gathering place. Several private rooms here had already been booked. As Lex turned into the corridor, he was stopped. Sorry, you cannot pass here, please use another passage. Lex didn't explain, directly pulled out Richard's letter of recommendation, and handed it to the guard. The other party took the letter and read it, then picked up a silver bell and rang it. After the bell rang, someone walked out of a room ahead. The guard handed the letter of recommendation to the man in a tuxedo with a handlebar mustache, who looked like a butler. This is a guest introduced by the musician. The butler smiled and handed the letter back to Lex. Please follow me, sir. Lex put away the letter and followed him into the room. The room was partitioned, and behind the door was a table with several masks on it. Please choose one to wear. Lex nodded, scanned them, then picked up a lavish, flamboyant, golden mask with an exaggerated, upturned smile. Chapter 119, Obtaining Notes Again. After putting on his mask, Lex followed the men in the tailcoat through the partition and into a dark room. Lex saw a sofa placed at the entrance, with a small round table in front of it. On the table was a dimly lit candle, along with some fruit and wine. There were 5 such setups in the room. 5 positions, 5 candles, and 4 of the sofas were already occupied. However, due to the candlelight and angle, Lex could only see the lower halves of those people, their upper bodies were hidden in the darkness. Recalling that these people must also be wearing masks, Lex knew that this arrangement was to reduce the chance of participants' identities being revealed. However, if there was a seer present, then unless they had items to counter divination, such an arrangement would have limited effect. Lex, a person in the know, made a simple judgment and was arranged to sit on the empty sofa. Only after sitting down did he notice that the armrest of the sofa, on the side facing outwards, had numbered plates embedded in it, from 1 to 5. Lex sat in chair number 5. The man in the tailcoat retreated outside the door. After the door closed, the participant in chair number 1, clearly a man, let out a hearty laugh. "Hello, I am the host of this gathering. You can call me astronomer. Of course, my knowledge of astronomy is not that profound, I am merely an amateur. May I ask, how should we address you?" Lex spoke in a slightly low voice. "Duke." "Very well, Mr. Duke, let me briefly introduce you. Chair number 2 is young Miss White Rose, followed by Mr. Novelist and Mr. Lawyer." Mr. Lawyer was very close to Lex, and the candlelight illuminated his lower half, allowing Lex to see his black, meticulously ironed trousers and a pair of shiny leather shoes. Lex also noticed a faint scent of paper and ink on him, clearly indicating someone who regularly handled paper and ink. Of course, if it weren't for Lex's nature as a hunter, others at this distance wouldn't be able to smell it at all. Without further ado, let's begin. Perhaps after it concludes, everyone will even get to see young Miss Pamela's performance. A soft chuckle echoed in the room. Subsequently, the novelist in chair number 3 directly asked, "I'd like to inquire, what is sequence 8 of the spectator path called? If sequence 7 is also known, that would be even better." Is Mr. Novelist a beyonder of the spectator path? Does he not even know the name of the next sequence? As a newcomer, Lex did not immediately answer the question. He sat calmly in his seat and picked up the wine, taking a small sip. The astronomer in chair number 1 chuckled, "I'm not very familiar with this path. If it were the lawyer path, I could certainly offer assistance." The other 2 participants also remained silent. Lex then put down his cup. "I know the name of sequence 8 for this path. Do you wish for me to say it aloud, or write it down for you?" He noticed that there was an inconspicuous notepad and a fountain pen on the table, which prompted the latter question. The novelist was clearly a cautious person. "Write it down. What compensation do you wish to receive?" "None needed. However, I also know sequence 7. If you wish to know that, you will need to pay a price." As Lex spoke, he picked up the fountain pen and quickly wrote down the brief information, sequence 8 telepathist, on the notepad, then folded the paper. Just as he was wondering how to hand it to the other party, a masked waiter emerged from the corner of the room and delivered Lex's note into the novelist's hand. Lex heard the other party's breathing noticeably deepen, but he did not rush to open the paper, instead saying, "Thank you for the information. I wonder what kind of price I need to pay for the name of the next stage." Lex said frankly, "I haven't thought about it yet. How about we discuss this issue later?" "All right." After speaking, the novelist unfolded the note. Then, he took out a coin. It seemed to have some rust on it. He whispered something, then tossed the coin, caught it, glanced at it, and then put away the note. What is he doing? Divining with a coin whether the information I provided is correct. Is he a seer? Then why is he inquiring about the spectator path's information? Or perhaps, that coin is a magical item. Lex let his thoughts wander, while listening to the other participants exchange information from a detached perspective, with people occasionally offering to sell or buy items. Of course, whether selling or buying, what they needed were not ordinary items. At this moment, the lawyer sitting next to Lex said, "I have 3 of Emperor Roselle's notes here. I'm a bit short on funds lately, and I hope to sell them for £30. Does anyone here need them?" The astronomer once again displayed his extensive knowledge. "I've heard that Emperor Roselle's notes are all written in strange symbols, and very few people can read them. This greatly reduces their informational value. As for their collection value, these notes are almost all copies made by later generations. It's very difficult to obtain the Emperor's original manuscripts, so..." The lawyer grumbled, "If they were manuscripts, they wouldn't be as cheap as £30. Lex leaned forward slightly. £30 isn't cheap, but I have a friend who's interested in the Emperor's notes. Even if they're not manuscripts, he'd be happy to collect them. Yes, the friend I'm talking about is Klein, £20. If you're willing to sell, I'd be happy to buy them," Lex added. The lawyer said, £25. Any lower and I'll take them elsewhere to sell. Lex was genuinely worried about missing out and nodded, "Deal, but can you guarantee that they are indeed the Emperor's notes?" "I can guarantee, I have already." The lawyer paused, then said, "In short, they are indeed the Emperor's notes, even if they are just copies made by later generations. You can take them to an expert for appraisal, and if they're fake, I'm willing to pay triple the compensation. No problem. After paying £25 on the spot, the masked waiter placed the 3 notes on Lex's table. Lex picked them up, casually glanced at them, and indeed, they were in Chinese, it's just that the handwriting was really ugly. Putting away the notes, Lex heard the novelist speak, I want to sell an item that can teleport you to a distant place, instantly moving you away from your current location. But there are a few issues. One is that this item can only be used once now. Yes, it can only be used one last time. The other issue is that its teleport is random and unpredictable, which may lead to some uncontrollable risks. Therefore, I'm only selling it for £300. Chapter 120, Locking Position. What does it look like? A ring. A necklace. A brooch. Young Miss White Rose, sitting in chair number 3, had a different focus than everyone else. Lawyer also chuckled, an item that can only be used once, and is a random teleport, and you still want to sell it for £300. What if it teleports me to the Sea of Mist? Wouldn't I be dead for sure? This item is too dangerous. Novelist quickly added, oh, I forgot to mention, the teleport range is actually limited. If it's used in Tingen, the furthest distance won't take you out of the country. So, the range is within the kingdom. That does give it some value, though its use is limited. If you're willing to lower the price, I think £150 would be acceptable. Astronomer reached this conclusion after some contemplation. Novelist hesitated, although it only has one use left, when you face danger, it can help you temporarily escape. No matter what, £150 is too low. At least £200. Lawyer sneered, but the problem lies in the word random. Even if the range is within the country, you still can't avoid risk. You might avoid one danger, only to fall into another, greater one. At this point, Lex cleared his throat and said, £150. If you sell it to me, I can also provide the name of a Sequence 7 Beyonder potion. He finally thought of the price for the Sequence 7 information. Novelist hesitated for a moment, then finally agreed, deal. After paying £150 in cash and another note with the sequence information, Lex received a men's brooch. Its shape was a 3-leaf clover, but it was incomplete, presumably due to damage, which meant it could only be used one more time. One time is one time. Although random teleportation has its risks, at least, in the face of a major crisis, it can provide a temporary escape. It's just that it's damaged and broken, so I can't wear it openly, it would affect my image. Lex casually pinned the brooch behind his collar. Having bought the Emperor's notebook and the teleport brooch tonight, Lex felt the trip was worthwhile. Calculating the time, he had been out of the private room for nearly half an hour. If he didn't go back soon, Matthew and the others would probably be looking for him in the washroom. So Lex stood up, gentlemen, ladies. Please forgive my early departure. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Astronomer said cheerfully, no problem, and Mr. Duke. If you wish to participate in the next gathering, please keep an eye on the newspaper. We will hold the gathering on the day young Miss Pamela performs, so that after our gathering, we can enjoy her performance. So, if you see an announcement for young Miss Pamela's performance in the newspaper next time, you can come to this room to join the gathering. We welcome gentlemen like you who actively participate and have a certain financial capacity. Thank you for the information, I will keep an eye out. With that, Lex left the room. He temporarily put off inquiring about clues for the Pyromaniac Beyonder potion formula, planning to save it for the next gathering. However, he didn't have high hopes for obtaining Beyonder potion clues at the gathering. Based on the discussions at the gathering, even if there were Beyonder among the participants, their level was very low. Like that novelist, who didn't even know what the Spectator Pathway Sequence 8 was called. It would probably not be easy to obtain clues for the Hunter Pathway Sequence 7 Beyonder potion. So, in the end, I still have to rely on the Tarot Club. This is the safest and highest level mystical organization I know of. Patting the Emperor's notebook hidden in his pocket, Lex decided to pray before the bronze mirror once he returned. Better wait until tomorrow. What if I wake up the fool? Restored to his original appearance, Lex arrived at his private room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a dark shadow fly past, and the sound of flapping wings and bird calls echoed in the room. I'm going to pluck all your feathers. Bodyguard Gru was roaring in anger, even pulling out his revolver, but Matthew forcefully pushed it down. Looking around the room, the table was overturned, fruits rolled everywhere, the carpet was soaked with wine and sticky with a few feathers. The private room was a mess, as if a great battle had taken place. What's going on? Lex immediately looked at the parrot. The latter landed on the coat rack and actually cawed like a crow, making Lex inwardly complain, have you even forgotten how you used to call? Sir, you're finally here. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief, then asked nervously, are you all right? You've been gone for over half an hour. I met a friend from the horse riding club and he invited me to his private room for a short while. Lex quickly made an excuse and walked in. What happened to you all? Gru pointed at the parrot and said, Sir, can we turn it into a bird meat pie? This fellow pecked me 3 times, 3 whole times, and all aimed at my backside. Oh, poor Gru. Lex mourned for him for 3 seconds, then said, Leave it to me, I'll teach it a lesson. But for now, clean this place up, and then quietly enjoy the performance on stage. That's polite. The play didn't end until 11 p.m. After Lex returned to the hotel, he simply washed up and went straight to sleep. The next day, he originally wanted to strengthen the teleport brooch, hoping to use it a few more times. However, the mystical book informed him that damaged items could not be strengthened or sealed, so he had to give up. Then he prayed before the bronze mirror, and placed the Emperor's notebook seemingly casually, but actually deliberately, in front of the mirror, hoping Klein would discover it. This prayer, still, received no response. After breakfast, Lex received a guest. Detective Robin. This gentleman had dark circles under his eyes today, and his skin was dull, as if he hadn't eaten or slept well for several days. Being a detective is quite tough. Lex sighed slightly and invited him to sit, also asking Matthew to bring tea and pastries. After drinking tea and eating a pastry, Detective Robin took out a stack of documents from his bolsa. Mr. Lex, I have found the target's location. His name is Sabari, though it could be an alias. He lives on a street not far from the dock area. It's a mixed bag of people, a paradise for wanted criminals, thieves, and robbers. He's very cunning. When he needs daily necessities, he never goes out to buy them himself. He always uses his neighbors, buying what he needs through different people each time. But it's precisely because of this that I was able to gather information about him through these people and pinpoint his whereabouts. 17 Blackrock Street, 2nd floor, room 3. Chapter 121, A Person Who Died Once. Given the detective's high efficiency, Lex paid him the remaining remuneration and an additional £5 as a reward. This reward, equivalent to half of his original pay, pleasantly surprised Robin, making him feel that all the hardships of the past few days, eating and sleeping rough, fighting for territory with vagrants, and not returning home until late every night, were all worth it. That's settled then, Matthew, please see Mr. Robin out for me. Also, Mr. Robin, if I ever need your services again in the future, I will contact you. Hearing Lex's words, Robin nodded repeatedly. It's my honor to serve a generous gentleman like you. After the servant saw the detective off, Lex stood up. Gru, prepare yourself, we're going to Blackstone Street. The bodyguard frowned. Sir, I think we should notify the police. No. Lex shook his head. The police would make too much of a commotion. As soon as they appear, the fellow named Sabari or whatever he calls himself will surely flee at the first sign of trouble. Besides, I want to personally question him about why he tried to kill me. Gru had no choice but to concede. Then let me go, sir. It's too dangerous, I don't want you to easily get involved in danger. Lex returned to his room, took out the snake-scale revolver, and said while loading it, Believe me, Gru, I am far stronger than you imagine. My marksmanship is quite good, I've even shot wild wolves. And I won't put myself in danger. I'll hide and set a trap for that guy, you'll be responsible for charging in. How does that sound? Seeing that he couldn't persuade him to give up, Gru could only say, If there's danger, my priority will be to protect you. Even if it means letting that fellow go, I will first get you out of harm's way, sir. It's a deal then. Blackstone Street is not far from the dock area. Here, you can smell the fishy scent of the sea, and the entire street is winding and not at all straight. Moreover, there are no paved roads, and with the dilapidated houses on both sides, it rather resembles Kingston Road in Enki Town. However, the houses here are larger, and in the alleys and behind the main doors, ragged vagrants are everywhere. Their expressions were numb, and their eyes were dull. If their chests weren't still rising and falling, Lex would have mistaken them for living corpses. He was glad that both he and Gru had changed into grey-blue workers' clothes, which made them look like they fit in with the environment. Otherwise, if they had appeared here in formal attire, that Sabari would probably have gotten wind of it and slipped away. Without much effort, Lex found building number 17. He had Gru guard the main door while he passed through a narrow alley to the back of the building. Behind the building was a dirty alley, piled high with all sorts of junk, and even the residents on the first floor had stacked their belongings out into the alley. Looking at this alley, Lex could barely find a place to step. However, clutter had its advantages. Lex thought this and began to work. A moment later, he returned to the front of the building and nodded to Gru, who was squatting nearby. Gru stood up, walked through the main door, and disappeared at the staircase leading to the second floor. Lex returned to the back of the alley and crouched behind some wooden crates. No sooner had he hidden than he heard angry curses and gunshots from above, followed by a sudden crash, and a window upstairs shattered. At the same time, someone jumped down from above. The person landed in a pile of debris, took the opportunity to roll out, stood on the ground, and was about to flee the scene. Lex rushed out with a whoosh, raised his snake-scale revolver, and fired at the opponent with not-so-precise marksmanship. The sudden gunshot startled him. He turned his head and saw it was the gunman with missing eyebrows who had attacked Lex in the restaurant. His pistol might have run out of bullets. He didn't retaliate, but held his head and fled to another part of the alley. When Gru's head peered out of the window, he saw Sabari step on a rotten box, and his whole body suddenly sank down, his foot caught in the box and unable to be pulled out for a moment. Then, a shot from his young master forced him towards the wall, which in turn tugged a hemp rope suspended on the ground. That rope pulled down some wooden planks placed against the alley wall, and they crashed down, pinning Sabari to the ground. Gru roared, jumped from the second-floor window, crushing several wooden crates, and took the opportunity to fire in Sabari's direction. Sabari clumsily crawled out. Before he could escape, a hard object suddenly pressed against the back of his head, and then he heard Lex's voice say, "Drop the gun, slowly stand up, and let me see your hands." Sabari was silent at first, then he laughed and said in a low voice, "You little bastard from the Disraeli family. Why are you still alive? I clearly drugged you on that ship, and I saw with my own eyes that you were slaughtered. But damn it, how are you still alive? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my job. I'm going to kill you." He suddenly turned around, and Lex, without the slightest hesitation, pulled the trigger, causing a spray of blood mist from Sabari's head, and then he fell straight to the ground. "Are you all right, sir?" Gru arrived nearby, saw Lex looking dazed, and quickly pulled him up and ran. "Let's get out of here, the police might be arriving soon." It wasn't until they returned to the hotel that Lex fully recovered his senses. He was greatly surprised. It sounded like this Sabari was actually on the Alfalfa at the time. Moreover, he had drugged himself, no, the original owner, leading to his death in that cabin. Then he had transmigrated, taking over the original owner's body and assuming Lex's identity. In Sabari's eyes, this naturally meant Lex had come back to life. And this had caused him to lose his job, and perhaps even suffer some severe punishment. That's why he came to assassinate him. Yes, the motive was plausible. The only question was, who had instructed Sabari? Wait. He just called me, the little bastard from the Disraeli family, which means he knows this family. In that case, the person who instructed him must be an enemy of Bison. Lex glanced at the bodyguard beside him. Fortunately, Gru wasn't nearby at the time, so he didn't hear Sabari's last words. Now that Sabari was dead, there should be no one in this world who knew that Lex had died once on the ship. As for Sabari's employer, Lex wasn't worried. The other party probably didn't believe what Sabari said, otherwise, this killer wouldn't have been unemployed. And through this incident, Lex also understood why the original owner, despite having some skill, was killed by two ordinary people on the ship. So, there was such a reason behind it. "Sir, I think we should inform the master about this afternoon's incident. If the police cause us trouble because of it, the master will be able to resolve it in time." As Lex's personal valet, Matthew offered his opinion after understanding the sequence of events. Lex nodded. "Bring me paper and a pen. I'll draft a telegram now, and you'll go to the telegraph office later to send this message back home." Matthew went to get paper and pen, while Lex had further thoughts. Bison's enemies probably wouldn't give up just like that. If I were the employer, since ordinary killers couldn't eliminate the target, what would I do next? I would probably ask a Beyonder to take action. Chapter 122, Promise. That evening, Lex, disguised as Duke, arrived at his rented house with a large leather suitcase. He opened the door and entered, checking the simple mechanisms he had set up before leaving last time. He found no signs of disturbance, indicating that the security in this neighborhood was quite good. Lex lit the lights in the house, trying to create a lived-in atmosphere to avoid attracting suspicion. He carried the large leather suitcase into the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and placed the various clothes he had bought from the suitcase into it one by one. To be safe, he had chosen inexpensive clothes. After these items filled the wardrobe, the house finally had some semblance of life. Lex also deliberately took out a few pieces of loungewear and threw them on the bed, which fit the persona of a bachelor. He also planned to hire a housekeeper once a week to clean, to prevent the safe house from becoming covered in dust. Before leaving, Lex also bought a bouquet of fresh flowers from a nearby florist, then arranged them in the vase in the living room. Finally, without turning off the lights, he left through the back alley of the house. Elk Bar. Walking into the club hall, Lex immediately saw the three of them, Grizzly, and Nafi even stood up, waving her arms and excitedly shouting. "Duke, over here." Lex had changed his mask tonight. It only covered the area above his nose, revealing his mouth and two fake small mustaches. This way, when facing enemies, his provocation would not be limited to words, even a smile could make his opponent lose their mind. Furthermore, Lex had designed a habitual gesture for himself to reinforce the Duke persona. Just like now, hearing Nafi's shout, he smiled subtly and gently stroked his mustache before walking over. As soon as he sat down, he saw Mole take out a small wooden box, open it, and inside were 10 money bags. This is. Lex looked at the short, thin man with prominent front teeth. Mole chuckled. Duke, I sold those jewels. They sold for a total of £1,200. Here's the receipt. He handed Lex a receipt to show that he hadn't pocketed any of the money. Lex didn't look at it, directly tossing it aside, indicating his trust in Mole. Mole's eyes flickered, and he continued, along with the original £300 in gold coins, I've divided the money into 10 portions, £150 each. So, it was dividing the spoils. Lex nodded, then according to our previous agreement, I'll take 4 portions, and you all can divide the rest. He unceremoniously took out 4 money bags from the box. Feeling them slightly heavy and hearing the clinking of gold coins, Lex was a little surprised. You converted it all into gold coins. Grizzly laughed heartily. Paper money is convenient to carry, but gold coins are more alluring, especially when they jingle. It's simply the most beautiful sound in the world. Lex chuckled and took out 3 envelopes from his pocket, handing them to them respectively. This is your payment for the operation. I won't give you any extra rewards. Nafi took the envelope and then picked up 2 money bags, her eyes actually turning red. This is the first time I've earned so much money since I came to loan. Of course, the last time the boss gave a lot too. In just 2 missions, I've earned £700. I can finally rent a house for myself and eat white bread and milk every day. Oh my, girl, how bad must your life have been before? Lex put away the money bags. You'll earn even more in the future. Grizzly nodded vigorously, following Duke. Maybe next year, we'll all be rich. The other 2 also joined in the cheering, and the lively atmosphere immediately made them the center of attention in the hall. At this moment, Lex felt something and looked up, seeing Arbiter Cromwell. He hadn't seen this man much recently. Appearing tonight, he looked a bit haggard, his light golden hair dull, and the area around his eyes slightly dark. Can I ask you for a favor? He got straight to the point. Lex didn't immediately agree. That depends on what it is. Let's talk over there. I'll buy you a drink. Cromwell looked towards the bar. Lex nodded and stood up. At the bar, Cromwell gently tapped the counter. Mr. Parker, a drink for me and Duke. A strong one. The old man glanced at them, said nothing, and took out several bottles of liquor from the cabinet, starting to mix them. Cromwell seemed to be organizing his words, and Lex didn't rush him. The 2 just sat there quietly. After a while, the arbiter finally said, I used to be an official. At that time, I was full of vigor, thinking I had caught the tail of fate and would have a bright and desirable future. I had a fiancée named Mia. We were planning to get married the following summer and then go on vacation to Desi Bay. But soon after, I participated in an operation. That operation went wrong, allowing several important criminals to escape capture. Then, in less than a week, everyone who had participated in that operation died one after another, in a bizarre manner. Although I didn't die, my fiancée. Cromwell stopped here. Just then, Mr. Parker placed 2 mixed drinks in front of them. The arbiter grabbed a glass and drank it in one gulp. Lex softly said, another one for him, Mr. Parker. After a moment of silence, Cromwell continued, that incident completely changed my life. I abandoned my original identity. I became a hunter, and also an avenger. I continued to investigate this matter, and recently, I finally found a clue. I found the person who killed Mia, but I'm not strong enough, so I wanted to ask for your help. Cromwell suddenly looked at Lex, his eyes seemingly burning with fire. As long as that guy can be eliminated, I'm willing to pay any price. I can give you all my property, which includes 2 properties and £300 in savings. Lex slowly drank the strong liquor in his glass, feeling a fiery line extend from his throat all the way into his body. He exhaled a breath of liquor and shook his head. You don't need to pay that much. It's enough if you can lend a hand when I'm in trouble. Cromwell's breathing became heavy. He said with a serious expression and solemn tone, if that day ever comes, and you need my help. No matter where you are, no matter who your opponent is. As long as you tell me, I will be there. Looking into the arbiter's eyes, Lex knew that this man would uphold this promise for his entire life. He firmly believed this. Patting Cromwell's shoulder, Lex said, now you can tell me, who is our opponent? Chapter 123, Club Members. On the way back to the hotel, the arbiter's words still echoed in Lex's mind. His name is Myers Fedonis. This might be an alias, but he's still using it, so who cares? His current identity is the owner of the colorful candy house at 13 Mink Street. He's concealed himself very well, so much so that I even thought he had already left Tingen City. He is a criminal, I mean in terms of the Beyonder pathway. He is very strong physically in all aspects and is good at using objects around him to attack opponents. Additionally, I suspect he has at least one magical item on him. Because anyone killed by him mysteriously turns into a puddle of chocolate. To be killed and turn into chocolate, how truly bizarre. Lex unconsciously stroked his beard, then became slightly alert, cautioning himself not to make that gesture when appearing in his true identity. In a flash, the hotel was reached. The next day, with Matthew's assistance, Lex dressed in formal wear, put on his hat, and then led the way. With great pomp, he left the hotel and climbed into the luxurious carriage he had rented. Today, he was finally going to visit Sir Deville. The carriage left the hotel and, before long, had already arrived in the Golden Banyan district. This was Lex's third time coming to this district. Every time he came, Lex felt an urge to buy property here, but thinking that Counselor Maynard lived here, and that he was also a character in Tingin's story, Lex quickly dismissed that impulse. When the carriage stopped, Lex saw Sir Deville's home. A flourishing garden was enclosed by iron railings, with a statue on each side of the hollowing-out gate. Upon entering, there was a road wide enough for 3 carriages to travel abreast, ending in a fountain with a marble statue towering in the center. And deeper inside, directly facing the gate, on the central axis of the courtyard, was Sir Deville's expansive 2-story house. "I bet the Sir's house has at least 100 rooms." Lex whispered, then watched as the iron gate opened, and his 4-wheeled carriage drove in, along the wide road, past the lawn and garden, around the fountain, and arrived in front of the grand house. Under the building's portico stood a middle-aged man in a black suit and a matching tie, looking like a butler. Seeing the carriage approach, he led a team of footmen and a team of maids to meet it. After Lex alighted, he heard the middle-aged man smile and say, "Welcome, Mr. Lex. The Sir is in the drawing room." "All right," Lex responded with a smile. Accompanied by his personal footman and led by the middle-aged butler, he entered Sir Deville's house. How magnificent! Even more impressive than Bison's. This was just a Sir in Tingin City. What would the royal nobility of Backlund be like? Damn, being rich is great. As he entered the bright drawing room, Lex reined in his scattered thoughts and saw the square-faced Sir Deville smiling as he sat on a luxurious sofa. The Sir had previously been rumored to have encountered some trouble, but now it seemed the trouble had been resolved. His dark gold hair gleamed, and his azure eyes sparkled. Seeing Lex enter the room, he stood up with a hearty laugh. Following social etiquette, Lex bowed proactively. "Good morning, esteemed Sir Deville." "Good morning, Bison's boy. Is your father still well? I bet he's put on some weight by now, hasn't he?" Sir Deville said in an unexpectedly kind tone, without any of the airs of a sir. Lex smiled in response. "Father has indeed been a bit lacking in exercise in recent years, but he's still in pretty good health." As he spoke, Lex took the gift from Matthew's hand and handed it to the Sir. After handing the gift to his own butler, Sir Deville gestured, inviting Lex to sit. After the Sir sat down, Lex took a seat on a single armchair, and a servant soon brought tea and pastries. "Tell your father that no matter how busy he is with his career, he shouldn't neglect his physical health. Even I go horseback riding and hunting every week, how can he let his body go uncared for?" Sir Deville said playfully. Lex said with slight surprise, "The Sir also enjoys horseback riding. What man wouldn't enjoy horseback riding? It's the same principle as every gentleman having at least one pistol in his home." Sir Deville pointed to a display cabinet against the wall not far away. "Last year, I even participated in the city's horse riding club competition. Although I didn't win the championship, I still received a trophy." Only then did Lex see a silver trophy on that cabinet, and next to the trophy was a black and white photograph. With a hunter's eyesight, he could make out Sir Deville holding the trophy in the photo, with many gentlemen congratulating him nearby. Among them, Lex saw McGovern and Maynard. So, the banker and the counselor were also members of the horse riding club. After some pleasantries, the conversation finally got to the point. Lex expressed Bison's idea, hoping to invest in the steel industry with Sir Deville. The Sir smiled after listening. "Your father's ambition shouldn't be limited to just the steel industry, should it? Yes, he's aiming for a seat in the kingdom's upper house. Father has always been very bold and insightful. His wisdom is as deep as the sea. Even I, his son, cannot guess his true intentions." Lex skillfully avoided the topic by both praising and deflecting. Sir Deville chuckled a few times before saying, "I started with lead manufacturing and porcelain factories. Currently, my investments span coal, shipping, banking, and securities. And yes, that includes the steel industry. You see, whether it's capital or energy, I've dedicated them all to my career. And I'm no longer young, so it's difficult for me to allocate more time, money, and energy to cooperate with your father. Regarding this, I am very regretful. However, I can introduce you to a few gentlemen with capital and vision. Perhaps among them, your father can find better partners." Lex, of course, would not refuse the Sir's goodwill and had no intention of trying to get the Sir to join for Bison, so the topic ended there. After enjoying a luxurious and sumptuous lunch at the Sir's house, Lex took his leave. In the afternoon, he planned to stay at the hotel and prepare to pray using the bronze mirror. If there was time, he would read a book and also inform Bison of the Sir's wishes via telegram. Just as the carriage passed through the South District, Through the street where Sandy's house was located, Lex saw the street crowded with people, and police in black and white checkered uniforms going in and out, not knowing what had happened. Back at the hotel, Lex changed his mind again. He felt he shouldn't pray too frequently, otherwise, Klein might think he had ulterior motives. Be more patient, he told himself, then took out the Great Emperor's notebook he had bought at the gathering and began to read. Chapter 124, Colorful Candy House. November 16th. I feel I'm almost ready to conduct that outlandish experiment. I wonder what kind of wonderful things will happen. I'm full of anticipation. Unknowingly, I've lived in this world for 40 years. Time is truly terrifying, it slowly changes a person. For example, my habits, my language, and my way of thinking are becoming more and more like the people of this world. Lex silently read these words and couldn't help but sigh. The Great Emperor was truly a person brave enough to try new things. He wondered what kind of experiment he was preparing at the time. He wanted to continue reading, but the next piece of information had already jumped to other matters. August 27th. I know my enemies are gathering. Fozak, Lone, Feinapotter. They are like rats in a gutter, thinking that by crawling into a sewer I can't see, they can escape my sight and conspire to unite against me. Interesting. I hope they can give me some surprises. August 28th. The ship searching for the land abandoned by God still has no news. I hope they are all right, damn this storm. The land abandoned by God. What kind of place was that? Since the Great Emperor was searching for it, it shouldn't be a simple place. January 10th, Sonia Island is almost here, we should arrive tomorrow. I heard this island is called the Ancient Elf Island. Are there still elves on the island now? I wonder what elf women taste like. Of course, this question will never have an answer. Probably. March 29th. The little one is so cute, the more I look, the more she resembles me. She inherited all my good qualities. I need to give her a name. What should it be? I really want to give her a Chinese-style nickname. Oh. The Great Emperor also had a daughter. He didn't write her name in the diary, which was a pity. Could the Great Emperor's daughter still be alive now? This was very likely. As a descendant of Emperor Roselle, she must also be a Beyonder. With her father's support, becoming a high-sequence powerhouse shouldn't be difficult. Lex temporarily put down the notebook and sighed, no matter in which world, the resources of the original family are very important. He turned to the last page of the notebook, which contained only one entry. October 11th, young Miss Matilda was so brave on another battlefield. No, next time I must make her feel what male prowess is. As the protagonist of this era, I must never lose on any battlefield. So the Great Emperor was defeated on another battlefield. That's quite rare. If the Great Emperor knew that his diary would later be read by Klein and me, he probably wouldn't have recorded these great achievements, right? After reading the 3 pages of notes, Lex carefully put them away, planning to take them out to show his value when praying to the copper mirror in a few days. Night arrived as scheduled. Tonight, Lex and Cromwell had agreed to go together to deal with the criminal named Myers. Just in case, he brought all his magical items, including the thief's finger and the flute of the dead, before changing his disguise and leaving the hotel. Lex first went to a safe house, created some signs of life, and then arrived at Mink Street. In an alley, Lex saw the Arbiter, who was crouching behind a trash can, watching the candy store across the street. Although Mink Street was not as lively as Hall Street, there were still many pedestrians, and occasionally police would appear. It seems we need to invite Mr. Myers to a relatively quieter place. It was still early, so Lex was not in a hurry to act. He chose to observe the surroundings first, finally sweeping his gaze towards the alley next to the candy store. It's indeed not suitable to act inside the store. If the battle affects passers-by, we'll be in trouble. Cromwell took out his pocket watch and glanced at it, saying, according to my observations during this period, Myers closes the store at 9 o'clock and then goes home. We can act at his home. Lex shook his head. No, for a Beyonder, his home is his home ground. He wouldn't be unprepared on his home ground. The difficulty of acting there might be even higher than in the store. At least, he wouldn't expect to be attacked on Mink Street, in his own store. The Arbiter looked at him. Then what do you mean? Lex's lips curved slightly. I'll go do some preparatory work. You keep an eye on him here. If you see me walk into the store, you go ambush in that alley. I'll try to drive Myers into the back alley, where we can fight without worrying about harming passers-by. Cromwell nodded. Try not to kill him. I hope to get answers from him about some things that happened back then. Lex made no guarantees and decided that if Myers proved too dangerous to capture alive, he would decisively kill him. He pressed his hat, retreated into the alley, and then circled to the other side of the street to enter the main street. He naturally turned into the alley behind the candy store, first observed the surroundings and the scattered debris in the alley, and then began to set traps. Seeing the candy store reminds me of young Miss Martha. I wonder if they're doing well recently. Young Miss Martha's chest is really big. Bah, what am I thinking? It must be influenced by the great Emperor's diary. After casually setting 7 or 8 traps, some of which were linked, Lex clapped his hands in satisfaction, sincerely thanking those who threw random junk into the back alley. Perhaps Myers himself was among them. Lex checked his equipment, confirmed the 2 remaining charms, and then returned to the main street. He glanced at where the Arbiter was hiding, then pushed open the candy store door. The bell on the door rang, its clear sound echoing through every corner of the small shop, causing a man wearing an apron and tidying up to look up. "Welcome to Colorful Candy House, sir, please feel free to look around." The man was in his early 30s, with short brown hair styled energetically, fair skin, and deep brown eyes beneath 2 light brown eyebrows. A smile played on his lips. If Lex hadn't known his identity beforehand, it would have been difficult to associate this warm, smiling man with a criminal. Lex looked around at the colorful candies in glass jars. "You have so many varieties here." "Yes, sir." Myers stood up. "We have soft candies, hard candies, and unique fruit juice candies made from boiled fruit juice." "Good. Do you have chocolate?" "Of course." Myers walked to a cabinet, pulled open a drawer, and took out an unwrapped piece of chocolate. "Who doesn't love chocolate, right?" Lex cleared his throat. "I heard your chocolate here is quite special. It seems your chocolate is made from people." He added, "Oh, right, dead people." Chapter 125, You Really Disappoint Me. The atmosphere in the candy house instantly changed. It became oppressive and heavy. Myers instantly seemed like a different person, his face grew gloomy, and malice brewed and spread in his eyes. But very quickly, he smiled again. "Sir truly loves to joke, how can a person turn into chocolate?" Myers casually pulled a wrapped candy from his pocket and tossed it to Lex. "This is the best-selling chocolate in our shop, have one, try it." Lex caught it casually, then smelled an enticing fragrance that made him can't help but peel back the wrapper, revealing a chocolate candy inside. He held it between 2 fingers, about to pop it into his mouth. "Don't eat it. Idiot." The chocolate candy, brought to his mouth, stopped. Lex smiled and rewrapped it. "I just remembered, I'm allergic to chocolate. As an experienced hunter, how could I casually eat candy given by a stranger, especially when this is a beyonder?" Myers said with a look of regret, "Then you're truly missing out on too many good things. If you're not going to eat it, why not give it back to me?" Lex casually tossed it back, then said, "All right, the riddle game ends here, Myers. I didn't expect you to be doing quite well after that incident." Myers paused, then chuckled. "Myers? Who's that?" "All the regulars around here know I'm Merlin who loves children." "Sir, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" He walked behind the counter and said seriously, "If you're not buying anything, please leave. Otherwise, I'll have to call the police." "Myers, I can only say, you have a great talent for acting, I almost believed you." Lex spread his hands and smiled slightly. "Do you think hiding in Tingen, disguised as a candy shop owner, can deceive us?" "All right, I admit, you almost succeeded. Just barely. Do you know where you went wrong?" Without giving Myers a chance to answer, Lex continued, "You shouldn't have killed so many official personnel. After successfully escaping, you should have come back to us, come back to report this matter. Instead of seeking revenge on them, you even murdered an innocent woman. Do you know that by doing so, you turned one of the official personnel into a revenger? He's been watching you, never letting up." Lex smiled and shook his head. "Speaking of which, I have to thank him. If it weren't for his desire for revenge, we wouldn't have been able to find you through him. Myers, you have to die, do you understand? Only dead men can keep secrets. Oh no, after you're dead, I'll also have to deal with your spirit, so that no one can commune with it, no one can use you to dig us out." Myers's expression kept changing. Lex knew he was wavering. Last night, after obtaining information about the target from Cromwell, Lex made some deductions. An operation planned by the officials went awry midway, causing several important criminals to escape capture. Although the Arbiter didn't make it very clear, in situations like this, there's a high probability that the news was leaked from within the official ranks. Being able to bribe internal official personnel and obtain intelligence in a timely manner is clearly not something a Sequence 9 criminal could accomplish. Lex felt that there should be other people or forces behind Myers. The Arbiter wanting to keep him alive earlier was likely to dig deeper. So now, Lex was probing as if he were Myers's backing force, while also interfering with Myers's judgment and thoughts. "You are an executioner, no wonder you could resist the urge to eat that candy, you knew what it was all along." Myers lowered his voice and said, "Listen, that incident wasn't my fault. You must understand my feelings, and I regretted it afterwards, which is why I hid. You've seen it, I haven't been targeted by the officials for so long, which means I'm safe enough. I won't reveal anything either, so you absolutely don't need to do this." He opened the drawer and took out all the money inside. I can give you all the money. I can also guarantee that I will leave Tingen tonight and never appear in this city again. No, I can leave alone. I'll go to West Balam or somewhere else. In short, loans officials won't find me. Lex chuckled, I'm already here. Do you think I'll go back empty-handed? Damn it. Myers roared, do you dare to act here? Don't forget, your identities are even more sensitive than mine. As soon as I rush out onto the street, the police will intervene. By then, you'll also be in trouble. To cover themselves, they might even deal with you. Lex turned sideways, clearing the doorway. You're right, if I alarm the pedestrians and police on the street, I'll be in more trouble than you. Now, do you want to try? See, I've even cleared the way for you. Myers froze, looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the street outside the door. He swallowed. As long as I can rush out onto the street, everything will be resolved. But will he let me rush out like that? The answer is, of course, no, and I bet he's made arrangements on the street. For example, his companions. Lex saw that Myers was still motionless and showed a disdainful smile. No way. I've given you such a big advantage, what are you still hesitating for? Do you not even have the courage to try? Truly disappointing. Shut up. Myers roared, grabbing a pair of scissors nearby and throwing them at Lex. As Lex ducked to avoid the scissors, he saw Myers crash into a wooden door behind the candy house. He smiled slightly, simultaneously charging forward. Just as he was about to hit the wooden door, Lex grabbed a chair nearby and, based on the breathing he caught, smashed the chair inside, aiming at Myers' position and forcing him towards the window. The room behind this house was a small storeroom, stacked with glass jars of candy. Myers rolled into a ball, dodging the chair, letting several of the jars shatter and candy spill all over the floor. But he didn't break through the window. He stood there, pulling a bandage from his pocket. In the light from the nearby gas lamp, Lex saw that this bandage was entangled with animal fur, woven into distorted shapes. This bandage made Lex uncomfortable. He decisively took action, charging forward like a leopard, tensing his instep, and kicking out. A faint air blast sound echoed in the room. Myers, holding the strange bandage, struggled to parry with his elbow and was kicked flying by Lex. Worried about attracting the police, Lex did not use a pistol, but that did not mean he had no means of subduing his enemy. During the Hunter stage, in addition to a significant increase in physical fitness, the aspects related to combat improved even more. By the Provoker stage, these aspects were all enhanced to a certain extent. So, compared to marksmanship, a hunter's combat skills are actually stronger. At this moment, Myers, who had rolled several times on the ground, had just adjusted his body and changed his posture when he saw Lex approaching at high speed, sinking his waist and swinging his arm, delivering a heavy punch towards his nose. Lex, throwing the punch, also saw that the bandage in Myers' hand had wrapped around his arm at some point. He was about to hit the opponent's nose, but Lex found that Myers' lips curled upwards. He wasn't afraid at all, even mocking him. Chapter 126, Jumping in Place. Screech. The intense friction between his shoes and the ground allowed Lex to break in time, then he leaped back, putting distance between himself and Myers. Almost simultaneously, Lex saw several streaks of dark light flash before his eyes. Those nearly black rays of light came from Myers' upward swinging arm, from his mutated palm, and from his elongated, metallic glowing fingernails. Lex was no stranger to such fingernails, he had seen them on the Princess Maggie a few days ago, and she was a Sequence 7 werewolf. Could Myers be one too? But didn't Cromwell say he was a criminal? Lex suddenly looked at the bandage on Myers' arm. His intuition told him that Myers' current state had something to do with that bandage. Did you think I was just hiding, doing nothing? Myers' other hand also mutated. He pounced like a cannonball, creating a whistling, oppressive wind in the small warehouse. To prevent executioners like you from appearing, I've been preparing, I've been collecting mystical items. He launched a frantic and fierce attack. His two claws tore out streaks of dark light in the warehouse, completely putting Lex at a disadvantage, forcing him to passively dodge. But after observing for a moment, Lex found that although Myers had gained the abilities of a werewolf with the help of that bandage, his abilities were not complete. His speed was far inferior to Maggie's, only the strength he displayed and his two claws possessed the characteristics of a werewolf. Ducking to avoid Myers' sweeping claws, Lex took the opportunity to widen the distance, reaching into his trench coat with his left hand to pull out a golden revolver, pointing it at Myers. Myers immediately made several feints, tricking Lex into firing a shot into the air. He seized the chance to close in, sweeping a claw across the golden revolver. Sparks flew from the revolver as Lex lost his grip, and the revolver flew out of his hand. You're dead. Myers was about to declare victory when he took a punch to the face. Lex's iron fist imprinted on his cheek, distorting his features. Lex was wearing the shadow gauntlets on his right hand. At this moment, during the series of evasive maneuvers, he had positioned himself next to a shelf in the warehouse. The light didn't reach here, shadows enveloped this spot. Immediately, the symbol on the gauntlet lit up, and the surrounding shadows boiled. Fists condensed from shadow rained down on Myers' face and body, one after another. The dense barrage of blows prevented him from even groaning, lifting him off his feet. Lex took the opportunity to pull out blood praise, injecting his spirituality. He raised the revolver, pointing it at Myers' head. Just then, the shadow combo ended. Myers let out a loud cry, grabbing the muzzle with his left hand and pushing it upwards. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the warehouse. Myers screamed, his palm a bloody mess, but the shot aimed at his head ultimately hit the ceiling. Myers fell to the ground, rolling rapidly, constantly throwing everything he could touch at Lex. When he adjusted his posture and half-crouched on the ground, he roared. Lex saw that the bandage wrapped around his arm seemed to tighten, and the animal fur on it grew rapidly, spreading to cover Myers' body. Myers' body swelled, and he seemed to put on a fur coat. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a half-human, half-wolf monster. His oppressive aura intensified again, and the look in his eyes was wild, as if he had lost some of his sanity. He suddenly leaped onto the ceiling, surprisingly able to crawl on it, approaching Lex. By the time Lex raised his arm, intending to shoot, he had already dropped to the ground a step ahead, moving much faster than before. Myers raised his even more exaggerated claws, about to sweep at Lex. Just then, a voice from the warehouse window commanded with great authority, "Stop." Myers' movement stiffened slightly, then he swung down, but Lex had already taken the opportunity to get away. The shelf behind him took his place, being shattered by Myers' claw. "What's going on?" Cromwell looked at Myers, who had nearly grown a size larger and transformed into a half-human, half-wolf, somewhat disbelieving his eyes. "Hold him for 3 seconds." Lex reached into his pocket, feeling a rectangular thin piece, that was the sleeping charms, his last sleeping charms. Myers exhaled a fishy smell, breath from his mouth, looking at Cromwell. "I remember you, you're that arbiter. Your fiancée was a beauty, and even after she turned into chocolate, she tasted quite good." Flames immediately burned in Cromwell's eyes. He raised his arm, attacking with his revolver. Gunshots rang out, but they didn't hit Myers. He would jump onto the ceiling, crawl on the vertical walls, then drop behind a shelf. During this time, he also shouted, "You're not an executioner, who are you? Damn it, how dare you trick me?" After Cromwell emptied the bullets from his revolver, Myers lunged out, but Lex had already thrown the activated charms, allowing the power of sleep to spread around Myers. The werewolf's eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He stopped, about to fall into a deep sleep. Lex immediately raised blood praise, intending to blow his head off. Myers in this state was too dangerous. If he couldn't be captured alive, he could only be killed. But just then, the werewolf, on the verge of sleep, suddenly raised his injured left hand. He opened his mouth and bit down hard on his own hand, drawing blood and letting out a scream. Using the pain, Myers dispelled his drowsiness and then lunged towards the window. He was finally going to escape this place, no longer trying to kill Lex. Lex had already set traps in the back alley, but now, he didn't want Myers to get away. With Myers' current size and strength, the traps Lex had set wouldn't hold him. Bang, bang, bang. Blood praise continuously fired bullets, making Myers change direction, falling deeper into the warehouse. He then grabbed a shelf, used it as a shield, and pushed it towards the window. "My judgment is, stop." Cromwell commanded with authority again, but this time, Myers was affected very little. He pushed the shelf directly into the arbiter. The gray green-eyed arbiter could only roll to the side. Myers then raised his arm, taking a shot from Lex head-on, then crashed into the window with his whole body. With a crisp crash, glass shattered, and the werewolf had broken through the window. He landed on the ground, breathing in the slightly sweet night air. In the warehouse, Lex pursued, pulling out a tin box. Myers made a crouching motion. He intended to use the werewolf's astonishing strength to leap onto the rooftop in one go and escape. He jumped. But he didn't leap onto the rooftop as he expected. He didn't even jump to the height of the first floor. He felt his werewolf's mystic abilities rapidly disappearing. He fell back to the ground. He had only made a standing jump less than 2 meters high. Chapter 127, Personality Projection. Before Myers could react, he heard a gunshot, and his head felt like it had been struck by an iron hammer, snapping violently to one side before he uncontrollably toppled to the ground. Time slowed down at this moment. Myers saw Lex standing by the window, less than 3 meters away from him, holding that ornate crimson revolver. He also saw that Lex was holding a strange finger in his other hand. A bandage woven with animal fur was hooked onto that finger. "That's my thing, why is it in his hand?" Myers would never find the answer to this question. He fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Most people with a bullet hole in their temple do not survive. Seeing Myers dead, Lex's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he looked at the thief finger in his hand with lingering fear. Just now, he remembered he had this item on him, so he opened the tin box to use it. As soon as he infused it with spirituality, Lex felt a trance, a sense of weakness, as if he had lost something. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, allowing him to use this finger in time to steal the strange bandage Myers had tied to his arm. As he expected, without the bandage, Myers immediately exited his werewolf state, losing all related abilities. Lex didn't dare to gamble whether Myers had any other trump cards, so he decisively shot him, completely eliminating the danger. Cromwell came to the window, looked at Myers's corpse, and calmly said, "We need to leave quickly, and we need to take his body with us." Lex didn't ask why. He put away his revolver and the two mystical items, picked up his golden revolver, and then he and Arbiter left the candy store, moving Myers's corpse. It was late at night when they returned to the hotel. Lex could have returned earlier, but he also went back to his safe house to create the illusion of turning off the lights and going to bed, which took some extra time. Arbiter said he would properly dispose of Myers's corpse. Lex also learned from Cromwell that he did this because he was worried the police would hand the case over to a special department. The so-called special department was the official Beyonder organization. And in these departments, there was no shortage of people who could commune with spirits. Arbiter, who was once an official, had seen more than once that Beyonder individuals skilled in spirit communication could obtain a lot of useful information from the lingering spirits of the deceased. Cromwell also told him that if the time of death exceeded 1 hour, the information obtained through spirit communication would be quite limited. For example, they might know that Lex killed Myers, but they wouldn't know the specific details and process. This taught Lex an important lesson: if he ever killed someone in the future, he would have to do a good job of cleaning up afterward. Lex, who was quite exhausted tonight, really wanted to appraise that strange bandage, but in the end, he chose to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, Lex woke up early, and after washing, he summoned the mysterious book, intending to perform an appraisal. But when the heavy yet ethereal book landed in his hands, Lex noticed that on the cover, the mist covering one of the symbols, which looked as if shrouded in mist, was rapidly dissipating. Lex remembered that the last time this phenomenon occurred, the mysterious book unlocked Artisan of Mysteries. Could it be that it was about to unlock a new function? Soon, that symbol became clear. It was very strange. It was composed of two patterns, one clear and one relatively blurry. The clear one showed a pair of overlapping hands making some kind of gesture. The blurry one looked like a giant dragon spreading its wings and soaring across the sky. Lex was stunned for a moment, then thought, isn't this hand shadow? This game, where you use your hands to make various gestures under a light to project different images, was played by almost everyone in childhood. At this moment, the book's cover opened, and the pages turned by themselves. When they stopped, Lex saw a brand new page. It was yellowish like parchment, with some tiny creases on its surface, and some information appeared on it. Subscriptions. Record, your adventure biography has been sold on the dimensional bookshelf and has received one or more subscriptions. You have met the conditions to lift the usage restrictions of rank projection. Rank projection. What kind of function is this? Wait. Subscriptions. Adventure biography sold on the dimensional bookshelf. Is the author starting to sell books? Lex looked further down. Rank projection. With a certain number of summons and meeting certain conditions, you can summon the rank projection of an observer to descend into this world. The descending observer projection cannot carry any items and only retains their rank and abilities. The descending projection, regardless of rank, will unconditionally exist for 3 minutes. After the time limit, the summoner's spirituality needs to be paid. When the spirituality is exhausted, the projection will disappear. Additionally, the observer projection cannot be specified, it can only be randomly selected. Summoning authority. Affected by knowledge authority, you are currently only able to summon saint-level projections. Summoning count, 1. When the total number of subscriptions reaches 10,000 plus, a new summoning count will be granted. Instant response, you can directly summon a projection without needing to summon the mysterious book. It can actually summon the rank projections of the observers. Although there are many restrictions, I can now summon saint-level projections. Saint sounds very powerful. However, the current summoning count is only 1. Only when the total number of subscriptions exceeds 10,000 will I get a second chance to summon. I need to use it carefully. God knows when the total subscriptions will exceed 10,000. If the author's book flops and no one subscribes, who knows how long I'll have to wait for the next projection summon. But then again, the observers are truly powerful. Not only can they provide me with intelligence, give me various labels, but now they can also descend in the form of a projection. With this new function, my sense of security has truly skyrocketed. Wait. The book didn't say that the descending observer would definitely help me. What if they don't help after descending? No way, that shouldn't happen, right? Lex, feeling a bit uneasy, turned to Artisan of Mysteries and began to appraise Myers's bandage. In one full moon scene, he released his desires, madly slaughtering humans. The other cold, aristocratic-looking men seemed to have an extreme reverence for dark and evil rituals. More than one scene showed that after killing, he would use the deceased to perform evil rituals. Soon, these two protagonists appeared in the same scene. In an ancient fortress, they fought each other, and on a night with a high, blood-red moon, the werewolf bit off the aristocrat's neck, while the aristocrat gouged out the werewolf's heart. They died together. The suffocatingly tense scene finally disappeared. Lex let out a breath and saw lines of text quickly appear on the page. Evil bandage. This item was formed after a werewolf and a serial killer died together, their characteristics mysteriously blending. This bandage allows the user to partially transform into a werewolf and can ignite madness at the cost of rationality. In a state of madness, complete werewolf transformation can be achieved, and physical attributes will receive a comprehensive boost. Due to possessing the characteristics of a serial killer, this item can also effectively interfere with divination and spirit talking. It has significant negative side effects. Using this item during a full moon will increase the chance of losing control. Even normally, using it for more than 30 minutes will lead to a tendency to lose control, and after 1 hour, loss of control will be immediate and irreversible. Additionally, it has negative effects related to carrying it. Frequently carrying it will gradually amplify and distort the desires in one's heart, potentially leading to a bloodthirsty tendency. After reading the appraisal information, Lex was somewhat surprised. Beyonder of different pathways could actually combine their characteristics to form a magical item with the traits of two pathways. Lex recalled last night's battle. Initially, Myers only used partial werewolf transformation, but later, he used madness to fully transform into a werewolf, simultaneously boosting his strength in all aspects, making him extremely dangerous in an instant. If not for the thief finger, Lex would not have been able to keep him in that situation. This bandage is very useful. Myers had already proven this, and Lex felt that it could help him create another identity. Although he was currently using the identity of Duke, Bison knew about the abilities and magical items associated with this identity. Therefore, this identity could not be used for too long in the long run. With this bandage, he could create a completely new identity. The greatest use of this bandage was the ability to fully transform into a werewolf. It was unlikely that anyone who knew Lex would connect the werewolf they saw with the Baron's son, even if they encountered him in his werewolf form. Furthermore, the bandage's ability to interfere with divination and spirit talking was also very practical, reducing the risk of exposure when he used an alternate identity. And, if paired with the Flute of the Dead, that would be a Beyonder of a completely different style. As for the negative effects of the bandage, they could be weakened through seals. In fact, I've already thought of a nickname for this identity. It'll be Wolverine. Alright, just kidding. Lex amused himself for a moment, then communicated with the mysterious book, spending 32-dimensional crystal for enhancement and 26-dimensional crystal for seals. When the dimensional crystal remaining was 577, he saw that the information for Evil Bandage had changed. While retaining its original abilities, this bandage no longer required madness to fully transform into a werewolf, which was undoubtedly good news for Lex. He didn't want to turn into a lunatic every time. Additionally, a Cold Spirit and a Poisonous Claw ability were added. Cold Spirit could seal off one's spiritual body, to a certain extent shielding against mental and spiritual influences. This seemed to originate from the characteristics of a serial killer. The Poisonous Claw, on the other hand, seemed like a hybrid product of the two pathways. It would make the werewolf's claws longer and imbue them with potent, random toxins. After the seals, the safe usage time was extended to 1 hour, after which there would be a tendency to lose control. Using it for more than 2 hours would result in immediate loss of control. The influence of the full moon could not be completely eliminated but was weakened, and the side effect related to carrying it was changed to gradually releasing one's inner beastliness. If there was a female nearby, one might lose control and become wild. Well, aside from the chance of becoming wild towards a female nearby, everything else was pretty good. Moreover, after enhancement, a new Cold Spirit was added, which seemed effective against the spectator pathway. Coupled with its ability to interfere with divination and spirit talking, this item became quite comprehensive. Lex was also preparing to seal the thief finger. This item had proven its value last night, playing a crucial role at critical moments. However, after communicating with the mysterious book, he was informed that items left behind by a person who had lost control could not be sealed. Lex had no choice but to end the summoning and put the thief finger back into the tin box. Although he felt some regret, this finger also reminded him that true strength only comes from within. Strength gained through external objects was ultimately a paper tiger. Indeed, Myers should be lying in that cold grave by now. After ending the summoning, the surrounding scene returned to normal, and Lex immediately heard the parrot's screams from the washroom. Quick, someone come clean the poop. Oh my god, those disgusting things are piling up at my feet. Lex shook his head, left the bedroom, and asked Matthew to clean the birdcage, lest the bird die. He still wanted to exchange that parrot for the pyromaniac formula. Although it wasn't a complete formula. In the living room, the butler had already prepared breakfast and the newspaper for him early. Lex took his seat, drank some milk, and picked up the newspaper as usual. There were no mobile phones, no internet, no Douyin or Jean Retouchio in this world, so Lex could only rely on newspapers to learn about the outside world. He casually flipped through it and didn't see any performance announcements for the Red Maple Theater, but in an inconspicuous corner, he saw a news item. Horrible. Bankrupt father hangs himself, leaving young children unattended. The reason Lex noticed this news was that the very small article included a photo. It was Sandy's photo. It was the man who couldn't find his son and went to the Elk Bar for help. Lex was stunned. How did he suddenly go bankrupt? Even if he went bankrupt, given Sandy's emphasis on his son, he shouldn't have chosen suicide. How could he bear to leave Daniel? Chapter 128, Signing is imminent. Sir. Bodyguard Gru's voice interrupted Lex's thoughts. He looked up to see the ice cream-loving man whisper. You have visitors, the manager and lawyer from Max Investment Company. Should I ask them to wait a bit longer? No need, let them in. Lex put down his newspaper and ate a piece of bread, then heard footsteps. Soon, the investment company's manager and lawyer had arrived in the living room. Good morning, gentlemen, would you like to join me for breakfast? Lex didn't get up, merely put down his cutlery, spread his hands, and smiled as he asked. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lex, but we've already had breakfast. Please, help yourself. The investment company's manager responded with a polite smile, then sat on the sofa near the dining table with the lawyer. Lex popped a mushroom into his mouth. Then I won't be polite. The two from the investment company reported on the work of the past few days. They had already drafted the contract, which was very detailed, clarifying the shareholding ratio with Pigeon Company and emphasizing Lex's decision-making power and other rights. Additionally, they had already conducted a risk assessment, and their risk analyst believed it was a very worthwhile investment project. Taking the contract, Lex, who was completely ignorant of law, especially the law of the Lone Kingdom, pretended to read through it page by page, then suggested some minor modifications. Finally, Lex said, You've done very well. I will contact Pigeon Company, and once we set a signing time, I will inform you. The investment company's manager stood up, extended his hand, and said, Then we will return and await your good news. After seeing the two off, Lex called Matthew and asked him to first go to Daffodil Street to contact Kyle, instructing the former hunter to meet at the usual cafe at 10 o'clock in the morning. He then sent the butler to visit Luke to schedule a time for signing the contract. After doing all this, Lex stood up and said to Gru, We're going to the South District. South District, Sandy's home. Today, people were continuously entering and exiting Sandy's home, holding flowers and looking sorrowful, likely Sandy's neighbors and friends. According to the customs of the Lone Kingdom, Sandy's body had already been buried. He wondered if his son would be adopted by relatives or enter an orphanage. Lex's carriage stopped at the intersection. He watched the house from afar inside the carriage, then took out a stack of banknotes from his wallet. Ranging from solely to pound, totaling about 20 pounds, he handed them to Gru and said, You go in on my behalf to offer condolences to the family. As for this money, say it's what you owed the deceased. Your main task is to inquire about one thing. I want to know what arrangements have been made for the deceased son. Gru didn't ask why, took the money, nodded, and got out of the carriage. A moment later, the bodyguard returned and said, I've already inquired, sir. The deceased's child has been adopted by his uncle, and they will be leaving Tingen. Is that so? Lex breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go to Sunflower Cafe. On the way to see Kyle, Lex specifically returned to the hotel to bring the parrot, so Kyle would know that he was taking good care of the bird. In the cafe, when Lex entered, he saw the former hunter. He was wearing a cheap formal suit, looking at the street through the window with a smile on his lips. Lex walked over. The parrot left his shoulder, flapping its wings to land on the table, causing a stir. A waiter came up and politely said, Sir, please control your pet. I will, I'm very sorry. Lex glared fiercely at the parrot, which shrunk its head, looked left and right, and began to play dumb. Kyle couldn't help but laugh and said, How did you do that? You know, this fellow wasn't this well behaved when it was at my house. You should call me Great Dragon, you impolite and rude hunter. The parrot extended a wing and pointed its wingtip at Kyle's nose. Of course, it kept its voice low, because Lex had said when they left that if anyone found out it wasn't like a parrot, it would spend the night in the birdcage with the shadow gauntlets. Lex sat down, casually pushed the bird to the window, and smiled. It's simple, occasional rewards, occasional punishments. It seems entrusting it to you was truly the right decision. Oh, I've already obtained information about another auxiliary material. Kyle lowered his voice and said, Remember, it's 5 grams of crimson flower nectar. Then he returned to his normal volume. My friend said he'll be back in 2 weeks at the earliest, and no later than a month. Glancing at the bird by the window, Kyle smiled, Therefore, you only need to endure it for a little longer. When he returns, he will tell me information about a main material. And I will help you inquire about clues for other materials. I believe he should know something. That's truly very kind of you, Mr. Kyle, Lex said sincerely. Kyle shook his head. No, compared to what you've done for me, this is insignificant. How is Ms. Lancey's health? She's recovering very well. I think once she's a bit better, and after my friend arrives, I'll move with her to another street to find a better environment. Kyle's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. I didn't have the means before, but now, because of you, I have the ability to choose. You will both get better and better. Lex also told him that the investment company had already drafted the contract, and once a signing time was set with Luke, they could officially begin cooperation. An entire morning passed in a flash. Kyle declined Lex's invitation to lunch and returned to Daffodil Street. Lex and the parrot got into the carriage, planning to go to an Intis restaurant for a change of taste. In the carriage, the parrot flapped its wings, stood on Lex's shoulder, and said in a voice that grew, facing them, "Couldn't hear, can I discuss something with you?" Lex curiously glanced at the bird. For this parrot, speaking so seriously was a rare phenomenon. He opened the window, letting the sounds of people outside flood into the carriage, then whispered, "What is it?" The parrot said with some distress, "When are you going to get rid of that bronze mirror in the room? It's too noisy, it keeps me from sleeping well every night. Especially since there's another stupid bird in the cage, it just can't sleep quietly and always makes noise. Haven't you noticed I have dark circles under my eyes recently?" Lex was stunned. Bronze mirror. The one I bought, why haven't I heard any sound? How can it be the same? You are just a mortal, and I am a noble dragon. The parrot proudly spread its wings, raised its head, and looked smug. That bronze mirror still retained spirituality. Could it be because of this that this delusional, silly bird heard strange sounds? But I don't feel anything at all. Is its spiritual intuition higher than mine? Although a hunter's spiritual intuition isn't strong either, I'm actually not even as good as a bird, then. Good thing I don't own a dog. However, what Pathways potion did this thing drink after all? Chapter 129, The Baron's Arrangement. After enjoying an Intis feast, Lex returned to the hotel and was informed that he had received a letter. Entering the bedroom, Lex did not immediately throw Macaw into its cage, giving it time to move freely. He sat on the single sofa, opened the envelope, and began to read. The letter was from Bison. "My dear son, I have received your telegram, yes, along with the one from a few days ago. I didn't expect so much to happen in Tingen. It's great that you weren't injured. As for you accidentally killing that gunman, there's no need to worry, I will find a lawyer to handle this matter. Regarding the mastermind, I probably know who did it. There are two suspects. One is my elder brother, Sir Harry Disraeli. He has always been jealous of me, jealous of my achievements, and even jealous that I have a better son than him, as his son is an idiot. The other is my biggest competitor, Rivican Peter. He is a big businessman and has a somewhat shady background. Both of them have the motive and the ability to do this. Therefore, I have already sent warnings to them through some channels, and I believe this will make them restrain themselves, but you still need to pay attention to your own safety. Do you remember what I mentioned last time about your arrangements? There has been progress on this matter, so I feel it's necessary to tell you first. After you finish handling your affairs in Tingen, I will arrange for you to go to sea. You will join the Lone Kingdom's navy, entering a special department as a baron's son and a beyonder. The path you are about to take may not be as comfortable as before, but believe me, the merits you accumulate on sea will be of immense help to yourself and to our family. Perhaps by the time you return, you will already be a general. I sincerely look forward to that day." Lex read the last sentence, his heart unable to calm for a long time. So this was Bison's arrangement for him. He wanted him to join the army and gain a certain position to strengthen his political standing and influence. Thinking a layer deeper. If he could indeed achieve something on sea and even become a general, then a general's son would naturally attract more attention from the outside world and those with ulterior motives in the darkness than an underage boy. But this is also an opportunity for me. Lex murmured softly. More than one watcher has mentioned that hunters, the army, and war are related. Joining the Lone Kingdom's navy now might not be a bad thing. If it's the navy, then my future enemies, could they be pirates? At this moment, his shoulder sank. Parrot landed, looking at the letter and saying, "What's written on this?" Of course, it's not that I can't read. As a dragon, I possess extensive knowledge. I'm just too bored and wanted to test you, that's all. No, you just can't read. Lex glanced at it and put the letter away. Evening. He arrived at the Hunter Club's hall as Duke and immediately saw Arbiter. Cromwell was sitting quietly at the bar, holding a wine glass. He hadn't drunk a drop of the wine and was lost in thought. Lex sat next to him and said to Mr. Parker, "Please give me a glass of wine." Hearing the voice, Arbiter looked up, his eyes regaining focus, and a forced smile appeared on his face. "Good evening, Duke." Good evening. You don't look very well. Why aren't you resting at home? Lex took the wine from the old man and took a sip. Cromwell got off the chair. I wanted to see you. Would you like to have a drink at my place? Just the two of us. Lex knew he wanted to talk about Myers, and it was indeed not suitable to discuss it here, so he finished the wine in his glass. Please lead the way. Arbiter's house was near the Tassoc River, with an elegant environment. When it quieted down at night, the sound of rushing water could be heard. A ginkgo tree was planted in front of the house, and there was also a swing in the open space, but it was covered in dust, indicating it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Cromwell opened the door and turned on the lights before inviting Lex in. The living room seemed a bit messy. It appeared Arbiter had been living alone. He tidied up briefly, clearing 2 sofas and a table, then brought out 2 bottles of Nanville beer. I only have Nanville beer here. It's the only thing I drink at home, Cromwell said with some apology. Lex didn't mind. He sat on one of the sofas and took a sip of the beer. As expected of our best self-produced beer, the aroma is so rich. Other beers are simply as bland as water compared to it. Is that so? I haven't studied it. Arbiter cleared his throat and got straight to the point. I have already disposed of Myers' body. At least for a year, it won't be discovered. Also, to avoid some trouble, I plan to leave Tingen for a while. Lex asked in surprise, where are you going? Backlund, Cromwell said calmly. I've already had a friend there rent a place for me. I'll leave tomorrow. If you need to find me, write to this address. He took out a notepad from the table, found an absorbent fountain pen, and wrote down an address. 12 Evergreen Street, Hillsden. Lex put away the notepad. I've noted it. Is there anything I can help with? Cromwell shook his head and smiled. No need, you've already helped me a great deal. Don't worry about me. My trip to Backlund this time is partly because of Myers' matter, but more importantly, I want to go there to seek the next stage of the potion. I've been at the Arbiter stage for a long time. It's time to take the next step. Lex nodded and casually asked, what exactly did Myers do to be targeted by your officials? Human trafficking. Arbiter revealed without reservation. Behind him is another, larger, more powerful force. So this matter ends here. Do not delve deeper, as it will bring you unnecessary danger. Human trafficking. Lex immediately thought of the black bowties in Enki Town, and the slaves and laborers in that ship who were treated as sacrifices. The events of that night seemed to replay before his eyes, causing him to be slightly distracted. Are you all right? Cromwell's voice brought Lex back to his senses. He shook his head and said, since you're leaving tomorrow, then I wish you a smooth journey. Lex raised his glass. Arbiter showed a genuine smile. I hope to see you in Backlund one day. If you have the chance, you must visit that city. Truly, it is the capital of the kingdom, the most prosperous city on the north-south continent. It is, the land of prosperity. Chapter 130, Suicide. It was already late August, and the morning in Tingen carried a hint of autumn. The first ray of sunlight streaming through the window crawled onto Klein's face, making him yawn and wake from his deep sleep. After getting up and washing, Lex stood in the middle of the bedroom, raising his hands level one after another, summoning the mystical book. As the incantation was recited, the various colors in the room gradually intensified, and a sparrow flying outside the window froze in midair. A faint light drifted down from above his vision. Lex subconsciously lowered his head until he felt a heavy sensation in his hands. Only then did he look down and see the illusory tome, once again resting between his palms. He turned to the first page. Collection. Record. Your adventure biography has received over 9,000 collections/follows. You have collected 9 uses of the message board privilege. Lex picked up the quill tucked into the page, crossed out the previous question, and then wrote a new message. All-knowing observers, who stand above all living beings. I implore your attention, I implore your advice. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, I should be heading to sea soon. I will become a member of the Lone Kingdom's Navy, but I know nothing about the sea. I hope to receive your guidance. I hope to know what noteworthy people are there on the sea, what places harbor great dangers, and what places can yield treasure trove. If he could receive reminders from those great beings, he believed he could quickly accumulate merits and improve his personal strength. After silently praising the watcher in his heart, Lex looked at their messages. Lantern Diary, you might need a reason. According to developments, you are very likely to enter the Tarot Club, but after entering, you will be questioned by Klein. You should prepare a reason for why you pray to an unknown deity. Also, Klein can observe everyone's emotions above the gray mist. You need to prepare for this. Ah, will Klein ask questions? A reason for praying to an unknown deity. Indeed, I hadn't thought about this before. I only thought about joining the Tarot Club in a reasonable way, but I overlooked the reason. After all, normal people pray to the 7 deities. I need to think carefully. Klein can also observe everyone's emotions above the gray mist. This is truly a convenient ability. In that case, I need to try to be my true self, otherwise, it's easy to cause misunderstandings. Merchant, Lex, an angel who has fallen from grace will soon come to help you, so don't worry, lie down and get ready to be carried. I remember this watcher. He said he would teach me how to do business. Fallen to what of an angel? But just an angel sounds very powerful. Will he help me? Really? The true king, Lex, let me summarize the abilities of the Red Priest pathway for you. 1. The essence of the Red Priest sequence is war. The high-level evil spirits of this pathway have said that the last thing to do is war. The abilities of the Red Priest sequence are essentially all for the service of war. Below, I will talk about the more important aspects of abilities. 2. Sequence 9 ability, very important recovery ability. Making traps is the foundation for advancing to the middle sequences. Another watcher mentioned war. It seems that Bison arranging for me to join the Navy is also a good thing for me, as I can get in touch with the military in advance. This watcher provided very useful information, even summarizing the characteristics of the first few sequences for me. However, does Sequence 9 have a recovery ability? It doesn't seem to. Autumn Moon, why did you kill all the goblins? Because they are all monsters. But there are good goblins too. There are kind goblins. This. I don't quite understand this. That's all for today. I look forward to the observer's replies. Ending the summoning, Lex called Matthew, who helped him change into a shirt and waistcoat. As he was enjoying breakfast, there was a knock at the door. The bodyguard crew opened the door and found a young man standing outside. Excuse me, does Mr. Lex live here? Yes, and you are? I am Counselor Maynard's servant. My master has an invitation for me to deliver to Mr. Lex. Lex, who was eating, stopped when he heard the name Maynard, and frowned slightly. Finally, the invitation was delivered to Lex through Gru. It was an invitation to a banquet, scheduled for the evening of the 31st of this month, at Counselor Maynard's house. Sir, will you attend the banquet? The gray-haired, red-eyed butler asked softly. If Lex were to attend, he would need to make some preparations in advance. For example, preparing a gift. No. Lex said very simply, without giving a reason, because it wasn't necessary. Maynard is in the story, and I don't plan to join in the fun. Matthew nodded and took the opportunity to report yesterday's work. Sir, I have received a reply from Mr. Luke. He will sign the contract with you on Monday morning. Very good. Lex nodded in satisfaction. After finishing breakfast, he picked up the newspaper and started reading. Around 10 o'clock, he left the hotel and went to the horse riding club. Today was the weekend, and the club had some activities. For Lex, this was a good opportunity to expand his social circle. He naturally didn't want to miss it. Hall Street, Horse Riding Club. Wearing a black formal suit and a silk top hat, Lex entered the hall. Guinevere, who was in charge of reception, showed a bright smile and greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Lex, it's been several days since I last saw you. Lex nodded slightly. Good morning, young Miss Guinevere, your smile even makes the morning light pale in comparison. The lady with reddish-brown hair pinned up had sparkling eyes. Although the season was nearing autumn, there seemed to be spring light rippling in her eyes. Her full lips parted slightly, as if to say something, when suddenly a few soft sobs were heard, and then a young lady with long dark brown hair, her eyes red, quickly left the hall. Poor Jenny, she's still grieving for our colleague. Guinevere sighed softly and shook her head with a hint of sadness. Jenny? That sounds very familiar. Lex glanced towards the door. What happened to your colleague? Guinevere's face seemed to be covered with a layer of gloom. A colleague from the audit department hanged himself a few days ago. He also had a child. Fortunately, the child was adopted by relatives, otherwise he would have to go to an orphanage. I heard that the environment in orphanages is quite harsh. Lex suddenly shivered and immediately remembered Sandy. Then he realized why the name Jenny sounded so familiar. Because Sandy had mentioned that they had spent an hour in the office. Ahem, that's not the point. Lex controlled his expression, making himself appear quite casual as he asked, oh, something like that happened. What was your colleague's name? I'd like to donate a sum of money to his family. Guinevere said with a touched expression, Mr. Lex, you are truly a compassionate gentleman. I thank you on behalf of Sandy, but you don't need to do so, because his only relative, his child Daniel, has already left Tingen. It really was Sandy. Sandy was originally an employee of the horse riding club. Why did that man commit suicide? Or was he forced to commit suicide? Chapter 131, Chariot. Because of Sandy's matter, Lex was a bit distracted this morning, lacking interest even in social activities. He only stayed for a little over an hour before leaving the horse riding club. After a simple lunch, he returned to the hotel, to his bedroom, and seriously pondered the matter. Currently, As far as I know, Maynard and McGovern, both members of the horse riding club, have experienced coughing up strange smoke when they cough. And now, the club's auditor, Sandy, has suddenly committed suicide. Does this indicate that some unknown danger is lurking within the club? It's just that I didn't observe the phenomenon of coughing up smoke on Sandy. Perhaps his death is an isolated incident, not directly related to the abnormalities in the other two members. But I've only met Sandy a few times, so it's possible he had the same phenomenon, and I just wasn't aware of it. If that's the case, then going to the club frequently would be dangerous for me. But if I don't show up, it will arouse suspicion, and perhaps even trigger the danger within. I need to investigate the club, but I can't appear there myself. Should I entrust it to Detective Robin? Lex walked out of his room and called Gru, "Go find Detective Robin and tell him I have a new commission." "Yes, sir." The bodyguard turned and left, softly muttering, "Great, I can grab an ice cream on the way." Feeling a sense of unease, Lex instinctively thought of praying, and then thought of the bronze mirror and Klein. He returned to his bedroom, took out the notebook he had bought at the last Beyonder gathering, and prayed in front of the bronze mirror as usual. Only this time, after he had finished praying, he deliberately held the notebook and said, "It wasn't easy to get Emperor Roselle's notebook, but what do these symbols actually mean?" After speaking, Lex, without much expectation, intended to put the notebook away. Suddenly, a deep crimson bloomed before his eyes. The light came from within the bronze mirror, instantly engulfing him. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing in a majestic palace, with colossal stone pillars supporting the dome. Throughout the palace, boundless gray-white mist permeated, appearing both ethereal and indistinct, with a sense of unreality. Within this mist, there were also deep crimson points of light, like stars. In front of Lex was a mottled bronze long table, which seemed to have endured endless years, exuding an ancient aura. Just opposite the long table, Lex clearly saw a figure shrouded in thick gray mist. Caught off guard by this shadow, even though he was somewhat prepared, Lex was still startled and asked from the bottom of his heart, "Who are you? Are you a god?" The figure behind the thick mist responded in a leisurely and relaxed tone, "I am not a god. I am merely the fool who likes equivalent exchange. If you can provide something of value, you can obtain what you desire from me, or from others similar to you. It really is Klein. This is the palace above the gray mist. Oh my god, I can actually come here, it's like a dream." Lex didn't suppress his joyful and excited feelings, but also showed vigilance, so as not to let the fool opposite him realize that he seemed to know what above the gray mist looked like. "Then, what kind of things do you consider valuable?" "Oh, by the way, I recently obtained a few pages of Emperor Roselle's notebook. I wonder if you are interested in them." The figure behind the thick gray mist did not respond immediately, but said, "Don't rush this. As I just said, I like equivalent exchange. I have given you an opportunity with infinite possibilities, and you must pay a corresponding price." Lex asked somewhat guiltily, "What do you want?" "I want to know the reason for your prayer. Judging by the language you used, you should be a Loanese. From your attire, you possess a certain social status. For a Loanese of a certain status, if he needs to pray and ask for a god's blessing, wouldn't it be more appropriate to pray to those few? Here it comes. Just as that watcher said, Klein would ask me for the reason. As you can see, I am a Loanese. To be precise, I am the adopted son of a baron. I am a Beyonder, a Sequence 8 provoker. I was raised to be the shield of that family. Just recently, I experienced an evil god's descent event. Although the event seems to be resolved, I am worried about being watched by the evil god. I have prayed to those orthodox gods, but I have never received any revelation. And recently, I feel that danger is approaching me. I am eager to become stronger to cope with possible dangers. I bought an ancient bronze mirror from a friend, which is said to be an item from the Solomon Empire period. At the same time, I was told that these items can sometimes establish a connection with ancient gods. I tried praying to the bronze mirror many times, but I never received a response. Originally, I didn't have much hope today, but I didn't expect that I could actually come to such a magical, incredible place." Lex basically described his experiences and feelings truthfully, not even concealing the matter of the bronze mirror. He didn't lie, he just didn't go into enough detail. The figure in the thick mist remained silent, seemingly tapping the long table with his fingers, which made Lex feel a pang of guilt. After a moment, Lex heard a calm voice coming from the opposite side of the long table, "For the next 2 days, I will pull you up here at any time. Try to avoid being with other people." Lex's heart finally settled. It seemed he had passed the initial review. He composed himself and calmly replied, "As you wish." The figure in the thick mist let out a light chuckle. "Before that, you need to decide your code name." Just then, a deck of tarot cards appeared on the surface of the bronze long table. "I know this. Young Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman are some kind of code names." Lex walked over and heard the one opposite the long table say, "Pick one of the cards." However, the Fool, Justice, Hanged Men, and Son are excluded. "Okay." Lex flipped through the tarot cards and suddenly saw a card depicting an ancient chariot. He thought of the hunter, or rather, the red priest pathway being related to war. So he picked up that chariot card. I choose it. Chariot. Remember your choice, it will run through the entirety of your life. From within the thick gray mist, the figure raised his hand and extended it forward. Deep crimson light shone before Lex's eyes again. When the light dissipated, he saw his bedroom and the bronze mirror on the wall. Crack, crack, the mirror shattered completely, turning into illusory light that vanished into the air. Subsequently, a deep crimson light shone on the back of his hand. The light spiraled inward, revealing a circle radiating lines. This strange symbol quickly sank into the back of his hand, completely disappearing. Everything was like a dream. It took a moment for Lex to finally let out a breath, silently thinking in his heart, not daring to speak aloud. After dismissing the attendant, the black curly-haired man said with a look of reverence, I never expected such a small task would require you, Lord Carrot, to personally come. It is truly my honor to be able to follow you, my lord, to the Lone Kingdom. That task is merely incidental, Barry. You must remember, we have a more important mission. We must attempt to awaken it, and this requires many materials and multiple experiments. The man called Carrot said expressionlessly, we have to admit, Lone is more prosperous and very suitable for performing rituals. And that task is just to provide us, through that idiot, with a legitimate channel to enter Lone, as well as identification. Barry, with his thick hair, bowed his head and said, you are right, my lord. So, shall I go inquire about the target's current location? No need. Carrot took a black and white photograph from his pocket, then opened the window. A breeze blew in. He reached out and grabbed something in the wind, then brought his hand to his mouth and whispered, go find this person. I want to know his current location. The black and white photograph in his other hand fluttered left and right in the wind. In the photograph was a handsome young man. He appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old, with short, messy black hair, and a faint scar below his left eye, like an unwiped tear stain. On Sunday morning, after enjoying breakfast, Lex was looking through the newspaper. He saw an advertisement. The Red Maple Theatre would be staging a play on the evening of the 31st of this month, and among the actors was the popular actress Pamela. It seems there will be a Beyonder gathering that night. Although he has already joined the Tarot Club, he should still attend the gathering. Having an extra channel is always good. And it also gives him a reason to decline attending Counselor Maynard's banquet. Lex closed the newspaper and called Matthew over, you go to the Red Maple Theatre later. There's a performance on the evening of the 31st, book a private box. The same one we had last time. That private box doesn't have a restroom. I can find an excuse to leave, but if I keep having stomach issues, what will Matthew and the others think of me? Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps sounded, and Gru came to Lex's side, bending down and leaning in to whisper, Sir, Detective Robin has arrived. In the living room, Lex once again met the detective from Ottawa County, Robin. Good morning, Mr. Lex. Is there anything I can help you with this time? Robin was deeply impressed by Lex's generosity. Who wouldn't want to deal with a generous employer? Lex cleared his throat and said seriously, Mr. Robin, this commission carries a certain degree of danger. I am willing to pay £100 for it, but you must consider it carefully, because I cannot guarantee your safety. Robin was stunned for a moment, then responded, Mr. Lex, our line of work is never without danger. Believe me, I can protect myself. Of course, if the incident is too dangerous, beyond my capabilities, I will still choose to refuse. But a £100 commission doesn't come around often. I hope the danger is within my acceptable range. The detective's eyes darted around, occasionally glancing at Lex's pocket. Lex nodded gently, it's like this, an auditor at the horse riding club on Hall Street recently committed suicide. But I suspect things are not that simple. For some reason, I'd like you to investigate the deceased's experiences over the past month. What he did, who he met, what investments he made, and so on. Robin listened, then smiled, this job isn't difficult. No, please don't be careless. You must be cautious during the investigation. If you feel danger, you can stop at any time. I will pay you according to your work progress, so you won't have worked for nothing. Lex solemnly reminded him, also, no matter what, do not enter the horse riding club. Try to conduct your investigation from outside. I believe you will find a way. Robin replied indifferently, all right, then, what is the auditor's name? His name is Sandy. Chapter 133, Seeking Help. After seeing Detective Robin off, Lex prepared to return to his bedroom to rest. This time, he had no intention of sneaking out of the hotel under the guise of a nap, he genuinely wanted to relax. Since arriving in Tingen, he had been occupied with all sorts of matters almost every day. If he didn't rest soon, he worried he would collapse from exhaustion. Well, he meant mentally. Moreover, he didn't know if Klein would suddenly pull him into the grey fog, so it wasn't suitable for him to wander around. However, he remembered that in the original story, Klein only held the Tarot Club meetings on Monday afternoons, so this afternoon, he should have some free time. This was a good opportunity to summarize his experiences as a provoker during this period. In the bedroom, the parrot was in its cage, cowering in a corner for some unknown reason. The original female parrot had been disliked by it, so Lex could only send her away, having Matthew return her to the pet shop. Now, the parrot, alone in the cage, looked like it was afraid of something. It was completely silent and stared straight ahead. "What are you doing?" "Engaging in performance art." Lex lightly tapped the cage with his finger. Of course, he didn't expect a parrot to understand what performance art was, even if it was a magical creature. "Shoo, don't talk." "Oh, they're gone." The parrot glanced towards the window. Lex curiously opened the window but found nothing unusual. "Who's gone?" "I don't know either, just something that made me uncomfortable." "Oh, you're going to die." The parrot observed Lex, tilting its head. "You're the one who's going to die." "Cursing me, I'll punish you by giving you no food tonight, let you starve to death." Lex glared at it in annoyance. The parrot spread its wings, shrugging like a person. "What did I just say? I was talking nonsense." "You wouldn't really argue with a parrot, would you?" "Would you?" Lex almost rolled his eyes hearing that. "At a time like this, you're not insisting you're a dragon." He called Matthew, instructing the valet to take the parrot out for some fresh air. Matthew worried the parrot might fly away, but Lex had no such concerns. That fellow was too smart. After sending the noisy guy away, Lex finally had a peaceful afternoon. He sat on the sofa, hands on his knees, leaning back in a relaxed posture. I already know that the most basic application of provocation is to use words and actions to make an opponent lose their reason and become enraged. This has been verified when dealing with the assassin who came to kill Helen, and on the Sea Serpent gang leader. I quickly understood that provocation doesn't necessarily require a lot of words. Often, a single sentence or a look at a crucial moment can achieve the same effect. Just like that time with Maggie, my cooperation with everyone formed a powerful suppression against her, causing her immense psychological pressure. Finally, I used a single sentence and a look to make her lose her reason, and she quite cooperatively rushed into my preset trap. And on the night I dealt with Myers, I even discovered that provocation could also be applied psychologically. My action of standing at the door at that time was undoubtedly a psychological provocation, but the purpose of that provocation was not to make him lose his mind, but to make him suspicious, ultimately causing him to abandon the easiest way to break through. Therefore, I believe that when dealing with cautious people, psychological provocation will make them paranoid, thereby missing the simplest and easiest opportunities to achieve their goals. I didn't expect provocation to involve so much knowledge. In the evening, Lex slipped out of the hotel and went to the safe house. In the mailbox on the porch, he found a letter. "For me." Lex looked around, then cautiously opened the mailbox. He didn't directly use his hand to take it, but used a dagger to pick it up, finding the words, Aero Security Company, written on the envelope. He owed, remembering that he had reported the address of his safe house to the Hunter Club. It seemed Arrows had an urgent matter to discuss with him, which was why he had someone send a letter. At this time, the importance of the telephone was evident. If there were telephones or mobile phones, one could immediately contact the other party. He wondered if this world would ever develop something like mobile phones in the future. Lex took the letter into the house, lit the gas lamp, and then opened the envelope. Taking out the folded letter paper, he unfolded it and saw only one line of text, "Duke, please come to the club immediately, urgent matter." Lex frowned, disposed of the letter, and checked the items on his person. He specifically confirmed the teleport brooch. This was a crucial life-saving item that could get him out of danger at a critical moment. Then, without turning off the light, he left by climbing out the window at the back of the house. Hunter Club. When Lex walked in, he felt a tense atmosphere. Hunters gathered in small groups, talking about something. At the bar, Arrows was talking to Nafi. The tall, beautiful girl saw Lex and immediately called out, "Boss Duke, over here." Lex walked over. "What happened?" Nafi said nervously, "Grizzly and Mole are both missing." "Missing?" Lex was stunned for a moment, then asked, "How do you know?" Arrows stood up and said, "It's Bowen. He's a member of our club and also a friend of Grizzly and Mole." As he spoke, he waved to a man in his 30s, balding, with black eyes, in a corner of the hall. The men walked over, and Arrows introduced, "This is Bowen. This is Duke." Arrows patted the balding man's shoulder. "Come on, tell him about Grizzly and Mole." Bowen nodded and said, "The three of us originally agreed to go do something exciting last night. Well, I mean the casino, we could play all night. But when the time came last night, those two guys didn't show up. I wasn't too concerned at first, they occasionally stood me up, I was used to it. Then last night, I lost a sum of money, a considerable sum, which made my life a bit difficult. I heard they had made a lot recently, especially Grizzly, so I went to him to borrow some money. But Grizzly wasn't home. What was strange was that there was half-eaten food on the table and an unfinished cigarette. The key thing was, there was also an unfinished bottle of wine. That guy is a heavy drinker, he might leave food uneaten or a cigarette half-smoked, but he would never waste a single drop of wine. The situation at the scene made me a little worried, but I checked the surroundings and found no signs of a struggle. It was like the kid left halfway through eating, and he never came back after that. Listening to his account, Lex also began to feel that the matter was not simple. Bowen continued, unable to find Grizzly, I went to look for Mole. I thought Grizzly had gone to find him, but Mole wasn't home either. However, in Mole's house, I found a cigar that had been lit. Lex asked, puzzled, so what? Bowen said in a deep voice, Mole never smokes cigars, he only smokes rolled cigarettes. And, we had set up some emergency signals. Among them, if Mole's cigar had been lit, it meant something very dangerous had happened, meaning he needed help, even rescue. Chapter 134, Bloody Message. After listening to Bowen, the balding man, Lex looked at Arrows and said directly, what do you need me to do? Arrows smiled and nodded to old Parker, then said, with Mr. Parker's help, we've pinpointed 3 possible locations where the grizzly bears might be. 2 teams of hunters have already gone to search 2 of those spots, for the remaining one, I hope you and Nafi can check it out. Mr. Parker. Lex glanced at the old man, who was like a precise machine always at work, and wondered what kind of help old Parker had provided to locate 3 spots so quickly. He didn't voice his doubt. Lex nodded and said, give me the address. The grizzly bear and the mole had cooperated with him twice, and both times the process was very pleasant. Now that they might be in danger, Lex was willing to help them within his capabilities. Arrows pulled out a slip of paper with only a short line of information, number 4 Fania Street, North District. Lex took the slip and was about to leave when the balding Bowen stepped forward, I'll go too. Lex looked at Arrows for his opinion, and the latter nodded in agreement, so he said nothing more and left quickly. Although it wasn't late at night yet, Fania Street was already quite quiet. Pedestrians were rare on the street, and under the dim gas lamps, Lex and the 2 others stopped, looking at a row house not far ahead. The small lawn here seemed not to have been mowed for some time. A "For Rent" sign stood on the lawn, and the house was pitch black inside with doors and windows tightly shut, looking as if it hadn't been occupied for a while. Lex was about to walk up when Bowen, carrying a cage, whispered, wait a moment, let my little guy scout ahead. After Bowen finished speaking, he carried the cage onto the porch and, using some unknown method, easily opened the door. Only then did he put down the cage covered with black cloth, open it, reach in, and pull out a plump hamster. Bowen put this hamster inside, then took out a second one from the cage. He released a total of 5 hamsters into the house before retreating. They're trained to scout for danger for me. These little guys have saved my life more than once, Bowen introduced confidently, glancing at Lex and casually adding, I heard the grizzly bear mention you. He couldn't praise you enough, and even the mole said it was a pleasure working with you. You know, that guy doesn't just say things like that. Lex showed no reaction, partly because he wasn't familiar with Bowen, and partly because he wasn't in the mood. After a while, soft, squeaking sounds came from the door. Hamsters crawled out of the house one by one and climbed into the cage themselves, much to Nafi's surprise. It seems there's no danger. Just as he finished speaking, Bowen suddenly looked at the last hamster coming out of the door. That hamster's feet and the fur on both sides were stained with blood. Damn it, did we hit the jackpot? Bowen was about to rush into the house before the hamster entered the cage, but Lex grabbed him. The more critical the moment, the calmer you need to be. Lex turned to Nafi and said, you stay here and provide support. After getting a response from the tall girl, Lex took out his blood praise and stepped inside the door. The air inside the door felt slightly stifling, as if the windows hadn't been opened for ventilation in a long time. He found a hurricane lamp, and after lighting it with a match, the light immediately revealed tiny blood footprints on the ground. Those were hamster footprints, and these marks formed a line, indicating the source of the bloodstains. Lex held his gun and the lamp, following the line on the ground, and arrived at the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, Lex smelled blood, and his heart immediately sank to the bottom. But he had, after all, experienced many incidents and remained calm, holding the hurricane lamp and carefully observing his surroundings. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he followed Bowen, who had taken out his revolver, towards the sofa area of the living room. As they got a little closer, they saw 2 figures sitting on the sofa. They were silent, sitting upright as if asleep. Seeing these 2 figures suddenly in the darkness startled not only Bowen but also Lex. And when the lamp light illuminated their faces, Bowen exclaimed even louder. It's them. Indeed, it was the grizzly bear and the mole. Their eyes were closed, their faces expressionless, and their skin was somewhat ashen and dull, looking fine at first glance. But as Lex got closer, he suddenly saw that the area below their waists was already stained red with blood. Blood flowed from under their clothes, having soaked their pants and left a puddle of already semi-coagulated plasma on the ground. That hamster earlier had passed over this puddle of plasma, which was how it got blood on it. And judging by the amount of blood loss, both men were already dead. No. Bowen was about to rush over but was stopped by Lex. He found a wooden stick and gently lifted the victim's clothes to ensure nothing fatal was hidden beneath. As a hunter, Lex was no stranger to traps. He was worried the killer might have set traps using these two bodies. But after lifting the clothes, he saw no traps, but instead found that the bodies' chests had been opened, all the parts inside removed, and even rats were going in and out of the chest cavities. Damn rats, get out of my friends' bodies. While Bowen was chasing away the rats, Lex also noticed an elegant glazed plate on the table in front, filled with food from the bodies of the grizzly bear and the mole. On the wall directly in front of the table, there was a bloody line of text that read, "Give me my things, or they will be your fate." Things? What things? Bowen also saw the bloody words, "Did the grizzly bear and the mole take someone's things? What do we do next?" I'm thinking. Lex looked at the bodies on the sofa and asked, "Do they have families?" "No, people like us aren't suited for families." Bowen looked sadly at his two friends, "They're the best examples." No family. Then, only friends would notice something was wrong. They were hunters, so those they associated with would naturally also be hunters. So, when the grizzly bear and the mole went missing, they would surely notify the club. Hunters were unlikely to call the police, so the ones to find the grizzly bear's bodies would naturally also be hunters. In that case, this bloody message was left for hunters to see. Lex walked to one side. The matter of the grizzly bear and the mole taking someone's things must have happened recently, assuming they hadn't done anything else in private. Then the incident of taking someone's things could only have occurred during the previous two commissioned events. During the Sea Serpent Gang incident, the grizzly bear and the mole didn't even enter the shipping company, so it was impossible for them to have taken anything. That leaves the Princess Maggie incident. But all they took was jewelry. Someone capable of such an act wouldn't torture and kill two hunters over a bit of jewelry. No. Wait. Besides the jewelry, there were also 3 gift contracts in the box at the time. I took the contracts, but the other party only investigated the grizzly bear, so they assumed the grizzly bear and the mole took the contracts. Finally, they found the contracts weren't on them, so they killed them and left a message. This message was actually meant for me. Chapter 135, Basic Operations. This possibility is not small. After all, in those 3 contracts, the recipient was Heimerk. If it was the Heimerk connected to the Enki Town evil god's descent, then he would certainly be capable of doing such a thing. But if he caught Grizzly and the other, with his methods, he should be able to get my information, so why would he still leave such a message? Wouldn't it be better to just come directly to me? Lex suddenly touched his chest. That's right, I'm wearing Black Knight Embrace, which has the ability of secret. Perhaps because of this, the other party finds it difficult to ascertain my identity, which is why he needed to leave such a message. But if that's the case, Nafi will also be in danger. She shouldn't have similar magical items, and she will be exposed to the other party's gaze. Lex raised his head again, having already made a decision. Call the police station. When Bowen heard Lex say this, he almost couldn't believe his ears. You think the police can solve this? We have to solve it ourselves. Lex said calmly, in that case, we would fall into the other party's trap. His leaving such a message is undoubtedly a provocation. He wants us to solve it like hunters, and if we do that, there will be more victims. Bowen was stunned, but what good will it do to hand it over to the police? Handing it over to the police won't accomplish much, but it will alert the official beyonder, and with their involvement, we will be safe. Of course, this will cause us some trouble. Lex said emphatically, but having trouble is better than dying. It took Bowen a while to react. What you said seems to make sense. Of course, this is a basic operation. Then go call the police station. I'll clean up the traces and leave. Remember, don't go to the police station yourself, Lex instructed. The balding man nodded. I know how to handle it. After Bowen left, Lex dealt with the places where the two had walked and the things they had touched. Of course, this method of handling could only fool the police. If official beyonder were involved, they would likely discover something. However, he had Black Knight Embrace on him, so he didn't need to worry too much. Even if something was discovered, they would only treat him as an ordinary club hunter. Next, he needed to make sure Nafi was safe. Although Lex wasn't sure if the killer was Heimerk, or if what he wanted was the contract in his hand. But it's always good to be careful. Grizzly and the other were already dead, and Lex didn't want anything to happen to the female warrior outside. Walking out of the room, Nafi, who was waiting nearby, took 2 steps forward, Boss Duke, inside. She had already guessed something. When Bowen came out earlier, his expression was far from pleasant. Lex glanced at her. Let's go back to the club first. Elk Bar, Club Hall. At the bar, Lex revealed his findings, and at the same time, frankly told Arrows about his handling of the situation and his conjectures about it. If Grizzly and the other haven't been doing anything outside recently, then this matter might be related to our previous 2 missions. We might have taken something we shouldn't have, which is why Grizzly and the others died so tragically. Arrows nodded and said, "You handled it very well, and your judgment is very accurate. In this situation, if we insist on solving it like hunters, we are very likely to fall into a bigger trap. On the contrary, bringing the officials in can muddy the waters and make the other party restrain themselves. But you two will still be in danger. How about this, you two stay at the club for this period of time. I'll have someone prepare 2 rooms later." Lex said in a deep voice, "Is that all right? Wouldn't that bring trouble to the club?" Arrow smiled, "If the club can't provide its members with some protection, then who would be willing to stay here? And with official involvement, our troubles will be much less. You two can stay here with peace of mind." Lex looked at Nafi, "Then you should stay here tonight. Don't go back." Nafi looked at him with a worried expression. "What about you, Boss Duke?" "I can take care of myself, and I hope the other party will come to me proactively so I can completely resolve the trouble," Lex said calmly. His confidence came from projection of status. With this trump card, as long as he wasn't targeted by a Saint-level powerhouse, Lex believed he could solve it. And if the opponent was truly Saint-level, he highly doubted whether they could move freely. They would probably be targeted by the officials as soon as they entered Tinjin, right? After giving a few more instructions to the young miss, Lex finally left. Watching his back disappear behind the door, Nafi's eyes were full of adoration. Boss Duke is so confident and handsome. Arrows next to him started coughing repeatedly. On Monday morning, Lex woke up early. After what happened last night, he didn't sleep soundly. Lying in bed, looking at the ceiling of the hotel bedroom, Lex sighed softly. Although he wasn't deeply acquainted with Grizzly and the other, they had cooperated twice, and suddenly 2 living people died like that. And they died so tragically, Lex couldn't imagine what kind of pain they had experienced before their deaths. They were just ordinary hunters. If they were Beyonder, the deeper they delved into that mysterious world, the more risks they would bear. Only powerful strength can allow one to survive in this world. Becoming even more certain of this, Lex got out of bed full of motivation. This morning, he still had to sign a contract with the homing pigeon company. His investment plan was finally about to officially start. He hoped this plan could provide him with enough funds in the future. After all, the Tao of a Beyonder was a very expensive path. After changing into formal wear and eating breakfast, Lex left the hotel. He first went to pick up Kyle, and then headed to the homing pigeon company's branch in Tinjin. The staff of Max Investment Company were already waiting at the telegraph company branch. After meeting Lex, they were led by the reception young miss to the conference room on the 2nd floor. In the conference room, Luke Bruce, who was radiant today, put on his gold-rimmed glasses again, appearing refined and scholarly. When he saw Lex, he laughed heartily, opened his arms, and gave Lex a warm hug. "Good morning, Mr. Lex. I hope today we can successfully sign the contract and begin our cooperation." Lex showed a polite smile and responded, "That is what I hope for as well." Next, Max Investment Company presented the contract that Lex had confirmed. The 2 parties discussed and adjusted each clause of the contract. Around noon, after all the details were confirmed by both sides and the contract was reprinted, they proceeded to the signing stage. Lex took out the fountain pen he had brought and signed his name on the contract. Just then, he heard a cough. Luke Bruce covered his mouth with a handkerchief and said apologetically, "I seem to have caught a cold these past 2 days. You must take care of yourself." Just in case, Lex activated his spiritual vision, expecting it to be a false alarm like last time. But this time, he saw clearly that strange, faintly glowing smoke lingered around Luke. Within the smoke, blurry faces continuously appeared and then silently vanished. Chapter 136, Sudden Assassination. Whoosh. Lex abruptly stood up, leaning forward, and looked nervously at Luke Bruce. The conference room fell silent. People looked at Lex with strange expressions, unable to interpret his behavior. Lex only then came back to his senses, realizing his gaffe, and quickly remedied, sorry, I need to go to the restroom." The major shareholder of Dove Company was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. "Then let my secretary take you." "All right." Lex put down his steel pen, pressed his hand to his abdomen, exited his seat, and under the guidance of Luke's young Miss Secretary, arrived at the restroom. How embarrassing. Lex scooped up a handful of clear water and splashed it on his face. He wiped his face, but I can't be blamed for this. The scene just now was really... No, that's not the point now. Even Luke has strange smoke appearing around him. He's also a member of the horse riding club, and the club's auditor just committed suicide. There must be something wrong with this club. What should I do now? Lex took out his handkerchief and wiped his face, asked Mr. Kyle for help. No, first, he has already left the circle, and second, he still has a wife to take care of. I can't involve him. I've got it. Tarot Club. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to enter above the gray mist this afternoon and attend that gathering. I can exchange information with others at the meeting. Perhaps they will know what those strange smokes are. I hope nothing happens to Mr. Luke before I find an answer. After all, this concerns my money prospects. Returning to the conference room, Lex put on a smile. Sorry to keep you all waiting. The signing was finally completed smoothly. Under Luke's farewell, Lex and Kyle got into the carriage. Mr. Kyle, would you like to have dinner together? We can go to the Intis restaurant. Their dishes have a unique style and are worth experiencing. Kyle shook his head, saying as Lex expected, I want to go home. Lancey wants to go out for a walk this afternoon. All right then, it seems only I will be able to enjoy this feast. Kyle glanced at him, shook his head, although you are still young, I don't recommend you eat such rich food. It's not good for your health. Lex was stunned for a moment, then humbly nodded, I will follow your advice. Near Daffodil Street, the carriage stopped, and Kyle got out to go home. Lex originally wanted to go to the Intis restaurant, but after hearing Kyle's words, he decided to dine at a regular restaurant near the hotel. Moreover, his lunch mainly consisted of vegetables and mushrooms, paired with lean chicken breast and wine that has a lipid-lowering effect. So, when the bodyguard and butler found their own seats to dine, Lex heard Gru say in a low voice. Sir's health preservation techniques seem to be even more advanced. While waiting for the food to be served, Lex somewhat boredly observed the guests in the restaurant. Not many people were dining at noon. There were a few well-dressed gentlemen, but their clothes gave off a cheap smell, looking like employees of some company. Lex also noticed that in a distant corner, two men who were clearly not native Loanese were sitting. One of them was older, and the other was in his early 30s. The older one had no expression on his face, his skin was pale, and he looked lifeless, like a corpse from a tomb. If he hadn't put the diced meat into his mouth, Lex would have thought he saw a living corpse. His companion, the younger one, had his hat placed on the table next to him, revealing a thick, black, curly hair. This person had darker skin, and his facial features were clearly not Loanese. Lex noticed that he was wearing a ring on his right hand, and there seemed to be some symbols on the ring. But the distance was too far, and the symbols were small, so Lex couldn't see clearly. At this moment, his dishes began to arrive. Lex tied his napkin, picked up his knife and fork, and prepared to eat a mushroom first. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding temperature drop, and his hands had not been raised, not moving at all. What's going on? Lex was about to get up, but he felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was hanging on him, making him unable to stand up. Immediately after, he felt a constricting sensation in his neck, as if being tightly choked by two invisible hands. Lex began to feel difficulty breathing, and at the same time, he knew that he had fallen into a bizarre assassination. Fortunately, he could still blink his eyelids. He quickly blinked twice, activating his spiritual vision. As soon as spiritual vision was activated, a huge chill immediately rose up Lex's back. He saw his hands, feet, and waist being embraced by people whose skin was so pale it was almost illusory. What is this? Are these undead? Am I being attacked by undead? Although he couldn't see behind him, or even his neck, Lex was certain that there must also be a pair of illusory hands there, tightly gripping his throat. If he didn't do something, in the eyes of others, he would just sit there stiffly until he stopped breathing. Damn it. My sun charms has already been used. The hunter pathway does not have the ability to deal with the undead, at least not me now. I can't move, I can't take out my revolver, but even if I could, blood praise probably wouldn't be able to do anything against the undead. These undead should not be attacking me spontaneously, they are being controlled. There is a bee under in the restaurant. What to do? Should I use the teleport brooch? I could use it to immediately escape the danger, but what after escaping? Will these undead also teleport with me? Damn it, I'm hypoxic, and my thoughts are starting to blur. No. I must act immediately. Teleport. Wait. I have another trump card, a trump card that can ensure a perfect resolution to this incident. Authority projection. It can only be used once, and I don't know when I'll get it next time. I can't worry about that much now. Summon. I want to summon authority projection. As this strong desire arose, Lex saw pale golden characters appearing in the air before him, like a mysterious book unfolding in another dimension, displaying its information before his eyes. A watcher's projection has been randomly selected for you. Please recite, or silently recite, its honorable name, and pray for its descent and help. In an instant, segments of honorable names appeared before Lex's eyes. He endured the pain of not being able to breathe and silently recited them in his mind. The sorrow that spreads despair, the eternally youthful one. The master of viruses and bacteria. The dominator of extreme pleasure. Great Clemens Birdman. I pray for your descent, I pray for your help to overcome this difficulty. Invisible ripples spread through the air, and an illusory, sweet scent permeated the restaurant, but apart from Lex, no one else seemed to notice anything unusual. Then, Lex heard a beautiful voice, each note bringing endless pleasure. "Is it you who summoned me?" In his vision, strands of dark purple, lustrous hair fell from the void realm. Chapter 137, Witch. Lex, his body pinned by numerous souls, instinctively tried to look up but couldn't move. He could only watch as the purple hair fell, followed by a pair of long, slender legs, with skin as tender as a young girl's, slowly descending. Just looking at those flawless long legs made Lex's heart pound and his mouth go dry, instantly bringing back the feeling of first love. These legs were no stockings, no shoes, and those beautiful, bare feet, like works of art, touched the dining table with a single toe painted with a faint pink nail polish. Then, a flowing purple skirt covered those maddeningly pale, long legs, and immediately after, an ethereal, beautiful woman squatted down, turned her head, and smiled at Lex. She had purple hair and black eyes, pure and beautiful, exuding an irresistible charm. Her simple purple robe had very high slits on both sides, allowing glimpses of the scenery beneath the skirt. The V-neck of the robe was wide and deep, revealing much of the two full curves within. On her, there was both the innocence of a young girl and the maturity of a lady, blended into an unusually unique and maddening charm. Is this the projection of a certain Watcher's authority that I summoned? She's too beautiful. Too perfect. No, now is not the time for such exclamations. Watcher, save me. Lex felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurry, even finding it hard to clearly see the woman's face on the table. Do you want me to save you? Her voice was soft and pure, yet carried a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of seduction, constantly stirring the madness in one's heart. But why should I do that? Hearing this, Lex felt immense despair, but then, the woman on the table laughed. Her laughter was incredibly melodious, making Lex wish she would laugh like that forever. Just kidding. After all, I've been watching you for a long time, and you bring me joy. If you were to die here, I would lose a lot of future happiness. Throughout the restaurant, guests continued to dine and chat, seemingly oblivious to the stunning woman who had appeared at Lex's table. Even the spirits clinging to Lex seemed to ignore her, and did not issue any warnings to their master. Clemens landed gently like a purple cloud. Her perfectly elegant bare feet touched the ground, and she moved between the dining tables with a rhythmic grace. But I'm not good at dealing with the undead. However, these things must be under someone's command. If we just deal with the source, won't the problem be solved easily? Lex's face had turned pale, his eyes were beginning to roll back, and he was on the verge of suffocating. Found them. The beautiful woman, like an elf, smiled faintly and approached the two men who were clearly not lone natives. She even spread her arms and gently rested them on their shoulders. It's so obvious. They carry the scent of death, just like corpses crawled out of a grave. Well then, goodbye, gentlemen. Clemens wore a sweet, innocent smile on her face as she gently patted the shoulders of the two men. The man with thick, black curly hair was oblivious, still scooping a spoonful of thick soup with a silver spoon and bringing it to his mouth. He did not notice that his skin was losing its luster, a grayish-white, dull color silently spreading, quickly climbing up his face. The eyes of the expressionless man next to him suddenly shot out with horror, wanting to turn his head and look back, but the surging grayish-white swept across his face like a tide, freezing his movements and turning him into grayish-white stone, from the inside out. This process was silent, and even the surrounding guests were unaware that two statues had appeared in the corner of the restaurant. Ah! Lex gasped, then choked and coughed from the air violently rushing into his nasal cavity. His limbs returned to normal, and he could finally breathe. Having made a trip to the gates of hell, he had come back to life. He panted heavily, then caught a strange scent, and looked up to meet Clemens's dreamlike face. Clink, clatter. Two soft sounds echoed on the table. Lex saw a ring and a bracelet. They dropped from the hands of the stunning woman before him. Clemens winked at him. See, I brought you the magical items from the bad guys. So, little guy, you must hold on for me. Your big sister here, it's not easy for me to come to this world, and I want to go exploring. Don't let me go back so soon, okay? After speaking, the purple-haired, purple-robed woman hummed a light melody, stepped out barefoot, and vanished at the restaurant's entrance in a blink of an eye. Lex stared blankly at the two magical items on the table, unable to believe that not only had he survived, but he had also profited. At that moment, a scream echoed from deeper within the restaurant. Someone had finally discovered the two stone statues. Before the police arrived, Lex had already returned to the hotel. He felt as if he had been seriously ill, his clothes soaked with sweat. Aside from the authority projection being able to exist unconditionally for 3 minutes, every second the lady existed afterward consumed Lex's spirit. To repay the lady for saving his life, and also fearing that not trying his best would anger her, Lex stubbornly held on for 10 minutes. Finally, with his spirit almost completely depleted, he could no longer sustain it and dispelled the authority projection. After drinking several glasses of water and lying on the sofa for nearly half an hour, Lex finally felt alive again. His limbs were weak, and after taking a shower, he didn't even have the energy to appraise the two items, so he lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when Lex suddenly felt a sense of detachment, as if his soul was about to float out of his body. He opened his eyes and saw crimson writhing in the void realm of the bedroom, instantly engulfing him. When he came to his senses, he saw grey mist silently flowing before him, with points of crimson within the mist, some dim, some bright. Huge stone pillars supported this ancient palace. He felt as though he had arrived at the giant's royal court, sensing his own insignificance. Then he understood. He had already arrived above the grey mist. Today, he would officially participate in the Tarot Club. The lingering fear of being assassinated was quickly replaced by immense excitement. Lex soon noticed that besides himself in the palace, the fool's figure was already seated at the other end of the long bronze table. And not far away, in the thick mist, there was also a figure, who appeared quite tall, and seemed somewhat nervous and constrained in his movements. Is it a newcomer, like me, attending the gathering for the first time? Immediately after, there were two crimson bursts, and then two blurred figures stretched out in the light. One appeared to be a girl. Due to the grey mist, her face was unclear, but one could see that she was wearing a luxurious dress. Undoubtedly, this must be Miss Justice. The other figure vaguely showed blue hair, dressed as a captain. He must be the hanged man, right? Let me introduce you. At the end of the long table, the figure hidden deep within the grey mist spoke steadily. Today, we have two new members. The taller one is the sun, and the other is the chariot. Chapter 138, The First Tarot Club. The figure at the end of the long table then introduced Justice and Hanged Man in turn. Lex gave a polite smile and subtly nodded to the three new and old members of the Tarot Club. He remembered that young Miss Justice was a spectator pathway, so he didn't show excessive enthusiasm and maintained a distance, lest she discover that he seemed to have known of her and Hanged Man's existence all along. Directly in front of Lex, Justice slightly lifted her skirt in polite response. As for Hanged Man, he remained silent, lost in thought. Sun, on the other hand, was very reserved, not making any gestures in return, appearing slightly nervous. After the introductions were complete, everyone took their seats. Lex chose to sit 2 seats away from Hanged Man, settling into a high-backed chair. The backs of these chairs all had sparkling, strange constellations outlined on them. Very high class. Look, this is what a protagonist is, this is a cheat. Not like me. I only have one book, but fortunately, I have countless watchers behind me. Perhaps they are watching this gathering from beyond dimensions. After sitting down, he heard young Miss Justice's voice, light and joyful, say, Mr. Fool, I have collected 2 more pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. As a newcomer, Lex remained silent, listening to Klein and Justice's exchange. From their conversation, he learned that members of the Tarot Club provided the Emperor's notes to Klein, and in return, they could receive compensation from Klein. This was the so-called equivalent exchange. During the meeting, young Miss Justice stated that she needed the telepathist formula. The telepathist potion formula. The telepathist after the psychological alchemist. Suddenly, Sun spoke up and promised to help Justice acquire the formula. As expected of the Tarot Club. A Sequence 7 formula can be obtained so easily, so my pyromaniac should have hope. Lex was in a joyful mood, almost forgetting the unpleasantness of being assassinated at noon. From the members' exchange, it was clear that besides being able to engage in equivalent exchange with Klein, this rule also applied between members. This was the charm of the platform. During the gathering, Sun and the others' conversation quickly shifted to the City of Silver. It sounded as if Sun came from the City of Silver. From Justice and Hanged Man's reactions, they seemed unaware of the City of Silver's existence, which puzzled Lex. Could this city exist in another space? If so, Klein's cheat was too powerful, he could even pull people from other spaces. Immediately after, the topic returned to potion formulas. I will give Sun a bard formula, and Sun will provide young Miss Justice with the telepathist potion formula as soon as possible. The blurry figure at the head of the long table, with a relaxed and leisurely attitude, decided a 3-way transaction in just a few words. At this point, the palace temporarily fell silent. Lex, who had not interjected, seized the opportunity to speak. Respected Mr. Fool, from your recent conversation, I noticed that you seem quite interested in Emperor Roselle's notes. I happen to have a few such notes in my possession. I wonder how I can bring them up to you. The blurry shadow leaned back and chuckled, that's simple. You write down the text on them, and at the next gathering, you can present them according to your wishes and hand them over to me. I can give them to you now. Lex, of course, didn't do that. He restrained his impulse, knowing that he had to patiently wait until the next gathering to offer the notes so as not to arouse suspicion. I see. I'll remember that. After I go back, I will try my best to remember those symbols. Honestly, those symbols are too complex. I should be able to remember 1 page. No, 2 pages. I look forward to it. The figure behind the thick fog responded with a somewhat indifferent tone. Then, Lex saw a piece of parchment flash in Sun's hand, while Justice picked up a pen and stared at the paper in front of her. Subsequently, the yellow parchment vanished from her hand, its whereabouts unknown. Next came a long period of silence. When Lex was a little confused, Justice across the table whispered, "Once Mr. Fool finishes reading the diary, we can freely communicate." So that's how it is. This was the standard procedure of the Tarot Club. After waiting patiently for some time, until Lex felt his eyelids growing heavy, he heard the steady voice from behind the grey fog speak again. "Actually, you don't have to wait for me." Then Hangman, 2 seats away from Lex, humbly replied, "It is our honor." Afterward, the members began to converse. Topics included methods for selecting officials through public examinations, matters concerning the king and prime minister, and the upper and lower houses. During this process, Lex noticed the terms psychological alchemists and Aurora Order, which sounded like the names of secret organizations. Then, at a certain point in the conversation, he seized the opportunity to speak. "Everyone, I am currently seeking the pyromaniac formula. If you can provide it, I am willing to pay any compensation, including money. Of course, within my capabilities. With my abilities, whether it's money or other means, I should still be able to pay for a pyromaniac formula." Pyromaniac. Hangman looked at Lex, but he couldn't see Lex's face, only the expensive shirt the other person was wearing. "I know a pyromaniac. If I can encounter him at sea, perhaps I can help you inquire about this formula, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to give you what you want by the next gathering." Lex smiled and said, "No problem. What kind of compensation do you want, Mr. Hangman? I can prepare it in advance." He paused, then looked respectfully towards the head of the table, "Speaking of which, respected Mr. Fool. I have a question. How do we pay compensation and provide others with what they seek?" The figure behind the thick fog responded calmly, "Regarding this, I will tell you after the meeting and give you the specific time of the gathering, so that you can prepare calmly before the next gathering. Thank you for informing me." Lex, learning from Hangman, responded humbly, adopting his mannerisms. Taking advantage of the members' temporary focus on him, Lex raised another question. "I wonder if any of you have ever seen such a phenomenon. Several friends I know are all ordinary people. They have recently developed coughing symptoms, and strangely, when they cough out a faintly glowing mist, and within the mist, human faces appear and disappear. Oh, right, this mist can only be detected in a state of spiritual vision. I am concerned about their health, so I would like to ask you all if you know anything." Chapter 139, Another Attempt. Smoke that can only be captured in a spiritual vision state. That's truly marvelous. But unfortunately, I haven't seen it. Justice said in a surprised tone. "I've never heard of such a thing." Hangman shook his head in the thick fog. After Lex finished speaking, Justice and Hangman both stated they hadn't heard of it, which left Lex slightly disappointed. He then looked at Sun, hoping that this person, who seemed to come from a mysterious place, could offer some insight. But Sun also remained silent, seemingly unaware as well. A long time passed. At the end of the long table, amidst the thick fog, the leisurely figure finally spoke in an indifferent tone. "Sounds quite interesting, but unfortunately, the clues you provided are too few to make an accurate judgment. However, if it can only be captured by spiritual vision, then it's likely a problem with the mind-body." Mind-body. Lex remembered that when his mother, Amelia, taught mysticism, she mentioned that the non-physical part of each person is divided into 4 layers, from inside out: the spiritual body, the astral body, the mind-body, and the etheric body. Among them, the mind-body involves the brain and is a comprehensive manifestation of reasoning ability, thinking ability, insight, and the ability to perceive things. If the mind-body has a problem, can it be simply understood as a broken brain? Lex had no other questions for the time being. The others continued their discussion, with the Hangman beside him requesting assistance from the person at the head of the long table to deal with the great pirate Kalangos. During this process, Sun also provided information about Shepherd to everyone, which sounded like a high sequence of a certain pathway. Lex couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Tarot Club, the information obtained was far more advanced than those beyond our gatherings. Let's end it here today. When the figure at the end of the long table said so, Lex stood up, placed his hand on his abdomen, and bowed slightly. He noticed that Justice and the Hangman bowed in their respective ways, but Sun was half a beat slower, appearing somewhat flustered and showing obvious signs of imitating others. It seemed he was someone who didn't quite understand etiquette. Moreover, his movements and demeanor looked like a big child. Could Sun be underage, but he was so tall? Next, the gathering members successively disappeared in the hall. Before Lex was sent away, he was informed that the Tarot Club would be held every Monday at 3 p.m. As for transactions with other members, after reaching a transaction intention, money or items could be transferred to a designated account or sent to a designated location after the meeting. After a moment of trance, Lex saw the familiar surroundings and realized he had returned to his hotel in Tingen City. He stood up and moved his body. Based on his experience, he had probably been sitting still for some time. Lex couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that it was not his physical body that entered above the gray mist, but his spirit body. No wonder my legs didn't feel numb even after sitting for a long time above the gray mist, but as soon as I returned here, I felt something. Klein's cheat is very special, but mine is not bad either. Lex still remembered summoning the Watcher's projection at noon and how powerful the female named Clemens was. Although she did not resolve the undead, she easily turned the person who controlled the undead into stone, and conveniently took their magical items, casually giving them to him. Thinking of those two magical items, Lex took them out, then summoned the mystical book to appraise the bracelet and ring. These two items consumed 17-dimensional crystals from Lex. After a dreamlike experience, Lex saw fragments related to these two items and obtained their appraisal information. Ring of Distortion. This is a magical item formed by the mystic characteristics of the Spectator pathway and the Black Emperor pathway. It possesses two abilities, mental confusion and distorted time perception. The former can make the target's mental system chaotic, unable to effectively control their behavior. This influence is irregular, and sometimes they may even return to normal. The other ability can distort one's own or an opponent's time perception, making it accelerate or slow down. Its negative effect is that each time it is used, the bracelet will grow sharp thorns, piercing into the artery to draw blood. If used multiple times in a short period, it will lead to blood loss, resulting in loss of control. Looking at the other item. Magic Ring. This is a magical item formed by the characteristics of the Seer pathway. It possesses three abilities, Flame Jump, Paper Doll Substitute, and Enhanced Intuition. Flame Jump allows one to flash between flames within a 15-meter radius. Paper Doll Substitute can temporarily turn a carried paper doll into oneself and swap positions with oneself, which can block a fatal blow and effectively weaken curse damage, but requires preparing materials in advance, which are paper dolls. Enhanced Intuition maximizes one's intuition, allowing one to make predictions based on intuition. This ring requires 250 grams of tin to be offered daily, and it will cause a needle-like stinging pain to the wearer when used. Looking at the ring with precise symbols engraved on its surface, and a symbol similar to an English J on its inner side. He then looked at the exquisitely crafted metal bracelet, which was adorned with two red crystals. Lex was glad that he was decisive enough at the time to directly use up a single summon of authority. Otherwise, with the ability to control undead and such troublesome magical items on them, it would have been too easy for those two people to kill him. He used another 54-dimensional crystals to shield these two items. This ensured that the Ring of Distortion would not immediately draw blood during combat, but would require more blood compensation after the battle. Moreover, the blood did not necessarily have to come from the user themselves. Additionally, the negative effect of the magic ring was changed to only require tin to be offered after each use, but using one ability would cost 100 grams of tin. As for the stinging sensation, it remained unchanged, but Lex believed he could endure it. He did not strengthen these two items. Firstly, their auxiliary capabilities were already sufficient. Secondly, Lex was concerned about consuming too many dimensional crystals and dared not use them carelessly. Ending the summon. Lex put on both the magic ring and the Ring of Distortion, then pondered the assassination incident from noon. Lex was certain that he did not know those two guys who turned into stone sculptures. Moreover, at that time, they were assassinating Lex, the Baron's son. In other words, they had nothing to do with the incident of the Grey Bear Mole's death. Those two were after Lex. It was another attempt by Bison's enemies after Sabari. Chapter 140, Beware of Traps. Lex walked out of the bedroom, had Matthew make him a cup of marquee black tea, and sat on a sofa, continuing to ponder. Regardless of whether the mastermind this time was Bison's elder brother, the big businessman Rivicon Peter, or some other opponent Bison hadn't considered. The Beyonder he commanded seemed quite advanced, and there were two of them. They could command the undead and carry out secret assassinations in crowded places like restaurants. In that situation, if I hadn't been able to summon a projection of status and let the Watcher's projection descend, they would probably have succeeded by now. Recalling being tightly gripped by the throat by the dead, Lex still felt a bit unnerved. Before, he had only seen similar scenes in horror movies, but he never expected to personally experience it today. That was definitely not a pleasant experience. Matthew brought a cup of black tea. Lex picked up the cup, took a small sip, and felt the fragrance and warmth of the black tea, which dispelled the cold and fear. If I were the mastermind, after the assassination failed, I would probably only have two choices. One is to hire even more powerful Beyonder, the second is to abandon the assassination. Those two Beyonder shouldn't be cheap. Beyonder are not cabbages, and the higher the sequence, the more so. To hire an advanced sequence powerhouse, the cost would probably exceed the benefits of killing the Baron's son. In other words, the cost-effectiveness is too poor. Although my death could bring a certain blow to Bison, the compensation for an advanced sequence powerhouse would probably far outweigh the benefits gained from this matter. Moreover, if they investigate afterwards, they might discover that the ones who killed those two Beyonder were Saint-level powerhouses. This would make them retreat. So, the second possibility is more likely. Additionally, there were so many people in the restaurant at the time, but besides me, no one else seemed to see that lady. Even if they communicated with the Beyonder after death, they probably wouldn't connect that lady with me. No matter how you think about it, a Baron's son having a saint's protection sounds too far-fetched. From this perspective, the threat from Bison's enemy should be lifted or weakened in the coming time. Of course, I can't be careless. Lex thought for a moment. His current threat in Tingen should be the killer of the two grizzlies. That was an opponent targeting the Duke. If it could be confirmed that the item the other party wanted was the 3 contracts he obtained from Maggie, this hypothesis could be established. Let's go to the Elk Bar tonight. Lex drank all the tea in his cup. At night, the scarlet moon hung high. Lex disguised himself as the Duke and, carrying a suitcase, first went to the safe house. The box contained some materials he bought along the way for setting traps. He spent about an hour further perfecting the traps in the house. I hope no thieves will visit. Lex packed his things, left the lights on, and exited through the window at the back of the house. Walking into the depths of the Elk Bar, the Hunter Club's hall, Lex saw the tall girl practicing her swordplay in the corner, looking sullen. Your swordplay is good, but this listless style of fighting won't pose any threat. Nafi, who was performing a direct thrust, heard a familiar voice behind her. The lifeless eyes finally lit up with a bit of light. She put away her sword and turned around, indeed seeing the man in a felt hat and a half-mask. Boss Duke, I'm almost bored to death. I haven't been out for a day. I've spent this entire day in a sealed space. Putting away her long sword, Nafi looked out the window and said, although it's only been one day, I already miss waking up to the laughter of birds in the morning and falling asleep under the gaze of the stars at night. Wait. Girl, what's wrong with you? It sounds like you're a homeless person. With all that money, didn't you find a house for yourself? Lex cleared his throat and said, freedom is good, but life is more precious. Just bear with it for now. Once we solve this matter, you can continue to be accompanied by birds and stars. Nafi nodded listlessly. Seeing her like this, Lex almost wanted to reach out and pat her head as encouragement. But in the end, he didn't, because Nafi was too tall. Lex would have to stand on his tiptoes to reach her head. Duke. Arrows's voice came, and the club's manager walked towards the bar, beckoning. Lex gently patted Nafi's arm instead. This action gave the tall girl a hint of vitality. She raised her long sword again and began to practice, using it to pass the time. Walking to the bar, Lex sat on a high stool, took a drink handed by Mr. Parker, and looked at Arrows. Arrows also had a wine glass in his hand, but he wasn't in a hurry to drink. He said calmly, the case of the two grizzlies is already being handled by the police station. This evening, I brought their bodies back from the police station and they have been buried in Raphael Cemetery. Well, I have some connections with the police. Pelt and I have been friends for many years. That chief told me that this matter has been transferred to a special department. And, he has some inside information he wants to tell me. Arrows took out a pocket watch from his body and glanced at it. If you have time later, would you mind accompanying me to the dock area? Pelt has arranged to meet me there. Lex picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and then said, don't go. Arrows was stunned for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, you're worried this is a trap. I do have that thought. Don't you think that chief knows too much? What happened yesterday, he immediately knows the inside story. Even if he is a chief. Lex gently swirled his wine glass, making the liquid inside rotate in one direction. Arrows chuckled softly, it's normal for you to have such concerns, but I can assure you, Pelt is not that kind of person. In the mystical world, nothing is impossible. Lex glanced at him indifferently. The man was silent for a moment, then chugged the wine in his glass. All right, you've convinced me. Pelt is indeed a bit overly enthusiastic. In the past, when I asked him for inside information, he always made excuses. Although this matter is now related to our club, him actively offering me inside information is indeed a bit suspicious. Arrows nodded, I will break the appointment, and recently, I will stay at the club. That's a wise choice. Arrows left after charging the 2 drinks to his account. Lex was just thinking of finding time to visit the cemetery to mourn the 2 grizzlies when he saw a wrinkled hand reach out, tapping the table twice. He looked up and saw Mr. Parker's expressionless face. The old man said in a not-so-concerned tone, someone is asking about you in the bar. Chapter 141, In the Dark. When Lex heard someone inquiring about him, the first person he thought of was Helen. After all, ever since he bought a mirror from her last time, Lex hadn't contacted her again. And he hadn't moved to Green Emerald Street, so perhaps because of that, Helen came to the bar to inquire. Isn't that reasonable? Lex asked nonchalantly, a woman. Old Parker stopped wiping the table, glanced at him, and then continued his work, don't overestimate your charm to women. You might as well just say I'm shameless. Lex chuckled, then who is asking about me? Could it be that my enemies have found me? That I don't know. Mr. Parker said while wiping the table, I heard from the doorman that those two people were asking about you in the bar. They don't look like locals. One is very tall, and from his accent, he's from the north, the other is shorter, completely bald, and has a goatee. Oh, right, the doorman also noticed that the bald man had a tattoo on the back of his right hand, which seemed to be the symbol of some organization. Lex was stunned. Old Parker's description immediately reminded him of two people. In early August, when he was still in Enki Town, there were two such people in the Sea Monster Tavern who wanted to buy him a drink, but they were sent off by more than a dozen people, including Sanchi, with guns. At that time, the bartender also said that these two people were simultaneously inquiring about Bridge, who sold him the shadow gloves, and for some unknown reason, they were now looking for him. Now, they've actually come to Tingen. Mr. Parker, may I place a commission? Lex looked up and asked with a smile. Mr. Parker stopped his work, skillfully took out a pen and notebook from the drawer, and looked at Lex without speaking. I'd like to investigate those two people you just mentioned. Just an investigation, no other extra things needed. I hope to know their whereabouts, where they frequently go, and if I can get their names or other relevant information, that would be even better. Lex spread his hands and said, this is my first time placing a commission. How much do you think would be a suitable reward? The old man, while taking notes, replied professionally, £2 for investigating the address, an additional £3 for investigating places they frequently visit. For obtaining their names and related information, an extra £5. I think that should be about right. Lex thought for a moment and said, then let's do as you say. Also, add one more condition, if it feels dangerous, the mission can be interrupted, and I will pay the corresponding reward based on the clues they provide. Old Parker glanced at him, nodded, and put away his notebook and pen. Lex smiled at him, is that it? Yes, that's it. All right. After finishing his drink, Lex jumped off the chair, put on his hat, and said, have a good evening. He then gestured to the girl still practicing swordsmanship in the hall and left the bar. Dock area. A unmarked carriage stopped under the street lamp. The carriage door opened, and a man somewhat laboriously jumped out. He was wearing a long trench coat with its collar pulled high, obscuring his cheeks. He wore a hat pulled low, almost covering his eyes. He walked into the light of the street lamp, looked up and around. The gas street lamp's light illuminated his face, revealing that he was no longer young. Even the belt of his long trench coat could barely contain his rotund waist. He took off his hat, tidied his increasingly sparse hair, then put his hat back on. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead deepened as he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he seemed to see something and quickly left the street lamp, crossing the street under the coachman's gaze and entering an alley next to a warehouse on the opposite side. In that alley, a faint red light flickered. In the small alley, someone quietly asked, the club supervisor didn't show up. Yes, sir, the fat gentleman, who had taken off his hat, respectfully replied, wiping sweat from his forehead. I've waited for him for an hour, but he hasn't appeared. A soft chuckle echoed in the darkness, it seems he may not be the long-time friend you claimed, nor does he trust you enough. Perhaps he had an urgent matter, or perhaps someone gave him some advice. Should I try to arrange another meeting? The fat gentleman asked, head bowed. No need. Since he didn't show up, it means he's already suspicious. If you try to meet him again, it will only deepen his suspicion. You go and do something else for me. The fat man bowed his head even lower. What is it, please? Find a girl. I don't know her name. She's tall, beautiful, with short hair that reaches her ears. She should also be a hunter. The people at that club might know where she is. A simple sketch was handed over, depicting an imposing girl wielding a long sword. Once you have news, write it in a letter and send it to the horse riding club. The red light in the darkness suddenly brightened, followed by a puff of smoke that drifted across the fat man's face. Finally, remember this. After you go back, you will forget about meeting me, including my request for you to find someone. You will only unconsciously inquire and complete the task. Now, you may leave. When you get home, have a good sleep, so you'll have the energy to greet the next morning. The fat gentleman responded in a dazed tone, as you command. A moment later, the coachman saw his master return. He seemed a little tired, his eyes dull and lifeless. After climbing into the carriage, he only said one sentence. Home. On Tuesday morning, having no urgent need to go out, Lex drafted a telegram to Bison, recounting his assassination attempt by secret. Of course, he omitted the part about summoning a rank projection, merely describing, from an observer's perspective, how two stone statues appeared in the restaurant and his crisis was inexplicably resolved. As for what Bison would think, that was his business. After having Matthew take the draft to the telegraph office, Lex entered his bedroom to summon the mystical book. After the surrounding scene's colors deepened, Lex felt a heaviness in his hands, then saw the faintly glowing, ethereal tome. It opened by itself, stopping on the rank projection page, and on that page, he saw a message. Clemens Bergman, little guy, you did well, at least you held out until I finished my desi pie and tasted the sweet iced tea. I've always wanted to try those two things, it wasn't in vain that I helped you out. But next time, can you hold out a little longer? You're a man, aren't you? If you're a man, you should be a bit more firm. Of course I'm a man. I'm also very firm. It's just that I don't have enough spirituality to burn, but I'm only sequence 8 after all. After I get promoted later, I should be able to last longer, right? Lex turned to the message page and was delighted to see that his previous message had received a reply. MC404, stay away from Banseaport, do not go there before you reach a higher sequence. Chapter 142, Tomorrow and Accidents. MC404, stay away from Banseaport. Do not go there unless you are a high sequence. There is great terror there. If you must go, do not go out at night. Banseaport. The original owner seemed to have passed through this port when he went to West Balam. I have an impression, but it's too vague. There is great terror there. Then I'm definitely not going. Lex continued to look down. Hanging salted fish on the bedhead, pay attention to Gehrman Sparrow around October next year. He is Klein's alias. Gehrman Sparrow? I remember a watcher once said that in the future, there would be a person codenamed Mr. World in the Tarot Club, and that was Klein's alias. Now there's another one. How many aliases does Klein have, anyway? Aquarius, joining the Navy is not as good as starting your own company and taking a group of people to sea. Klein became a god too quickly. What position can the protagonist rise to in the army in a few years? And the army is so inconvenient, how will he intervene in the original plot then? Klein became a god too quickly. So, Klein eventually became a god. And very quickly, as expected of the son of the plane. The army is inconvenient for intervening in the original plot. Although I don't know what the original plot is, it's true that the army has many inconveniences. However, there are pros and cons. At least by joining the army, I will have a layer of security when I am a low sequence. If I can advance to high sequence in a short time, then it will be fine to leave. I have the Scarlet King, those pirates on the sea are mobile treasure troves. Killing them not only allows you to exchange for bounties but also to sell characteristics, provided you have enough strength. Coyle knows, on the sea, as an official force, the first thing to pay attention to must be the pirate forces, the 4 kings and 7 generals. Among them, there are allies and enemies. I will sort them out later. I suggest you first try to contact Danitz or Anderson. They are both from the Hunter pathway. As for treasure troves, remember that the Fountain of Youth is a scam that tricks people, and the Key of Death will be taken by Klein later. In addition, the sea barrier is somewhat weaker than the land barrier. Southwest try not to court death by exploring new routes, as it is easy to be contaminated. These 2 watchers both mention pirates. Perhaps I can pay attention to those famous pirate kings and generals. Just pay attention. My current strength is not enough to hunt them. Contact Danitz. Who is that? As for Anderson, I remember a watcher mentioned him before. This man from the Hunter pathway is recruiting a team. The Fountain of Youth is a lie, and the Key of Death was taken by Klein. It seems there are many legends on the sea. Don't explore new routes, it's easy to be contaminated. I shouldn't have such an opportunity, but I will remember it. After browsing the messages on the mysterious book for a while, Lex felt a significant consumption of his spirituality, so he ended the summoning. After the surrounding scene returned to normal, Lex opened the washroom, took out the birdcage, and found the parrot inside listless, not at all as noisy as usual. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Lex gently flicked the birdcage with his finger and saw that the fruit he had put in the cage last night for its midnight snack hadn't been touched. The parrot gently tapped its chest with its wing. I don't know why, but it feels stuffy here, just like when those stupid birds snatched my food when I was little. Lex wondered, you sound like you're sad about something. Sad? How is that possible? I am a noble dragon. Sadness has nothing to do with me. The parrot flapped its wings, but a drop of liquid welled up in the corner of its eye. You're really strange. Lex placed the birdcage by the window. Sunbathe, perhaps it will improve your mood. If it were normal, it would probably scoff, but now, it remained silent, quietly staying in the birdcage, like a clay sculpture. After breakfast, Lex went to Raphael Cemetery. Although the valet and bodyguard were a little puzzled, neither of them asked any questions. This cemetery was completely different from the one Maggie had hidden in. It had staff management, clean paths, and carefully trimmed trees, not giving off a gloomy feeling at all, but rather an indescribable tranquility. Lex knew the grave numbers of Grizzly and Mole from arrows. He left Matthew and Gru in the carriage and entered the garden with a bouquet of fresh flowers. But he did not go to their graves, but instead came to a stranger's grave, 2 rows away. Although there was no one in the cemetery in the morning, Lex was worried that if he went to mourn rashly, he would be noticed. After all, this was a world of mysteries, and there were too many ways to monitor others. For example, like the Beyonder in the restaurant that day, who commanded the undead. Standing in front of this unfamiliar grave, Lex laid down the flowers, but gazed at the graves of Grizzly and Mole. Each had an epitaph. Grizzly's tombstone read, "This was a crude man, but also a friend worth knowing." As for Mole, it read, "A fool, a wretch, but ultimately died like a man." In a trance, Lex seemed to see these 2 guys laughing happily, imagining that they had hope of becoming rich in Tingen City next year. Lex said nothing, just pressed when he concocted his first potion for himself, due to some accident, that parrot drank it. Lex looked out the window. The street had come to an end, and after turning right, it would be the Violet Hotel. I know that Sequence 8 of the Monster Pathway is Robot, Sequence 7 is Lucky One, and Sequence 6 is Calamity Priest. That information came from the Watcher. So, if I want to help that parrot, help Grego advance, I have a direction to follow. But for now, I should focus on my own advancement. As for Grego, we'll talk about him later. The carriage turned the corner of the street, which allowed Lex to see Detective Robin appearing from a main street ahead. Clearly, he was going to the inn to find him, but Lex saw Robin suddenly turn into an alley. However, the detective quickly reappeared. The corner of Lex's mouth curved slightly upwards. It seems our detective Mr. is very cautious. Is he conducting anti-reconnaissance to prevent being followed? The carriage stopped. Lex climbed out of the compartment and saw Robin quickly approaching. He gestured to the detective, indicating for him to follow him into the inn. Lex did not stop and wait, but walked into the inn first. Inside the door, he saw Robin pass by without entering, quickly walking to the other side. Lex guessed that the detective was probably going to circle around and come back. He smiled and commented, "Cautious enough, worthy of a private detective." Not long after returning to his room, Lex had just taken off his coat when Robin arrived. "Come, let's talk inside." "Matthew, 2 cups of Marquis black tea." Lex led him into his bedroom and glanced at the parrot Grego. The latter actually understood Lex's meaning, letting out a few squawks to make himself seem like an ordinary parrot. After Matthew delivered the black tea, he closed the door for them. Lex leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "It seems Mr. Robin has already made some progress." Robin smiled and said, "A little, yes, so I'd like to give Mr. Lex a progress report." Lex picked up his teacup. "Please have some tea." "Thank you." Robin gently blew on the rim of the cup, took a small sip of the fragrant tea, cleared his throat, then pulled out a notepad from the inner pocket of his coat, opened it, and began to speak while looking at it. "These past few days, I conducted a preliminary investigation into Mr. Sandy and learned some basic information about him. He is 35 years old this year. After his wife passed away 2 years ago, he has remained unmarried and has been raising his son, Daniel, alone. He works at the horse riding club on Hall Street as an auditor and has extensive work experience. He has been working at the club for over 3 years, and his reputation among colleagues is quite good. Aside from a minor flaw in his lifestyle, he can be considered a kind Mr. Robin paused, cleared his throat, first glanced at Lex, and then continued. Mr. Sandy and a female employee in the auditing department, Jenny, have a more than friendly relationship. They secretly date, sometimes even in the office. Moreover, this Miss Jenny is a married woman. Employees in the auditing department, and even the club, are more or less aware of this matter. Therefore, their relationship is in a semi-transparent state. But no one blames them for it, most pretend not to know to avoid awkwardness. I already know about this, and Sandy himself told me, Lex said, holding his teacup. Anything else? Robin nodded, turning a page. I also investigated Mr. Randy's financial situation. This Mr's salary at the club is £3 per week. Additionally, he handles some auditing work for small companies that don't have financial personnel. Of course, these side jobs don't provide a fixed income. However, I calculated it. Including these private incomes, Mr. Sandy averages £4 per week. In Tingen, and even domestically, a weekly salary of £4 can allow a family to live a bit more decently, especially since Mr. Sandy only has one son, greatly reducing expenses. Therefore, he can live quite well. I checked, he has no debts and no bank loans. His financial situation is very good, he doesn't seem to be bankrupt. And I also found out that he suddenly submitted his resignation to the club 2 weeks ago. Furthermore, he entrusted a housing agency to find him a new residence, seemingly preparing to move. Lex said, "Oh," and leaned forward slightly. You mean Sandy is preparing to resign from the club, and he's also planning to move? Robin nodded. That's right, and I find this very strange. Mr. Sandy has no reason to do this. Although with his abilities, he could find a decent job after leaving the club, it might not be as easy as the club. Also, the contract for his current rented house has not expired yet. If he moves out, he would have to pay a penalty for breach of contract, though he can afford it. Lex gently tapped the table with his fingers. Continue to investigate. Focus on Mr. Randy's resignation. This matter might be related to his suicide. However, you still need to pay attention to safety. Absolutely do not enter the club. As for other matters, you can handle them as you see fit. With that, Lex opened his wallet and pulled out banknotes until they amounted to £20. Also, I will give you an address. Next time, you can send the report by mail. Here, this is your payment for your work during this period. He smiled and pushed the money towards the detective. Robin gladly accepted the money. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lex. I believe I will have new information for you very soon. I look forward to it. After Lex wrote down the address of the safe house for him, he called Matthew and had the manservant escort the detective out. After the door closed, Grego in the birdcage flapped his wings and said, "Are you two playing a detective game?" Rudolph often played this game with me. Oh, Rudolph is my owner, a rude, unimaginative, and utterly unfunny fellow. Oh, then who played the detective, was it you, Grego, or Rudolph? Lex asked with interest. It was Rudolph, and I was the assistant. The parrot Grego paused, then flapped his wings and looked at Lex. How do you know my name? Did you see Rudolph? Lex sighed softly. I didn't see him, but I know he's dead. You don't have to be too sad, Grego. From now on, I'll be your owner. The parrot tilted his head. Sad? Why should I be sad? Then he flapped his wings and squawked, I'm so happy. No, there's still a small regret. He should have died under my dragon's breath. What a pity, what a great pity. Lex said in surprise, didn't you say this morning that you were very sad, and I even saw you crying? Weren't those reactions because you sensed Rudolph had died? Grego glanced at him, raised his head, and spat out two words that made Lex want to strangle him, idiot. Chapter 144, Personal Matters. Heh. Lex opened the wardrobe, took out the shadow gauntlets, threw them on the table, and looked at the parrot in the cage with a smile. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Cough cough. Grego flapped his wings. I said you misunderstood. The chest tightness I felt this morning was because I ate a bad fruit last night. After you left, I expelled those bad things from my stomach and I was fine. As for crying, that's because I didn't sleep well last night. I was tired. Besides, I wouldn't be sad for Rudolph. Remember the detective game I just mentioned? That guy made me his assistant, made me pretend to be a silly bird to eavesdrop on humans, and then come back and tell him useful clues. But I'm just a bird, no, I'm a dragon. How can I remember what you humans say? As a result, when he didn't get what he wanted, he plucked my feathers. He even threw me into a coffin in a graveyard, making me see terrifying things and hear scary sounds. Now he's finally dead, serves him right. Let me out quickly, I'm so happy, I need to fly a few circles to celebrate. Well, it sounded like Mr. Kyle's friend hadn't been very good at treating his pet. Lex opened the birdcage. You can go for a spin outside, just remember to come back for dinner. Grego flapped his wings excitedly. Really? I'm starting to appreciate you. Although you're sometimes bad, at least you haven't hurt me. When I become a dragon in the future, I will protect you, so thank me. I'll allow you to lick my butt. Oh no, I'm not a cat. Lex picked up the shadow gauntlets and said with a smile, I'm honored to have your appreciation, but please watch your words. The parrot gasped, then shot into the air. Got it. Who made me both a dragon and a gentleman? Then I'll go for a spin, goodbye. It flew out the window, circled the street, and let out a few ooh-ooh-ooh calls. Fortunately, the street was bustling, and the clamor of human voices completely drowned out the strange calls of the parrot. Soon, Grego flew away. 2 nights later. Lex went to the safe house as usual, perfected the traps within, then headed to the elk bar. As he walked into the hunter's hall, he heard a cheer and felt the ground tremble slightly, then saw the short-haired Nafi, her eyes sparkling, rush over. You. Before Lex could even ask, what do you want to do, he was already tightly embraced by the tall girl. Oh. Girl, be more reserved, let me down quickly. Boss Duke, you're finally here, I'm almost suffocating, Nafi said with a wronged expression. Old Parker won't let me go out, won't let me drink, won't let me tease cats. I'm so bored I could die. Lex, whose feet were off the ground from Nafi's hug, helplessly patted her arm. If you don't put me down, I'm really going to suffocate. Nafi's face suddenly flushed, and she quickly let go. Sorry, boss. I just had no one to talk to, and suddenly seeing you, I got a little excited. Lex landed back on the ground and took a deep breath. Oh my, so big, almost suffocated me. It feels so good to be alive. He cleared his throat, not letting any unusual expression show on his face, but at least you're still alive and kicking, which is very good. Just bear with it for a while longer, it won't be long before you can go home. Carefully stepping around the beautiful but tall girl, Lex approached the bar and tapped the counter. Old Parker, a glass of white wine. As the old man opened the liquor cabinet, Lex asked again, how's the Grey Bear situation being handled? The official side has reportedly intervened, but there's no news yet. We don't have anyone over there, so even if there's progress, we wouldn't know. We'll only find out once the incident is over. Old Parker placed a glass of white wine in front of Lex, one solely. Lex paid, picked up the glass, and took a sip. Is there any progress on the case I entrusted to you? Old Parker nodded. It's been investigated. The two men, the tall one is named Arthur, and the bald one is named Matt. These might be aliases, just like their identities. They are merchants, traveling between West Balham and Lone for many years, trading spices, timber, rubber, and other goods. They are staying at the Narcissus Hotel. Lex interjected, the Narcissus Hotel, wouldn't that be in the Daffodil Street area? Old Parker looked at him with an expression of caring for an intellectually challenged person. What do you think? All right, in that case, I'll have to find trouble with them elsewhere. Lex took a sip of white wine, waiting for Old Parker to continue. Finally, they've been in Tingen for over a week, going to bars every night, staying at the same bar for 2 or 3 days each time, and inquiring about you in the bars. Lex nodded slightly. So, which bar did they go to recently? Beswick Street, the Hound Tavern. Someone saw them there last night. After saying that, Old Parker extended his hand, the bounty and commission fee, a total of £12. Lex promptly paid, finished the wine in his glass, jumped off the chair, and was about to leave. Suddenly, his vision darkened. Nafi spread her arms, blocking him. Boss, I'll go with you. No. Lex refused without thinking. Besides, this is my private matter, so don't interfere. But I'm almost suffocating. Still no. Humph. Nafi stomped her foot in anger. Bang. Lex felt the floor vibrate, saw the beautiful girl's figure tilt, and then looked down. Good heavens, she had stomped a hole in the floor. Look, now you have something to do, fix it. Lex smiled, patted Nafi's arm, and walked around her towards the door. It's just a hole, I can fix it in no time, Nafi said sulkily, pulling her foot out. Crack, crack. Amidst a dense series of cracking sounds, radiating from around the hole, new cracks appeared, the longest one reaching the bar. The bar then shuddered and sank slightly. Old Parker looked at Nafi with an expressionless face, and she guiltily lowered her head. I'll fix it, I swear. Getting off the double-decker public carriage, listening to the sound of the wheels hitting the tracks gradually fade away, Lex pressed down his felt hat and walked along Champagne Street, soon arriving at Beswick Street. Before long, he saw the tavern with the brown and yellow hound logo. In front of the tavern, a burly man stood with his arms crossed. Lex passed by him, and the man merely glanced at him before continuing to stare at the street. Lex pushed open the heavy tavern door, almost being pushed back out by the clamor and restless heat inside. This place was clearly much livelier than the Elk Bar. Chapter 145, The Ghost is Still There. Woof. Go, bloody Jack. Bite it to death. As soon as Lex entered, he heard dog barks and people's frantic shouts. He recalled that the original novel mentioned this tavern had a dog catches rat gambling game. It seemed a fierce match was currently underway. Lex wasn't interested in this. He bypassed the huddled patrons and went to the bartender. The bartender behind the counter was a young girl with a high ponytail, vibrant eye makeup, and lips as red as fire. Although her looks weren't exceptionally beautiful, she exuded youthful energy, especially with a few buttons at her collar undone, revealing a deep cleavage. If it were before, Lex probably would have taken a few more glances. But having seen the Witch Clemens a few days ago, women like this could no longer make him look twice. What do you need? The girl's voice was quite clear. She put down a glass, scanning Lex's pockets, trying to discern if he had money. A Nanville beer. Lex pressed his hat, his voice low. The bartender deftly picked up a large glass. 4 pence, thank you. Lex directly pulled out a £1 bill and placed it on the counter. When the female bartender poured the beer and placed it in front of Lex, she was startled. Sir, that's too large a denomination. It's hard for me to give you change. No need, the extra is your tip, as long as you answer some questions for me. Lex took the beer and took a sip. TSK, the taste was a bit bland, watered down. A certain light flickered in the female bartender's eyes. She picked up the bill, tucked it into the deep cleavage of her collar, and leaned slightly forward, making the contents of her collar faintly visible. I get off at 11. My place or yours? Lex almost spat out the beer he had just drunk. No, that's not what I want to ask. I want to know if 2 new faces came to your bar last night. Lex described the 2 men who had been looking for him. The female bartender let out a slightly disappointed, "Oh, I know them. Those two are not to be trifled with. Home got a bit drunk yesterday and provoked them. Now poor Home has to lie in the hospital for a week. Why are you asking about them? Am I not more interesting than them?" Lex coughed. "Did they come tonight?" "Over there." The female bartender pointed to the corner on the west side of the bar, then, still not giving up, said, "How about I take you to a more fun place tonight? I can call 3 girls to come along." Her gaze never left Lex's pocket. Lex didn't quite hear what she said and turned his head to look in the direction the girl pointed. Sure enough, he immediately saw the 2 men who had previously sought him out at the Sea Monster Tavern. They were still the same. Lex almost suspected that these 2 guys must have wardrobes full of identical clothes. Just then, the taller one, Arthur, looked towards the counter, raised his hand, seemingly to call the bartender, and suddenly met Lex's gaze. Lex immediately lowered his head, deliberately showing an eagerness to avoid, pulled down his felt hat, and quickly walked towards the door. Arthur suddenly stood up, pointed towards the door, and exclaimed, "It's him." The bald Matt had just finished his beer and looked sharply towards the door, just in time to see Lex's figure pushing the door open and stepping out. "Go." He threw down money for the drinks and rushed towards the door with his companion. When they pushed the door open, they found Lex jogging around the corner of Bisic Street and turning into Champagne Street. Lex walked very fast, but still at a normal person's pace, not sprinting with full force. Having lived in Tianjin for 3 weeks, Lex was quite familiar with the city. After exiting Champagne Street, he quickly identified the nearby streets and headed towards the outskirts of the city. In a flash, he had arrived at the city's outskirts. Under the crimson moonlight, Lex's figure moved through a grove of trees. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind. Arthur, tall and dressed in formal wear, suddenly emerged from behind a large tree in front, his eyes gleaming with a crazed look, and he raised his fist to smash it towards his nose. At the same time, a needle-like pain suddenly appeared on the back of Lex's hand, as if several steel needles had been brutally plunged into his hand. He grunted, but endured it, and quickly pulled out blood praise, pointing it towards the spot where Arthur appeared. Just then, a tall figure emerged from behind the tree. The man's eyes gleamed with a crazed look, and his expression was ferocious, seemingly enjoying inflicting pain on others. But before he could even swing his hand, he saw a dark muzzle pointing at him. Arthur's movements had to stop, and then he watched a mocking smile slowly spread across Lex's lips. This smile made him wish he could tear Lex to shreds immediately. "Let him go." Lex heard a strange accent behind him, a mixture of the local lone flavor and other regional tones, making it sound very awkward. Needless to say, the one behind him must be the bald Matt. Lex remained unmoved, still maintaining his mocking smile. "You two are truly persistent. You followed me all the way from Enki Town to Tianjin. What exactly do you want?" This was one of the reasons Lex led them to the outskirts. Although Arthur dared not make a move, he sneered and said firmly, "You don't know what you've provoked, nor are you qualified to know. You should put down your gun and cooperate with us. That way, you might still have a chance to see tomorrow's sun. Is that so?" Lex quickly fired a shot at his thigh, then, before Arthur could react, pressed the muzzle against his chin. "Damn it. You actually dared to shoot." Arthur and Matt spoke at the same time. The former cursed Lex profusely in pain, while the latter cocked the hammer and shouted, "Don't move, or don't blame me for being impolite." Lex said indifferently, "Your threat is truly weak and powerless. Could it be that you're just as soft in certain other matters?" Matt's face turned beet red. "Listen, Duke. We don't want to make things difficult for you, but you have to tell me, back in Enki Town, did Bridge give you anything?" "Bridge? Who's that? I haven't heard of him." Lex shook his head, feigning ignorance. Arthur, clutching his thigh, cried out, "You're lying. Where did you get those shadow gauntlets on your hand? Did Bridge give them to you?" "You know how Bridge got that item. Because it was stolen from us." "Well, did I buy stolen goods?" Lex shrugged. "So what? Even if he stole it, go find him. Now that you mention it, I do recall such a person, but my contact with him was limited to these gauntlets." Matt said in a deep voice, "But you were there when he died on that ship." Chapter 146, Alien Species. Lex, of course, knew which ship it was. It was the slave ship that was going to trade with Doug. The people on that ship were used as sacrifices by Gore, including Bridge, who wanted to leave the country by boarding the ship. He and his temporarily hired bodyguards ultimately died in the ship's cabin. At that time, besides Lex, the Black Botius also discovered Bridge. He didn't know if these two learned about this through the Black Botius, or through beyonder means, such as spirit talking and divination, discovering their fragile connection with Bridge. Lex said calmly, "I wasn't the only one on that ship at the time. But in the information carried by Bridge's spirit body, we found that only your image was the most complete," Arthur exclaimed impatiently. So you'd better tell us now if Bridge gave you anything. It was spirit talking, indeed. This means they belong to some secret order. Lex said indifferently, I'll say it again. Bridge and I only traded one pair of shadow gauntlets. Besides that, there was no other relationship. Then please meet our superior. If you truly didn't take anything from Bridge, we will restore your freedom, Matt tried to persuade. Lex laughed. Are you a child? Who do you think would believe such words? If I go back with you, whether or not I took your things, can I still regain my freedom? Which organization are you from? Psychological Alchemists. Aurora Order. Moses Ascetic Order or Secret Order. He knew the first two from the Tarot Club, and read about the latter two in the original novel. But Lex saw that their expressions remained unchanged, clearly indicating they didn't belong to any of these four organizations. This is truly troublesome. Are there too many secret orders in this world? But at least the above four organizations can be ruled out, which is useless. I can't believe you, a bounty hunter, know so many secret orders. Matt started to laugh. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Listen carefully, we are. Lex turned to look at him, seemingly distracted by Matt. In that instant, Arthur lunged into the nearby bushes, moving away from Lex's gun. Matt didn't reveal the organization either. The moment Arthur lunged out, he pulled the trigger. Bang. A gunshot rang out. A sneer bloomed on Matt's face, a sinister smile. He saw Lex's eyes widen in surprise, saw him shot in the chest. But very quickly, he also saw that Lex's body suddenly became flat, like a paper figure. Then another gunshot was heard. Matt followed the sound of the gun. He found that Lex had appeared behind Arthur at some point and shot the tall man, who hadn't had time to roll into the bushes, in the head. No. Matt's eyes became bloodshot. Reason vanished from his eyes, and his aura suddenly became powerful. He lunged at Lex. But for some reason, this action turned into a retreat. At this moment, the ring of distortion in Lex's hand was faintly glowing. However, the ring of distortion's influence on Matt didn't seem as great as he had imagined. Matt retreated a few steps, then lunged forward again, moving very quickly and unaffected. Lex let out an "eh" and changed the way he used the ring of distortion, applying distorted perception of time to himself. Matt's speed immediately slowed down. Lex could clearly see his movements and understand his intentions. So, before Matt could raise his gun, Lex stepped to the left, then raised blood praise, sending a bullet into the bald man's temple. With a thud, Matt, shot in the head, fell beside Arthur. The two men died like this in the wilderness. The crimson moon hung high. Lex climbed out of a deep pit and wiped away sweat. He dug a burial pit large enough to bury Matt and Arthur's bodies. As long as the time of death exceeded an hour, even if their companions found the bodies and tried spirit talking, they would have difficulty getting accurate information. If more time passed, there would probably be no spirit bodies left for spirit talking. As for divination, Lex wasn't very worried now. He had the Black Knight embrace on him, so the other party's divination would likely yield no results. Lex walked to the bodies, looking at Matt's pale skin, and at the ring of distortion placed on his forehead. This thing extended spikes from the inside, piercing into Matt's corpse, almost completely draining his blood. At this moment, a jelly-like substance also appeared on Matt's chest, seemingly the mystic characteristics separated from his body. I knew he suddenly became so violent and unaffected by the ring of distortion. He's indeed a beyonder. Very similar to the lunatic from Enki Town before. That guy also resisted Captain Lewis's nightmare ability. Speaking of which, the lunatic is a sequence 8 of the prisoner pathway. Above them are werewolves. Maggie is also a werewolf and comes from the South Continent. Matt and his companion are too. Does the South Continent produce a lot of prisoner pathway beyonders? While thinking, Lex put away the ring of distortion and the mystic characteristics. Afterward, he rummaged through the two bodies. He found 2 wallets, discovering a total of about 40 pounds in cash, which now became Lex's property. Later, Lex found a telegram on Matt's body, but unfortunately, neither of them had any magical items, not a single one. So Lex first buried the bodies, then read the telegram. The content of the telegram was very short, only a few sentences. You don't have much time left. Mr. Steve will take Jason and Tyre to loan to pursue the defector. If you cannot retrieve the item from Bridge before then, this matter will be transferred to Mr. Steve. Believe me, you do not want to face this gentleman. Below was a date, August 27th, Steve. Is he their superior? Well, it's a clue, at least. Lex took out a match, lit a fire, and burned the telegram. He then tidied up the scene to make it look natural before returning to the inn. The night passed uneventfully. In the morning, Lex ate breakfast while thinking about Matt and his companion. From the telegram last night, it could be seen that these two had no accomplices in Tingen, otherwise there would be no need to contact them via telegram. And their superior, the one named Steve, should not have entered loan yet. In other words, at least the trouble brought by Bridge would not reappear for now. Coupled with the temporary resolution of the assassins sent by Bison's enemies, the only thing he had to deal with in Tingen was the matter of the murderer who killed Grizzly. Feeling the pressure on him greatly reduced, Lex ate with much lighter movements. After breakfast, Lex asked Matthew to buy 1,000 grams of pure tin. What he had bought before had already been paid to the magic ring, and now there wasn't much left. After Matthew left, an employee from Mac's investment company came to visit and reminded Lex that he needed to prepare the first installment of research funds. According to the investment company's plan, Lex's research funds would be divided into 4 installments and sent to the Tingen University laboratory. The first installment was £4,000, and each subsequent installment was £2,000. Currently, the money in Lex's personal account, plus that in the anonymous account, totaled over £13,000. This didn't even include the jewelry from the Sea Serpent gang leader that hadn't been sold yet, otherwise, Lex's assets would be at least £18,000. To avoid arousing Bison's suspicion, Lex decided to use the pounds from the anonymous account, so he asked the employee to wait. After changing into formal attire, he went to the bank with the other party to transfer the money. Chapter 147, Passing By. After the first research fund was transferred to the Tingen University laboratory account, Lex felt a pang of heartache as he watched the amount in the account drastically decrease. It's fine. No pain, no gain. Today I spent £4,000, tomorrow I'll earn £40,000, or even add another zero to that. One must have a long-term vision and a broader perspective. Comforting himself, Lex left the bank under the admiring gazes of the company employees nearby. Lex had no plans for the day, so he bought a bouquet of fresh flowers from a nearby florist and once again visited Raphael's cemetery. It was already past 10 when he arrived at the cemetery, but it remained cold and quiet. Lex didn't let Gru accompany him, he walked into the cemetery alone. As he carried the flowers towards the vicinity of Grizzly's tombstone, he heard 1 or 2 soft sobs. Lex then noticed several people walking towards him. They were all dressed in pure black formal wear, the men carried canes and had a white handkerchief tucked into their chests. The women wore small white flowers in their hair and long black dresses. It seemed they had just attended a funeral. A deep sadness emanated from them. Lex noticed that the man walking at the very front was about 30 years old, with a high nose bridge and deep gray eyes filled with profound sorrow, as if he had just seen off someone very close to him. Walking slightly behind the gray-eyed man was a young man. He had black sideburns and green eyes, was very handsome, and possessed the romantic temperament of a poet. But now, this poet looked very melancholic, his gaze was lowered, appearing somewhat distracted. Lex also saw a young man of medium height, with black hair and brown eyes, exuding a clear scholarly aura. He was comforting the girl in the black dress, and seemingly feeling Lex's gaze, he looked over. The moment their eyes met, Lex had a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before but couldn't quite place it. Soon, Lex and these few people passed each other. He walked alone to the vicinity of Grizzly's tombstone and, as he did today, placed flowers before a stranger's grave. Suddenly, he looked back in the direction he had come from and saw those people disappear through the cemetery gate. Lex's heart quickened. He knew who those people were. They were night watchers, and the one he had just exchanged glances with must have been Klein. Their appearance perfectly matched the description in the original novel. Did the night watchers come here because one of their colleagues had sacrificed himself? Speaking of which, I remember there should have been an old man among them. That old gentleman taught Klein a lot of knowledge about mysticism. He's not here, so could this funeral be for him? For no reason, Lex recalled Kyle's words. Walking in the mysterious world, no one knows whether accident or tomorrow will arrive first. We are all pitiful worms struggling to survive. Without speaking, Lex stood quietly for over 10 minutes before leaving the cemetery. In the evening, he arrived at the safe house, and after passing the mailbox, he walked back to it. Lex remembered telling the detective that if there was a new report next time, it could be sent here. This was the residence of Duke, an employee of Aero Security Company, who had previously handled Sandy's commission. Now that Sandy was in trouble, Duke commissioning a private detective to investigate the cause, though a bit far-fetched, was still more reasonable than the Baron's son getting involved. Opening the mailbox, Lex indeed found an envelope inside. He took out the letter, went into the house, and lit the gas lamp in the living room. Under the lamplight, Lex saw that the letter had no recipient information or signature, the envelope was blank. He opened the envelope with a letter opener, took out a letter from inside, opened it, and found a few lines of text. I am very sorry, sir. I have an urgent matter that requires me to return to my homeland, and I cannot continue with the case you entrusted to me. Here, please allow me to sincerely apologize to you. You should know who I am. Of course, I know. Lex casually threw the letter into the fireplace, lit it, and watched as the letter turned to ashes in the fire. Robin stopped the investigation. In that case, should I re-entrust a detective, such as Mr. Henry, His commission should be completed by now, right? Robin should be all right, right? Without extinguishing the fire, leaving the fireplace as it was, Lex quietly departed as light smoke billowed from the chimney on his roof. As Lex walked into the hall of the Hunters Club, he heard a hammering sound. A warning barrier had been erected around the area where Nafi had stomped through the floor last night. Inside, Lex saw Nafi. The tall girl was wearing gray-blue work clothes today, a baseball cap, and her beautiful face was smeared with lime. She was nailing wooden boards together, and it seemed she had been working hard all day, repairing the hall floor she had damaged last night. Isn't this quite good? How about it, did the day pass quickly? Lex stood by the warning barrier, looking at the girl who was doing the repair work inside. Boss. Nafi said glumly, this isn't good at all. My stage should be on the battlefield, fighting those monsters, not here repairing the floor. It's good to have a change of pace once in a while, besides, there aren't that many monsters for you to kill. Lex chuckled, left the girl, and went straight to the bar. Mr. Parker, who was wearing a red bow tie today, glanced at him. It looks like your trouble is resolved. Sort of. Lex sat down in a chair. Is there any progress on Grizzly's matter? Mr. Parker wiped a glass and retorted, do you think I would know? Lex leaned forward slightly and whispered, Mr. Parker, you are actually a Beyonder, aren't you? Mr. Parker's movements didn't stop. According to you, are Beyonder like cabbages, easy to stumble upon anywhere? Then how did you determine where Grizzly and the others were detained? Although they weren't saved in the end, if it weren't for you, their bodies would probably have been found even later. The old man's lips just curved upwards, but the smile disappeared before it could fully form. Experience, channels, plus a little imagination, you can do it too. Don't let Mr. Parker fool you. The voice of the person in charge, Arrows, rang out. He seemed to have just returned. Don't let Mr. Parker's appearance deceive you. When he was young, he was an excellent hunter. His experience is far richer than anyone else present. Mr. Parker's face was expressionless, as if Arrows was talking about someone else. Arrows walked into the bar, took out a few bottles of wine, and began to mix drinks. He also called out to Nafi, who was repairing the floor, little girl, put down your work for a bit and come have a drink. One can't always spend time working, occasionally, one must enjoy life. Lex glanced at the girl behind him, thinking that she was not small at all, in every sense of the word. He then looked at the person in charge. I remember you said you would be staying at the club for the next 2 days. But I can't always stay in the bar, I have a family, Duke. But don't worry, I'll be staying at the club tonight. I have a few strong men with guns protecting me, so I can get a good night's sleep. As Arrows finished mixing a drink, Nafi came over. He smiled and pushed the glass towards Nafi. This one's on me. Thank you, Mr. Arrows. Nafi took off her hat and reached out to grab the glass. Just then, Arrows coughed a few times. Lex was quite wary of coughing now. He immediately activated his spiritual perception and found Arrows's aura to be quite healthy. Aside from a faintly glowing, vaguely human-faced mist around his mouth, the person in charge was quite normal. Not at all. Chapter 148, Abnormal. Miss Nafi, if you don't mind, let us finish the rest of the work for you. Nafi, who had already picked up her wine glass, put it down again when she heard this and looked back. It turned out that the two hunters had already taken off their coats, rolled up their sleeves, and were ready to help her with the work. No, I broke it, so I have to be responsible for it myself. Nafi quickly stood up and walked towards the half-repaired floor. Arrows frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, which Lex noticed. Lex asked calmly, Mr. Arrows, where did you go today? I went home, then to the department store, and replenished the club's stock of alcohol. Suddenly, Arrows stopped and looked at Lex warily. Why are you asking that? Lex smiled and spread his hands. Nothing, just asking casually. At this moment, Nafi walked back, tugging at Lex's sleeve and said, Boss, you should stay at the club tonight too. I want to chat with someone. If I don't say something, I'll be bored to death. Arrows cleared his throat. Nafi, you haven't drunk your wine yet. Oh. Nafi reached for the wine glass, but someone was faster than her. Lex. Arrows saw Lex take the wine glass, frowned, then smiled. Duke, if you want a drink, I can mix one for you. There's no need to snatch someone else's, right? Lex smiled back. It's not good for a little girl to drink. Besides, Mr. Arrows has put so much effort into this club, I think this drink should be a reward for yourself. He pushed the wine glass in front of Arrows. Mr. Parker, who was wiping wine glasses beside the bar, looked at them, but only for a moment before returning to his work. Arrows shook his head and smiled. Duke, you are truly considerate. He reached for the wine glass, but Lex noticed that Arrows's other hand was reaching behind his waist. Suddenly, Lex reached for the back of Nafi's head and pressed the tall girl's head onto his lap. Almost simultaneously, Arrows lightning fast drew a revolver and fired a shot at the spot where Nafi's head had just been. Bang. The sudden gunshot in the hunter's hall startled everyone. Arrows was about to turn his gun when a peculiar, clear gunshot rang in his ears. At the same time, he couldn't hold the revolver. A golden bullet struck his revolver, knocking it out of Arrows' hand. Lex held Nafi's head with one hand, and with the other, he had already pulled out the blood praise and pointed it at Arrows. The hall fell silent. Lex then removed his hand, allowing Nafi to lift her head. The girl looked bewildered, staring at the revolver on the floor and Lex pointing his gun at Arrows, unsure of what had just happened. Click. This was the sound of loading a bullet. Old Parker pulled a shotgun from under the bar and pointed it at Lex, saying, "Put the gun down." Lex said unperturbed, "Mr. Parker, Mr. Arrows is not normal." Mr. Parker looked at Arrows but did not change his posture. Arrows said in a deep voice, "You should listen to Mr. Parker. Duke, put the gun down." "I can't, because just now, you tried to shoot my friend." Lex's hand was steady, the muzzle of the blood praise showed no sign of movement. Arrows shouted, "You have no idea what's going on. Nafi. This woman. She's a spy. She betrayed Grizzly and Mole. She caused our club to lose 2 excellent hunters." Hisses. A collective gasp echoed in the hall. Nafi was stunned, then cried out indignantly, "I didn't." If Lex hadn't seen Arrows cough and emit that strange smoke earlier, he would have found it difficult to judge who was lying at this moment. But after attending the Tarot Club and receiving enlightenment from the Fool, this smoke might affect the mental body. In other words, Arrows' mind was not normal right now, possibly influenced by supernatural forces. Therefore, Lex naturally trusted Nafi. Nafi wouldn't do that. Besides, she's only been in Tingen for less than a month. How would she know Grizzly and the others' residences? They haven't gotten that close, have they? The hunters in the hall nodded in agreement. Every hunter's residence was a secret, unless they had a life-and-death friendship, who would easily expose their residence. Arrows said calmly, "Perhaps because she's a woman, she made Grizzly and them lower their guard, or perhaps she has some magical items on her that can make people willingly reveal their secrets." "Damn it, Duke. You haven't been charmed by her too, have you?" Lex's lips curved slightly into a confident smile, then he said to the old man behind the bar, "Mr. Parker, you were once an experienced hunter, and you've been at the club longer than I have. Can't you see that Mr. Arrows is acting strangely?" Arrows shouted, "Everyone listen up. Nafi is a spy for our club. As the person in charge, I order you, no matter what, do not let this woman leave." He looked at Lex, "Whoever helps her is our enemy." Several hunters exchanged glances, and after a slight hesitation, they all drew their weapons from their holsters. But at this moment, Mr. Parker suddenly lunged at Arrows and struck him on the back of the head with the butt of his gun. Arrows' eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The old man placed him on the bar and looked coldly at the hunters. "Who will help me take Arrows down? He needs to sleep." "Mr. Parker." The hunters looked at Lex, but Mr. Arrows said, "Arrows is only the person in charge of the club, and I am the owner here." Mr. Parker said without a trace of expression, "Now, isn't it obvious whose orders to follow?" The hunters looked at each other, then put away their pistols and carried Arrows away. The old man put away the shotgun, slowly poured 2 glasses of wine, and pushed them to Lex and Nafi. "Have a drink, then we have to go. It's not safe here anymore." Although Lex had guessed that Mr. Parker was not a simple character, he hadn't expected him to be the owner of the club. It took him a while to recover. Then, picking up the wine glass and draining its contents, Lex wiped his mouth. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Parker. Don't misunderstand, I only trust my own judgment." Mr. Parker tidied his clothes and took a bunch of keys from a drawer. "You're right, Arrows is indeed very abnormal. If he were his usual self, he wouldn't involve the hunters. Nor would he think that a few ordinary hunters could hold 2 beyonder." Tossing the keys into his pocket, the old man winked, "Come with me, I'll find a safe place for the little girl to stay." Chapter 149, Smell. Nafi quickly packed her clothes and weapons, then left the club with Lex and old Parker. "I have a house in the city that's usually empty, the young lady can stay there for now." Walking on the street, old Parker was spry, not at all like an old man should be. He also emphasized, "It's very safe there." Lex casually asked, "Where do you live then?" "The club," the old man replied without thinking. Lex frowned, "But you also said the club isn't safe now." "No, the danger is only for you too." Old Parker made a gesture and quickly turned a corner. "From tonight's incident, it seems the other party just wants to force Nafi away, to make her leave the club's protection. It seems the pressure from the authorities is considerable, making him afraid to act rashly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Arrows tonight, but a beyonder of a higher sequence. So once you two leave, the club will be safe. You don't need to worry about me, what you need to worry about is how to solve this matter." As expected of an experienced hunter, he deduced so much from a single action of the opponent. Lex touched his nose, thinking, "I'm still a bit too green." However, since the other party targeted Nafi, it confirmed one thing: the items he wanted to retrieve were the 3 contracts in Maggie's box. In other words, the mastermind was not Heimerk, or someone related to him. Thinking of this, Lex couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of fate. He didn't expect to have interactions with this person named Heimerk in both Enki Town and Tingen City. Once he confirmed that the other party wanted to retrieve those 3 contracts, Lex could use this to set a trap for his opponent. Within the invisible boundary of Tingen, there was no such person as Heimerk, so Lex could deal with him confidently without worrying about stumbling into a story. With a decision made and a goal set, Lex suddenly became proactive, and several plans already appeared in his mind. My house is just ahead. Old Parker's voice brought Lex back to his senses, and he realized that the 3 of them had arrived at Red Moon Street. Just ahead, there was a beautiful white square and a pointed cathedral. When Lex saw that church, he almost turned around and left. That was St. Selena's Cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of the Night Goddess in Tingen. Old Parker's house was surprisingly near the church, no wonder he was so certain it was safe. Lex still remembered the original novel mentioning that below St. Selena's Cathedral was the location of the Chinese Gate, and there was another passage leading to the Blackthorn Security Company. This was too close to the story, but seeing the old man not head towards the church, but stop about 100 meters from the square, Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief and did not turn around and leave. Eventually, Nafi settled into Old Parker's house. It was very close to the church, making it safe enough. Furthermore, the other party was currently under pressure from the authorities, so they shouldn't risk dealing with Nafi here. On Friday morning, Lex yawned, stretched in bed, ruffled his messy hair, and sat up. Today was the last day of August. Tonight, City Councilor Maynard was hosting a dinner party, but Lex would not attend. He was going to the Red Maple Theater for the Beyonder gathering in the evening. He had already planned it out. At the gathering, he would first inquire about the pyromaniac formula. Although he thought it unlikely, there was no harm in asking. If not, he would ask about the Sequence 8 robot formula. Grego was his pet after all, being too low in sequence would be undignified to bring out. If that also failed, he would see if he could get the Sequence 8 robot formula. Grego was his pet after all, being too low in sequence would be undignified to bring out. After clarifying the priorities and the order of several tasks, Lex got out of bed to wash up. As he enjoyed his breakfast and leisurely read the newspaper, a knock sounded at the door. Matthew went to open the door, and soon, Lex saw Sir Deville's butler. The butler brought Sir Deville's invitation. Sir Deville was hosting an afternoon tea party that afternoon, inviting Lex as well as several young and affluent businessmen. As soon as Lex heard this, he knew Sir Deville intended to introduce partners to Bison, so he naturally accepted. In the afternoon, Lex arrived at Sir Deville's mansion and met several Tingen merchants at the tea party, reaching preliminary cooperation intentions with them. In a blink of an eye, the day passed. That night. Tonight, the clouds hung low, obscuring the moonlight. The streets, having just experienced a light rain, had small puddles. When carriage wheels passed, they splashed tiny drops of water. Sitting in the carriage, Lex looked out the window. The parrot Grego on his shoulder was playing dumb, occasionally letting out a bird call. The Red Maple Theater was still bustling tonight. It was clear that Director Pelt's lover was very popular. In the same private box as before, not long after the play began, Lex stood up. "I'm going out for a bit." Matthew asked with some concern, "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" "I am very healthy." "No, I'm fine." Lex smiled, "I'm just going to visit a friend in a nearby box." The valet was then relieved and said, "Then I'll go with you." "No need, I'll be back soon." Leaving the private box, Lex went to the previous gathering place. The person guarding the door was still the same as last time. This time, he didn't stop Lex. When he entered the gathering room, Lex was already wearing an exaggerated mask on his face. "Welcome back, Mr. Duke." The room was as dimly lit as last time, and the organizer of the gathering, the astronomer, was still sitting in chair number 1. After Lex sat down, he heard the astronomer say, "Mr. Lawyer hasn't arrived yet, we won't wait, let's start the gathering." But at this moment, footsteps sounded, and then a man in a tuxedo walked in and said, "Mr. Lawyer is here." Then, someone cleared his throat, "Sorry, I'm late. I've had a cold these past 2 days and just went to see the doctor. Fortunately, it's nothing serious." Perhaps due to the cold, the lawyer's voice was a bit hoarse tonight, and he even coughed twice. However, Lex observed with his spiritual vision and found no suspicious smoke, so it seemed to be just a common cold. But as the lawyer sat down in the chair next to him, Lex smelled a peculiar odor, neither foul nor fragrant, but it made one very uncomfortable to smell. Of course, its smell was very faint. If one wasn't very close, or didn't possess a keen sense of smell like Lex, it would be difficult to detect. Furthermore, the lawyer no longer had the scent of paper and ink from last time, which made Lex look at him a few more times. However, the candlelight on the table only illuminated his lower body, his trousers were still sharply creased, and his leather shoes were still shiny. Aside from the different smell, there was no other abnormality. At this point, the astronomer announced the start of the gathering. Having attended once before, Lex no longer waited for others to speak and immediately proactively asked, "Who has the Sequence 7 Pyromaniac formula?" Chapter 150, Incomplete Recipe. The room fell silent for a moment, then the astronomer chuckled, saying with a hint of regret, "I think I've heard of Pyromaniac, it seems to be from the Hunter pathway. What a pity. If it were the starting sequence formula for that pathway, then I would know it. To know even the starting formula is quite remarkable, astronomer. Your knowledge is truly vast." Miss White Rose, seated in chair number 2, gave a small compliment to the host. The novelist, suspected to be of the spectator pathway, in chair number 3, softly said, "I haven't heard of Pyromaniac, so, unfortunately, I can't help." Lex was not at all surprised by this result. As expected, the Tarot Club still offered more hope, the level of this gathering was simply too low. Just then, the lawyer, sitting next to Lex, chuckled, "If it's an incomplete Pyromaniac formula, do you need it?" Lex was momentarily stunned. "You have it." "I do, but the formula is incomplete." "Perhaps you can take a gamble, who knows, you might still advance if you drink it," Mr. Lawyer said with a flippant tone. Lex frowned slightly, feeling that this person seemed a bit different from last time. The astronomer then cleared his throat and said, "Duke, incomplete potions carry a certain risk of losing control, and they might also be ineffective. Therefore, do not attempt them lightly." Lex nodded gently, and without caring whether the astronomer saw him or not, he spoke directly to the lawyer, "What compensation do you want?" "If it were a complete formula, it would be at least £700, even £1,000. But because it's incomplete, I'll sell it to you for £300. How does that price sound?" "Acceptable, but can you guarantee that it is indeed a part of the complete formula?" Lex retorted. The lawyer's body seemed to lean back. "Of course. If you're not at ease, you can use your own methods to verify it. If you can do it at the gathering, that is, because once we leave this room, none of us know each other, do we?" The novelist then spoke, "Duke, I can help you verify it. This was the friendship earned from providing sequence information last time." Lex nodded subtly, "Very well, please ask Mr. Novelist to verify it for me. If there are no issues, I will pay immediately. Consider it done." The lawyer picked up the pen and paper on the table, quickly wrote down the formula, folded it, and handed it to the approaching waiter. The waiter delivered it into the novelist's hand. The novelist did not unfold the paper. Instead, he took out his slightly rusty coin, muttered a low incantation, and tossed it into the air. He caught the coin with his hand and then said with a confident tone, "This is real. Seers are truly convenient." Lex genuinely sighed with emotion, and from different pockets, he pulled out banknotes of various denominations, gathering £300, which the waiter then delivered to the lawyer. When the formula reached his hands, Lex eagerly opened it, seeing several lines of writing. Main materials, 1 lava crystal diamond. Auxiliary materials, 5 grams of crimson flower nectar, 7 drops of tranquil water, 5 grams of solidified magma. One main material was missing, and the auxiliary materials overlapped with what Mr. Kyle provided. The novelist had already divined that this incomplete formula was real, so combining it with what Mr. Kyle provided, wouldn't it be a complete formula? I finally see hope for Pyromaniac. No, I can't let my guard down. After adding the remaining materials, I should divine again. I can ask the novelist to do it for me. No, wait. He doesn't even know the name of the next sequence in his own pathway, so I doubt his divination. The safest bet would be to go to the Tarot Club next Monday and ask Klein, who is skilled in divination, for help, but he is the fool, and doing such a thing would be beneath him. A change of thought. Perhaps Mr. Parker could provide this kind of service. For a moment, Lex's excited mind kept coming up with one idea after another. By the time he came back to his senses, he found that a transaction had already been completed between the astronomer and the novelist. At this moment, Miss White rose from chair number 2 said sweetly, "I'm going on a long journey next week, and there might be danger along the way. I hope to hire a bodyguard." A beyonder bodyguard. "I wonder if any of the gentlemen present can offer protection, and if not, can you recommend others? My compensation will definitely satisfy him. If it were within Tingen City, I might consider it. But for a long journey, then no." Lex put away the potion formula and heard the astronomer laugh. "I think the gentlemen present probably can't meet your requirements. However, I know a place that can provide similar services. If you need it, I'll tell you after the gathering." "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Astronomer." After they finished their conversation, Lex spoke, "Last time, I bought some of Emperor Roselle's notes here. I gave them to a collector friend, and he was very satisfied. He hopes to acquire more. I wonder if any of you still have the Emperor's notes for sale." After speaking, Lex looked at the lawyer. He didn't know if it was because of the lighting, so the lawyer didn't feel his gaze, or for some other reason, but the lawyer showed no reaction at all. As for the others, they all stated that they did not have what Lex wanted. Lex calculated the time. He had been gone for over half an hour, and this gathering seemed unable to provide anything more, so he stood up and said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Please wait a moment." The astronomer called out to him, saying, "Recently, a shocking incident occurred in our city. It was a tragedy, and I heard it even alarmed the official beyonder." That sounds like it refers to the grizzly bear incident. Lex did not rush to leave and continued to listen to the astronomer. "Therefore, for the next month, I will suspend holding gatherings. Even if you see a play advertised in the newspaper, this place will not be open. As for when the gatherings will resume in October, it's simple. Whenever there's a play and one of the actors is named Stuart, you can come and participate." Lex nodded. "Okay, I've noted that. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Astronomer." This time, he truly left. Back in the private box, tonight, perhaps because Matthew and his companions had no intention of looking for Lex, the parrot Grego quietly stayed under the coat rack, occasionally flying down to snatch a fruit, getting along peacefully with the male servant bodyguard. After Lex returned, he sat back in his chair, watching the performance on the stage below. But he had no interest in theater and found himself feeling drowsy. He barely managed to endure until the performance ended, then Lex immediately put on his hat, picked up his cane, and quickly walked out of the private box. When will this world develop a film industry? Only theatrical performances, it's too dull, I have no interest at all. I wonder if Emperor Roselle invented video recorders and projectors. Logically speaking, cameras already exist, so these two should be coming soon, right? Or should I invest in this area again, and become a movie mogul in the future? Forget it, forget it. These are all long-term investments, and I already have one long-term investment. Currently, I'm more interested in finding short-term profitable projects. Allowing his thoughts to wander, Lex walked out of the theater, unable to resist taking a deep breath of the late-night air. Suddenly, a strange, unpleasant smell, neither fragrant nor foul, that made him uncomfortable, entered Lex's nose. This immediately reminded him of the lawyer at the gathering. Chapter 151, Bird with a Story. After the performance at the Red Maple Grand Theater ended, a figure quickly walked down the street. The nearby gas streetlights illuminated his young face. The young man wore glasses, his flaxen hair softly resting on his forehead, and his slightly scholarly face still held a hint of immaturity that hadn't completely faded. His formal attire looked cheap, but it was ironed into crisp lines, clearly well-maintained. Suddenly, the young man seemed to sense something and looked back. Around him and behind him, passers-by came and went. Just then, a carriage drove by. The young man suddenly shivered, looking past the carriage to the other side of the street. There, also under a streetlight, a man was pressing his hand to his abdomen, bowing slightly towards him. The color immediately drained from the young man's face, and he frantically turned into a nearby alley. In the alley, a stray cat, startled, cried out and jumped onto a dusty window, watching the rushing figure with two eerie eyes. Thump. 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 The young man ran quickly through the alley, and just as he saw the exit approaching, a voice filled with filth and depravity suddenly echoed in his ears. It was as if a demon was whispering beside him. The young man's movements suddenly stiffened, and his legs stopped working. Before he could figure out what had happened, he felt a violent impact, and when he came to, he found himself slammed against a wall. Then, the young man saw a pair of blood-red eyes, and as his attacker smiled and stepped back, he got a clear look at him. He looked about 24 or 25, with grayish-white long hair draped over his shoulders and back, and a handsome face with a sickly pallor, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in years. He wore a pure black suit, his trousers sharply creased, and his leather shoes shined brightly. Finally, the young man saw blood on the attacker's hand. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he discovered a dagger plunged deeply into his body. The nearby clothing was already stained red with seeping blood. The young man instantly lost all his strength, slowly sliding down the wall, and with difficulty asked, "Why are you doing this?" The gray-haired attacker flashed an eerie smile, leaned slightly, and performed a noble bow, "Because I dislike that spectator, Mr. Novelist." The young man trembled slightly. You are a lawyer." "Yes and no." The attacker straightened up, swept the long hair that had fallen over his forehead back behind him. "This city is quite nice, and I plan to stay here for a while, so I can't let anyone discover my identity. But you, spectator, always manage to notice things you shouldn't. For example, at the gathering just now, you already sensed that I'm not actually a lawyer, didn't you?" He squatted in front of the novelist and said with a smile, "So whenever I go somewhere, the first thing I deal with are the nearby spectator, so I can have a good time for a while." The attacker took a wallet from the novelist and shook it. "I'll take this. That way, when your body is found by the police, it should be treated as a common robbery and murder, right? I know them too well. Those guys are like baboons, as long as they find a reasonable answer, they won't investigate further, nor will they submit the case to those annoying official people. Of course, I'll wait until your characteristic precipitates before I leave. You see, this is called professionalism. The novelist's consciousness was already blurring, and he even saw fragments of his past life. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a shout from the alley entrance. Mr. Foley's, is that you? Please wait, I have something to say to you. Footsteps came from the alley entrance, and more than one person. There were even bird calls. The attacker frowned. Damn it, of all times. He glanced at the novelist, kicked the dagger, making it plunge deeper. Then he quickly retreated into the darkness, disappearing in an instant. The footsteps finally arrived nearby, and someone exclaimed, "Huh? It's not Mr. Foley's, did I see wrong? Sir, he seems to have been attacked." Caw-caw. A sound echoed in the alley, and someone lit a match, illuminating Lex's face. When the gathering ended, he had caught the scent of the lawyer and noticed a suspicious figure. He immediately followed, but he hadn't expected to encounter such a scene. Lex stepped forward, squatted down in front of the young man whose face was completely drained of color, and reached out to feel his nose. Suddenly, the young man lifted his head and seized Lex's hand. Lex was about to jump, and Gru had already drawn his revolver, but then the young man pulled a coin from his pocket, placed it in Lex's hand, and with great effort, opened his mouth and uttered 2 words, "Help me." His voice abruptly ceased, his head tilted, and his hands fell limply, already dead. Lex looked at the coin in his palm, noticing some rust on it. When he held the coin, his spirituality stirred slightly, as if it were a mystical item. He suddenly remembered the coin the novelist had used for divination at the gathering, which made Lex look at the young man lying dead at the base of the wall, a thought surfacing in his mind. Could he be the novelist? Was his attacker the lawyer? Why would the lawyer attack a gathering member? No, that was probably not the lawyer, his spirituality had changed. Someone impersonated the lawyer and attended the gathering. If so, it would explain why the lawyer could possess the pyromaniac formula. "Sir, please leave this place quickly, I'll handle the rest." Gru reminded him from behind. The bodyguard could already tell that the novelist was dead. Lex nodded, glanced at the novelist's body, then turned and left with his valet. Violet Hotel. Back in his room, Lex brought the parrot Grego into the bedroom. The latter flew into its cage and said, "The one who killed that little fellow was a terrifying thing." Lex looked at him. "Did you sense anything?" Grego flapped his wings. "No, I just had that feeling." A feeling. Speaking of which, the monster's spiritual perception seems quite high. This silly bird also sensed the special nature of the bronze mirror before. "By the way, why do you always act like a dragon? You don't have something wrong up here, do you?" Lex tapped his own head with his finger. Grego looked at him, and at that moment, the parrot's eyes held a deep light, because the dragon is the most powerful non-human species I know. And because I hate my own weakness, stupidity, cowardice, and ignorance. Lex looked in surprise at the parrot in the cage. He hadn't expected a bird to say such words. "It seems you are a bird with a story." Chapter 152, Cautious. "Oh, right." Grego turned around in the birdcage, stuck out his butt, and flapped his wings, saying, "Can you help me wipe my butt? You know, as a dragon, I can't tolerate any dirt on myself. But I don't have hands, and I can't reach it. If I were still a stupid bird, it wouldn't matter. But now, I'm already a dragon, so I have to pay attention to my image, don't you think?" Lex pinched his brows. This was indeed still a silly bird. He didn't answer, directly lowered the black blackout cloth on the outside of the cage, and ignored the protests coming from inside the birdcage as he threw Grego into the washroom. Back in the bedroom, Lex stood in the center of the room, raising both hands horizontally, and began to summon the mystical book. He planned to appraise that coin. A moment later, the scene in the room, the various colors, became richer. Lex looked up and saw the pages of the mystical book turning on their own, stopping at the Artisan of Mysteries page. He immediately saw that the dimensional crystal had increased significantly. There were now 943 of them. Record. The cat who got rich by reselling salted fish appreciates you very much, giving you a salted fish and generously tipping 40,555 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 405 dimensional crystals. Accelerator told you to hurry up and tipped 200 dimensional coins. 9 Wind Dragon Clan teased you and tipped 100 dimensional coins. There were also tips from watchers like Ting, Cloudsheng, and I'm just a little noob chicken. The names dazzled Lex and filled him with gratitude. Next. He spent 5 dimensional crystals to appraise the coin he got from the novelist. This coin had some rust on it. One side had a wizard hat pattern, and the other side had the number 9. A strange coin. Lex felt a trance, seeing some card-reading scenes. He saw a man with a blurry face, either smiling or serious, using that coin for various divinations. After these images ended, the appraisal result appeared on the page. See your coin, it can only perform divination on simple statements and yield yes or no results. Pattern 4, yes, number 4, no, unable to provide clear information. It has almost no negative effects, but with frequent use, one will become increasingly dependent on divination. Being able to get only yes or no results was still good, at least it could clarify the outcome. Lex then spent 21 crystals to strengthen it. After strengthening, the basic information remained unchanged, but one function was added. It can effectively resist interference and obtain true answers. If the interference is too strong, the coin will stand on its edge, indicating that no result can be obtained. Good, it became more practical after strengthening. Although it couldn't compare to Klein, in the future, when encountering difficult decisions, he could use this coin to find enlightenment. Lex put away the coin, turned the pages forward, and suddenly, he stopped. He found previous messages. Previously, due to permission restrictions, many messages from the observers were blocked, but now, his knowledge permission had increased by 1 rank, and some information had been unblocked, allowing Lex to see more things. For example, the message about the names of all pathway, all sequence B under potions. Previously, Lex could only see sequence 6, but now he could see sequence 5 information. Lex was delighted. In this way, if his knowledge permission increased further in the future, he could find previous messages and record all the valuable information left by the observers, word for word. Feeling pleased, he turned to the message board page and saw that the Watcher's replies had increased again. Exquisite red bean dice, Star Admiral Huang Jiajia is the adopted daughter of Huang Tao's daughter, Huang Beibei, the owner of the Dawn. They did not fall out. Huang Beibei has several angel-level sealed artifacts and will eventually advance to angel. Huang Jiajia will advance to sequence 4 demigod, so they are both rich women. Star Admiral Huang Jiajia. Is this a real name or a aliases? It should be a aliases. Is this a nickname given by the observers to the original characters? Huang Beibei, Huang Tao's daughter, Emperor Roselle's daughter. The Emperor's daughter is indeed still alive. Angel-level sealed artifact. As expected of the Emperor's daughter, she is indeed very wealthy. Ah, does this rich woman have any hangers-on? I don't want to work hard anymore. Fading prosperity, life like a play, stay away from Bansi Port. If you develop on the sea, perhaps you can consider ironclads. Excellent ships are also a direction. This Watcher also told me to stay away from Bansi Port, so it must be a dangerous place, otherwise, so many Watchers wouldn't mention it. Ironclad. I know, it was mentioned in the original work, and I thought it was awesome when I saw it. However, I don't know Bison-specific arrangements yet, but I will keep an eye out. Lightly drifting wind madness, the sea forces are the 4 kings and 7 generals. Among the 4 kings, except for the Undying King who is a rootless fake demigod, the other 3 are top-tier existences even among Sequence 3. Among the 7 generals, potential allies are Star Admiral, Tarot Club, and Iceberg Admiral, 2-5 Dragon. This Watcher explained in more detail. Is Star Admiral actually a member of the Tarot Club? Klein is truly amazing. He can even recruit such figures. Of course, I will also be very powerful in the future. After all, I am a man supported by the observers. Hey! Sea monster bloodline. There are such things in the deep sea, but I shouldn't go into the deep sea. This world, there shouldn't be submarines yet, right? After reading the replies on the message board, Lex looked at the messages in the book review section below. Mountains and seas. Lex, here's some information for you. 1. Nafi's warrior sequence potion formula can be sought at the Tarot Club. The Silver City, where the sun is located, possesses the potions for this pathway, but their names for each sequence are slightly different. They call the warrior pathway the giant pathway, and the potion formula names are, in order, Sequence 9, Beyonder Warrior, Sequence 8, Gladiator, Sequence 7, Weapon Master, Sequence 6, Dawn Knight, Sequence 5, Guardian, and Sequence 4, Demon Hunter, etc. By the way, Beyonder of this pathway, regardless of gender, will become taller and taller in the future, hee hee. 2. At the Tarot Club, you must know how to use the right to report. This way, you might occasionally receive guidance from Mr. Fool. This Watcher listed 5 points, and Lex read them all carefully. So Nafi's warrior sequence potion can be sought at the Tarot Club. The Tarot Club is indeed very high level. This time, I joined the right organization. Collect and investigate information related to the secret order. Speaking of which, besides the observers, I have too few channels to obtain information about the mystical world. It seems I need to expand in this area. I can't always rely on the observers. But for now, I still have to ask for their help. Fortunately, their messages won't disappear. Even if some information is temporarily invisible, I will still be able to read it once my permissions increase. In addition, this Watcher also suggested that I pay Mr. Fool more often with pounds and that for some transactions, I don't need to get a return immediately, it can be considered an advance payment to fate. I strongly agree with this point. Don't bother the fool with difficulties that can be solved by yourself. You can save up the reward first and ask for his help when you truly encounter major difficulties. After reading this message, Lex felt a significant spiritual depletion, so he dared not delay. He picked up his quill, crossed out the previous text on the message board, and wrote a new request. Standing beyond dimensions, lofty observers, you are the incarnations of radiance. I sincerely praise you and implore your help. I wish to obtain information related to the secret order, or through what channels can I gather relevant information. After writing the message, Lex felt a long-lost headache, knowing that he had consumed too much spirituality this time, and quickly ended the summoning. After resting for a moment, he took out the pyromaniac formula obtained from the gathering, took out his pen, and Lex added several other materials to it. After writing it down, he took out the seer coin and softly said, "Is this the complete pyromaniac formula?" Lex tossed the coin upwards, watching it fall onto the table, with the side bearing the wizard hat pattern facing up. Lex was still not reassured, so he wrote the divination statement he had just used on the formula again and performed another divination. The result was still the pattern facing up. Lex thought for a moment and said again, "Is the potion prepared with it safe?" Clap. The third divination, the result remained unchanged. Only then did Lex truly feel at ease. He put away the coin, memorized the formula, and then burned it. Tomorrow, I will start collecting materials. Chapter 153, Detective Henry. When the morning sun crept onto Lex's face, he turned over, opened his eyes, and saw the clear blue sky outside the window. Today was the first day of September, the weather was good, and the autumn chill in Tingen was growing stronger. Moreover, having obtained the complete pyromaniac formula last night, the first day of the new month gave Lex a feeling full of hope. He got up with great motivation, washed, changed into formal wear, and came to the living room. Matthew had already prepared breakfast, and Lex leisurely enjoyed it while casually flipping through the newspaper. Just then, he saw Gru come out, yawning. Matthew quietly told him, Mr. Gru came back very late last night, seemingly to cooperate with the police station in dealing with that attack. Lex remembered the young man who died in the dark alley, and his good morning mood dimmed considerably. He called Gru over. How was the situation handled last night? It's been taken care of, Gru nodded in response. Lex leaned back in his chair. Do you know the identity of the deceased? Moyne Leggett, a novelist. While I was assisting with the investigation at the police station, it seemed a police officer had already visited the deceased's residence. They found a manuscript that was about to be published in this gentleman's home. An editor from the Tingen newspaper also came to the police station last night and identified the deceased. From their conversation, that editor seemed to think highly of this writer. What a pity. Now that he's dead, that work probably won't be published. Gru's stomach rumbled at this point. Lex smiled. Go eat first, Matthew, you too. He thought for a moment, then said to Gru, do you know that editor? If so, go to the newspaper office later to find him and tell him that I am willing to help the deceased publish his book. That might have been his last wish in this life. In the afternoon, Lex first went to the Evil Dragon bar. Of course, he went as Duke, but after a round of browsing, he only managed to buy Crimson Flower Nectar in the underground market. Then he went to the Elk bar, but not by himself. He entrusted Mr. Parker, but only managed to get Water of Tranquility and Solidified Magma, all of which were auxiliary materials. I still need 2 main materials and 1 auxiliary material. It seems I can only try my luck at the Tarot Club. Lex put the collected materials into a box and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if there's a magical item similar to a portable pocket, so I can store and retrieve whatever I need at any time, without worrying about losing it. At this moment, the butler's voice sounded outside the bedroom. Sir, dinner is ready. After dinner, Lex entered his bedroom early, rested for a while, and then left the hotel. He arrived near the safe house and saw a man pacing at the entrance. The man was wearing a pure black formal suit, with a matching vest and white shirt inside. His facial features were sharp, and his eyebrows were clearly defined like a sharp sword. He seemed to notice Lex's gaze and looked over. Then, he approached voluntarily. Lex frowned slightly, first thinking of pretending to be a passerby and leaving in a hurry, but then immediately thought, why not see what he wants to do first? And, who is he? Sir. The man with deep blue eyes pointed to the safe house door and said, you must live nearby, right? I saw you slow down when you got here, and your gaze was directed at these townhouses, as if you're very familiar with this place. What keen observation skills. Do you need help? Lex neither affirmed nor denied, but directly posed a question. The man with deep blue eyes nodded. I have something to give to the owner of that house, but he doesn't seem to be back yet. If you are his neighbor, do you know when he will be home? Something? What thing? Lex looked at the mailbox. Perhaps it can solve your problem. The man looked back, then immediately shook his head. No, this thing is very important. I must hand it to him personally. Then I can't help you, Lex said, preparing to leave. Before he could figure out the man's true nature, he didn't want to casually interact with a stranger. The man with deep blue eyes sighed, then I'll just have to come back tomorrow. He passed by Lex and whispered, Robin, that fellow, what exactly was he investigating to lose his life? He spoke very softly. If Lex's hearing hadn't been exceptional, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Robin. Detective Robin. He's dead. Wait. Lex called out to the men in front of him, the Robin you just mentioned, he wouldn't be the detective from Oa County, would he? The blue-eyed man turned his head and re-examined Lex. A moment later. In the living room, Lex held 2 cups of black tea and placed them on the table. There's only ordinary black tea at home, I hope you don't mind. So, who are you? The blue-eyed man picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and calmly said, my name is Henry, and I'm Robin's colleague. Detective Henry? The one Mr. Liz introduced to me. Lex nodded, I just heard you say that Mr. Robin had an accident. It wasn't an accident, it was murder, I'm certain of it. Henry said with conviction, I know him too well, he would never do something as foolish as hanging himself. Lex's heart sank. Hanging. Sandy hanged himself, and now Robin, who was investigating him. This detective is right, this must be a murder. Earlier, I received a letter from Mr. Robin. He told me he had an urgent matter to return home for, and he cancelled my commission. Lex picked up his teacup, now it seems that wasn't the case. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Henry, also a detective, sighed softly, actually, I don't know much either. Just 3 days ago, Robin suddenly came to find me. He gave me something and told me he was returning to Oa County. If I received a letter from him from Oa County, I was to destroy what he gave me. If not, I was to bring it here and give it to the owner of this house. However, the very next day, I received news that he had hanged himself at home, leaving a suicide note saying he despaired of this world and had no attachment to life. Henry said through gritted teeth, that's absolutely impossible. This guy told me last week that he just needed to work 1 more year, and then he could go back to Oa County to open his own detective agency. He had already planned out his life, how could he suddenly despair and commit suicide? The detective looked at Lex, tell me, what was he investigating? The commission he didn't finish, I'll finish it for him. Lex looked at him seriously, Mr. Henry, have you looked at the thing Robin gave you? Henry shook his head decisively, no, he emphasized that I shouldn't open it. Lex nodded slightly, then, please give me the item. As for this matter, it ends here. I don't want anyone else to be hurt or even lose their life because of this. I also hope you won't be impulsive, and think more about your family, your children, and the people you love. Henry stared at him intently, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 154, Spectator. When seeing Detective Henry off, considering his mood, Lex didn't say, have a pleasant evening, as that would have been too much of a jerk thing to say. He himself was also in a gloomy mood. Another person had indirectly died because of him. Although he hadn't killed the person, he still felt bad. And this feeling had also appeared a few days ago when it was confirmed that Grizzly and the other person had indeed died because of their connection to him. Is this the price of entering the mystical world? Lex let out a long breath and, after a self-adjustment, his gaze fell on the items Henry had left behind. A work diary. He picked up the diary with its dark red leather cover and opened it. Inside were Robin's work records from the previous month. Before accepting Lex's commission, he had also collected evidence of a gentleman's husband's extramarital affair for a lady, and found a dog that had been missing for 3 days for a single elderly woman. Lex flipped past the unimportant records until he saw the name Sandy, and then he stopped. Regarding Sandy's commission records, the first few pages contained information Lex already knew, which Robin had reported to him earlier. The following pages began with the investigation into Sandy's resignation. Today I met with Sandy's mistress, Miss Jenny from the horse riding club. Through her, a gentleman entered my line of sight. Hudson Knoll, he is a member of the horse riding club and has been a member for a year. Miss Jenny provided a lot of useful information. For example, Mr. Hudson is a wine merchant, he lives in the Golden Banyan district, he is very active in the club, and has earned the respect of many members due to his excellent horsemanship. Among Hudson's friends are even bankers, city councillors, and he also knows Sir DeVille. He is definitely a heavyweight. According to Miss Jenny's description, I learned a very important thing. Before his accident, about 2 to 3 weeks ago, Mr. Sandy seemed to have offended Mr. Hudson. He only mentioned this to Miss Jenny. This miss said that Sandy was extremely scared at the time, and didn't even feel like doing some pleasant things with her. And the next day, he submitted his resignation to the club. Miss Jenny even argued with him about this. Strangely, a few days later, Sandy proactively asked for his resignation back and declared that the matter had been resolved. Here, Robin drew a big question mark, indicating that the detective had great doubts about Sandy's change and how the matter was resolved. It seems Sandy's death has a lot to do with this Hudson. I must investigate him. Coincidentally, Miss Jenny told me that tomorrow the club is holding an equestrian competition at the suburban stable, and Hudson will also participate. This kind miss even gave me an admission ticket and told me that she is very afraid of that Hudson. Next was a large blank space. Lex directly turned to the next page. The handwriting here, whether due to nervousness or some other reason, was not as steady as before. It appeared sloppy and uneven. Miss Jenny was indeed right, this Mr. Hudson is very frightening. Today, I disguised myself as a reporter and went to the stable, and when I found an opportunity to interview him. His first words were, "You are not a reporter, you are here to investigate me, are you a detective?" He seemed to be able to see through my thoughts, to read what was on my mind. I could only find an excuse to leave. As I left, I always felt as if a pair of eyes were watching me. Hudson. I've decided to give up. This is the worst situation I've ever encountered in my career. Moreover, I'm going back to Ottawa County. I feel like I'm being watched. The client was indeed right, this matter is very dangerous, and I overestimated my abilities. I need to make some arrangements, just in case. I will definitely be fine. These were the last words Robin wrote in his work diary. Lex closed the diary and shut his eyes. See through thoughts, read what's on one's mind. I remember the sequence 8 potion of the spectator pathway is called telepathist. Could it be that Hudson is a beyonder? If that's the case, with the abilities of a telepathist, it wouldn't be difficult to befriend a figure like Sir Deville. Hudson also knows bankers and city councillors. It seems he wants to start a certain enterprise in Tingen, which is why he approached these upper-class figures through the club and then used his beyonder abilities to become their good friend. Lex suddenly opened his eyes. Wait. He suddenly looked at the work diary. If the other party is a telepathist, there's no reason he wouldn't know what Robin was thinking, no reason he wouldn't know that Robin gave the work diary to Henry. Did he do this on purpose? To find the employer who commissioned Robin to investigate Sandy. He's looking for me. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lex hadn't even gotten up when a needle-like pain suddenly pricked the back of his hand, and at the same time, a vision appeared in his mind. When he opened the door, a middle-aged man stood outside. His skin was already loose, the lines at the corners of his eyes were deep and shallow, and his formal suit was stretched open by his bloated waist. He had a grey beard, which made him look even more imposing. The man was biting a pipe with a gold inlay. He took a puff from the mouthpiece, then opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of hazy smoke towards him. Lex's back muscles instantly tensed. He knew who the other party was. He had encountered this person, and more than once. Without answering, Lex used his hunter's agility to silently leave from the back of the house. But he didn't go far. After climbing over the wall, he quickly circled a few houses and then appeared on the roof of the third house away, looking towards the front door of his safe house. Because of the porch, Lex couldn't see anything. But a moment later, someone walked out. It was indeed the man with the grey beard. Lex had run into him in the restaurant where he met with the banker McGovern, and had also seen him with Sir Deville in the club's lobby. This suggests that Councillor Maynard might also know him. At this moment, the man named Hudson had already crossed the street, pressing down on his top hat, and left discreetly. He did not take a carriage. This is an opportunity. Lex immediately followed him. A hunter possesses excellent tracking skills, and moreover, the man was still wearing blue perfume tonight. Although it was already the base note and the scent wasn't strong, it still lingered in the air, guiding Lex's path. Therefore, Lex didn't follow too closely, to avoid being detected by the other party. Along the way, Lex's thoughts constantly surfaced like bubbles. In the intuitive vision just now, Hudson blew a puff of smoke at me. Is that related to the spiritual smoke coughed out by Councillor Maynard and the others? Chapter 155, Invisible Net. That's very likely. Mr. Fool said that the smoke, which can only be observed in a spiritual vision state, is likely related to the mind-body. Isn't it normal for Inspectator to influence the mind-body? You can guess that from the names of their potions. Sequence 8 Telepathist, Sequence 7 Psychiatrist, Sequence 6 Hypnotist. It's clear at first listen that their abilities are related to the mind-body. Lex stopped at this point, distinguished the direction of the perfume in the air, and then continued to follow. Sandy was initially very scared, even planning to resign, but then suddenly said the problem was solved. Robin didn't know how it was solved, but now it seems that Hudson used the spectator's ability to influence him. In that case, was Sandy's initial neglect of his son also due to Hudson's influence? Was it hypnosis? If so, wouldn't Hudson be a Sequence 6? Suddenly, Lex remembered the intuitive vision he had seen earlier. No, perhaps it's the ability of some beyonder item. Hudson's pipe might be a beyonder item. If it were from his beyonder ability itself, such an obvious flaw as spiritual smoke shouldn't appear. Most beyonder items have negative effects, and that smoke might be one such negative effect, allowing Hudson's hypnosis to have a chance of being seen through. If so, then can it be confirmed that Counselor Maynard and the others were all subjected to some form of hypnosis? What was Hudson's motive for hypnotizing them? Lex suddenly stopped, not because the perfume in the air disappeared, but because he thought of the contracts he had obtained from Maggie. He remembered that one of the gift contracts had Maynard's name on it. He came back to his senses and quickly continued tracking, but a shocking conjecture emerged in his mind. Hudson hypnotized those upper-class figures, perhaps to legally acquire their property. Hudson works for Highmark, and they are accumulating a large amount of wealth. What is the purpose of accumulating wealth? Lex also recalled what Maynard had said: as long as one owns enough land and donates to political parties, one can obtain a peerage. So, Highmark is using Hudson to accumulate wealth to buy land, obtain a peerage, and enter the political center of the lone kingdom. Suddenly, Lex seemed to see an invisible, vast net quietly unfolding. But Lex had new questions. If Hudson possessed hypnotic means, then directly hypnotizing Robin would reveal his identity. Why go through such trouble, after killing Robin, deliberately let Henry deliver the work notebook to his door? And then he himself would follow this clue to find the safe house here. Perhaps that Beyonder item has certain restrictions, or due to negative effects, the fat man is unwilling to use it frequently. But in that case, it can almost be confirmed that Hudson is the murderer or the mastermind behind the deaths of the two Grizzlies. Because if those contracts fell into the hands of the authorities, it would likely lead to an investigation of him and even disrupt Highmark's plan. It seems that perhaps I should send those 3 contracts by mail to Blackthorn Security Company and let the Night Watchers handle them. However, for now, these are just my imaginings, and I lack substantive evidence. Perhaps evidence can be found at Hudson's home. Lex took a deep breath, suppressed his chaotic thoughts, and focused on tracking. He had decided to collect substantive evidence and, along with the 3 contracts, hand them over to the Night Watchers or other official organizations. Although he really wanted to personally avenge the 2 Grizzlies, given how tragically they died, the scope of Hudson's scheme was so large that it was not the time to act impulsively. Otherwise, if things went wrong, the hunter would become the hunted. He had already arrived in Golden Banyan District. Lex stood behind a plane tree, watching Hudson walk into a large house with a garden in the distance. That should be Hudson's home, but Lex did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to observe from the shadows. He didn't just stare at the main door. After a moment, Lex circled around to the back of the house and finally climbed onto the roof of a nearby building to monitor from above. After an hour, he didn't see Hudson appear, so Lex confirmed that it was not Hudson's safe house. He indeed lived here. Having confirmed Hudson's address, Lex was not in a hurry to go in and search. He didn't want to tip him off, so he temporarily retreated, planning to find a suitable opportunity to visit the house again. The night passed without incident. On Sunday morning, while Lex was eating breakfast, Gru, holding a copy of the Tinjin Morning Post, hurried over. "Sir, you need to see this." The bodyguard pointed to the front page of the newspaper and said. Lex took a sip of milk, casually glanced at it, and was about to put a mushroom in his mouth when his movement stopped. He jumped up as if electrocuted, grabbed the newspaper, and examined it carefully. On the front page of the newspaper, there was a prominent headline: "City Councilor Suddenly Passes Away, a Loss for Tinjin City." Below this headline was a black and white photo, a photo of Maynard. A buzzing sound rang in Lex's mind. Councilor Maynard is dead. Is it related to Hudson? Has the other party completely transferred the councilor's assets, and is now planning to silence him? If so, wouldn't McGovern and Mr. Luke also be in danger? If something happens to Mr. Luke, then our cooperation. Lex slapped the newspaper onto the table and said to Matthew, "Go to the horse riding club immediately and ask Miss Nees, who is in charge of reception, for this month's club magazine." The butler did not ask why, nodded, and left. Lex sat down, but he no longer had an appetite for breakfast. He hoped to find a suitable opportunity through the club magazine to sneak into Hudson's house and collect evidence. Soon, the butler returned with the September issue of the magazine. As soon as Lex opened the cover, he saw a piece of news. On Monday evening, the club held a banquet and cordially invited Sir Deville to attend. If Sir Deville attends, Hudson should also be there. In that case, his house will be no different from being empty for me. This is an opportunity. On Monday afternoon, Lex stayed alone in the hotel bedroom. When the hour hand of his pocket watch pointed to 3 o'clock, surging crimson submerged his vision. After a period of dazed and hazy state, Lex once again saw the ancient palace filled with boundless grey fog. In the great hall, like a giant's dwelling, the ancient, mottled bronze long table remained. Fool, always shrouded in a thick layer of mist, sat at the head of the table, while to the left and right of the long table, deep crimson flashes appeared one after another, pulling out indistinct figures. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." "Good afternoon, Mr. Sun." "Good afternoon, Mr. Chariot." A cheerful and light voice sounded from the other side of the long table, as Miss Justice enthusiastically and energetically greeted everyone. She truly is a vibrant Mississippi, respected Mr. Fool. I wonder if your dependents received the 300-pound compensation. After the pleasantries, Miss Justice posed a question. This touched Lex. He remembered a watcher reminding him that the current fool was very short on money. Chapter 156, Common Sense in Occultism. Next, Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman discussed the Admiral, Kalangos. A watcher had mentioned the 4 kings and 7 generals of the sea, but Kalangos was not among them. It seems this general is not well known on the sea. Lex listened quietly to the 2 members exchange information. After they paused, Lex stood up, placed a hand on his abdomen, and bowed slightly towards the head of the long table with a respectful posture. Mr. Fool, I have memorized 4 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. How should I present them to you? It's simple. Fool's usual calm voice echoed from the thick fog at the head of the long table. At the same time, a yellowish-brown parchment appeared before Lex's eyes. Recreate the symbols you memorized in your mind, and they will materialize on the paper. So that's how it works. Lex nodded lightly. Please wait a moment. He picked up the parchment and began to recall the content he had spent a morning memorizing. Sure enough, Chinese characters started to appear one by one on the yellowish-brown parchment. Once the paper was filled with text, Lex looked towards the head of the long table. It's done. The parchment in his hand immediately vanished and reappeared within the dense fog. A silence followed. Lex knew that Fool was reading the Emperor's notes. During this time, the members of the Tarot Club remained silent, so as not to disturb the deity. A moment later, a relaxed and easygoing voice came from the head of the long table. Mr. Chariot, what do you wish to receive? Lex straightened his back and responded with a smile. I don't have anything specific I want at the moment. May I leave this reward with you for now, and make a request when I need it? The figure in the thick fog said without hesitation, you may. After a pause, the figure chuckled, you may begin. Lex first greeted the Hangman, who was 2 seats away from him. Mr. Hangman, I have obtained the Pyromaniac's formula. However, I need some materials. If you can help me acquire them, I would be happy to pay you. The Hangman nodded lightly. What materials do you need? 1 lava crystal drill, 10 milligrams of nightshade juice, a crystallized heart of a blazefire bird, a pair of deep-sea spearfish eyeballs, and 3 blazefire bird tail feathers. Lex looked at the other members. Of course, if Miss Justice and Mr. Sun can provide these materials, I will also pay them. The lava crystal drill and the deep-sea spearfish eyeballs, I can help you get those materials. I can give you a definite answer at the next gathering. The Hangman said first. Miss Justice responded cheerfully, I can help inquire, but I can't guarantee any success. Only the Sun remained silent. Then, Miss Justice spoke again, I need a complete pituitary gland of a rainbow lizard dragon. Soon, the topic of the gathering shifted to issues related to Beyonder characteristics. Miss Justice was worried that the rainbow lizard dragon was nearing extinction, and the spectator pathway would be interrupted. However, the Hangman affirmed that even if this creature went extinct, there would be substitute materials. Miss Justice couldn't help but ask in confusion, how are you sure there will be substitute materials? Because Beyonder characteristics are indestructible. Lex, who had been quietly listening to their discussion, blurted out the answer without thinking when Justice raised the question. The Watcher had already told him that Beyonder characteristics cannot be destroyed or diminished, they merely transfer from one carrier to another. Therefore, even if the rainbow lizard dragon goes extinct, its Beyonder characteristics will transfer to another species. Thus, the spectator pathway would not be interrupted. After speaking, Lex felt Miss Justice's curious gaze from across the long table. As for the Hangman, he seemed a little displeased, as if Lex had stolen his chance to show off. Mr. Chariot, could you please elaborate? Miss Justice asked with anticipation. The Hangman, perhaps to solidify his position at the gathering, chuckled, it's nothing, it's just common knowledge. There have been many examples in the past showing that Beyonder characteristics do not disappear. Taking the rainbow lizard dragon as an example, even if the species becomes extinct, other species carrying the same characteristics will appear. Otherwise, let alone the spectator pathway, other pathways would have probably been interrupted long ago. Lex smiled faintly and said calmly, Mr. Hangman is right, Beyonder characteristics do not perish or diminish, they merely transfer from one carrier to another. This is common knowledge in mysticism. I see, thank you both for the explanation. Miss Justice said happily. Mr. Hangman explained it in an easy-to-understand way, but Mr. Chariot's description was more precise, almost like a textbook explanation. Of course, after all, this is knowledge imparted to me by the Watcher, it must have been systematically refined. Lex turned his head to glance at the Hangman. Although he couldn't see his expression, judging from the other party's silence, he was clearly a bit displeased. Lex cleared his throat. I only learned it from books, I don't understand it as thoroughly as Mr. Hangman. Upon hearing Lex's words, the atmosphere around the Hangman softened. After all, Lex still hoped to collect materials through him and didn't want him to develop any ill will. Seeing that the members of the gathering seemed to have no new transactions, Lex raised his hand again and said, I wonder if any of you could help me keep an eye out for the Sequence 8 Gladiator formula. Oh, by the way, in ancient times, it seemed to be called Gladiator. Gladiator. The son, who had been silent, exclaimed softly, Are you referring to the Sequence 8 of the Giant Pathway? Lex already knew that the Silver City, where the son resided, had the Giant Pathway, which is now the Warrior Pathway, but he still said, I'm not too sure. At this moment, the figure at the head of the long table said in a relaxed tone, The Giant Pathway is the Warrior Pathway. Lex bowed his head slightly and said in a respectful tone, Thank you for your guidance. Having received confirmation from Fool, the son said, If it's the Gladiator formula, I should be able to get it. Lex said joyfully, Then, Mr. Son, what do you wish to receive? If possible, I'd like to pay in pounds. I'm relatively lacking in beyonder characteristics, but I do have a fair amount of liquid funds. He knew that the son certainly wouldn't need pounds, as he had gathered from the previous gathering that the son seemed to be in a relatively isolated place. The Silver City was almost like it was in another dimension, the Lone Kingdom's pounds probably wouldn't be of much use to him. So, the latter part of his statement was actually directed at Fool, because a watcher had said that in the early stages, this deity's dependents lacked operating funds. Perhaps, when the son proposed a reward he couldn't pay, Fool would step in. He would pay the son, and Lex would provide operating funds to his dependents, thereby completing the transaction. The son paused slightly and said, Me. As for me. Chapter 157, Infiltration. The son paused, slightly nervous, before saying, As for me, I haven't thought of anything I need for now, and I don't have the formula yet. I'll have to wait until the next gathering. Also, I don't need pounds. Lex was waiting for exactly that sentence, then that makes things difficult. He had hoped that at this moment, Fool would interject, indicating that a multi-party transaction could be used to complete it, but there was no movement from the head of the long table. Lex suddenly cursed himself for being foolish. As a god, why would he actively say something that would lower his standing? If the son didn't need pounds, he should have been the one to proactively suggest it, and in a requesting tone, offer operating funds to his dependents. In doing so, he would hope that he could help him complete the transaction. This was the correct method. Having made his decision, Lex smiled calmly and said, No problem. If you don't need pounds, I can meet your needs by trading with others. Then, I'll entrust you with the Gladiator formula. All right, the son replied to Lex with the shyness of a young man. Next, there seemed to be no other transactions, so the figure shrouded in thick fog at the head of the long table asked, Does Silver City still believe in God? We still believe in the Lord who created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent God, the son answered with a respectful tone. Even though he abandoned you. A light chuckle came from within the thick fog. A place abandoned by God. Lex suddenly remembered that in Emperor Rosel's diary, one entry mentioned the land abandoned by God. Emperor Rosel was searching for the land abandoned by God. Could the son be from there? Fool found a place that even Emperor Rosel couldn't find, and even brought the son from there. This is truly amazing. Lex noticed that the hanged man, who was sitting next to him, looked towards the head of the long table with a hint of apprehension. As for Miss Justice, she had almost no reaction. From this, it seemed that the hanged man likely knew about the land abandoned by God, while Miss Justice had not heard of it. We were once ruled by the giant's court and believed in the giant King Almer. Later, we received salvation from the Lord, and we will not abandon the Lord again. The son continued to describe their traditions, and then Fool asked about the process of sacrifice. Hearing that the son and his people seemed to eat a food called black-faced grass, Lex suddenly felt a pang of pity for the people there. They couldn't even eat proper grain. If I knew where the land abandoned by God was, what if I shipped a boatload of grain to you? However, Lex also knew that this was just a thought. After all, even that great emperor couldn't find it, so the location of the land abandoned by God must be both hidden and dangerous. After some more conversation, Fool calmly said, That will be all for today. Lex stood up and bowed respectfully, As you wish. Then, a crimson tide surged, filling his vision, and when he came to, he was back in his hotel bedroom. Stretching his body, Lex opened the window. The evening breeze ruffled his black hair, and the sunset left a brilliant glow in the depths of his eyes. The hanged man promised to provide lava crystal diamonds. The hearts and tail feathers of the firebird are still unaccounted for, but Miss Justice also said she would help. She's a count's daughter. If she's willing to help, we might gather all the materials by the next gathering. Lex clenched his fist, then, I can prepare for my advancement. He could already feel that the remaining potion residue was almost gone, and it would soon be completely digested. Pyromaniac. I'm really looking forward to it. Pulling the curtains, Lex walked back to the center of the bedroom, preparing to summon the mysterious book. Tonight, he planned to infiltrate Hudson's mansion and didn't dare to be careless, intending to make full preparations. For example, strengthening all the unenhanced magical items he had on hand. But when the illusory tome landed in his hand and automatically turned to the standing projection page, Lex was pleasantly surprised to find that he had one more summoning attempt. Subscription. Record, your adventure biography has received over 10,000 subscriptions, and you have been granted one summoning privilege. When the total number of subscriptions reaches 50,000, a new summoning attempt will be granted. It's only been a few days, and the total number of subscriptions is already 10,000. I can summon a standing projection again. Praise you, great observers. Additionally, Lex also discovered a new tag on the mysterious book. Godslayer. This tag has received over 180 praises, and you will have an extremely tiny chance of killing a god. Godslayer. The observers can even give me such a tag. Although it's an extremely tiny chance, it can actually affect a god. Setting aside the effect, just the standing alone is too high. Lex happily ended the summoning. Since he already had one summoning attempt, there was no need to strengthen magical items. Even if he ran into Hudson on the spot, Lex had nothing to fear. However, he wasn't carried away by joy, he didn't forget a single item he needed to bring. He even brought the evil bandage and the thief finger. The formers, in different spirit, can block influences from the mind and spirit, effectively countering a spectator, as long as the opponent's sequence isn't too high. The latter can steal valuable items from the opponent's hand. A Beyonder's valuable items are likely to be magical items. Stealing the opponent's magical item is akin to weakening his strength. Apart from the Flute of the Dead, Lex brought almost all the items he owned, armed to the teeth. Caution is a virtue. He smiled slightly, then placed these items, along with the remaining charms, neatly into a long trench coat he had specially chosen. This pure black, stand collar, thin trench coat had one distinct feature, it had an unusually large number of pockets. Night arrived as expected. Judging by the time, the club's banquet should have started. Lex returned to his bedroom, changed into the long trench coat with all the prepared items, and loaded both revolvers. After a thorough check, ensuring nothing was missed, he quietly left the hotel. Golden Banyan District. Lex stood behind Hudson's large house. Only a few rooms in the house were lit, which should be the servants' and workers' bedrooms. As for the other areas, the windows were all dark. Lex took out his seer coin and whispered, "Is Hudson Knoll not home at this moment?" After silently reciting it several times, he tossed the coin, watched it land on the ground, and saw the pattern facing up. Very good, he really went to the banquet. Lex put away the coin, climbed the wall, observed for a while to confirm that Hudson didn't have a dog, and then dropped to the ground. Using the cover of trees, Lex quickly approached the house, then climbed up to the second-floor balcony via the water pipes. The balcony door was tightly shut, but when Lex tried to push it, it opened gently. The night wind blew in, lifting the curtains by the door. From the interior decor, it seemed to be a study. The crimson moonlight shone into the study, and Lex immediately saw a silver-gray safe in the corner, on a bookshelf. Could this safe hold Hudson's unspeakable secrets? Chapter 158, Secret Room. Lex quietly entered the room, closed the balcony door, and went to the safe. Although it wasn't large, it looked extremely heavy, as if even explosives would have difficulty blowing it open. Lex couldn't help but feel troubled. A hunter wasn't a locksmith. Was he supposed to take this safe with him? Suddenly, Lex noticed that the safe was covered in dust, making it seem like it hadn't been used in a long time. This was an unreasonable phenomenon. If there was a secret hidden in the cabinet, it wouldn't have been left unused for so long. Therefore, it was highly likely that this safe was just a facade. Moreover, it was too conspicuous, obviously designed to be noticed. This was a trap. Lex stood up and observed his surroundings. He quickly discovered that not only the safe but also other parts of the study were covered in dust. It seemed this place was quite important to Hudson, so he didn't let servants clean it. But he must not have used the study frequently for it to be in this condition. By the moonlight, Lex noticed a relatively clean area near the study's entrance, where there was less dust. It extended deeper into the study, forming an almost imperceptible, suspicious trail. Following this trail, Lex arrived at the wall and saw the self-portrait hanging there. In the portrait, Hudson, with a pipe in his mouth and a ruddy complexion, stared straight ahead with a dignified gaze. Lex noticed that both sides of the self-portrait's frame showed signs of frequent handling, forming a clear palm print pattern. Did Hudson frequently take this portrait down? Even narcissism has its limits. Wait. Could he have hidden something important behind the portrait? Lex reached out to take down the portrait, but his hand stopped just as it reached the frame. No. That guy is a spectator, skilled at grasping other psychology. Perhaps my current reaction is within his calculations. Perhaps this portrait is still a trap. Lex lowered his hand and carefully observed both sides of the frame. He then found a steel wire as thin as a strand of hair at the bottom, connecting to the frame. The other end ran along the wall, all the way to the study door, tied to a bell. How insidious. Are you the hunter or am I the hunter? To set up so many traps, this is too much. Lex stepped back a few paces, took out a seer coin, and whispered, "Does this room have a secret room or a hidden compartment?" He tossed the coin, and when it landed, the number side was up. There were no secret rooms or hidden compartments in the room. As he had thought, this study was indeed a trap. All right, if I were Hudson, where would I hide the secret? I can use the process of elimination. Does Hudson's house contain a major secret? Lex tossed the coin, and the pattern side was up. Is Hudson's secret hidden in the bedroom? The coin flew out, flipping continuously in midair, finally landing with the pattern side up. A seer is truly too convenient, Lex murmured, then exited the study and, through a window, landed in a corridor. As a noble, Lex was quite familiar with house layouts. With his extensive experience as a noble, he quickly found Hudson's bedroom in the large house. The bedroom was decorated quite luxuriously and splendidly. The space here was wide, with thick carpets, velvet duvet covers, and a small open-air balcony outside, where a single sofa was placed. The bedroom even had a small fireplace, so it could be heated in winter. Having already tasted success, Lex once again took out a seer coin and whispered, "Is there a secret room or hidden compartment in the bedroom?" When the coin landed on the carpet, Lex saw the side with the wizard's head pattern facing up. Putting away the coin, Lex began tapping around the room and finally discovered an unusual candlestick hanging on the wall. The metal cylinder of this candlestick had some corrosion marks in the middle, but not elsewhere. It looks like it's been frequently held, and the changes occurred due to sweat corrosion. Lex reached out and grasped the candlestick, immediately feeling that it could move. He pulled it down slightly, and heard several clicks from behind the adjacent wardrobe. Then the wall, along with the wardrobe, actually slid forward a little. Behind the wall was a secret room. Lex walked in and found a gas lamp with a metal grill at the entrance of the secret room. Lex lit it, then saw that the secret room was arranged like a small study. At the far end were classical desk and chairs, with notes and a pen casually placed on them. Against the wall was a shelf with some books. Lex walked in, holding the gas lamp, and first looked at the notebook, which contained some information written in a messy hand. Hypnotist, main materials are the complete pituitary gland of a young mind dragon, or 60 milliliters of black hunt giant lizard spinal fluid, and 1 fruit from a hallucinatory wind chime tree. As long as I complete the subsequent tasks, I can obtain the auxiliary materials and the complete formula. Lex took a light breath. Hypnotist, that's the name of the sequence 6 potion of the spectator pathway. In other words, Hudson is a sequence 7 psychiatrist. Lex wrote down the main materials, thinking they might be useful later, for example, selling this information to Miss Justice. He flipped through the earlier contents. Most of the notebook contained casual entries, such as where he went today or whom he met yesterday. However, he soon stopped. A brief message was written on this page of the notebook. "Damn it, Maggie was killed, and I don't know who took the contract I stored with her. I'm not good at card divination, am I supposed to ask Mr. Heimerk for help? No, the sea serpent gang that served us was completely wiped out. Mr. Heimerk only gave me Maggie as a channel to temporarily store the contract with her, to prevent anyone from tracing me through the sea serpent gang line. Now that even Maggie has had an accident, Mr. Heimerk will definitely think I'm incompetent. I have to figure out a way to solve this myself." Lex's jaw dropped in surprise. The sea serpent gang actually served Hudson, no, served Heimerk. He had inadvertently destroyed 2 of Heimerk's secret channels in a row. Good heavens, if the other party found out, wouldn't he be eaten alive? I should do something with those 3 contracts. Lex flipped through the earlier notes again, and in the entries from early August, he saw some information. A few days ago, when I was hypnotizing the club manager with the hallucinatory pipe, an employee from the audit department happened to walk in. Although I made arrangements for him to forget about it, it's better to be careful. I can find a way to make him go crazy, or make others not believe his words, making him a lunatic and having him locked up in an asylum. That would be safer for me. It was Sandy. So Sandy had stumbled upon Hudson hypnotizing the club manager, no wonder he was scared enough to resign, and no wonder he later ignored his son, because Hudson wanted to throw him into a mental asylum. But later, I suggested he seek help at the church, which resolved his inability to see his son. Sandy didn't go crazy, but in the end, he committed suicide. Clearly, Hudson, failing one plan, devised another. At this point, the notebook could not provide any more information. Lex began searching the surrounding bookshelves again. As he picked up a book, a piece of parchment fell to the ground. Lex picked it up and was surprised to find a spell written in Hermes. Hidden behind the light, not existing in the shadows. You are the great, hidden, invisible one. You lurk in all things, spreading white mist. I pray to you. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the power of the invisible. I pray for your favor. Here, I offer you a sacrifice of flesh and blood, through the spirituality of blood, to convey my faithful belief. Isn't this the spell found in the home of that elderly woman living alone in Enki Town? No. It's a little different. I remember the spell found at Old Lady Paris's house. In the third paragraph, it began with, "You are the ruler of desire." But this one doesn't. What does this mean? Lex shook his head. He was not an expert in the domain of mysticism and found it difficult to interpret the hidden information from these differences. But now I am part of an organization. Next time I can bring this question to the Tarot Club, and perhaps get an answer. However, through this parchment, it can now be confirmed that Heimerk from the gift contract is the same person who appeared in the Enki Town incident. Lex put the parchment back in its place. Suddenly, he saw several telegrams pressed on the shelf. He took them down, placed them on the table, and looked at one of them. "You have done very well. I need you to continue to lie low in the psychological alchemists and observe their actions. I will provide you with intelligence to help you quickly improve your standing in the alchemy society." Holy crap. So this fat guy was a mole in the alchemists. Although there was no sender's name on the telegram, it was probably Heimerk. What method did this guy use to undermine the psychological alchemists? Has Maggie had an accident? Her brother hasn't been able to contact her for several days. Eugene plans to personally go to Tingen City. Please entertain him well for me. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell him. He is a wraith and should have enough strength to handle the trouble in Tingen. Hisses. Maggie actually has a brother. Wraith, isn't that in Prisoner Pathway Sequence 5? He's already in Tingen. Lex's body suddenly tensed, his back felt cold, and he wanted to leave immediately. Wraith, just hearing it sounds terrifying. And Lex lacked the means to deal with a wraith. He immediately put the telegram back in its place and turned to leave. At this moment, he noticed that the gas lamp's flame suddenly turned eerily pale. And on the lampshade, a pale face appeared. It was a man with small eyes and slightly curly hair. He was wearing clothes that were clearly not of Lone style. His appearance on the surface of the lampshade immediately reminded Lex of horror movies he had seen in his previous life. At the same time, Lex knew what he had encountered. A wraith. Maggie's brother, Eugene. He hadn't expected that as soon as he received this news, he would confront the person without any warning. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Lex's mind. But the strongest one was to summon status projection. If he had encountered Hudson, he could have fought against that Watcher Pathway Beyonder with the magical items he possessed. But now he was facing a wraith, a Sequence 5 powerhouse. Not to mention that he had no items to deal with a wraith, just the difference in sequence was enough for the opponent to crush him. So at this moment, Lex unhesitatingly used up the summoning chance he had just obtained. As before, when Lex had this strong desire, pale golden characters appeared in the air before his eyes. A Watcher's projection has been randomly selected for you. Please recite, or silently recite, his honorific name, and pray for his descent and help. Segments of honorific names appeared in the air, and Lex was about to recite them. Suddenly, his whole body went stiff and cold, his eyes began to glaze over, and his thoughts gradually blurred. In this state, Lex couldn't even silently recite the honorific name, let alone speak it. He hadn't expected a wraith to have such terrifying and bizarre abilities. The danger he faced this time was even greater than being publicly assassinated in the restaurant last time. This time, even his thoughts were controlled. Just before his thoughts almost completely stopped, Lex suddenly called out a name, Heimerk. That stiffness, that dull feeling receded slightly. Then the figure in the lampshade disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was in Lex's eyes. Then Lex saw his hands uncontrollably rise and grasp his own throat. Subsequently, a voice that was not his own rang out from his mouth. What do you want to say? You'd better not lie to me, otherwise, I will use your own hands to twist your neck. It worked. Lex quickly said, Mr. Eugene, like you, I also serve Mr. Heimerk. At the same time, he silently recited in his heart. Powerful and determined warrior. But suddenly, he felt difficulty breathing, because his hands were already tightly clasped, but not yet twisting with force. Lies. Furthermore, Heimerk and I are only collaborators, not subordinate. That unpleasant voice rang out from Lex's mouth again. Lex, however, was very calm. He believed that Eugene was testing him. If he didn't believe him, his neck would have been twisted by now. Then kill me. But you'd better think about how you're going to explain this to Mr. Heimerk next. Also, if you have the guts, say what you just said to Mr. Heimerk's face. I'm very much looking forward to his expression when he hears you say those words. Now's the chance. The bane and mortal enemy of all evil creatures. The protector of all brave ones. If you were truly sent by Mr. Heimerk, why would you quietly sneak in here? Eugene's voice rang out. Although he still controlled Lex's hands, preventing them from loosening, he was clearly wavering. It's simple, Mr. Heimerk doesn't trust Hudson. Regarding the murder of your sister Maggie, Hudson did not report it to Mr. Heimerk. Hudson comes from the psychological alchemists, and Mr. Heimerk believes that this fellow might be a double agent. Eugene's startled voice rang out from Lex's mouth. What? Maggie is dead. That damn fat guy, he even told me he saw my sister last week. Tell me, when did my sister die? Lex was glad that he had just seen Hudson's notes and Heimerk's telegrams, which allowed him to use this information to sow suspicion in Eugene. He quickly silently recited the remaining honorific names. Great Paul Wasserman. I pray for your descent, I pray for your help to overcome this difficulty. Chapter 159, Digesting the Potion. Suddenly, the secret room lit up, as if night had passed and dawn had arrived. In this light, like the morning sun, Lex felt the coldness on his body receding, and his body and mind becoming warm again. He heard a muffled, illusory groan, and then, a translucent figure retreated from Lex's body, quickly hiding in the shadows behind the bookshelf. Two black-green eyes looked at Lex, devoid of any emotion, and let out a silent shriek. But where he was, patches of light suddenly surged, sweeping in all directions. In this storm of light, his figure was swallowed. However, the next moment, he appeared on the glass surface of the lampshade, and frost quickly climbed onto the glass, then it shattered. Glass fragments sprayed in all directions, and each fragment that fell to the ground spread frost, solidifying the ground into a smooth, mirror-like layer of ice. Eugene. The Sequence 5 Wraith, his figure flickering alternately among these ice layers and glass fragments, was about to break through the room. But then, walls of light rose up, as if condensing the morning light, transforming this place into a secret room in a mystic sense. Then, at this moment, the ground trembled slightly, as if a giant had leaped to the ground. Then Lex heard a hearty laugh behind him. Are you calling me, little fellow? Lex turned his head, and in front of him, there was indeed a giant. Over 2.5 meters tall, with exaggerated muscles, his face was ugly and fierce, but his eyes were unexpectedly gentle. His face had a long scar, as if it were a medal left from fighting a dragon. He wore silver full body armor, and these armors emitted the light from the inside out, dazzling but not harsh. He casually carried a broadsword that glowed with a silver radiance, and around this broadsword, there was no space where shadows existed. Note 1. In front of him, Lex felt as small as an ant. Struggling to calm himself, Lex took a step back and calmly saluted the giant. Good evening, Lord Paul. I, being weak, truly cannot contend against a wraith. Out of helplessness, I could only pray for your arrival. I hope this has not caused you any trouble. The giant named Paul burst into laughter. You are more polite than I imagined. To be honest, your biography is very interesting, so I don't mind helping you out occasionally. If you were to die, I would lose an interesting pastime. Besides, there are 3 things I hate most. Wraiths happen to be one of them. The giant suddenly turned around, looking down at the fragments and ice on the ground, and at the wraith Eugene, who was constantly flickering among these things, fearing to be locked on. So, how long do you plan to hide? Lex showed an amused expression and chuckled softly. What's wrong, Mr. Eugene? Where did your prestige from earlier go? Oh, right, you are a Sequence 5 strongman, after all. Hiding like this, aren't you afraid of damaging your face? Paul tilted his head, looked at Lex, and a smile played on his lips, seemingly seeing through Lex's little thoughts. Lex felt his face burn under his gaze. If there were a mirror in front of him, Lex was sure that his face must now be a smug villain expression. But that's a wraith. 3 whole sequences higher than me. Provocation against a high sequence opponent can accelerate the digestion of the potion. It's rare to have Lord Paul by my side, so I don't have to worry about getting beaten. Compared to such a rare opportunity, what is face? Among the ice and lampshade fragments, Eugene remained unmoved. He wasn't worried about his image being damaged. The giant who suddenly appeared gave him an exceptionally dangerous feeling. He was certain that the other party had to be a high-sequence powerhouse, possibly a saint, or even an angel. In any case, escape first. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this annoying, smug bastard after he saved his life. Wait, you're not trying to escape, are you? That shameless, despicable fellow, relying on a powerhouse to hold the fort, spoke again. Eugene looked at the small mustache on the other's face, and the more he looked, the more he wanted to tear him to pieces. You really should escape. Don't ever learn from your sister. Her reckless bravery only earned her a bullet in the end. Lex raised his hand, made a gun shape with it, and then pointed it at his temple. Bang. She just fell. In an instant. Eugene, from within a piece of ice, his flickering dark green eyes suddenly filled with overflowing malice. He seemed to have lost his mind, no longer thinking. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the room filled with the light. Lex trembled uncontrollably. He quickly activated his spiritual vision, and immediately saw blurred and transparent figures rushing towards him and Paul. At this moment, the giant, carrying the broadsword, uttered a single word from his mouth in a low, powerful voice, Scram. Those shadowy figures that rushed forward immediately vanished into the light, like wisps of smoke blown away by the wind. And at this time, Eugene, who had been hiding in the ice and glass fragments, lunged out with his ethereal figure, emitting a silent shriek. The ground where Lex stood suddenly turned black, and twisted, blood-red vines rapidly rose. Each segment of these vines had fangs and eyes, and they grew wildly, coiling around Lex. But when they coiled around Lex, before they could absorb the warm blood, Lex's figure suddenly thinned, like a piece of paper, allowing the vines to pass through him. In the corner of the room, Lex silently leaped out, his face pale, somewhat fearful. At the same time, a silver-sharp light abruptly emerged from the wraith's illusory body, destroying everything from the inside out. Even if Eugene was in a virtual state, he could not stop this destruction. On the contrary, the trauma suffered in the wraith state was greater than in a real physical body. Because that silver glow had the ability to purify, capable of eliminating wraiths. With an illusory scream, the room suddenly brightened, as if the morning sun had risen. When the light disappeared, Lex saw a pile of fragments on the ground. Eugene died. After his death, he automatically deactivated his wraith form, and his body was torn into pieces, with various parts scattered all over the floor. These incomplete pieces of flesh even wiggled a few times before completely losing vitality. Although he was prepared, seeing a Sequence 5 being killed by the giant like an insect, Lex didn't even know how the other party did it or what ability they used. Indeed. Every saint is very powerful. The previous Clemens, and now Paul, both adults are like this. All right, cleanup complete, let me go back. The powerful and magnetic voice sounded again. Lex looked at the men in the silver full body armor and said unexpectedly, "Don't you want to stay for a while? My spirituality can probably last for about 10 minutes. Paul laughed heartily. "No, I still have work to do. There are many guys hiding in the dark, waiting for me to deal with them." Lex nodded. "Then I won't disturb you, thank you again for your help." Paul hummed, then smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, you hunters are indeed quite annoying." Lex gave an embarrassed smile. Leaving these words, the giant's figure gradually faded in the light. When he completely disappeared, the light in the secret room also completely vanished. The secret room returned to darkness, and Lex stood in the dark, letting out a soft sigh. The provoker potion has been completely digested. Chapter 160, I want to report. Some almost transparent specks of light were precipitating from Eugene's scattered flesh and merging with a nearby clump of blood. The characteristics of a wraith were taking shape. Lex looked at the flesh on the ground, shook his head, carefully chose his footing, and came to the classical table, picking up Hudson's notebook. He thought for a moment and said, "From the looks of it, Eugene should have been Hudson's strongest helper in Tingen. Now this helper is gone, and he died tragically in his home. Hudson will have a hard time explaining this to his superiors. In that case, perhaps I can make some other arrangements while keeping the original plan unchanged. For example, personally dealing with that fat man and avenging Grizzly and all those who died by his hand. As long as I hand over these evidences and the 3 contracts, Heimerk will probably struggle to protect himself. At this time, he naturally wouldn't care about a turncoat who has failed several times. Moreover, I have the Black Knight embrace, and if I bring the evil bandage during the operation, I will have both secret and anti-divination abilities. That's what I'll do." Lex walked towards the shelf, taking away the telegrams and the parchment with the evil prayer text. Then, he looked at the blood all over the floor and had a new idea. Late at night. A carriage stopped in front of the house, and the gray-bearded Hudson hurriedly got out of the car. He was attending a banquet at the club when his servants suddenly came to him, saying they heard strange noises in the house. Hudson rushed back immediately. He knew very well that a wraith was hidden in his house. That fellow named Eugene was the brother of Princess Maggie. After Maggie's death, Hudson, fearing punishment, did not report the matter to his superior. Although his superior didn't question it, Eugene came looking for him, and Hudson could only appease him for now, settling him in his home. Now, hearing there was movement in the house, he worried Eugene might do something, so he rushed back. Hudson dismissed the servants and went alone to Eugene's room, knocking on the door and softly asking, "Mr. Eugene, are you asleep?" There was no response from the room. Hudson frowned and said again, "Mr. Eugene, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you about a few things." Still no answer, so Hudson pushed open the door, only to find no one in the room. Damn it, he wouldn't have gone out on his own, would he? If he attracts official attention. Hudson hurried back to the hall and called the servants. "Where in the house did you hear the noise?" The servants exchanged glances before saying, "Sir, it was your bedroom. The sound came from your bedroom." Bedroom. Not good. What if Eugene discovered the notebook I hid in the secret room? Hudson's face instantly turned ugly. He went upstairs without a word, quickly arriving at the bedroom. He locked the door, looked around, and only after finding everything normal did he breathe a sigh of relief. But Hudson was uneasy. He quickly walked to the corner, pulled down the candlestick, and watched as the adjacent wall and wardrobe slid open, revealing the dim secret room inside. Hudson walked closer, about to grab the gas lamp, when suddenly, he smelled a bloody odor wafting from the secret room, and all the fat on his body trembled. He quickly reached for the gas lamp placed by the door, but found the lampshade was broken. Hudson didn't care about much else, quickly twisted the switch, and lit the lamp. When the light came on, Hudson immediately saw a pool of crimson liquid slowly squirming on the secret room floor, spreading towards his feet. The floor was covered in flesh and shattered bones, as if a living person had exploded and died there. Hudson held up the gas lamp without a lampshade, walking forward step by step, and then saw a line of still wet blood writing on the wall in front of the table. "What you want, I will hand over to the authorities. While there's still time, run, Hudson." The bloody handwriting, like a flame, instantly ignited the fury in Hudson's heart. Provocation. This was blatant provocation. Hudson could even imagine the other party's contemptuous sneer when leaving this message. As if admiring a clown's performance on stage. "And I am that clown." He had once used the blood of Grizzly and Mole to leave similar messages. And now, someone used the same method, in his secret room, to leave these provocative words. This is revenge against me. Hudson looked at the flesh on the ground, and a thought arose in his mind that slightly lessened his anger, even making him feel fear. This wouldn't be Eugene's stuff, would it? I actually provoked such a formidable opponent. No. If the other party had such strength, I wouldn't have survived until now after killing those 2 hunters. Was it an accident? Or some other reason I hadn't thought of? But no matter what, I can be sure that Eugene was definitely not killed by a hunter. But what does that matter? A wave of despair suddenly surged in Hudson's heart. Maggie is dead, the contract hasn't been retrieved, and now even Eugene is dead. I have no way to explain this to my superior. Run. Where can I run to? Even if I escape Tingen, even if I leave Lone, that man will not let me go. Unless I come forward and voluntarily report to the authorities, then there's a chance to get official protection, a chance to survive. That's what I'll do. However. Looking at the blood words on the wall, Hudson snorted, but before that, this fellow must die. On Tuesday morning, while it was still dimly lit, a priest who had woken up early in St. Selena's church walked to the door, intending to open it. Suddenly, the priest noticed a package placed on the ground in front of the door. He walked over, and on top of the package, someone had used a stone to hold down a piece of paper. The paper contained the following information. I want to report Hudson Noel, a member of the horse riding club. He is a member of the psychological alchemists and has caused multiple tragic incidents using his abilities and items. This includes Counselor Maynard. The specific evidence is all in the package. The priest quickly picked up the package and ran quickly into the depths of the church. Bishop. 9 in the morning. 2 carriages with police station insignia stopped in front of Hudson's house in Golden Banyan District. 7 or 8 police officers rushed in, quickly searched the house inside and out, and then reported to a police officer in his 30s with a prominent nose and gray eyes. Hudson has not been found, he seems to have absconded. The gray-eyed officer pointed to a somewhat scholarly colleague and another black-haired, green-eyed police officer, saying, "You 2 investigate again in detail, don't miss any details." The 2 police officers nodded and turned to re-enter the house. An entire morning passed in a flash. 3 in the afternoon. On Red Moon Street, Lex, in his capacity as Duke, pushed open the door to Mr. Parker's residence. Chapter 161, The Perfectionist. Last night, after leaving a blood message in Hudson's secret room and taking Eugene's wraith characteristic, Lex, along with the evidence and contracts, packed everything up and threw it into St. Selena Church. He speculated that Hudson, cornered, would either flee Tingen or become a star witness. And no matter what choice the other party made, Hudson would most likely do one thing before making a decision. Revenge. This was a conclusion drawn from Hudson's past actions. Lex believed him to be a perfectionist. After Sandy caught Hudson hypnotizing the club manager, it would have been enough for him to simply hypnotize Sandy and make him forget about it. But what did he do? He first made Sandy unable to see his son, intending to drive Sandy insane, and then throw him into a mental hospital. When this failed, he simply killed Sandy, leaving no trace. Subsequently, 3 contracts fell into Lex's hands. He should have reported this matter to his superiors, but he chose to conceal it, secretly found someone to divine, eventually targeted the 2 grizzlies, and caused a tragic incident. Finally, with Robin, after Hudson saw through him, he tried to find Robin's client, and for this, he also made Robin commit suicide. All these incidents indicated that Hudson was someone who could not tolerate failure, and such a person, having suffered a crushing defeat because of himself. Then, what he would do next was almost obvious. However, Hudson still didn't know of his existence, so if he wanted revenge, then there was only one option. Nafi. Even though Nafi was settled near St. Selena Church, Hudson might very well risk taking action, which is why Lex was here now. He was preparing to hunt Hudson here, to avenge the innocents who died at his hands. Boss Duke. Seeing Lex, Nafi cheered happily and rushed towards Lex. No. Stop. Oh. Lex was once again lifted off his feet by the tall girl's embrace. Thankfully, there was no one else in the room, otherwise, Mr. Duke's image would be in jeopardy. This time, Nafi quickly put him down, then looked at Lex with pitiful eyes. Boss, how much longer do I have to stay here? Look at me, I'm about to get moldy. Your skin is fair and smooth, how can it look like it's about to get moldy? Lex silently complained in his heart, then cleared his throat and said, I have 2 pieces of good news for you. First, I already have a clue for the gladiator potion formula. No. Before Lex finished speaking, he was once again hugged tightly by Nafi. Boss, you are truly amazing, you actually helped me find the gladiator formula, I'm so touched. Let go of me, I'm suffocating. After protesting for a while, Lex was finally able to breathe fresh air again. Second, I have a task for you. Go to the Evil Dragon bar in the dock area now, stay there, and you can only leave when I come to find you. Why? Nafi's eyes sparkled. Boss, did you take on a commission? Take me with you. I'm already taking you with me. Sending you to the Evil Dragon bar is part of the plan. Tell me, can you complete the task? Nafi immediately stood straight and shouted, yes. Then don't I have to stay in the bar all day? That's too boring. Can I drink alcohol? Lex said sternly, no drinking, no fighting. If you don't want to go to the bar, that's fine, then just stay here. No, no, no. The girl, who hadn't seen the sun for several days, quickly rushed into the bedroom, then took out her long sword and said, I'm going now. She was afraid Lex would change his mind, and with powerful strides, she ran off. After Nafi was sent away, Lex began to set up. He threw a leather suitcase onto the ground, opened it, took out various materials from inside, and got busy. In Tingen, in September, the sun quickly set, but before the sky was completely dark, men in black coats and with unfriendly faces appeared one by one in the alley behind Mr. Parker's house. These men stopped behind the house and all looked at a plump figure slowly walking from the depths of the alley. Hudson. He wore a pure black suit, a semi-tall silk top hat, carried a gold-plated cane, and walked over with a cruel smile on his face. Sir, what do you need us to do next? A man with a scar on his lip looked at Hudson. The fat man narrowed his eyes slightly, his grizzled beard twitching. You go in through the window, find a girl, and bring her out to me. Understood. The man with the scarred lip asked again, do you want her dead or alive? Hudson said coldly, alive, of course. The man waved his arm, and the other skillfully used a thin metal sheet to pry open the window, then climbed into the house. Their reckless actions caused the hair-thin wire tied to the window to be pulled, thus activating several jingle bells in the corner. But these jingle bells had obviously been tampered with. The sound they made was not loud, so much so that these men who broke in through the window didn't even notice. Hudson sneered and walked over. Naturally, the men in black opened the door connecting the kitchen to the back alley for him, allowing him to calmly walk into the house. These men in black were gang members he hired, they sold their lives for money, and Hudson didn't even need to hypnotize them to make them work for him. Of course, he hadn't considered what threat a group of gang members could pose to a Beyonder. Even a Sequence 9 could easily handle a dozen such gang members. However, these guys had guns, which could create a certain threat and provide some exploitable opportunities. As long as he seized the opportunity, Hudson could use his psychiatrist abilities, and the hypnotic pipe he held in his mouth, to turn that tall girl into a deadly weapon in his hands. He had already begun to imagine. Imagining the expression of that opponent he had never met, that audacious scoundrel, when he ignorantly approached his companion and was then stabbed in the chest by his friend with a sword. That would certainly be interesting. Although they were gang members, they also had a certain experience. After entering the house, they did not search wildly, but rather lightened their footsteps and searched room by room. Soon they had gone through the first floor, and under the command of their leader, they moved up to the second floor. Soon, they heard movement in the study on the second floor. Clearly, someone was in there. They exchanged glances, then quietly pulled out their revolvers and approached the room. Hudson also walked up. He noticed that candles were lit everywhere from downstairs to the second floor. One here, one there, making the two-story building brightly lit. It seemed that, although she was a Beyonder, this girl was a bit afraid of the dark. Thinking this, Hudson watched as the gang member suddenly crashed through the door and rushed into the room. Then, gunshots rang out in the room, and a strong light, like daylight, illuminated the area. Chapter 162, Self-Hypnosis. When Hudson saw the white light rising in the room, a bad feeling suddenly welled up in him, but instead of running downstairs, he rushed forward and reached out to grab the nearest gang member. Just then, the flame of a candle in the corridor suddenly shot up, and a figure walked out of the flame. Hudson didn't see what happened next, but his spiritual intuition was touched. He was agile, unlike a fat man, and rolled toward several gang members with his head in his arms. But he still heard gunshots and felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder, which made his face change. He let out a muffled groan. At this point, he knew he had fallen into a trap. That woman wasn't in the house at all. Someone else was in this house today. The gang members who also heard the gunshots turned around one after another and saw a man wearing a half mask. He was wearing a thin, long trench coat with many pockets. Inside the trench coat was a transparent black shirt that looked like it was made of lace, very flamboyant. And whether it was the trench coat or the shirt underneath, the man had them open, revealing his well-proportioned and well-defined body. If there were noble ladies or young misses here, they might scream and go crazy for this man. Unfortunately, everyone here was a man. Not only would they not scream, but they would also wish they could kill this man. After all, compared to him, their figures were not so graceful, and their muscles were somewhat flabby. So, these gang members quickly opened fire on the men, 7 or 8 revolvers, firing yellow bullets, all hitting the men. But the man's figure suddenly became thin, then appeared on the other side of the corridor, raising a very ornate crimson revolver and firing continuously. Several gang members were hit one after another, some dying on the spot, and others seriously injured and unable to stand. Suddenly, only the few people Hudson brought who had just rushed into the room were left. But those people's eyes were stimulated by the sudden bright light in the room, and now they were covering their eyes, groping and bumping around like blind people. Hudson, as soon as the gang members started shooting, desperately rushed towards the window, and then, not at all afraid that it was the second floor, his fat body crashed out. But as soon as he crashed out of the window, he was stunned to find that a large net had fallen outside the house at some point. He had crashed out of the window, but he was entangled in the net. In his haste, he looked back and saw the masked man, who was so flamboyant he could die, walking over and raising his pistol. Hudson unhesitatingly used the charms he had prepared earlier. His figure suddenly disappeared, and the bullets flying from behind only hit the air. On the roadside, the flame in a street lamp's shade suddenly rose, the shade shattered, and Hudson's figure leaped out of the flame, falling to the ground. He frantically got up and ran towards the west side of Red Moon Street. By the time the men in the house ran onto the street, Hudson had already disappeared into the night streets. Just a little bit more, Lex said bitterly. Hudson's cunning was beyond his expectation. Today, in Mr. Parker's house, Lex had made many arrangements. The wires tied to the windows were Lex's alarm mechanism. Once someone broke in and opened the window, it would inevitably pull the wire, causing the bell in the corner to ring. Although the bell's sound was not loud, with a hunter's hearing, Lex could easily detect it. The reason for this arrangement was to prevent Hudson from noticing that Nafi was not in the house, so Lex drew the study curtains. However, this way, he couldn't see the outside scene, so he needed an alarm mechanism. But Lex didn't expect Hudson to hire gang members as accomplices. Originally, his flash charms was prepared for Hudson. But it ended up benefiting those gang members. However, Lex had other arrangements. The candles placed around the house provided the conditions for casting Flame Jump. Lex used this ability to successfully reach the corridor and shot Hudson. Unfortunately, it wasn't a headshot. Later, Hudson escaped in the chaos, and Lex had foreseen this, so he had prepared several large nets outside the house. With a small mechanism, when Hudson and his men broke in, Lex cast these large nets, and as he expected, Hudson broke out of the window but was entangled in the net. But he didn't expect Hudson to have a method similar to Flame Jump, allowing him to successfully break free and escape the scene. Should he just let him go? After Hudson suffered a loss, even if he was a perfectionist, he would definitely not stay in Tingen, or he would directly surrender to the authorities. If he missed this opportunity, he would basically have no chance to avenge Grizzly and the others. Suddenly, Lex remembered that a few drops of blood had spilled on the second-floor corridor after Hudson was shot. He quickly returned to the second floor and found Hudson's previous position. Fortunately, no other gang members were shot here, otherwise, if the blood was mixed together, his next method would probably not work. The night was quiet, and the red moon hung high. Hudson, panting, slipped into a warehouse. This was an abandoned warehouse in the dock area. After entering, Hudson found a wooden box and sat down. He wanted to take off his jacket to check the wound, but the gunshot wound was on his back. Hudson only took off one sleeve, and the pain made him sweat profusely. Damn it, what kind of beyonder is that guy? He can flame jump, could he be a magician? Hudson groaned and completely took off his inconvenient formal wear, throwing it on the ground. He felt both of his pants pockets, each containing an item. They were the delusion pipe and Hudson's last trump card. Hudson touched a tin box containing his trump card, then took out the delusion pipe. He fumbled around on himself and pulled out a box of matches. A moment later, a flame lit up in the pipe, and blue smoke diffused. Hudson muttered to himself, "From now until morning, I will have abundant physical strength. I will not fear pain. I will have the courage and confidence to face all troubles. Until the sun rises tomorrow morning and I see the first ray of sunlight, I will only then remember that I never possessed these things. After speaking, Hudson put the pipe to his mouth, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a cloud of smoke from his mouth. He leaned in, closed his eyes, and vigorously inhaled the smoke. Then he started coughing. But after coughing, he suddenly stood up, as if he had forgotten the gunshot wound on his back, as if he had endless strength throughout his body. But just then, balls of fire were thrown in from outside the window. They were wine bottles with flames burning at their mouths. They were scattered around the warehouse, around Hudson, and the firelight illuminated his face and his dignified gray beard. Suddenly, one of the flames shot up, and a figure in a trench coat leaped out of the flame. The moment it leaped out, black fur quickly grew all over its body, and its pupils narrowed, like some kind of wild beast. Its fingers elongated and turned black-green, like poisoned daggers. A buzzing sound rang in Hudson's mind. That bastard isn't a magician. He's a werewolf. Chapter 163, The Sound of Death. At this moment, Lex felt that his whole body was full of power, and his already keen five senses had been qualitatively improved. He could see every pore on Hudson's face, he could hear the fat man's nervous heartbeat, and he could smell the fear emanating from his opponent. He saw Hudson raise his hand in a panic and press it down in the air towards him. Lex immediately felt an invisible ripple passing by. Lex suddenly felt scared and wanted to turn around and leave. But as soon as this thought arose, he overcame it. He just paused slightly, then continued walking and bumped into Hudson. The fat man screamed. He was pushed back by Lex and kept being pushed by Lex against the wall. Hudson looked down and saw that Lex's 10 black and green claws had all sunk into his body. He roared angrily, mustered all his strength, and slapped Lex's shoulders heavily with both hands. But he only managed to shake Lex, and could not push the werewolf away. Looking at the fat man in front of him, Lex thought of the man who couldn't find his son and was driven to the brink of madness. He raised his 5 claws and suddenly scratched down from Hudson's face, and 5 bloody wounds suddenly appeared on Hudson's face. One eye was scratched blind by the claws, and the majestic gray and white beard became messy. Lex also thought of Gray Bear and Mole, whose internal organs were placed on the table while they were on the sofa. He drew out his other hand and swept it across Hudson's chest. The sharp claws tore through Hudson's clothes like daggers, leaving 5 deep, bone-deep wounds on his chest. "Stop it," Hudson shouted. Lex also thought of Robin, and the man who was preparing to return to his homeland to run a detective agency. He opened his hands, and then sent his sharp claws into Hudson's left and right sides, tearing his clothes and flesh. When Lex raised his hands in a cross, even after self-hypnosis, Hudson still let out a scream, and a large wave of blood splattered from his body. He staggered, leaned his back against the wall, and gradually slid down, smearing a piece of scarlet blood on the wall. Hudson gasped, looked at Lex with only one eyeball, and reached into his pocket, opened the tin box, and poured his spirituality into it. Suddenly, Hudson's head hit the wall hard. Lex stretched out his hand and thrust 5 sharp claws into Hudson's head, breaking out from the back of his head, bringing out drops of blood. Lex, who hadn't said a word throughout the whole process, breathed a sigh of relief at this time. His eyes, which were originally like beast pupils, also returned to their original state. He quickly pulled his werewolf claws out of Hudson's head, feeling disgusted, thinking that he had to cut his nails immediately after returning. Lex used one claw to gently pick off the evil bandage wrapped around his hand. As soon as the bandage was loosened, the black hair on his body fell off one by one, and the color faded, turning into dust. After returning to his original state, Lex put the bandage into his pocket, bent down and was about to search Hudson's body. But at this moment, a creepy sound suddenly sounded in the warehouse. Da-da-da-da. It sounded like teeth chattering, eerie, gloomy, and evil, and the sound was coming from Hudson's pocket. Lex immediately backed away, but at this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. In an instant, he seemed to have lost his strength, and with a plop, he fell to the ground. Lex looked towards the door, wanting to escape from here, but he couldn't muster any strength in his whole body. He felt a burst of heat on his face, and then found that blood was seeping from his nose and eyes. What's going on? The strange sound became louder and louder, as if a row of teeth were opening and closing non-stop in Hudson's pocket. Lex saw the skin under his hands wriggling, saw tufts of dark red hair growing on his hands, and felt that he was getting weaker and weaker, sliding into the abyss of death, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Can't sleep. Think of a way. Suddenly, Lex remembered something. He quickly maintained his consciousness and poured his spirituality into something. In the blink of an eye, Lex saw the surrounding scenes, and the colors became richer. The strange sound of da-da-da gradually faded away, and he clearly knew that he had not moved, but he had a feeling of quickly moving away from the warehouse. Then he saw strange figures, whose shapes could not be described in words, and some were even transparent. In addition, there were also clear rays of different colors, which seemed to contain endless knowledge. In this strange world higher than reality, Lex couldn't even turn over, let alone move. But very quickly, after about 3 breaths, the surroundings began to return to normal. Those strange figures disappeared quickly, and the wonderful light was replaced by dimness. When Lex came back to his senses, he found himself lying in a damp, cold alley. A rat passed by in front of him, glanced at Lex, and then quickly burrowed into the trash can next to him. Lex felt that his body was gradually regaining strength, feeling the temperature again, and the red hair on his arms also fell off. He propped up his body and got up from the ground, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead and he couldn't control them. He shook and sat back down on the ground. Leaning against the wall next to the trash can, Lex smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I didn't fall into the sea, or into the mouth of some sea monster. He looked behind the collar of his windbreaker, and the clover brooch had completely shattered, completing its mission. Just now. In the face of that inexplicable strange phenomenon, Lex only thought of getting away from the warehouse. So he used the teleport brooch without hesitation. Judging from the current result, his choice was correct. Hudson didn't know what trump cards he had left, but that trump card was absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, it seemed to be acting on a specific range, rather than a specific target. If it were the latter, I'm afraid Lex wouldn't have any effect even if he teleported himself away. Lex leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. After Hudson ran away, he returned to the second floor to find the fat man's blood, and used the positioning charms his mother gave him to finally find the abandoned warehouse in the dock area. Because Hudson was a viewer, Lex used Flame Jump to enter the warehouse, and immediately used the Evil Bandage to completely werewolf himself. At the same time, Lex used Aloof Mind to resist the influence from the spiritual and mental levels to the greatest extent. Looking back now, every step and every link he took was extremely accurate. He didn't give Hudson any chance to make a comeback, but he didn't expect that the Fatman still had that kind of weird trump card, and he almost ended up dying together. I'm still too impatient. Lex shook his head. If I had investigated further and understood what trump cards Hudson had, I wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Just take it as a lesson. In the future, if you want to hunt, at least find out how much your opponent weighs before you act. At this time, he felt that his strength had recovered almost, so he stood up holding the wall and looked around. By the way, where is this? The novelist said that the teleport range should be within Lone Kingdom. Maybe I'm still in Tinjin now. Lex fastened his clothes first. He unbuttoned them at the time to prevent the expanding body from tearing the clothes when he transformed into a werewolf. However, after transforming, he found that his body shape did not change significantly. This was very different from the candy store owner, and he didn't know if it was because of the mysterious book enhancement. After buttoning up his clothes, Lex walked out of the alley. He was still a little weak at this time, so after walking out of the alley, he choked on a mouthful of thick fog and couldn't help coughing. Then he heard footsteps and saw a figure emerging from the dimly lit street ahead. When passing by the gas street lamp, with the help of the hazy light, Lex saw a petite girl. She was probably only a little over 1.5 meters tall, with delicate features, but she hadn't fully grown yet, showing her youth. She had a messy and rough shoulder-length yellow hair, and she was in a hurry. She noticed Lex's attention, raised her head, and a hint of unspeakable majesty flashed in her eyes. The girl casually looked at Lex, but when she saw the blood stains on Lex's clothes, her face changed, and she suddenly pulled out a three-edged thorn shining with cold light from somewhere. Suddenly, she stabbed towards Lex. Chapter 164, Backlund. Normally, such an attack wouldn't trouble Lex, but his body had only just begun to recover and was still very weak, like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. No matter what, he couldn't dodge it, let alone counterattack. Lex didn't know why the miss suddenly attacked him, but he quickly reacted and used his life-saving tactic, police, help. The scraggly-haired blonde miss hadn't expected this guy to cry for help. He looked like he was covered in blood and should be a tough guy, yet he was shouting for help like a wimp. She no longer cared about stabbing him with the triangular stiletto and instead reached out to cover Lex's mouth. She was so petite that to cover Lex, she had to get close and stand on her tiptoes. Lex immediately felt a fresh, youthful scent waft over him. The small hand covering his mouth was warm and soft. Because they were so close, he could even feel the Miss's chest rising and falling. It was just too flat. Compared to Miss Martha's formidable assets, even Helen had more to show. She was indeed a little Mississippi. Wait, this isn't the time to be thinking about such things, is it? Don't make a sound. If you scream again, I'll stab you to death. The Miss fiercely shook the triangular stiletto in her hand to strengthen her persuasion power, then fired a string of questions. What's your name? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Lex wanted to answer, but with his mouth covered, he could only make muffled sounds. The blonde Miss said impatiently, hurry up and answer my questions, She let out a small gasp, then lightning fast withdrew her hand, glaring at Lex with a mix of shame and anger. It turned out that Lex had gently bitten her palm just now. Lex also looked helpless, saying with a wry smile, "Miss, you're covering my mouth, how can I speak?" The blonde Miss's face flushed. She darted back a few steps, pointing the triangular stiletto at Lex. "Answer my previous questions." "I'm lost." Lex spread his hands. He wasn't lying, he didn't know where he had been teleported, so he was indeed no different from being lost. The Miss suddenly spoke in an extremely authoritative tone, "Tell the truth." Lex unconsciously felt compelled to obey and said, "All right, I'm a hunter. Tonight I was hunting a vicious fellow. Everything was going smoothly, but he had a trump card I didn't know about, and I almost got killed by him. Why am I so cooperative? Wait. This feeling, this authority, could this little girl also be an arbiter? Where am I? I just bump into a beyonder on the street. However, it seems because of the Black Knight embrace, I didn't go into much detail. Speaking of which, during this time, I haven't casually revealed my thoughts to others, nor have I completely closed myself off. Could it be that the negative effects of the Secrecy Keeper and Black Knight embrace are canceling each other out? Since he had started, Lex continued, I have an item that can teleport me to other places. I escaped with it. But this item has a flaw, it teleports randomly, so now, I don't know where I am. After a moment of thought, the blonde Miss suddenly and quickly asked, what's your relationship with Kalangos? Lex answered without thinking, I don't know him. Then he realized that Kalangos was the great pirate discussed by Miss Justice and the others at the Tarot Club, wasn't he? So he added, but I've heard of him. He should be in Backlund now. The blonde Miss narrowed her eyes, reversed the triangular stiletto, and put it away, passing by Lex. You believe me? Lex followed behind her and said, Miss, while this is something to be happy about, it's not good for you to so easily believe a stranger. The blonde Miss looked at him and said, I believe you because if you really had a connection with Kalangos, you wouldn't casually expose his whereabouts. Also, didn't you want to know where you are now? Well, I can tell you, right now, you and Kalangos are in the same city. A buzz sounded in Lex's mind. In the same city as Kalangos. Is this Backlund? I was teleported here. Looking ahead, the blonde Miss had already walked far away. Lex jogged a few steps and called out, Miss, Mississippi. I've never been to Backlund. Could you show me the way? I have friends living here. The blonde Miss stopped and extended her palm towards him. Lex was stunned for a moment, then took the Miss's hand, saying somewhat awkwardly, although you're quite fierce, I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. But I'm not a child, you don't need to hold my hand, I won't get lost. Idiot. The blonde Miss pulled her hand back, habitually tugging at her scraggly hair, I didn't extend my hand to hold yours. This gesture means I don't do things without reward, understand? Lex then understood, then what reward do you want? Pounds, of course. The blonde Miss extended her hand again, 10 pounds. If you can pay that price, I'll show you the way. Lex paused, then pulled out a wad of banknotes from his pocket, counted 10 pounds, and placed them in the Miss's hand. This time it was the Miss who was stunned. She had originally intended to casually name a high price so Lex would have no excuse to pester her. But she hadn't expected this guy to casually pull out a wad of banknotes and even count out 10 pounds for her. Seeing that the Miss didn't react, Lex counted another 10 pounds and placed them in her hand, not enough. Shall I add another 10 pounds? Don't insult my professional path with money. The blonde Miss fiercely tugged at her scraggly hair, then pushed the extra 10 pounds back to Lex, looking him up and down, and said, wait for me here. She left for a moment, and when she returned, she had a set of grey-blue workers' clothes, change into these, otherwise, if you go out looking like that, you'll be immediately taken away by the police. Lex nodded, took the clothes, and ducked into the alley. When he came out again, he looked like a worker. Take off that ridiculous mask on your face. No worker wears that thing on their face. The blonde Miss threw him a baseball cap. Lex took off his mask, put on the hat, and pulled down the brim. Let's go. The blonde Miss walked and asked, where are you going? Hillsden, 12 Evergreen Street. Lex jogged to catch up, suddenly realizing that one of his hands uncontrollably reached out towards a certain part of the Miss in front. Damn it. He quickly suppressed the mischievous hand and put it in his pocket. The Miss in front stopped and looked back at him, what are you doing? Lex said guiltily, nothing. She glanced at his hand in his pocket and sternly warned, if you dare to do anything strange, you're dead. Chapter 165, he gave too much. Lex, dressed in workers' clothes, walked out of the Backlund subway exit and found himself somewhat out of place among the bustling crowd. This is Backlund's economic, commercial, and financial center, home to various stock exchanges, clearing houses, futures centers, the headquarters of the 7 major banks, and numerous trading companies. Therefore, almost all the gentlemen in this area wore formal attire and top hats, looking elegant and refined. The blonde girl walked ahead, saying with a headache, if I had known you were coming to Hillsden, I should have found you a suit. Never mind, let's hurry to Evergreen Street. Although Lex had read reports about Backlund in various newspapers and magazines, this was his first time visiting Backlund. Coming to this bustling city of over 5 million people. Looking around, there was a pale yellow mist everywhere, with extremely poor visibility, making it even more gloomy and dim than Tingen at night. But it was much livelier here than Tingen. It was already past 9 in the evening, yet people were still coming and going. There were cement-paved avenues, street-side lawns, and gardens with towering chimneys, and various shops and company office buildings, all of which dazzled Lex. Finally, they arrived at Evergreen Street, one of the few residential areas in Hillsden. At a glance, it was filled with uniformly planned terraced houses. The girl in front mumbled, the cheapest rent here is £1 a week, much more expensive than what we rent. However, it's also much livelier. The guys who can live here must be quite rich. Lex caught up with the mumbling girl in front, I still don't know your name. The blonde girl kept walking and said, you paid the money, and I'll lead the way. After tonight, we won't know each other, so names don't matter. If you insist on asking, I took £10 as payment, so just call me Miss £10. She didn't look very old, but she was exceptionally cautious and didn't casually give out her name. Lex smiled and said, you're willing to lead the way for a complete stranger, that kindness and enthusiasm, in my opinion, are priceless. The blonde girl glanced at him, smooth talker. If I didn't know you were a hunter, I'd think you were a noble. Only they would use such a tone to compliment a woman. Although she said that, a barely noticeable hint of joy flashed in the girl's eyes. Number 12 is ahead. I'm going back. She suddenly stopped, said a simple sentence, turned around, and left, giving Lex no chance to speak. Lex could only shrug his shoulders and, looking at the numbers on the houses, found house number 12. He walked up to the door and pulled the bell. A moment later, the door opened, and warm light shone from inside. A man in a white shirt and black waistcoat stood at the door, looking at the worker-like person in front of him with confusion. Sir, who are you looking for? Lex looked up, revealing a brilliant smile. Good evening, Cromwell. On a certain street in the East District, the blonde girl walked into a house. As soon as she entered the living room, she heard the front door open. Following that, a lazy figure walked out. Under the light, it was a woman with slightly curly brown hair. Her light blue eyes lazily swept towards her blonde roommate. Have you seen my coffee beans and cigarettes? Without them, my inspiration is almost dry. I don't think you're in the mood to rush your manuscript right now, the blonde girl said, as she familiarly rummaged for the items her friend wanted. The lazy brown-haired woman took a cigarette from the roll her friend handed her, elegantly holding it between two fingers. Strange, weren't you going out to buy food? Why were you gone so long? The blonde girl sat down on the sofa. I ran into a guy who just arrived in Backlund, and I led the way for him. Is that so? Lighting a cigarette and leaning against the wall for a light puff, the brown-haired woman said with a smile in her eyes, when did you become so warm-hearted? I've always been warm-hearted. The blonde girl ruffled her coarse hair. Besides, he paid me. Although it was a bit far, I had to go to Hillsden. Go to Hillsden? Those who go there usually aren't short on money. How much did he give? The brown-haired woman exhaled a smoke ring, watching it expand and vanish in the air. £10. How much? The blonde girl turned to look at her friend. £10. £10. This might not be a fool. For £10, I could take him sightseeing for a whole day. Of course, now is not the time to go out. We have to be careful not to be targeted by that great pirate. The brown-haired woman shrugged her shoulders, but even without Kalangos, I don't want to go out, it's too much trouble. Having to choose the right clothes, matching hats and shoes, just thinking about it gives me a headache. She mumbled as she returned to her room, it's getting late, good night. Good night. September 6th, Thursday. Sherwood District, morning. Two figures walked down the street, both dressed in pure black formal wear, wearing semi-high top hats, and carrying walking sticks, perfectly fitting the description of gentlemen. One of them, though bearded, did not appear particularly old, and his deep black eyes, as they looked around, held an indescribable charm. This made ladies or young misses passing by them unable to resist taking a few extra glances at the men. It seems the number of likes on the tag has increased again. Lex lowered his head, pretending not to notice the women's gazes, then happily surveyed his surroundings. After finding Cromwell on Tuesday evening, Lex finally had a place to stay in Backlund. Otherwise, given his lack of identification, even if he could find a hotel, the environment probably wouldn't be very good. Yesterday morning, Lex went to the telegraph office and sent a telegram to Matthew in Tingen and Bison in Enki Town, respectively. He used different excuses to explain the fact that he was currently in Backlund and told them that he would return in 1 to 2 weeks at most, so they didn't need to worry about him. In the time that followed, Cromwell acted as a tour guide, taking Lex all over Hillsden. Today's destination was the Cherwood district, where they currently were. Tomorrow I'll take you to the Queen's Borough. That's where nobles and top merchants live. It's strictly regulated and the environment is beautiful. Every street, every park, is as beautiful as a scene from a painting. A smile appeared on Cromwell's face. He seemed to have emerged from his past shadows, and the Arbiter's grey-green eyes showed a light rarely seen in him normally. Lex smiled. Just then, the shouts of a newsboy rang out in the street. Extra! Extra! Hurricane Admiral Kalangos killed in Backlund. Chapter 166, Loyal Reader. Kalangos? That great pirate? He's actually in Backlund. The Arbiter also seemed to know Kalangos, and Cromwell's face was full of surprise. Lex was also very surprised. On Monday, at the Tarot Club, Miss Justice and the Hanged Man had exchanged information about this pirate. At the time, it sounded like they were planning to deal with Kalangos. It had only been a few days, and Hurricane Admiral was already dead. He wondered who had killed him. Could it have been someone from the Tarot Club? Just then, Lex saw a petite figure suddenly rush towards a newsboy and buy a newspaper. It was a girl, her coarse golden hair gleamed with a dazzling light in the sun. Lex looked closely and, sure enough, it was the priceless miss who had guided him on Tuesday evening. He was about to say hello when he suddenly saw another woman beside the Mississippi. That woman was about 23 or 24 years old, around 1.65 meters tall. She wore a light yellow, high-collared, long dress with ruffles, and her slightly curly brown hair fell over her shoulders and back. Her light blue eyes held a hint of natural laziness. Isn't that Furs, the author of Wuthering Heights? Is she priceless Mrs. Friend? Lex was wondering how to approach them when he saw the two young misses buy the newspaper and then hurry away. Cromwell, beside him, looked at him strangely. Duke, do you know those two young misses? Sort of. Lex smiled and said, the one with golden hair is the miss who guided me last night. I was just about to thank her, but I didn't expect her to run off so quickly. Oh, right. Lex cleared his throat and said, if I want to find someone, do you have any suggestions? Cromwell spread his hands and said, if you want to find someone, of course, you should find a private detective. Lex chuckled, you wouldn't happen to know one or two private detectives, would you? The Arbiter smiled apologetically, I don't know any, but I can help you inquire if you need me to. Then I'll trouble you. After this matter was settled, Lex said, oh, right, have you found any leads for your Sequence 8 formula? Cromwell first shook his head, then lowered his voice and said, but I've heard about a secret gathering. I found out the time and place they're holding it. There will be such a gathering in the next day or two, and I plan to go try my luck. Lex remembered that he still hadn't found the pyromaniac materials, so he said, can you take me with you? Cromwell smiled, of course, my friend. As they spoke, they saw the sign for Bavaria Bank, which was a branch office. Lex looked towards the main entrance, do you mind if I go in and withdraw some operating funds? The Arbiter smiled, raised his arm, and said calmly, I'll go with you. 3 in the afternoon. Lex looked up at the sign hanging outside the second-floor room, Zreal Private Detective. This is it. This was the private detective Cromwell had found out about for him, said to be quite capable. Lex raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Thump thump thump. After a few knocks, the door was pushed open. Inside was a tall boy, looking only 15 or 16, wearing an old overcoat and a bowler hat. After his bright red eyes swept over Lex's face, he quickly passed Lex and went down the stairs. At this point, a gentle voice from inside the door said, please come in. Lex stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He saw that the space was partitioned into several areas, with 2 or 3 employees busy at work. He noticed a handsome man with short, light brown hair, wearing a white shirt and a brown vest, smiling at him. Lex cleared his throat, I'd like to see Detective Zreal. The man with light brown hair shrugged and said humorously, if there isn't a second Zreal here, then I suppose I'm the one you're looking for. Come, please sit here. Detective Zreal gestured towards the sofa in the reception area, then said to a female employee, Miss Mary, 2 cups of black tea, please. Thank you. Sitting down on the single sofa, Lex took off his top hat and placed it on the table along with his cane. The handsome Detective Zreal with light brown hair leaned back on the sofa. So, how can I help you? Lex smiled, I want to find someone. How do you charge? Zreal revealed a set of white teeth, his smile refined, that depends on who you're looking for and the specific difficulty involved. Lex nodded almost imperceptibly, I'm looking for Ms. Furs, the author of Wuthering Heights. I know she lives in Backlund, but I don't know her exact address. Oh, I've read that book. Zreal crossed his legs, do you mind telling me why you're looking for this lady? Lex had already thought of an excuse before coming, so he said naturally, I'm her reader, a loyal reader. I've read almost all of her works, and one day, I accidentally saw her photograph, and then. Lex paused, giving the great detective a look. Zriel chuckled. I see, then I understand. This author has some fame. I happen to know a few friends in publishing houses, so perhaps I can find some clues through them. Zriel pondered for a moment, then said, £15, how does that price sound to you? It was clearly a bit higher than the detective fees in Tingen. Robin's image flashed through Lex's mind, but he said with no expression on his face, acceptable. So, how much is the advance payment? And when can I expect to hear from you? Zriel smiled and said, you can pay £3 in advance, and then pay the rest after I have definite news. As for the news, this is a £15 commission. My assistant and I will find the author as quickly as possible. 3 to 5 days, I think, should be enough. That's good. I had originally planned to stay here for 10 days to half a month, so 3 to 5 days is an acceptable wait. Lex pulled out the wallet he had just bought yesterday from his pocket, took out some banknotes, made up £3, and placed them on the table. Then I'll leave it to you. He stood up and, seeing Zriel off, left the detective agency. Returning to Evergreen Street number 12, Lex saw that the arbiter was not home, so he entered the guest room and closed the door. He took off his hat, removed his coat, and unbuttoned his collar, standing comfortably in the center of the room. I that sees everything. God that oversees all things. As the incantation was completed, the scene in the room, the various colors, gradually deepened. When Lex felt his hands sink, the illusory, heavy tome had already appeared in his hands. At this moment, the pages turned by themselves, stopping at the Authority Projection page. Lex saw a message on the front. Paul Wasserman, awesome, I saw myself appear in your biography. This feeling is really interesting, I guess other watchers must envy me, haha. Lex smiled slightly. This lord was not as fierce as he appeared. He then turned to the message board page and saw that the previous question had already been answered. Lex's spirits lifted, and he looked closely. Weak, pitiful, and helpless newbie, don't know. Suddenly, Lex felt a heavy blow. Chapter 167, Secret Gathering. Are there things even the observers don't know? It's also possible that this watcher said that on purpose. Alas, I'm so pitiful, transmigrating to the mystical world of all places. And I'm still so weak, only at sequence 8. Please, great observers, don't tease me anymore. Lex looked down again. Mountains and seas, the secret order mainly operates within Intis, and due to the Antigonus family's notes, they will appear in the Tingen story. Also, there's the Intis ambassador stationed in Backlund, whose protector is Rosago, a Sequence 5 member. Furthermore, it can only be said that the leader of the secret order is currently in trouble, but in about a year, when Klein seeks a demigod beyonder formula, he will release the other party. I heard from Cuttlefish that this is tacitly approved by the goddess. Seeing the abundance of information, Lex's spirits lifted again. Sure enough, observers are not all the same. This one knows a lot. The secret order originally operated within Intis, no wonder I've barely heard of this organization in Lone. Of course, that's also because I've only just entered the mystical world. However, if the secret order mainly operates in Intis, then there's almost no way to get information about them. Wait, there's an Intis ambassador in Backlund right now. Unfortunately, such a person is beyond my reach. The leader of the secret order is currently in trouble. Hisses. The observers even know about such things. In about a year, Klein will release him. And it's tacitly approved by the goddess. Which goddess? The night goddess. Cuttlefish is the author of the original work, the creator of this world. The observers can indeed contact this supreme existence. In short, I'm envious. With this information as a foundation, Lex gained some understanding of the secret order. Even without more information, it was a good harvest. He continued to look down. Show day, I don't know. Ah, this. It seems the secret order is very mysterious, 2 observers have already indicated they don't know much. The Big Brother, the secret order is a very ancient organization, as long as the pathway is seer. Its leader is, a Sequence 1 angel, who is currently mad. He will eventually be hunted by Klein. Once had a transaction with Huang Tao, obtaining a 4th epic notebook, that's right, the one from Klein's first death. Mountains and seas, the secret order was founded in the 4th epoch and has intricate connections with the Solomon Empire and the Zeradal family. And the seer pathway was originally passed down from the Zeradal family of the Solomon Empire, which indicates that the Zeradal family definitely possesses some of the seer beyonder potion. Now you know why you need to understand the secret order, right? Because Klein needs to advance and will have to deal with them. Combining the information from these 2 observers, the secret order is indeed an ancient and mysterious organization, tracing back to the 4th epoch. It turns out they master the seer pathway, and their leader is currently mad. What a huge amount of information. Although I don't currently have the means or channels to learn about the secret order, with the information provided by the observers, I now know quite a few inside stories. Lex, filled with gratitude, looked at the comment section of his biography. ID 20210220134015111. Compared to Klein, Lex is practically illiterate. Ugh. My heart hurts so much. Am I illiterate? Well, I admit that in terms of mysticism, I am indeed illiterate, but I'm also working hard to learn. Lord of Azure, Conspirer B under potion formula, main materials, compound eye of a hunting black spider, brain of a human-faced lion. What? Conspirer B under potion formula. Lex almost jumped up. Conspirer is the sequence 6 of the Hunter pathway, the next sequence after Pyromaniac. This watcher actually knows it's B under potion formula, even if it's only the main materials. But this information is too important. This means I've already mastered half of the B under potion formula. I'll do a seer later. Next, Lex checked the tag situation and found that the number of likes had greatly increased. Lord of Traps received 682 praises, and his trap ability has increased by 22%. Crimson King received 492 praises, and his flame ability also saw a 16% increase. National Husband received 490 praises, and his attractiveness to the opposite sex has significantly improved. Playboy received 470 praises, and there's a slight chance he might make inappropriate gestures towards women in the Lone Kingdom. Lone Gentleman received 369 praises, and his charm in lone social circles has increased to some extent. Godslayer received 225 praises, and the probability of killing a deity is still extremely slim. Ending the summoning, Lex sat down on the sofa, organized the information he had obtained from the mysterious book, then took out a pen and paper and wrote down the main materials for the Conspirer formula provided by that watcher. He then took out a seer coin and whispered, "Are these two main materials on this paper really the materials for the Conspirer formula?" Lex flicked the coin, watched it land on the table, and saw the side with the pattern facing up. It's true. In that case, I can collect them in advance, prepare in advance. That's great. Just then, he heard footsteps, and then the door was knocked. Come in. As Lex put away the coin, Cromwell walked in, and the Arbiter said with slight excitement, "Get ready, the gathering has been moved up, it's tonight." By night, although Backlund had gas streetlights everywhere, and far more than Tingen, it still couldn't change the fact that thick fog drifted everywhere on the streets, making visibility poor. Lex looked around with some surprise, at the beautiful, peaceful street park they had just passed. He caught up to the Arbiter and whispered, "The gathering is in the Queen's Borough." Yes. Cromwell, dressed in a black suit and wearing a top hat, walked seamlessly down the quiet street. Actually, Backlund has many nobles, mostly young people, and they are very obsessed with mystical knowledge. So, holding a gathering in the Queen's Borough is not unusual. I know. For example, Miss Justice, she's the kind of noble with a strong interest in mysticism. Lex said nothing more, following Cromwell to a house. The Arbiter said, "We can put on our masks now." He pulled out an exaggerated golden mask and put it on his face, instantly obscuring his original appearance. It's just like attending a masquerade ball. Lex also took out a white mask, without any patterns, but with two upward curving mustaches on the lips. After putting on their masks, Cromwell walked onto the porch and knocked a few times on the wooden door. 3 long and 2 short intervals, it sounded like some kind of secret signal. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and Lex immediately saw that many people were already sitting scattered inside. Those people, like the two of them, were all disguised, and some didn't care at all about revealing their true faces. Following Cromwell into the living room, Lex suddenly felt someone scrutinizing him. He didn't look back immediately, only locked onto the direction, and after the other person's gaze moved away, Lex looked around, then pretended to inadvertently sweep over the direction from which the gaze had come. On a single sofa sat a man in a black robe, wearing a hood, with deep shadows obscuring his face. In the living room, Cromwell and Lex found a corner and sat down. They didn't rush to act, habitually scanning their surroundings. They were both excellent hunters, and upon entering an unfamiliar environment, they had a habit of observing their surroundings and looking for the best escape points. Then, Lex saw that in the living room, by the entrance, 2 blackboards stood, with rows of items written on them. Seeking golden mandrake juice or a complete flower. 1 stalk of frenzy grass, 275 pounds. A magical item made by Emperor Roselle in his early years, Devil May Cry, possesses the ability to purify undead and target evil spirits and wraiths, 2,100 pounds. Upon seeing the third item, Lex couldn't help but stand up. A magical item made by the Emperor in his early years. Devil May Cry. It looks like, why does it have a 2-dimensional feel to it? Chapter 168, Devil May Cry. What, did you see something you liked? Cromwell noticed Lex's unusual behavior and whispered, asking. Lex sat down and nodded, saying, I did see an item I liked. He had taken a liking to the mystical item crafted by Emperor Roselle. Regardless of what kind of item it was, its ability to purify the undead and target evil wraiths was precisely what Lex urgently needed. Although he was about to advance to pyromaniac and would gain the ability to manipulate flames, he didn't know how effective fire would be against opponents from the death field. It was always good to have an extra item with a specific countermeasure. Moreover, over £2,000, while expensive, was still within his acceptable range. Cromwell chuckled and said, "You can look around some more and then buy them all together. Of course, if you're worried about something being bought before you, you can also buy it now." Lex immediately asked, "How do I buy it?" He had withdrawn £3,000 in cash from the bank that morning, specifically for the purpose of attending secret gathering. Now, he was fully capable of buying the item and naturally didn't want someone else to get there first. Cromwell didn't answer, picking up a small bell and gently shaking it. A servant in a tailcoat immediately walked over. "How may I help you?" Cromwell patted Lex's shoulder. "My friend here has taken a liking to something." The servant nodded, took out a pen and paper. "You can write your request on the paper and give it to me. After I bring you the item you want, you can put the cash in an envelope and give it to me. This way, the transaction can be completed," he said, and then produced an envelope. Lex took the paper and pen, wrote down Emperor Roselle's item, and then handed it to the servant. After the servant left, Lex subtly turned his body, using the table and chairs for cover, and quietly slipped £2,100 into the envelope. Instantly, the envelope bulged. A moment later, the servant in the tailcoat returned and placed a long wooden box on the table, smiling. "This contains the item you wish to purchase. Please rest assured, no one dares to cheat at this gathering. Please wait a moment." Lex took out his seer coin. Using the servant to block most people's view, he performed a divination on the item in the wooden box. Only after seeing the wizard hat pattern facing up did he confidently hand the envelope filled with banknotes to the servant. After completing the transaction, Lex took the wooden box. He noticed that the box had exquisite carvings, was inlaid with yellow crystals, and had a seal, indicating that no one had opened it. Cromwell let out a soft chuckle from behind his mask. "Congratulations, you bought what you wanted as soon as you arrived. Good luck." Lex was in a great mood and nodded. "What about you?" Cromwell looked at another blackboard. "There's a sheriff formula for sale here. It's a bit expensive, and I don't have enough cash. It seems I'll have to wait until next time to try my luck." Sheriff is the potion name for the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 8. Lex, hearing this, immediately asked, "How much are you short?" "I'll make up the difference for you." Cromwell glanced at him, didn't decline, and nodded. "All right, I'm short £150. Lex immediately took out £150 and handed it to the Arbiter. Cromwell then called the servant again and wrote down what he needed. At this moment, Lex felt another gaze directed at him from the single sofa. But this time, it didn't have the condescending, scrutinizing quality of before. He looked back and saw the person in the black robe raising a glass of wine towards him from afar, as if in greeting. Lex nodded, acknowledging the greeting, then looked back at the two blackboards. Infant's Cry, Flower, £200. Dried Adult Black-Spotted Frog, £245. Introduction to Mysticism, book, £10. Crystal Heart of a Blazing Bird, £500. Suddenly, Lex's breathing quickened. Crystal Heart of a Blazing Bird. The main materials for a pyromaniac. Lex unhesitatingly picked up the bell, summoned the servant, and wrote down his needs. He also purchased the adult black-spotted frog to create a diversion. Thus, when he and Cromwell left the Queen's Burrow, Lex's wallet was flat. Including the £150 he lent to the Arbiter, Lex spent around £3,000 tonight. Money really goes fast, he sighed softly. Originally, his anonymous account had over £7,000. First, he took out £4,000 for the Tingen University Laboratory as research funds. Tonight, he spent another £3,000, leaving only a pitiful few dozen pounds in his account. It seems he needs to quickly sell those Sea Serpent Gang jewels to get cash. Otherwise, he'll have to use the money from another account. Since he's already in Backlund, why not look for some investments? Walking along the street, Lex cleared his throat. Do you know any friends who do investments? Cromwell looked at him. You want to make money? If you want to make money, you can go to a bar. I know a bar where you can get commissions. Lex smiled and said, believe me, my friend. Investments in business yield returns faster than taking commissions. I happen to have some funds here, and I want to make them more valuable. Cromwell shrugged. In that case, you should leave a message in the newspaper. Usually, there are various small advertisements seeking investments in newspapers. Also, you can invest in stocks and securities, but these things are said to have quite a bit of risk. Oh, that's right. The Arbiter seemed to recall something. I know a fellow, he's a lawyer. At the same time, he's also a lawyer. Lex paused, then understood. You mean, he's a beyonder. Cromwell nodded and said, people like us always get into all sorts of lawsuits. Therefore, we usually need a lawyer. And in Backlund, we usually go to that fellow. Besides helping people like us with lawsuits, he's also skilled in business investment, assisting clients in buying or selling shares and such. He has a wide network, fair fees, and is trustworthy. Lex nodded. Since you also say he's trustworthy, I have no problem then. Will you introduce me tomorrow? All right. Back at his residence on Evergreen Street, Lex closed the door, placed the ornate wooden box on the table, broke the seal, and pushed open the lid. Inside the box, a velvet cushion lay, and upon it rested a curved weapon. This type of weapon was extremely rare, even unheard of, in the Lone Kingdom and across both the northern and southern continents. Because it was a freaking Tachi. Lex's mouth twitched. Tachi, devil may cry, Emperor, how Chinibu must you be? However, Chinibu aside, this weapon was still exquisitely crafted. The pure white scabbard had 2 golden rings, interwoven with ribbons for easy carrying. The tip of the scabbard itself, and the top of the hilt were all adorned with golden ornaments. Aside from anything else, just prying out and selling these golden ornaments would fetch a considerable sum. Considering this weapon's ability to purify the undead, the Emperor calling it Devil May Cry actually seemed quite fitting. Next, Lex summoned the mysterious book, and spent 15-dimensional crystals to appraise Devil May Cry. He didn't know why, but this time the vision he saw was very blurry, only vaguely showing a figure crafting something. Moreover, the vision was very brief, almost a fleeting glimpse, and Lex quickly withdrew from the dreamlike sensation. Subsequently, lines of appraisal information appeared on the page. Devil May Cry, a mystical item personally crafted by Emperor Roselle, corresponding to the Sun pathway, possessing the ability to purify the undead and strike at evil wraiths. Its specific abilities are: Chapter 169, Kidnapping Case. Devil May Cry, a magical item personally crafted by Emperor Roselle, corresponding to the Sun pathway, possessing the ability to purify undead and combat evil spirits and wraiths. Its specific abilities are Holy Light, creating holy water, and Sun Halo. Holy Light summons a sacred pillar of light, wreathed in golden flames, descending from midair. It restrains undead and defiled entities, dealing massive bonus damage to them. The Holy Light can also be applied to the blade, lasting for a period of time. Creating holy water, placing the blade in water for approximately 5 seconds will create holy water, capable of expelling evil spirits, warding off cold, and purifying wraiths. Sun Halo targets companions within a 20-meter radius, including oneself, effectively boosting inner courage and purifying evil powers within the body. As a magical item, it inevitably carries some negative side effects. Its main effect is that frequent carrying will cause a feeling of heat. This is a spiritual heat that cannot be relieved by physical cooling and will only disappear after isolating the item for a period of time. Additionally, when using it during the day, especially at noon, using it for more than half an hour will cause one to involuntarily praise the sun. At this time, devout faith will make you forget the current events, potentially leading to fatal danger. Ending the summoning, as the mystical book disappeared, the scene in the room returned to its original colors. Lex let out a breath. He looked at the pure white sheath katana in his hand, recalling the details of the appraisal. Devil May Cry possesses 3 abilities. Holy Light can directly strike or be applied to the blade to continuously damage undead creatures. Creating holy water can be used for assistance, setting up traps against evil spirits and wraiths. Sun Halo has the ability to purify evil powers, effectively weakening undead creatures or beyonder like wraiths, and it can also assist companions, making it very comprehensive. Overall, considering its collection value and these 3 abilities, £2,100 was money well spent. As for the negative effects, they are not particularly severe. As long as it is not carried frequently, there will be no spiritual sensation of heat. Regarding using this item at noon, one will involuntarily praise the sun if the time limit is exceeded. This negative effect is somewhat troublesome, but at noon, he likely won't have to face undead creatures. After some consideration, Lex decided not to strengthen this item for now, nor to sealed artifact it. The next day, Cromwell left early. The Arbiter had obtained the sheriff potion formula last night, so he was probably going to inquire about materials. Lex didn't go out. After breakfast, he drank tea, read the newspaper, and basked in the sun in the house. Yes. The Sun Backlund had a rare sunny day today. At least during the days Lex had been there, the city was enveloped in fog even during the day. This reminded Lex of another city he was familiar with, London. Near noon, Cromwell returned, his expression somewhat serious. What, you didn't find any materials? Lex asked casually. He knew that Beyonder materials were not easy to find, but it was only sequence 8, and in a prosperous city like Backlund, collecting them shouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps it's a financial issue, Lex thought. Unexpectedly, Cromwell shook his head and said, no, someone indicated that he has the eyes of a fear demon worm and the right paw of a silver-white battle bear that I need. He even said he could give them to me. Lex narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I guess the other party proposed other conditions, right? Cromwell nodded and said, "Do you know Military Intelligence Section 9? Military Intelligence Section 9. Backlund also has Military Intelligence Section 9. Lex said calmly, "It sounds like an intelligence department." Cromwell sat down on a single armchair. "Yes, the person willing to give me the materials is from Military Intelligence Section 9. They control the Arbiter pathway, and that person invited me to work for Military Intelligence Section 9. He wants you to join Military Intelligence Section 9. No, he said I could serve Military Intelligence Section 9 as an external member. I can accumulate merits and exchange them for potion formulas and materials." Cromwell showed a thoughtful expression. "Before Sequence 6, it shouldn't be a big problem. But if I want to obtain Sequence 5 or even higher formulas, I'll probably have to join Military Intelligence Section 9. Even so, if I agree, I will be subject to a certain degree of supervision." Lex spread his hands. "But at least, you won't have to worry about promotion in the future, you just need to do the work they assign." "I need to think about it." Cromwell looked up, a smile blooming at the corner of his mouth. "It's getting late. I'll treat you to dinner. Then, we'll go visit that lawyer. I like that idea." Lex stood up. "However, I should be treating. After all, whether I can find investment opportunities still depends on you." The Arbiter didn't decline, so the two went out for dinner. Afternoon. Backlund Bridge area, Rose Street, number 29. Lex followed Cromwell, looking at a two-story building ahead. "Lynn lives here." "Yes, Lynn Beard, the lawyer I told you about." Cromwell walked forward, familiar with the route. Lex said from behind, "I thought we'd be going to an office or a company or something. Today is Friday." Usually on Fridays, Lynn only goes to the office in the morning, he has the afternoon off. Cromwell turned back and smiled. He's a guy who loves to enjoy himself. Lex said sincerely, "I really envy him." Standing at the door, Cromwell pulled the doorbell, but after several rings, no one answered. Lex spread his hands. "It seems Mr. Lynn isn't home." The Arbiter frowned. "Impossible, he has a habit of taking a nap. On Fridays, he usually sleeps until 3, then goes fishing, and only comes home in the evening." I was already prepared for him to complain. Cromwell called out, "Lynn, are you home?" "It's me." Still no answer. The Arbiter shrugged, crouched down, lifted the doormat, picked up a wooden board on the corridor, and reached inside. When he pulled his hand out again, Cromwell already had a key. He opened the door, and Lex saw Cromwell's body pause, then he rushed into the house like lightning. Something happened. Lex immediately followed, pulling out blood praise. Upon entering, he saw the living room in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Cromwell rushed upstairs, and Lex followed him to the bedroom, where there were clear signs of a struggle. The quilt from the bed was on the floor, the bedside lamp was overturned, a cup was shattered, and there were bloodstains in the corner of the wall. The Arbiter growled in a low voice, "Damn it, he seems to have been forcibly abducted." Without a word, Lex took out his seer coin and whispered, "Lynn Beard has already been harmed." He tossed the coin, watching it flip in midair, finally landing with the number facing up. Lex breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Cromwell. "He's still alive, but I don't know when he'll lose his life." The Arbiter said calmly, "I'll go visit the neighbors around, perhaps they can provide some clues." Chapter 170, Mr. Lawyer. Cromwell returned quickly. "I visited the nearby neighbors and persuaded them to provide some clues. I already have a lead." Lex followed him out of the house, watched the Arbiter lock the door and put the key back in its original place, then hurried towards the street. Cromwell said as he walked, "Lynn has been kidnapped by the Zmanger gang." Zmanger gang. Lex's rhetorical question indicated that he was unfamiliar with this organization. The Arbiter nodded slightly and said, "Yes, they are a notorious gang. I just arrived in Backlund and learned about them through 2 commissions. The reason I can confirm it's them is because one of the neighbors provided a description of an important figure in that gang." Lex quickly followed and said, "It seems you know where to find your lawyer friend." Cromwell grunted and quickened his pace. Backlund. East District. On a rare day without thick fog, the sunlight still struggled to dispel the gloom. Here, numb pedestrians walking on the road, a homeless man picking up a fruit pit from the roadside to eat, a woman sitting on the roadside waiting to die because she had no money for treatment. They imbued this street with an invisible layer of coldness and bleakness. In front of an abandoned factory, a carriage arrived and stopped nearby. The carriage door opened, and a middle-aged man emerged. He had a slick-back hairstyle, wore a formal suit, bit on a cigar, and sneered as he looked at the factory's half-open gate. As he walked through the door, he saw a dark-skinned, hollow-eyed, lean and capable man leaning against the doorframe. Clearly of Highland descent, he glanced towards the deeper part of the factory area. "I've brought you the person you wanted. Thank you for taking the time to help me out this once, even though you're busy." The man with the slick-back hair said, pulling an envelope from his pocket. The lean man took the envelope, opened it, inhaled the smell of the ink inside, then put the envelope away, whistled, and 4 or 5 people walked out of the factory area. "I've left you 2 fellows. Enjoy yourself, Mr. Kim." The man named Kim took a puff of his cigar. "I will." After these people left, Kim hummed a tune and, with a dance step from a banquet, entered the factory area. Here, someone was tied up, hands bound, and suspended with his feet about 10 centimeters off the ground. The person hanging in midair looked to be 25 or 26, not yet 30. He wore a white shirt, his vest was open, and there were some blood stains on it. His brown hair was disheveled, and on his deeply set, handsome face, his left eye socket had a bruise. Hearing Kim's voice, he looked over, then started to laugh. Kim stopped, looked at him, and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin." Kim, "Well, I hope you know what you're doing." Lawyer Lin seemed not to care at all about his current predicament, and said with a smile, "Allow me to remind you that, so far, according to the laws of our kingdom, you have already committed crimes such as incitement, suspected kidnapping, illegal detention, and assault, among others. Could you please shut up? Or perhaps, let me sew your mouth shut." Kim took a puff of his cigar. "Do you know what I hate most about you lawyers? You're always chattering, always saying this isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. Just like with the acquisition of the Alex Steel Mill, if you had just done as I said and made them give up 51% of the shares, instead of 10%. Then right now, we'd be sharing fine wine in a restaurant, instead of meeting in this filthy place. Damn it, can't they, this Manger gang, find a better place? It's always this broken factory." Lin chuckled. "I've already said, I have principles. I won't just do whatever you want." "Principles? What are they worth? Are they more important than your life?" Kim gestured to a tall, thin man nearby. "Lower him a bit." A moment later, Lin dropped to the ground. Kim walked over and blew a choking puff of smoke in his face. "Now, let me give you a suggestion, Mr. Lin. On Monday morning, I want to see a brand new contract. That contract had better have that wonderful number 51 on it. Then, you can go home now, hire a worker to tidy up your house, and if you have time, you can even go fishing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that after tomorrow, there won't be a Lin Beard in Backlund." Lin laughed. "Is that so? Then let me deduce it for you. If I don't show up at the office on Monday, my assistant will open my drawer and find an envelope inside. You see, I foresaw this and made some arrangements beforehand. I just didn't expect you could hire that executioner. I truly underestimated you. Back to that letter, I've already stated in it that if anything happens to me, you are the biggest suspect. Then this letter will be sent to the police station, and I happen to have a few friends in the police station who will take this matter very seriously. Then, you're finished, Mr. Kim." Kim's expression changed. Lin continued, "Furthermore, I also have some capable friends who know my habit of not working on Friday afternoons. Perhaps some scoundrel is eyeing that bottle of Ormer wine in my house, which is the best wine from Intis and hard to find elsewhere. In that case, they will discover that I've been kidnapped, and the outcome remains the same, you'll still be finished. So you see, Kim, from the beginning, I knew you were an idiot. That's also why I refused to help you raise the shares to 51%. Ah." Kim punched Lin in the face, then smiled and pulled out a gleaming dagger from his pocket, pressing it against the lawyer's throat. "Lin, dear Lin. You'd better say something that pleases me next, otherwise, your eloquent mouth will never be able to serve its purpose again." Just then, gunshots rang out. The factory window shattered, and Kim's hand gripping the dagger blossomed with blood. The dagger clattered to the ground. When he turned around, he was shot in the shoulder again, and with a scream, he fell to the ground. Two's Manger gang members pulled out their daggers and revolvers, but a stern voice commanded, "Drop your weapons." With 2 clangs, they dropped their weapons, then came to their senses and fled in a panic. Kim clutched his shoulder, his features contorted in pain. He saw 2 men, both dressed as gentlemen, leap through the broken window. However, on their faces, one wore an exaggerated golden mask, while the other had a white smiling mask with 2 small mustaches. "You, who are you?" Kim stammered. The man in the golden mask shouted in a low voice, "Get lost." Kim genuinely wanted to obey this suggestion, so he scrambled up and ran, stumbling onto his carriage and hurrying away in a panic. Chapter 171, Big Investment. When the arbiter took off his golden mask, Lin whistled, "So it's you, Cromwell. I didn't expect you to be eyeing my wine too." Cromwell untied his ropes. "You guessed wrong. I originally wanted to introduce you to a friend, but I didn't expect to coincidentally run into you being kidnapped. Looks like my luck isn't too bad." Lin looked at Lex, who was wearing a white mask. "Is this the friend you mentioned?" "This is the Duke." Cromwell introduced, "This is Lin." Lex took off his mask and smiled, "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Obviously, I'm not doing very well." Lin moved his numb wrists. "However, I owe you a favor. If you need to fight a lawsuit, just come to me, and I will do my best." "Thank you." Lex ran 2 fingers over his fake mustache, which was stuck to his mouth, and then said, "Are we just letting that fat man go? This is Backlund. For matters like this, if they can be resolved through proper channels, it's best to use legitimate methods." The arbiter explained, looking at Lin. "Besides, this guy is a lawyer. He knows how to legally use legal weapons." Cromwell helped the lawyer up. "What are your plans next?" Lin shrugged. "As you said, I want to go to the police station first and catch our Mr. Kim. Then I'll have to temporarily move in with you for a while. This Manger gang's executioner unfortunately let me see his face when he kidnapped me. Is he worried about being silenced?" Lex rubbed his chin. If Lin also moved in, then there would be 3 people living in Cromwell's house. It's a bit crowded. "Let's go." Cromwell patted Lin's shoulder. "By the way, I'll tell you something on the way." When they returned to the arbiter's house on Evergreen Street, Lin already knew that Lex wanted his help to find investment channels. Sitting on the sofa, he took a bag full of ice from Cromwell and put it on his face, saying, "I happen to have an investment project here. The Eric Steel Mill needs to collect some shares to cash out for certain reasons. That idiot Kim kidnapped me just to get more shares. So, how much capital do you have available?" Lex immediately said, "Around 5,000 to 10,000 pounds. Lin whistled. "As a hunter, you're much richer than Cromwell. I originally thought he was quite wealthy among hunters, but you are clearly richer. 8,000 pounds. Lin quickly thought about it and gave a number. "If you can come up with 8,000 pounds by next week, I have a way to persuade the other party to sell 15% of the shares. Based on the information I've gathered from other sources, in 1 or 2 months, this 8,000 pounds could double, or even more." He stood up. "You consider it? If you've made up your mind, then when I get back, we can discuss it in detail. Cromwell, I need you to come with me to the police station." The arbiter stood up and smiled, "Always at your service." No, don't use that tone, I'm getting goosebumps." Lin took off his blood-stained vest and put on the jacket the arbiter brought. "Later, we can still go home, and then tonight, we can enjoy Intis's fine wine." On Saturday morning, Lex got Cromwell's bank account number in Backlund from him and then went to the telegraph office. He sent a telegram to Bison, telling him that he had found a short-term investment project that required 8,000 pounds. He asked him to transfer the money to Cromwell's account, and he would repay him from his own account after he returned to Tingen. The reason for this hassle was that Lex did not carry any identification when he teleported over. Personal accounts and anonymous accounts are different, the latter only requires a preset password to withdraw money, but personal accounts do not. When withdrawing money, banks require customers to show their identification. When he returned from the telegraph company, Lex saw the big boy from the day in front of the arbiter's house. He was still wearing an old overcoat and a bowler hat. Hearing footsteps, the big boy looked up, meeting Lex's gaze with his crimson eyes. "Good morning, sir." The big boy took a note from his pocket. "Detective Zayruer asked me to give this to you. He said you can settle the final payment with him after you confirm it's correct." Zayruer? He had already found the Mrs. address. Lex immediately took it and smiled, "Thank you." After sending off the big boy, Lex pushed open the door and unfolded the note. On it was an address. East District, a certain street. A bell suddenly rang at the door. A woman in the inner room called out, "Zio, see who it is." "Oh, and have you seen my cigarette case?" The petite girl in the living room, who was reading a newspaper, sighed, ruffled her frizzy blonde hair, and opened the door. "Good afternoon, beautiful Mississippi." Before she could clearly see who was outside the door, a fragrant rose was pushed in front of her. The packaged flowers looked so lovely that the blonde girl unconsciously took it before examining the visitor outside the door. He wore a semi-tall silk top hat and a pure black formal suit. Under his black, messy hair was a young face. Although there was a faint scar under his left eye, it did not affect the girl's judgment of him as a handsome. "You are." The man stepped back 2 paces, and the girl then noticed that he was holding another bouquet of flowers. A very large bouquet. "Please allow me to introduce myself, I am Lex Disraeli. I am from Desai County, and I am a loyal reader of Miss Furs. I heard she lives in Backlund, and I happen to be staying here for a few days. So I asked some friends from publishing houses and found out Miss Furs's address. I know this is very presumptuous, very abrupt, and completely impolite. But I really want to meet Miss Furs. I hope she can sign this book for me." Seeing the other party pull out a copy of Wuthering Heights, the blonde girl shook her head and called into the room, "Furs, you have a guest." A moment later, Lex saw Furs in the living room, the miss whom the watcher had said had a great connection to Abraham. The blonde girl did not leave, she stood nearby, just in case Lex did anything out of line or impulsive, so she could persuade the gentleman and stop his rudeness. Furs, dressed casually, was holding a rolled cigarette between 2 fingers, her eyes languid and unenergetic as she looked at Lex. "You are my reader." Yes, the most loyal kind. Lex handed over the bouquet he was holding. Furz's eyes showed clear hesitation, but she still took it. The blonde girl next to her looked at the single rose in her hand and slightly discontentedly snorted through her nostrils. I shouldn't have privately inquired about your address, nor should I have disturbed you in such a presumptuous manner. But my time is running out. The woman with brown hair, loose and languid eyes, was slightly moved. No way, you look so young and healthy, how could you have contracted a serious illness? Lex was stunned, and the words that had come to his lips suddenly couldn't be continued. Chapter 172, Favoring One Over the Other. Lex coughed a few times. No, you misunderstood. I am very healthy, I don't have any major illnesses. It's just that, according to my family's arrangements, I will soon join the Royal Navy. I will go and fight those pirates, contributing to the peace of our sea. The lady with slightly curly brown hair placed the bouquet on a nearby table, her eyes showing a hint of playful amusement. Is that so? Well, I was just joking earlier, I hope you don't mind. No, I don't mind at all. Lex blinked, then lowered his voice, speaking with a touch of mystery and a bit of boastfulness. To be honest with you, I am a beyonder. The powerful kind, beyond what ordinary people can imagine. He straightened up again and leaned back slightly against the sofa chair. So, when I'm at sea, I should have some unusual experiences. If you don't object, I'd like to share these experiences with you through letters. Perhaps they could become material for your next book. Furz showed a flicker of surprise, exchanged a glance with the blonde girl, and then smiled politely. Is that so? Then I will look forward to it very much. Lex nodded, then took out his Wuthering Heights, which he had bought from the bookstore that morning. He opened the cover and looked at the woman before him with an expectant expression. Could you sign this for me? Furz smiled sweetly. Of course. Looking at the signature on the page, Lex stood up. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to have met you today. I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you a pleasant afternoon. He then nodded to the blonde girl. You too, miss, whose name I don't know. Then, Lex left. After seeing him off, the blonde girl closed the door and looked at the bouquet on the table. I bet he's trying to pursue you. I smell a noble on him. Furz, with a beaming smile, picked up the bouquet. I won't accept, because I don't like boys younger than me. Besides, dating is too troublesome. By the way, is he from Desai County? Actually, I've wanted to go to Desi Bay for a long time, but every time I think about taking a boat, I lose interest. If it were closer, it would be great. The blonde girl chuckled. If you don't like him, then why are you smiling so happily? Furz looked at her. I'm happy because I received flowers. What girl doesn't like flowers? And you, Zio, I see anger on your face. Are you annoyed because he showed favoritism? Don't mind it, he only gave you one rose. Perhaps he thinks you're still young. The blonde girl named Zio blushed and said firmly, I'm not young, in every respect. On the way back to Evergreen Street, Lex was very satisfied with his performance today. He felt that he had successfully left a deep impression on Miss Furz. Revealing his identity as a beyonder perfectly portrayed the image of an impulsive young noble and laid the groundwork for future correspondence. Lex remembered that the Watcher had said Furz would have a teacher from the Abraham family. In other words, she was also a beyonder. Then, she shouldn't refuse to communicate with him. After all, beyonders can always find common topics among themselves. This way, he would be able to gradually learn about Abraham and this family, which once held an important position in the Solomon Empire, through her. He would use this to enrich his knowledge in the mysterious field. Soon, Lex saw the subway entrance. At this moment, he noticed a young man in an old overcoat standing next to the entrance. The man looked around nervously, then pulled a coin from his pocket and tossed it. After catching it, he seemed to make a decision, left the subway entrance, and disappeared into the passing crowd in a blink of an eye. This couldn't be a seer, could it? Although Lex was a little suspicious, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Backlund was a bustling city with 5 million people. Even if the proportion of beyonders was small, if the base was magnified to 5 million, it wouldn't be surprising to occasionally encounter one or two. He walked into the subway entrance, and before he even saw the platform, he heard a few annoyed, complaining voices from behind. Then Lex felt someone push past him. He subtly swayed, and then saw a tall, thin man squeeze past him. He had soft, light yellow hair, deep-set features, and cold eyes that reminded one of certain scavengers. He seemed to be looking for something, and after looking around, he went in another direction. After this small interlude, Lex finally got on the subway and returned to Evergreen Street. 2 days later, on Monday, Lex received a remittance from Bison. Then, with Lynn's assistance, he signed a share transfer contract with Alex Steel Mill, acquiring 13% of the shares. Although there was a discrepancy from Lynn's previous estimate, it was undeniable that Lex had gotten a great deal. Because in similar industries, it would be difficult for him to acquire more than 10% of the shares for £8,000. Cheers. In the arbiter's home, 3 wine glasses gently clinked together, the burgundy liquid swirling within them. This was a wine named after the king of giants. Mr. Lin, how should I thank you? You didn't even charge me a single penny, which makes me feel a bit uneasy. Lex took a small sip of the wine and said in surprise, this is the best wine I've ever tasted. Lin laughed heartily. Of course, this was given to me by a client from Intis, and many bastards have been coveting it. He put down his glass and smiled. You and Cromwell helped me once, so I just did what I should do. If you really feel uneasy, then please keep an eye out for the Briber's potion formula for me, or any valuable clues will do. Briber, this was the sequence 7 potion of the lawyer pathway. He had skipped sequence 8 barbarian, so he should have already acquired the formula and was preparing for advancement. No problem, if I find out anything, I'll let you know immediately, Lex readily agreed. Cromwell then said, Duke, I have a commission here, I wonder if you're interested. Lex leaned back slightly. What commission? This is a request from a friend. He has a friend who is looking for a temporary bodyguard, 3 days, £500. Cromwell said briefly, originally he hoped I would accept, but I'll be very busy recently, so I thought of you. Cromwell should be busy collecting potion ingredients, and I am currently idle, so it's very reasonable that he thought of me first. £500 for 3 days, this reminds me of bridge. That's good, I don't have much liquid capital right now, £500 can tide me over for a while. So, who is the employer? The arbiter put a piece of bacon in his mouth and said, Caven Brook, an Intision, to be precise, a seer. Chapter 173, The Fortune Teller's Trouble. Intis person. Lex immediately became interested. He wanted to learn about the secret order, but the secret order mainly operated in Intis, and he was frustrated by the lack of channels within the Lone Kingdom. Now, he saw hope. The Watcher had said that the secret order controlled the seer pathway, so this Intis person should know something about the secret order. Can I understand the situation first before deciding whether to accept the commission? Hearing Lex's question, Cromwell made a naturally gesture and then said, shall I arrange for you two to meet this afternoon? He needs a bodyguard, which means he might be in danger, possibly being targeted. In that case, let's set the meeting place in a crowded and lively area, and it would be best if no one knew he hired a bodyguard. Also, let's set the time for 5 p.m., which is dusk. Because I have another gathering at 3 o'clock, Lex thought for a moment and made the above judgment. Cromwell nodded, no problem. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lex, alone in his bedroom, frowned. Strange, why haven't I received a summons? Klein isn't in trouble, is he? Speaking of which, today is already the 10th. The Watcher mentioned before that on the 9th, which was yesterday, something big would happen at Blackthorn Security Company. Is that why the Tarot Club wasn't held today? When the time reached 4:30 p.m., Lex confirmed that the Tarot Club would not be held today, and then he left the Arbiter's house. Evening. In the square in front of the Lever Church, people came and went. Having received some information about the employer, Lex, in the image of a gentleman, carrying a new black leather suitcase, walked across the square, startling a flock of white doves. He sat down on the third-to-last bench on the west side of the square where a man wearing an old overcoat, a hat, a beard, and a pair of black round-rimmed glasses was also sitting. Pulling out a bag of birdseed from his pocket, Lex casually threw some to the pigeons nearby and said, Good afternoon, Mr. Caven. Please don't look over here, let's communicate like this. Hello, Mr. Bodyguard. Judging by his voice, the man's age was not great, probably around 21 or 22. I've heard about you, but before deciding to accept the commission, I'd like to know what kind of trouble you've encountered. Lex casually threw out more feed, attracting many pigeons. Caven whispered, As you know, I'm from Intis, and I'm in trouble. I'm being hunted, and I've already prepared to leave Backlund 3 days from now, in the evening. So, you just need to ensure my safety for these 3 days. Lex chuckled softly, I heard you are a seer, so can I assume that you are actually a member of the secret order? Please don't be nervous, I'm not interested in your identity, but I need to determine who my opponent will be. If the one hunting you is also a seer, then I will decide to abandon this commission. Dealing with seers is very troublesome, especially if they might be related to the secret order. I don't want to appear on that mysterious organization's blacklist and potentially be divined every day. When Caven first heard secret order, his whole body tensed up, then gradually relaxed, and he said with some surprise, Mr. Bodyguard, I didn't expect you to even know about the secret order. Lex habitually shrugged, in our line of work, we always have to gather all sorts of intelligence. I don't want to become a thorn in the side of some mysterious organization because of a commission, I want to live a little longer. Caven nodded in agreement and said, All right, I'll tell you about my situation, and you can consider it. Once, I was a noble in Intis. It's just that our family, by my generation, had reached a dead end. My father, in order to revitalize the family, did not hesitate to sell off assets and sent me into the secret order to become a seer. But unfortunately, although I successfully joined the organization, I was never given important responsibilities. I always lingered on the fringes of the organization, doing some less important work. But my family couldn't hold on any longer. My father couldn't wait for the day I would become powerful. Due to debt, he could only declare bankruptcy and take his own life. Since then, my already low status plummeted even further. But I was unwilling to live such an unremarkable life, so. At this point, Caven paused before continuing. In short, I left the secret order and fled to the Lone Kingdom. I have lived here for 3 months and originally thought I was safe. But recently, I noticed that someone was inquiring about me. And recently, their steps have been getting closer and closer. Through divination, I received a revelation that this person is here to kill me. Lex had finished throwing all the feed in his hand, and the white pigeons in the square gathered elsewhere. Then, do you know the other party's information? You are a seer, that shouldn't be difficult for you. Caven, however, shook his head. I'm very scared. During this time, I avoid going out if I can. And even if I am a seer, without the other party's related items, it's very difficult for me to obtain their information. But one thing is certain, the other party is not a seer. Otherwise, I would have been found long ago. I understand the Admiral situation. Please wait a moment. Lex stood up, turned and entered the church, took out a few soldi and put them into the donation box, then chose an empty corner and sat down. He took out the seer coin and whispered, Caven is not lying. Lex flicked the coin, watching it land on the back of his hand, with the wizard's head side facing up. It seems he really isn't lying. Lex thought for a moment and gave another divination phrase. Caven did not tell the whole truth. This time, the pattern was still facing up. Lex spoke the third divination phrase, will I take a great risk with this commission? The coin tumbled in midair, and when it landed, Lex saw the side with the number. That's enough. Lex put away the coin, returned to the square, and as he passed Caven, he quickly said, I accept the commission. The bodyguard work starts now. You don't need to mind me, I will protect you from the shadows. He quickly walked away, not even glancing at Caven, as if he were just a stranger. However, I saw him yesterday, at the subway entrance. After Lex walked away, he chose a hidden spot to observe Caven's surroundings, trying to find any potential dangerous individuals. At the same time, he remembered that after saying goodbye to the Miss Writer yesterday afternoon, he had bumped into the man who was divining with a coin at the subway entrance and ultimately did not take the subway. That man was Caven Brook. It's just that at the time, he wasn't wearing a fake beard or round-rimmed glasses. But Lex still recognized him from his demeanor and physique. With this association, he naturally thought of the man with soft light brown hair and gloomy eyes, who seemed to be looking for someone, after he entered the platform. He might be the one hunting Caven. At this moment, the seer had left the bench and walked out of the square. Lex maintained a relatively safe distance from him, adjusted his top hat, and followed with his suitcase. After passing through an alley, Lex transformed again into a company employee wearing a gray-blue overcoat, without a top hat, but carrying a suitcase and holding a newspaper. He had placed the props he had prepared earlier in the suitcase, allowing him to quickly change his disguise midway to ensure that no one would notice that Caven was being protected. Chapter 174, The Impending Danger. East District, Black Palm Street. After Lex watched Caven enter his house, he didn't rush to follow him. He passed by the door and walked all the way to the end of the street. Then he turned into an alley, went around in a circle, and returned to the back alley of Caven's house. Lex took out a seer coin and whispered, there's danger lurking in Caven Brook's house. He flicked the coin, and seeing the number side up, he put it away with relief and gently tapped on the window. Soon the window opened, Caven stepped back 2 paces, and Lex slipped in. It was a simple house, very small, with the washroom and bathroom not separated. There was only 1 living room and 1 bedroom. Caven apologized, my previous residence was no longer safe, so I moved here. But because I was in such a hurry, I could only find a house like this. Meow. With a meow, Lex saw a blue cat walk over. Its round head tilted slightly as it looked at Lex, and Lex was worried it might suddenly say, good evening. In the end, the blue cat just walked past Lex, rubbed against Caven's leg, and was picked up by the seer. This is Blue. I adopted it after I came to Backlund. I've had it for 3 months, and I couldn't bear to leave it behind, so I had to bring it with me. Saying that, Caven held the cat like a baby on his shoulder and walked towards the living room. I'm sorry, I don't have tea or coffee beans here, only water. Lex didn't mind. He first placed his suitcase on a patched single sofa in the living room, then walked around the room, returning to the living room and saying, I'll set up some traps to ensure your safety. Caven put the cat on the floor, do as you please. Lex opened his suitcase, first taking out the magical items like the Devil May Cry, katana and evil bandage, then tying them to his waist and putting them in his overcoat pockets for easy access. Next, he took out some iron wire, small bells, and other items, preparing to set up traps. By the way, do you have any candles at home? Lex closed a window and began to pull at the iron wire. Caven poured 2 cups of hot water. I have a gas lamp. I can still afford a gas meter. No, that's for battle. Lex looked back at him. Do you mind telling me about the secret order? I've always been curious about this organization. I've found that not many people know about them. Caven sat down on a single sofa, and the cat named Blue jumped onto his legs and lay down. Caven stroked the blue cat and said, that's very normal. After all, we mainly operate in Intis, and even in Intis, our activity frequency isn't high. My father didn't realize this at the time. Otherwise, he might have sent me to the Iron Blood Cross Society. Lex tried to recall. The Iron Blood Cross Society seemed to be a hidden organization that controlled the hunter pathway. I remember the Watcher said that this organization was also in Intis. Caven continued, the Secret Order is a very dull organization. It's old enough, so its rank is also exceptionally strict. During the time I spent in the organization, besides occasionally performing some divinations, what I did most was read the books in the organization. Because it's old enough, the Secret Order is quite rich in its collection of books. Coincidentally, we seers need this knowledge. Lex connected a small bell and an iron wire, and casually said, have you ever met the leader of the Secret Order? Leader. Caven laughed, of course not, my status is low. And, from some members' usual conversations, I heard some news. Our Secret Order's leader hasn't appeared for a long time. Lex looked at the living room and said, this place is too easy to be attacked. There are no partitions, and you can see the living room directly from the window. If someone shoots at the window from the street, there's even a chance they could hit you. Speaking of which, does the Secret Order have something they pursue? Caven picked up his cup and took a sip of hot water. Of course, when I was in the organization, I always heard about one thing. The relics of the Antigonus family. They seem to be trying every possible way to collect similar items from all over the world. Oh, by the way, some time ago, a notebook from this family seemed to have appeared in the Lone Kingdom. I remember that personnel transfer, I was almost selected. Antigonus family. Lex remembered that in the original novel, wasn't Klein repeatedly in danger in the early stages because of this notebook? Sounds like a very old family. Lex tried to make his tone sound as if he wasn't very concerned. Caven nodded gently, indeed old. The Antigonus family was a noble family of the Solomon Empire, and later supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire. It seems this family controlled the seer pathway, which is why our organization is interested in their relics. They were glorious for a time, but unfortunately, they later declined. By the way, there are no candles at home. Do I need to go out and buy some? Lex shook his head, no need. From now on, you'll stay in the house until the evening of the 3rd day. How do you plan to leave Backlund? By steam train. I've already asked someone to buy a ticket, and I'll go to Tingen. I'll stay there for a while, and then I'll think about where to go next. Lex was a little surprised. Tingen. If you're going to Tingen, I can introduce you to a place. Caven looked at him inquiringly. Elk Bar, located in the South District of Tingen. It also has a hunter club. I guess the hunters there would welcome a seer, because sometimes they're not particularly bright and need smart people to give them guidance. Lex smiled and said, and the club will provide you with some protection. At least you won't have to worry about your identity. Caven's eyes filled with joy, really. That's great, thank you, Mr. Bodyguard. Also, there are secret gatherings in Tingen. You can try your luck there. You might even get a Sequence 8 potion formula. It's just that the gathering isn't very high level, so don't expect too much. Caven nodded vigorously and said sincerely, it seems my divination was not wrong. I received an enlightenment from the divination that hiring a bodyguard would be of great help to me. I originally thought this was to deal with the impending danger. But now it seems that the appearance of Mr. Bodyguard is more like fate making arrangements for the path I will take in the future. Good gracious, so I've become your benefactor. Impending danger. From Caven's words, Lex also noticed this phrase, you mean, you know when the danger will appear? Yes, on Wednesday, I will encounter danger. Caven looked distressed, but I don't know the exact time it will arrive, or in what form it will appear. The revelations we seers receive are always so vague, only afterwards do we suddenly realize the true meaning of the revelation. Chapter 175, Street Fighting. On Wednesday evening, Lex bought 2 days' worth of food and pushed open the door to Seer Caven's house on Black Palm Street. He saw the seer, dressed in a classical black robe today and looking very much like a charlatan, searching for something. What are you doing? Lex placed the food on the table, reminiscing about refrigerators. If this world had refrigerators, he wouldn't have to risk going out to buy food. Blue, my cat. Caven said anxiously, I can't find it. I just went back to the bedroom to get something, and it was gone. It might have run outside. No, I have to go look for it, what if it's lost? Without thinking, Lex grabbed the seer, who was about to run out, perhaps you forgot, someone out there is looking for you. Besides, it's just a cat, if it's lost, it's lost. No. Caven said sternly, it's not just a cat, it's my only family. Lex paused, then said, sorry, I didn't know it was so important to you. But aren't you a seer? You can divine about your cat. No, Blue. See if it's in danger, and if it will come back. In any case, it's better not to go out unless absolutely necessary. Caven nodded, choosing to follow his bodyguard's advice. He pulled out a golden sun pendant from his collar and performed a divination using the pendulum method. Lex, meanwhile, placed the food, the newspaper he'd bought, and other items on the table. Soon, he heard Caven let out a sigh of relief and asked, what's the result? A smile appeared on Caven's face, it will come back. Lex unfolded the newspaper, reading as he spoke, that's good. Also, your divination won't have any problems, right? You said you'd encounter danger on Wednesday, and it's almost evening now. Caven suddenly snatched the newspaper from his hand, looked at the date, and then nodded calmly, there's no mistake, I used dream divination. In the dream, I saw this newspaper and remembered the date September 12th, but I didn't know the exact time. We can receive enlightenment from fate, but we can never clearly see the truth of fate. The seer uttered a very charlatan-like remark. Lex spread his hands, then you don't have to snatch my newspaper. Suddenly, Lex's spiritual intuition was stirred. He almost instinctively lunged at the seer. Just as he tackled Caven to the ground, he heard gunshots, shouts, and the sound of breaking windows from outside the street. Then, with a whoosh, something was thrown in through the broken window. While still on the ground, Lex already saw that it was a bundle of dynamite. Without even a curse, Lex pulled Caven up and rushed into the adjacent bedroom. The bundle of dynamite landed on the ground, its fuse just burning out. Instantly, a flash of fire erupted in the living room, followed by a loud boom. Crimson flames surged out, smashing through windows. After a brief dance, the tongues of fire receded. The seer's living room was a mess, with huge cracks appearing in the walls and countless debris falling from the ceiling. The brick and stone house was shaking, on the verge of collapse. In the bedroom, Lex pushed aside the debris pressing down on them and dragged out the seer, who was coughing repeatedly from the smoke and dust. Quick, get out of here. Lex was now grateful that this world didn't have grenades, and detonating dynamite required a burning fuse, which bought him a little time. Otherwise, he might have been fine, but Caven would have been in trouble. Coming to the window, Lex was about to climb out. Suddenly, a needle-like pain appeared on the back of his hand, followed by a scene in his mind. As he climbed out the window, a grim-faced man with soft, light yellow hair shot him in the alley. Lex still climbed out the window and quickly glanced to the left side of the alley. Sure enough, a man stood there, his soft, light yellow hair plastered to his forehead. With a grim expression, he raised his pistol, slightly lowered his elbow, and fired steadily. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots all hit Lex. But this Lex quickly flattened, tearing like paper under the bullets. Lex, appearing from another part of the alley, had already drawn blood praise, pointed it at the man's head, and fired. The man with the soft, light yellow hair didn't look back. His eyes suddenly darkened deeply. The bullet heading for his head suddenly curved, hitting a wooden crate placed nearby, leaving a teacup-sized gap in the crate. Lex was startled. What kind of ability was this? Without thinking, he continuously emptied the bullets in his gun at the opponent. 3 or 4 bullets in succession curved and went astray. The man had already gained time to hide behind a pile of debris. He crouched behind the debris serving as cover, took a breath, and said in a slightly strange accent, "Don't meddle." His response was several burning matchboxes, which landed in different corners of the alley, one of them right in front of the man. Suddenly, the flames in the box in front shot up. A figure leaped out of the flames. The man immediately grabbed a dirty, tattered rag doll next to him and threw it over. Lex felt inexplicably confused, but still turned his head to avoid it. At the same time, he poured his spirituality into the ring of distortion, instantly activating mental confusion. At the same time, he raised his hand and fired. The man, who had already made an evasive move after throwing the rag doll, successfully made one bullet curve and go astray, but then he suddenly became clumsy. He uncontrollably retreated, wanting to raise his gun to force Lex back, but instead threw his revolver to the ground. Just as he looked comically ridiculous like a clown, Lex had already closed in, firing the remaining few bullets at close range towards his opponent. This time, only one bullet curved strangely, the other 2 hit the opponent. The mystic abilities they carried, cursed bloodfire, and massive bleeding, took effect. The man's shoulder was burning with a bloody flame, and his right hand was bleeding profusely. He raised his hand, seemingly wanting to cast some ability on Lex, but his arm didn't lift. His mind was in a mess, his attention couldn't focus, and massive blood loss made him feel weak all over. So, he could only watch as Lex pulled out another golden revolver and pointed it at him. Bang. After the gunshot, a messy picture of blood red and white instantly appeared on the wall. After checking for a pulse and confirming the man was dead, Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly put away his revolver and searched the alley, collecting each bullet casing to prevent them from falling into the hands of officials, who might use divination or other means to obtain his information. Caven climbed out of the window, looking at the man lying on the ground with a bullet hole in his forehead, and said with lingering fear, "Good thing I hired you, Mr. Bodyguard. Otherwise, it might be me lying on the ground right now." After recovering all the bullet casings, Lex went back into the house, retrieved his belongings, and then said, "Don't thank me yet, we need to leave quickly, and we also need to get rid of this corpse first, to prevent him from being used for spirit channeling." The seer immediately said, "I know a place we can go." Just then, a cat meow sounded. Caven's blue cat jumped down from the other side of the wall and came to his side. Picking it up, Caven rubbed its head. Fate truly did not deceive me. Chapter 176, Briber Formula. Thump. The body, wrapped in a sheet, was thrown to the ground by Lex. He looked around. It was a basement that hadn't been used for a long time, a bit damp, but very secluded. What was even better was that the house above had residents, just an elderly, single woman with inconvenient legs. "I can't believe you actually found a place like this," Lex said, then pulled back the sheet, seeing that the person's beyonder characteristics were precipitating but hadn't yet fully formed. He searched the body but found no magical items, only a worn wallet and a tin box containing rolled cigarettes. Seeing the wallet, Lex was surprisingly happy, then self-deprecatingly said, "I never thought there'd be a day when I'd be happy to pick up someone else's wallet." He opened the wallet and found some copper pennies and some paper money, totaling about £12. "This is too poor, isn't it?" Lex complained while unceremoniously putting the paper money and copper pennies into his pocket. He had been quite poor recently too. No one carries large amounts of cash on them, his money should be in a bank account. Caven put the blue cat he was holding down and took out a small dried fish to feed it. "Scooper, come here," Lex beckoned to him. Caven evidently hadn't heard of this term from Blue Star culture, so he paused before walking over. Lex asked, "You can commune with spirits, right? While his spirit hasn't dissipated yet, quickly see if you can dig up any useful clues. At least, you need to know who wants to kill you." "Oh yes, Mr. Bodyguard, your experience is truly vast," the seer praised Lex sincerely, then prepared to commune with spirits. "You, young man, are far inferior to a certain charlatan among seers, you have no experience at all." Caven took a glass bottle from his robe pocket and poured some powder from it. He first calmed his mind and spirit, and when his eyes deepened, he pinched the powder and sprinkled it on the ground. The seer circled the body, a scene that reminded Lex of exorcism rituals. When the powder was all sprinkled, Lex immediately felt as if invisible walls had risen around the body, isolating it from the outside world. This was the wall of spirituality, which Lex was not unfamiliar with, having learned about it in his mother's mysticism class. Furthermore, the magical items on him, such as the evil bandage, which had carrying direction side effects, all made Lex establish a wall of spirituality. Of course, it was the small kind. After a period of busy activity, the seer began chanting incantations, extending his right hand to touch the body. Suddenly, Caven twitched as if electrocuted, his eyes turning completely black, losing both pupils and whites. After a moment, he took a deep breath as if a drowning person had found air again, inhaling so deeply that he started coughing. The seer sat down on the ground and, after a moment, said, "His name is Makadas, and like me, he is from Intis. I probably know why he wanted to kill me. By the way, he is a Baron of Corruption." Baron of Corruption. The sequence 6 of the lawyer pathway. Lex took off the ring of distortion and threw it onto the body. Caven watched as a metal straw extended from the item, pierced into the body, and absorbed the still uncoagulated blood, making him retreat a bit in fear. "Can you divine the potion formulas for Baron of Corruption and Briber?" Lex squatted down, looking at the beyonder characteristics that had already surged to the deceased's tongue and were condensing on the body. After condensing, a section of the tongue, which had become crystal-like, fell off. It was a deep black. "I'll try." Caven picked up the Baron of Corruption characteristic and used dream divination. In a trance-like state, he began to say, "The Briber potion formula, the main material is one crying infant flower." Lex quickly wrote it down. 1 grotesque face cannabis crystal. Auxiliary materials are 5 drops of golden mandrake juice, 5 drops of black mandrake juice, 4 drops of hallucinogenic grass essential oil, and 80 milliliters of red wine. Really? Red wine can actually serve as an auxiliary material. Lex was half skeptical and planned to perform a divination himself later. Baron of Corruption. At this point, the seer woke up. He shook his head. "There's no formula for Baron of Corruption." He directly drank the potion. "Then forget it." Lex patted his shoulder and said, "I need the Briber potion formula. You get it for me, and we'll use that to offset the commission." Caven happily said, "Really? I saved this £500 for a long time." That's great, this way when I go to Tingen, I won't have to worry about money. I can start collecting materials and prepare for advancement. Cromwell was very surprised. Duke, where did you find it? Speaking of which, I have to thank my employer for this, Lex said with a smile. Lin raised his glass and said, where I found it isn't important, what's important is that I see the hope of advancement. Duke, you're definitely my friend. The Arbiter laughed. Coincidentally, I also have good news to share with you all. I have gathered all the materials, and starting tomorrow, I will be a sheriff. Lex stood up. That's great, 2 pieces of good news tonight, worth celebrating. Lin generously said, let's go, my treat. Sunday arrived in a flash. Backlund Bridge area, Rose Boulevard. Lex, dressed in formal wear and a semi-tall top hat, walked unhurriedly towards Lin's house in the evening. The lawyer had asked him to pick up some documents and materials from his home, saying they were needed for Monday. Originally, Lin wanted the Arbiter to go, but Cromwell had taken on a commission, so he could only ask for Lex's help. After Lex agreed, he first went to visit the Miss Writer, telling her that he had already bought a train ticket for Monday and was preparing to leave Backlund. After bidding farewell to Furs, he came here. Just as he was nearing Lin's house, someone suddenly rushed out from an alley ahead. It was a large boy, about 15 or 16, wearing an old overcoat, his crimson eyes quickly scanning his surroundings. Lex remembered him. Detective Zriel had asked him to bring the Miss Writer's reporter to him. Why was he here? At this moment, footsteps faintly echoed from the alley, and Lex also heard someone shouting. Don't run. Chapter 177, I'm back. Based on the current situation, Lex quickly made a judgment. Someone was chasing this big boy, and there were quite a few of them. He immediately pointed towards another alley across the street and whistled. The big boy with crimson eyes looked over, saw Lex, saw the direction he was pointing, nodded, and rushed towards the alley on the other side of the street. Lex, meanwhile, twirled his cane and walked towards where the boy had just emerged. He was very satisfied with Detective Zriel's efficiency and had a good impression of this clever big boy, so he didn't mind helping him out. As he walked towards the alley entrance, a figure rushed out of the alley, and Lex directly collided with him, then cried out and fell to the ground. At this point, he clearly saw that the person who had knocked him down was a lean, capable man with dark skin and sunken eyes. Highlander. Manger Gang. From the previous incident where Lin was kidnapped, Lex already had some understanding of people with this appearance, so he could quickly make a judgment. The man who knocked him down glanced at Lex and was about to leave, but his foot was hooked by the cane. Lex, like a true gentleman, said angrily, "Stop. You knocked me down, and you think you can leave without even an apology." A fierce glint flashed in the capable man's eyes, as if he wanted to resort to violence, but he was preoccupied with the boy, so he just pulled his foot free and was about to leave. But there was no sign of the boy on Rose Street. He then suddenly looked at Lex again and forcefully pulled Lex up from the ground. "Did you see a teenage boy, wearing an old overcoat?" "Oh, and his eyes are red, very easy to recognize." Lex showed a mocking smile. "Do you think I'd tell you? Tell someone who just knocked me down a few seconds ago and wouldn't even offer an apology? You." The capable man felt a surge of anger and almost hit him, but finally, suppressing his rage, he uttered, "I'm very sorry, sir, did you see that boy?" Lex looked at the hand that was still gripping his clothes. "Is that your apology? An insincere apology? Do you think I'd forgive that?" The man in the black jacket and semi-tall top had already had bloodshot eyes, but Lex chuckled. "What, you want to hit me? Of course, an ill-mannered person like you can only resort to violence when faced with a problem, because your mind can't hold anything else besides violence. Come on, hit me. Hit me here, put some strength into it, don't be like a little girl. Of course, if you harm me, as a law-abiding citizen, I will use the weapon of the law to protect myself. I remember there's a police station not far from here, the gentleman there should get me justice. Get lost." Suppressing the urge to strike, the lean man forcefully pushed Lex away and signaled to a few of his subordinates, "Let's chase." Watching them blindly chase to the other end of the street, Lex smiled, tidied his clothes, and then walked to Lin's house. On Monday morning, the huge whistle almost deafened Lex, and at that moment, he realized that perhaps having overly sensitive hearing wasn't always a good thing. At Backlund's steam train station, a steam train, pulled by a massive locomotive with intricate mechanical structures and dragging over 20 carriages, was slowly pulling into the station, heading towards the platform. On the platform, Lex, dressed in a black tailcoat, a semi-tall silk top hat, and carrying an exaggerated leather suitcase filled with various items, including the katana, Devil May Cry, stood. Beside him, Arbiter Cromwell smiled and said, "Happy days are always fleeting, no matter when, it's always like this. I really don't want to say goodbye to you, my friend. When you get back to Tingen, remember to write to me if you have time. If you ever have a chance to come to Backlund again, be sure to look me up." Lex reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "I will. Tell Lin goodbye for me." After speaking, he smiled, then turned around, carrying the large leather suitcase, and walked steadily towards the train. After his ticket was checked, he boarded one of the carriages. He sat down in his assigned seat, placed the suitcase on the luggage rack, and then, after a slight adjustment of his clothes, settled in. Looking out the window, Cromwell waved from the platform, then turned and left. In the distance, the morning fog obscured the sunlight, turning distant objects into blurred silhouettes. Lex let out a breath. Goodbye, Backlund. However, I will come again. From Backlund to Tingen City, it only took about 4 hours by steam train, so Lex returned to Tingen City by noon. Leaving Backlund, which had made Lex somewhat accustomed to the foggy weather of the city of 10,000 capitals, he stepped off the train and saw the vast, clear sky with hardly a cloud, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. It was already mid-September, and the autumn chill was strong in Tingen City. Even with the bright sun, a gust of autumn wind still felt cool. If it were winter, it would probably be even colder here. I'm starting to miss Enki Town. Lex carried his suitcase out of the bustling station, hailed a hansom cab, and returned to Violet Hotel. When he got out of the carriage, Lex had already removed his fake beard and all disguises, returning to his original appearance. As he arrived at his room, before he even knocked, he heard the voice of his bodyguard, Gru, from inside. When is the master finally coming back? It's been 2 weeks. If he doesn't come back soon, my weight will be out of control. If you didn't eat so much ice cream every day, and consumed less sugar. Trust me, Mr. Gru, you'd be very healthy. This was the voice of the valet, Matthew. Lex smiled faintly, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened, and the gray-haired, dark-skinned valet habitually said, "Good afternoon, may I?" Master, you're finally back." "Yes, I'm back." Lex offered the valet a smile. He briefly recounted his experiences in Backlund to Matthew and Gru. Of course, most of it was fabricated by Lex himself. Afterward, Lex walked into the bedroom. A voice rang out. "Oh my God. Am I seeing things? You're finally back. I thought you died out there. Why do you look so bad, like a stupid bird whose mate was stolen? Oh, worse than that, wait. What are you doing? Don't throw it over here." Inside the birdcage, the parrot Grego flapped its wings, trying to get as far away as possible from the glove Lex had thrown into the cage. "Seeing you so energetic, I'm relieved. But you seem a bit overexcited. I think it's due to too much sugar intake." Lex looked at the parrot in the cage with a beaming smile. "So you see, canceling dinner and tomorrow's breakfast would be a good idea." "No." The parrot raised a wing and pointed its tip at Lex. "You cannot treat a noble dragon like this. It's still not too late to change your mind. The tolerant and benevolent Lord Grego will forgive you." "No, I can." Lex's smile was bright. "Who told me I'm your owner, right?" Chapter 178, SAO Operation. 3 in the afternoon. Above the grey mist. When the deep crimson before his eyes faded, Lex once again saw the familiar, ancient palace, like a giant's dwelling. Thankfully. Klein was fine, it was just that a week had been skipped, and the Tarot Club was proceeding as scheduled. Lex looked around, and 3 figures successively stretched out from the deep crimson light. Justice, Hangman, and Son arrived as scheduled. Just as Miss Justice was about to greet them with her usual light tone, Hangman, who was next to Lex, made a gesture, interjecting before the miss could speak, "Mr. Fool, this time I obtained a total of 19 pages of Roselle's diary." "Wait. How many?" 19 pages. Is Emperor Roselle's diary common cabbage at the market? Where did you get so many, 19 pages? Lex looked at Hangman in surprise. However, Hangman clearly couldn't remember the contents of 19 pages all at once. He only manifested 6 pages to Fool at the head of the table. Looking at those pages of parchment, Lex was very curious, but unfortunately, he couldn't know what was written on them. "I bet there will be some scenes of rolling in bed with a certain miss or lady, right?" Lex's lips curved slightly upward. Waiting for Fool to finish reading the notes, he generously shared a few pieces of common knowledge mentioned in Roselle's diary with the attendees. One of them was the law of conservation of beyonder characteristics that Lex had mentioned last time, but that figure, in a calm tone, spoke of things Lex didn't know. It turned out that after a rampaging beyonder dies, the item formed by the beyonder characteristics could be a potion materials, or a sealed magical item. It's the same after a normal beyonder dies, except it's equivalent to the corresponding potion without auxiliary materials. This gave Lex some conjectures. If that's the case, could the beyonder characteristics left behind after a normal beyonder's death be considered as a main material? If combined with auxiliary materials, would it achieve the same effect as a complete potion? Lex thought of the wraith and corrupted baron he had on hand, 2 beyonder characteristics. At the head of the long table, the figure shrouded in thick fog continued to speak calmly. "The second piece of common knowledge is the law of conservation of beyonder characteristics within similar sequences." But this time, Mr. Fool did not elaborate further, and Hangman couldn't help but ask a question, receiving a response that payment was required. Mr. Fool, what kind of remuneration do you wish to receive? Information related to the secret order. Upon hearing the figure's answer, Hangman and the others fell silent. This was natural, as the secret order mainly operated in Intis. Furthermore, this organization was very low-key, and it was entirely reasonable that Hangman and the others currently had no relevant information. But I am different. Just as Hangman indicated his acceptance of the commission and would gather and investigate matters related to the secret order for the organizer of the Tarot Club, Lex stood up tall, placed his hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. Mr. Fool, I happen to know some information about the secret order. Please allow me to communicate with you privately. You may. After receiving the figure's permission at the head of the long table, Lex felt an invisible barrier form between him and him. He felt Hangman cast a gaze with a strong meaning towards him, while Miss Justice was more curious. As for Sun, he seemed bewildered, as if he had never even heard of this organization. All right, you may speak. Lex nodded slightly and said, the secret order was established in the 4th epoch and has intricate ties with the Solomon Empire and the Zeradal family. They control the seer pathway, and they are doing everything they can to collect relics of the Antigonus family from all over the world. The Antigonus family were nobles of the Solomon Empire, and later supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire. This family also controlled the seer pathway, which is why the secret order is interested in their relics. Additionally, the leader of the secret order is currently in trouble, seemingly trapped somewhere. Furthermore, this leader is a Sequence 1 angel, possibly in a state of madness. Throughout the entire process, the figure in the thick fog did not interrupt. Only after Lex finished speaking did he say, very good, what remuneration do you wish to receive? The same as last time, I hope to store the remuneration with you first, Lex said respectfully. You may. After a concise reply, he removed the barrier. The other 3 members all felt the change brought by the removal of the barrier, and once again cast different gazes at Lex. Hanged Man's gaze became complex. It seemed that in an instant, he had thought of many things. Miss Justice, in addition to her curiosity, had some anticipation in her eyes, but Lex didn't know what she was anticipating. As for Sun, there seemed to be a hint of respect in his gaze. Soon it was time for the transaction. Hangman leaned back in his chair and, in a nonchalant tone, said to Lex and Miss Justice, Mr. Chariot's lava crystal diamond and Miss Justice's complete pituitary gland of the 7-colored lizard dragon, I have already obtained them. The problem now is, how do I give them to you? Lex was about to say mail, but then he thought, wouldn't that expose his real-world address, or even his identity? However, I can have him send it to the Hunter Club. Just as Lex was about to say so, at the head of the long table, the figure let out a soft chuckle. Gentlemen, in this matter, would you be willing to cooperate with me in an experiment? Lex was stunned for a moment. An experiment? What kind of experiment? But he was still the first to speak. I am honored and willing to cooperate. After receiving responses from the other 2, Full leisurely said, taking the transaction between Hangman and Miss Justice as an example, my idea is that Mr. Hangman sacrifices the Beyonder materials to me through a ritual, and I then bestow it upon Miss Justice. This form of transaction is beneficial to both of you. Good heavens. As expected of a middleman, can it be operated like this? This way, there's no need to worry about revealing real-world identities and addresses. Nor is there a need to entrust important items to others for safekeeping. Lex nodded imperceptibly, only feeling that using a sacrificial ritual to solve transaction problems was a very audacious move. Next, the figure shared the process of the sacrificial ritual, including symbolic symbols, preparing spiritual materials, and so on. Remember, chant in ancient Hermes or giant language, and combine it with the following prayer phrases. Your faithful servant begs for your gaze. Begs you to accept his offering. Begs you to open the door to the kingdom. After chanting, combine the spiritual materials with the natural power vibrations caused by the incantation, and await my response. If this step fails, change the spiritual materials to Beyonder materials, and try again from the beginning. At this point, Lex understood the entire process of the sacrificial ritual. He memorized the prayer words, which were the most important step in the entire ritual. Then, after the meeting, Mr. Hangman will attempt the sacrifice. If successful, I will inform the 2 of you of the ritual for bestowment. This naturally referred to Justice and Lex. All right. Lex and Miss Justice answered in unison. Chapter 179, Pyromaniac. After memorizing the sacrificial procedure, Lex turned to the Hangman and said, thank you for getting me the materials I needed. What kind of reward would you like? I need a sum of money, so I plan to sell this material for £520. If you agree, then after receiving the material, you just need to transfer the money to an unregistered account. The Hangman had clearly prepared his answer in advance. That's fair, I see no reason to refuse. Lex thought of his batch of jewelry and had originally intended to ask the Hangman for help. But then he thought, even if the Hangman could help, the the jewelry would still need to reach the hangman through Mr. Fool. It seemed a bit disrespectful, making Mr. Fool a tool. So Lex dismissed the idea and decided to find a solution himself. Mr. Chariot. Miss Justice's voice was sweet and light as she said, I only found the tail feather of the fiery bird. If Mr. Hangman's attempt is successful, I will ask Mr. Fool to help me give it to you. That's great. With this, all the pyromaniac's materials are complete. Lex quickly said, Miss Justice, what kind of reward would you like? On the other side of the long table, the girl whose face couldn't be seen waved her hand. No need, this material is very cheap, consider it a gift for a friend. Then I am truly grateful. Lex remembered the main material for the hypnotist potion formula he got from Hudson. He could use a ritual to send that incomplete formula to Miss Justice at that time. No. That formula is incomplete, and Miss Justice wouldn't gain much from it. I might as well collect the materials for that formula first. I'll give it to her when Miss Justice needs to advance. Yes, that's what I'll do. I also got the gladiator potion formula. The son, who had been silent, finally spoke. Lex sincerely praised Fool, praised the Tarot Club. This organization is truly amazing. The gains today are one after another, I'm almost overjoyed. Slightly calming his mood, Lex said with a smile, Mr. Sun, what reward do you wish to receive? The son scratched his head like a young boy, I haven't thought about it yet. Lex had a flash of inspiration and bowed to the head of the long table instead, Mr. Fool, do you mind if we sacrifice and bestow food or medicine? In the dense fog, the figure said indifferently, I understand what you mean. You may. Only then did Lex say to the son, Mr. Sun, from previous gatherings, I noticed that you seem to use a plant called black-faced grass as your staple food. If you are willing, I can use an equivalent amount of food or medicine. Through a ritual, I can purchase the potion formula from you. In the future, if you have any needs, I can always pay you your due reward in this way. What do you think? The son suddenly stood up, looking a bit agitated. After a moment, he calmed down and said, yes, but for now, I would prefer to receive medicine. Especially various wound medicines that can be used in emergencies when exploring. No problem, I will start preparing once I get back. Okay, then, this is the gladiator potion formula. Immediately after, a piece of parchment flashed into Lex's hand, and he memorized the information on it. But at this moment, the hangman said to the son in a casual tone, if your companions see you using potions they've never seen before, how do you plan to explain it? The son was clearly taken aback. He hadn't considered this aspect of the problem. He humbly asked, Mr. Hangman, what do you think I should do? The hangman said indifferently, no matter how you explain this now, it won't be clear. If it were me, I would choose to deposit the reward with Chariot first and cash it in when needed, rather than rashly accepting a batch of supplies that cannot be explained. That would only put me in a difficult and passive position. In the end, the son accepted this suggestion, and Lex had no objections. After some more conversation, the gathering ended. After a moment of trance, Lex once again saw the bedroom of the Violet Hotel. He stretched his slightly numb body and hummed a few notes in a cheerful mood. He remembered the ritual and that he didn't have any spiritual materials in his hand. However, he did have some auxiliary beyonder materials that could be used as substitutes, so he didn't go out to buy any. Before long, dense gray fog suddenly surged before Lex's eyes. He saw a high-seated chair deep within the gray fog. Fool sat there and chuckled, Mr. Chariot, the attempt has been successful. When do you wish to perform the ritual? Lex knew that he was about to receive the two materials from the pyromaniac formula. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly said, now is fine. Good, the ritual process is the same as I described before, only the prayer incantation needs to be modified. Following Fool's instructions, Lex quickly set up the altar and completed the entire ritual process. He then saw an illusory gate made of wind and light slowly open, revealing a scene more dreamlike than the starry sky within. Lex felt a surge of emotion. A moment later, he was astonished to find that two new items had appeared on the altar. 3 cinnabar red feathers that seemed to be burning, and a black-red diamond radiating heat. It's a success. It was then that Lex realized the gate had disappeared at some point. After the ritual, Lex couldn't wait to pick up these two beyonder materials. He was so eager that he immediately took out the other materials and began to mix the potion. A few minutes later, Lex held a bottle of liquid glowing with a deep red luster, looking just like a cup of lava. Taking out a coin, Lex performed a divination and received an all-clear revelation. He then took a deep breath and slowly drank the pyromaniac potion. Having had 2 previous experiences drinking potions, Lex smoothly passed the integration phase of the beyonder characteristics, using meditation to gather the scattered spirituality. A moment later, he was certain he had advanced. Because in his mind, the knowledge and ability information corresponding to the pyromaniac were deeply imprinted, as if they were his innate instincts. After sitting still for more than 10 seconds, Lex exhaled, I am already a pyromaniac. I am already a mid-sequence beyonder. Lex stood up, tried to move his body, and threw a set of very sharp combination punches. A dull rumble, like a low thunder, echoed in the room. After finishing, Lex said thoughtfully, my physical fitness has further improved, the abilities of the previous 2 sequences have been strengthened, and... He extended a finger, and with a whoosh, an orange-red flame shot up from his fingertip. After burning for a moment, the flame began to twist, transforming into the shape of a small bird, and under the control of Lex's spirituality, it nimbly flew around him a few times. This fire bird landed on Lex's hand, then turned into a ring of flowing fire, coiling around his finger like a ring. But with a flick of Lex's wrist, it transformed into a long whip, covered in barbs. Lex raised his arm, and the fire whip retracted with a whoosh, condensing in his hand into a blazing white flame spear, finally shrinking into his palm, leaving no spark behind. This is the ability of a pyromaniac, allowing me to freely manipulate flames. Lex showed a thoughtful expression. It seems I can make flames transform into various shapes according to my needs, and possess the characteristics of the corresponding shape. For example, a bird can fly, a whip has the greatest power when lashing, a spear has piercing ability. If that's the case, then can I make it into a modern weapon? For example, a Gatling gun that shoots blue fire. Chapter 180, Core. Besides being able to control the form of flames, a pyromaniac can also manipulate their movement. Lex raised his palm, and a crimson glow danced in his palm again. Under Lex's control, this small flame, from a state of quiet burning, began to spin, forming a miniature fire tornado. Immediately after, the flames stopped spinning. They gathered towards the center, erupting at the top, as if a volcano were erupting. Then the flames contracted inward again, layer upon layer. Lex could feel its internal pressure constantly rising. If not suppressed, it would explode. The contraction stopped, and the crimson slowly expanded again, releasing the internal pressure bit by bit, returning to its initial state. Lex closed his hand, extinguishing the fierce flame. A pyromaniac possesses the ability to freely manipulate flames. Making flames simulate different forms, having the characteristics of the corresponding form, is the external manifestation. Being able to manipulate the movement of flames, spinning, erupting, compressing, these are the internal manifestations. According to need, giving flames a targeted form, using different movement methods to achieve different effects. Is this the core of a pyromaniac's ability? It's a pity that conditions here don't allow for experiments. Lex thought of another question. How should a pyromaniac be acted out? He couldn't really go around setting fires, could he? That night, there was a light rain, making Tinjin City's night air fresh and moist. Lex walked into the Elk Bar, passed through the lively but not noisy hall, and came to a door with a deer head hanging on the wall. He knocked. The door opened a crack, and a pair of eyes looked at him, then opened the door completely. The doorman, whom Lex had subdued in a few seconds, said gruffly, "You haven't been here for quite a few days." Lex nodded and smiled. "I went on a long trip and just got back." He passed through this room, pushed open another door, and arrived at the Hunter Club's hall. The lighting in the hall was not bright, but not dim either. From afar, Lex saw old Parker. The old man was, as always, standing behind the bar, wiping glasses. His bow tie and formal attire were impeccable, not even a single wrinkle could be seen on his clothes. In front of the bar, the club's manager, Arrows, was facing away from Lex, seemingly drinking alone. Hudson was dead, and the hypnosis on him should have been lifted. Lex didn't rush to the bar but walked towards the east side of the hall, where a fellow who once called himself a musician often played solo by the window. Now, a table was placed by the window, and a young man in a black classical robe sat behind it. He had light brown hair, delicate features, deep black pupils, and a faint smile on his lips. He was drawing a star chart, seemingly preparing to do a seer for someone. On the table, a plump blue cat was curled up, occasionally opening its mouth to yawn. That was the seer, Caven Brook. He no longer disguised himself, showing his original appearance. He looked like a raw, big boy. At this moment, he said to a man with a small mustache, "On Wednesday afternoon, buy a bouquet of roses and go to Green Emerald Street, number 45. You will have the surprise you want." "Really? That's great. How much should I pay you?" A hunter with a round felt hat, a pair of upturned mustaches, and yellowish skin asked excitedly. "One solely, thank you." Caven smiled, took a banknote from the hunter's hand, and put it away. Then a familiar voice was heard, "It seems you're doing well here." The seer looked up. Although Lex was wearing a half-mask tonight, he immediately recognized him. "Mr. Bodyguard, when did you return?" The young man's joy was evident. "This afternoon." Lex looked around. "How are you doing? Are you getting used to this place?" Caven nodded. "Everyone is very kind to me. Mr. Arrows takes good care of me. He allows me to do seer for everyone in the hall, the kind that charges a fee." Old Parker also got me a new identity. Now I'm an employee of a porcelain company in Tingen City. Lex smiled and said, it must have cost a lot of money, right? Caven's smile was bright, it was a lot, but worth it. Old Parker also rented a room in the club to me for only 1 solely a week. A seer has no means of combat. Staying in the club, with hunters looking after him, would be much safer. Sounds good. Congratulations, you've started a new life. Lex looked towards the bar. Sorry, I need to go say hello. Okay. By the time he reached the bar, Arrows had already noticed Lex and had Old Parker pour him a glass of white wine in advance. I must apologize to you, Duke. I didn't expect Hudson to be a spectator. I thought he was my friend. Arrows pushed the glass of white wine towards Lex. Lex picked it up and smiled. It seems you already know. I think it's hard not to know. Arrows glanced at the old man behind the bar. Weren't you hunting him at Old Parker's house? Many people saw that fat man fall onto the street, so I immediately knew the problem was with that guy. When he first arrived, he even came to us for help. I always thought he was an ordinary person. That bastard hid himself well. Lex drank his wine, don't mind it. Anyway, you're not the only one he fooled. Then, putting down his glass, Lex's lips curved slightly upward. Sorry, Old Parker, I'll compensate you for the damage to your house. Very good. The old man deftly pulled out a bill. The cost of aftermath and redecoration, plus furniture and such, totals £26. You've been preparing this bill for 2 weeks, haven't you? Lex pulled out banknotes of different denominations from various pockets, gathered the amount the old man mentioned, and pushed it over. Old Parker took it without much expression, counted it in front of Lex, and said, you shouldn't be here. Lex gave him a questioning look. The old man glanced at him. You should go to Evil Dragon Bar. Don't you feel like you've left something behind? Lex laughed. I didn't leave anything at Evil Dragon Bar. He picked up his wine, about to drink. Suddenly, Lex threw down his wine glass and rushed out of the hall like the wind. Evil Dragon Bar. It was lively every night here, and in the past 2 weeks, it had been even livelier. Come on, again. In the middle of the bar, where a boxing ring used to be, there was now a table. A tall, beautiful girl sat by the table, placed her hand on it, and shouted, who else? Are you men? Is this all the strength you have? Come on, who else wants to arm wrestle with me? Chapter 181, Compensation. Inside the bar, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall slammed the bottle in his hand onto the floor and thumped his chest. I'll do it. Forget it, Tommy, you're just giving that little girl money. A short, drunken man next to him pulled on the brawny man. The big man, called Tommy, pushed his hand away. I don't believe it, a little girl can't beat me in an arm wrestle. In the dock area, I, Tommy, have never lost an arm wrestle. He strode over and sat on a chair that was completely unsuited to his build. His companion shook his head. Yet, in the past 2 weeks, no man has been able to beat this little girl in an arm wrestle. Money first. The tall girl on the other side of the table held out her palm. Tommy snorted. Are you worried I'll go back on my word? The girl nodded honestly. Damn it, I'm actually being looked down on by a little girl. Tommy shouted, how much? The girl said with a smile, 1 solely. The big man pulled a crumpled banknote from his pocket, slammed it onto the table, then grabbed the girl's hand and said, be careful, if I hurt you, I won't be responsible. The short-haired girl first collected the money, then smiled and said, you too. A bartender walked over to act as a referee, looked at the two, and shouted, start. Tommy immediately roared, putting all his strength into it, wanting to instantly defeat the little girl. However, the girl's hand remained motionless, and she showed a gritting teeth expression, looking as if she was struggling against Tommy. It was her expression, which seemed to have more acting than genuine effort. Tommy's face turned red, partly from overexertion and partly from feeling underestimated by the girl, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push the girl's hand down. After about 5 seconds of stalemate, the girl let out a shout and slammed Tommy's hand onto the table. With a crack, a section of the table was crushed, and Tommy fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. No more playing today. The short-haired girl jumped up, ran to the bar, pulled out the money from her pocket, slapped it on the bar, and spoke to the old man behind the bar who was carrying a tinplate wine pot and wearing an old naval officer's uniform. Mr. Swain, this is for today's meal. The old man wiped his mouth, smiled, and placed a glass of beer on the bar. Have a drink to quench your thirst. But the girl shook her head. I promised my boss I wouldn't drink. But that scoundrel abandoned you here for 2 weeks. I think he must have died in some dirty alley, right, the old man said indifferently. The girl suddenly stood up. No. My boss will definitely come for me. But her expression immediately fell. But he hasn't appeared for 2 weeks, nothing really happened, did it? Nuffy. The girl heard a familiar voice. She was startled and looked around. Mr. Swain, did you hear that? I think I heard my boss calling me. Could it be his spirit has returned? The old man in the naval officer's uniform snorted. I haven't seen any undead, only a masked scoundrel, he's standing right behind you. The girl immediately turned around. Sure enough, behind her stood a man in a thin trench coat and a half-mask. The girl's eyes first blurred, then cleared, and finally welled up with a hint of resentment. She shouted, "Boss, you're finally back. Didn't you say I would only stay one night, but I've been here for a full 2 weeks." Lex's mouth twitched slightly, and he coughed dryly. "Sorry, something unexpected happened at the time. But I didn't expect you to be so obedient. Although I did say at the time that you had to wait for me to find you before you could leave. Anyway, come with me now." "Okay." Nafi jumped up, first rushed into a room, then brought out her sword and cloak. As she was about to leave, she turned around again and bowed to the old man behind the bar. "Thank you for everything these past few days, Boss Swain." The old man looked back with the gaze of a grandfather looking at his granddaughter, chuckling, "Come play whenever you're free." Then he glared at Lex with a stern look, "If you abandon her somewhere again, be careful, I'll beat you." Lex, who was already a pyromaniac, was, at this moment, overwhelmed by the old man's aura. Walking out of the bar, Lex handed Nafi a piece of paper. "This is for you, consider it compensation." Nafi took it with a confused look. "What is it?" She unfolded it and read the information on the paper under the light of a street lamp. "Gladiator potion recipe." "This is a recipe." Lex quickly covered her mouth with his hand. "Don't be so loud." Nafi nodded like a pecking chick, and after Lex let go, she happily whispered, "Boss, you really got the recipe, you're so great." Lex coughed twice, saying somewhat guiltily, "Otherwise, where do you think I've been lately?" Nafi looked touched. "So you went to find the recipe for me. I'm sorry, boss. I thought you had forgotten about me." "Let's not talk about this, ahem." Lex pointed to the Evil Dragon bar behind him. "You can find the materials for the recipe in the Evil Dragon bar. They have an underground trading market in the back." The girl, who had lived in the bar for 2 weeks, nodded vigorously. "I know, I've been there with Boss Swain." "Good, that's good. You can also go to Mr. Parker, though our club's trading house doesn't have many materials." "So, where do you live?" "I'll take you back." Nafi said happily. "Really?" "Okay, I live in the West District, near the Tussock River, on the riverbank. There's a very, very big tree. I sleep under it every night." "You really sleep outdoors? Also, promise me, don't talk about such tragic things with such a happy expression, okay?" "Nafi, a girl shouldn't always sleep outside." Lex felt an urge to cover his forehead. "How about this, you stay at my place?" "I." Before he finished speaking, Nafi exclaimed, "How can that be?" Her face flushed, and she looked away, saying, "Mom said you can't live with the opposite sex, because you'll get pregnant that way. She said I have to be an adult before I can do that." Lex didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just living together won't make you pregnant. Besides, I don't live there, it's just rented to cover up my tracks. "Wait, you're not an adult yet. How old are you this year?" "I'm already 16, in 2 more years, I'll be an adult." "It's a pity, I probably won't be home then. No one will hold an coming-of-age ceremony for me." Hisses. Lex took a sharp breath, looking at the girl who was even taller than him. "Good heavens, only 16 and already this tall. What will you be like after 2 more years?" Chapter 182, Entering Science. On Tuesday morning, Lex woke up early, had breakfast, and then went to the bank. He first settled Hanged Man's account, then transferred £5,000 to Bison's account, leaving him with less than £1,000 in his personal account, and his anonymous account shrinking to only £75. So poor. As he walked out of the bank, Lex muttered about his poverty and planned to see Mr. Parker that evening to see if the club could help him sell the jewels. "If my account balance is less than £5,000, I don't feel safe." Lamenting the difficulties of life, Lex got into a carriage, and upon returning to the Violet Hotel, he met an old acquaintance. The major shareholder of Pigeon Telegraph Company, Luke Bruce. "Good morning, Mr. Lex, it seems you've returned from a long journey." Mr. Luke, wearing gold-rimmed glasses today, looked very energetic. Seeing him, Lex also confirmed one thing: those who had been hypnotized by Hudson were finally out of danger. "Good morning, Mr. Luke, it's a pleasure to see you. Come, let's go upstairs to talk." Lex was about to invite him upstairs. Luke, however, smiled and said, "Actually, I came to find you because I wanted to invite you to Tingen University. Professor Newman's research has made some phased progress." Lex said in surprise, "Really? It hasn't been that long." "All right, let's go then." Tingen University. It was already September, and students had returned to school. Walking along the tree-lined paths of the campus, seeing the young faces coming and going, Lex felt a bit dazed, as if he had returned to the campus of his previous life. But he quickly sobered up and went to the laboratory with Luke. Entering the laboratory, Lex saw Professor Newman guiding several students through an experiment, but he looked around and didn't see Melissa. Luke, who was beside him, saw this and chuckled. "Mr. Lex, are you looking for the girl who reminds you of your sister at home?" "Mr. Luke, your words sound like they have another meaning." Lex coughed dryly and smiled, saying, "She certainly is an impressive girl." Luke nodded in agreement but lowered his voice, saying, "That girl has returned to school, but she still comes over occasionally. However, I heard from Professor Newman that something happened to her family not long ago." Lex asked somewhat nervously, "What happened?" Luke glanced at him and smiled, with an air of, as expected. But now, Lex didn't care what he misunderstood. Lex was more worried that Melissa might be in danger. After all, she was Klein's sister. It seems someone in her family passed away. Luke shrugged. Professor Newman might know the specifics more clearly. At this moment, the professor came over. Through the professor, Lex learned that in early September, one of Melissa's older brothers unfortunately passed away. Because of this, the girl was still quite downhearted and hadn't attended school for several days. Hearing this news, Lex was certain that the person must be Klein. But Klein wasn't dead, otherwise, how could he have presided over yesterday's tarot club? Did Klein use a fake death to deceive certain people, but why would he even hide it from his own siblings? Oh, right. This must be for their own good. This way, Melissa and the others would be completely unrelated to Klein. Klein was protecting them. Lex decided to visit Melissa that afternoon to see if she needed any help. After listening to Professor Newman's progress report and observing several related experiments, Lex was suddenly inspired. During a break, he consulted Professor Newman. "Professor Newman, are there any lecturers at the university familiar with chemistry? I have a small chemistry question I'd like to ask." Professor Newman chuckled. "Mr. Lex truly has a wide range of interests." "Of course there are, come with me." In a laboratory equipped with alcohol lamps, test tubes, conduits, and other tools, they met a middle-aged man. "This is Lecturer Jobany, he is a chemistry lecturer at our school." After Dr. Newman briefly introduced Lex and the lecturer, Lex went straight to the point. "Hello, Mr. Jobany. I'd like to ask, is there any way to collect hydrogen gas?" Hydrogen gas. Jobany was unlike Professor Newman, he was well-dressed and had a neat mustache. "Sir, I must warn you, hydrogen is a dangerous gas, it's highly flammable. When the concentration is too high, it can even cause an explosion." Lex smiled and said, "Thank you for the warning, I will keep that in mind. I'm more curious if we can collect this gas using simple tools." Jobany looked at him and said, "Collecting hydrogen is not difficult. You only need to react iron, zinc, etc., with dilute sulfuric acid or dilute hydrochloric acid to produce this flammable gas, and then use the water displacement method to collect it. Fortunately, there are ready-made materials here, I can demonstrate it for you." Next, the lecturer performed an experiment, allowing Lex to witness firsthand how to collect a bottle of hydrogen gas from scratch. "Mr. Lex, this is one method for collecting hydrogen. But I must still warn you, if this gas is mixed with air and ignited, it will produce a violent explosion. I don't know why you want to collect hydrogen, but if you don't want to blow off your own roof, it's best not to do so." Lex placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your guidance and advice, I will remember it, Mr. Jobany." Jobany nodded and said nothing more, beginning to pack up his tools. Lex had already noted down the process of the experiment, as well as the materials and equipment needed. Hydrogen. If I can collect and store this gas, when needed, mixed with air, and then using Pyromaniac's ability, I will create an explosive effect no less than a cannon shell bombardment with my bare hands. Perhaps, this is one way to play the Pyromaniac. Upon returning to the inn, Lex took out some money and asked Matthew to purchase the necessary chemical tools, as well as materials like iron and zinc. In the afternoon, Lex arrived at Daffodil Street. When he inquired about Melissa's address from Dr. Newman, and learned that Melissa lived at Daffodil Street No. 5, Lex realized that he had been so close to the center of the Tingen story on his very first day in Tingen. However, now that the Tingen story was over, he, holding a bouquet of flowers, fearlessly approached the door of No. 5 and rang the bell. About a minute later, the door opened, and a young girl looked out. She wore a simple long dress, her face was thin, her slightly pale skin had less luster than usual, and even her long black hair, which cascaded down her back, looked a bit dry. Her brown eyes seemed to be covered with a faint layer of gray, making her appear listless. In the afternoon sun, she squinted slightly, and when she clearly saw Lex's face, she said with some surprise, "Mr. Lex, why are you here?" Chapter 183, Lex's Commission. "Good afternoon, Melissa." Lex handed the prepared bouquet to the young girl. Out of politeness, a somewhat listless Melissa still accepted the flowers and thanked him. "Please come in. Would you like tea or coffee?" Stepping through the front door, Lex saw a relatively spacious area, with a set of fabric sofas bathed in the brilliant afternoon sun. Melissa placed the flowers into a vase in the corner and looked towards Lex. "Black tea is fine." Lex sat down on the sofa, looking around, observing the place where Klein once lived, a strange feeling in his heart. While Melissa went to make tea, Lex habitually scanned his surroundings. He noticed that the house had an open-plan layout, with no separation between the dining room and the living room. The dining room contained a small red rectangular wooden table, surrounded by cushioned hardwood chairs, and a fireplace. Was this where Klein used to eat? "Mr. Lex, your black tea." A familiar voice sounded. The black-haired girl brought 2 cups of tea to the living room, placing one in front of Lex. Lex picked up the black tea and smiled. "Actually, I came this afternoon because I wanted to ask for your help." The girl's dim eyes glanced at him. "What is it?" "It's like this." Lex took a small sip of black tea, swallowed the fragrant liquid, and then continued, "I want to create a container that can store gas. It doesn't need to be large, preferably something I can hold in one hand. But storing gas is only one of its functions. I also hope this container can, when I need it, absorb external air anytime, anywhere, to mix it with the original gas inside the container. I think this would require the assistance of some mechanical components to achieve. Coincidentally, I learned from Professor Newman that you seem to be very skilled in mechanics, so I took the liberty of visiting, hoping not to disturb you." Melissa showed a somewhat forced smile, first shaking her head, then after a brief thought, she said, "Perhaps a mechanical part with a pressure structure could solve your problem." "What gas do you intend to store?" "Hydrogen." Lex frankly stated, "A gas less dense than air." Melissa nodded. "Understood. I can think about how to solve this problem, but I can't guarantee success." "That's great." Lex took an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Here are £300 for research expenses. You can use it to buy the necessary materials and tools." Melissa immediately waved her hand. "That's too much." "Don't be so quick to refuse, Melissa." Lex said seriously, "Every master in physics relies not just on ideas, or on novel thoughts. Inspiration is important, but to realize every inspiration, countless experiments are needed. The first time I saw you, I had a hunch that in the future, you would definitely achieve something significant in physics and mechanics. So I want to invest in you, and in the future, I may have many questions about mechanics to ask you, and even, like this time, need your help. Therefore, these £300 for research expenses are not too much at all." Seeing Lex say this, after a small internal struggle, Melissa nodded and said, "All right then, but I will record every expense. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails in the end, if there's any money left, I'll return it all to you." Lex smiled, "No problem, but please don't forget to add your remuneration. Time is a very precious thing. How about this, you only take time to help me research this pressure component without affecting your studies. As for remuneration, I think £2 per week is a fair and reasonable price. What do you think?" Melissa gasped, "That's too much." "No, I think it's still too little. After all, it takes up your valuable private time. Let's decide on this." Lex also left the address of the safe house. "If you need anything, or if there's any progress, you can write to me. Also, I hope this work won't affect your normal life. Please take care of yourself." Melissa smiled and nodded, "I will." Perhaps being entrusted with great expectations, or perhaps having a challenging topic, the girl's eyes were much clearer than before. This was exactly what Lex had hoped for. Well then. Lex was about to leave when suddenly, his ears caught a soft sound. The sound came from upstairs. It seemed someone had quietly opened a window. Lex narrowed his eyes slightly, first made a shush gesture to Melissa, then pointed upstairs, intentionally raising his voice and saying, "Do you mind if I use the washroom?" "Of course not, please follow me." Melissa seemed to have guessed something too, cooperating with Lex's words and actively leading the way. They went into the washroom opposite the living room. Lex turned on the water, letting it gush loudly, then leaned close to the girl and whispered in her ear. "Is there anyone else in your house?" Melissa did not feel uncomfortable being so close to Lex. She shook her head. "No, I'm the only one home this afternoon." "Then, if no stray cat got into the house, it's highly probable a thief has snuck in." Melissa said nervously, "I'll call the police." "Wait a moment, I'll go up and check first. Don't worry about me, I've had rigorous training, and my marksmanship and combat skills are quite good." Lex took off his top hat, handed it to Melissa, and went upstairs himself. Recalling the direction from which the sound came, Lex stood in front of a bedroom door. He used his cane to gently push the door open. Inside seemed to be Melissa's bedroom. Lex saw a dress hanging on the wall, books and various small parts on the desk by the wall, and the window directly opposite the door was open, with the wind blowing the curtains. Wind poured in from the window and flowed into the hallway. In the wind, Lex smelled an odor. It seemed to be perfume, and men's perfume, but this scent was not the mainstream perfume used by Lone Kingdom gentlemen. Smelling this faint scent of perfume, Lex knew, without needing divination, that someone was in the room. A thief shouldn't be using perfume. So, who was trying to target Melissa? Lex, of course, wouldn't allow Klein's sister to fall into danger. He subtly curved his lips upwards and fearlessly walked into the room. The moment he stepped into the room, he felt a prickling sensation on the back of his hand, and a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. A man in a black swallowtail coat and a semi-tall silk top hat. At this moment, like a cat, he was squatting above the doorway with an unusual lightness and agility. His right hand was raised high, a playing card pinched between his fingers, and he suddenly flung the card at himself, who was entering the door. Chapter 184, Clown. Through the intuition enhancement of the magic ring, Lex foresaw the danger that was about to occur in the next second. He continued his movements, but in reality, he already had a countermeasure. He planned to use the paper doll substitute to dodge the cards, which were like flying knives, and at the same time approach the person crouching on the door to shoot him with a pistol. But after Lex stepped through the door, the person on the door did not attack. Instead, he swooped down as if startled, landing on Melissa's bed. The two couldn't help but stare at each other. What kind of situation is this? Did you predict my prediction? Lex felt a bit absurd but still smiled calmly. Stepping on a girl's bed without permission is not the act of a gentleman. The person pulled down his top hat, snorted, and then suddenly flicked his hands repeatedly, throwing cards like flying knives. Lex raised his cane and used it to block these cards, preventing them from damaging Melissa's bedroom. However, the men in the tuxedo also took this opportunity to roll off the bed with unusually agile movements, quickly spring up, and escape through the window. By the time Lex reached the window, the person was already out of sight. He quickly went downstairs and, upon seeing Melissa, shouted, "Call the police." Without time to say goodbye, Lex rushed into the street, sniffed hard, and vaguely caught a peculiar fragrance that lingered in the air. Lex immediately gave chase. As he ducked into an alley, he quickly pulled out a half-mask from his pocket and put it on, then glued a fake mustache to his lips and chin. By the time he emerged from the alley, he had transformed into Duke. The tracking process was smooth. The person seemed to be an inexperienced novice, leaving not only the scent of perfume but also various unintentional traces along the way. These traces might not attract the attention of ordinary people, but in a hunter's eyes, they were signposts indicating the way. Soon, he arrived at the dock area, where various warehouses were concentrated, and Lex personally saw the men in the tuxedo duck into a grayish-white warehouse further inside. Lex did not rush in. He took out his seer coin and whispered, "Is there only one person in the warehouse?" He flipped the coin and watched the side with the wizard's hat land on the back of his hand. "Is there a hidden danger in the warehouse?" This time, the numbered side of the coin was facing up. Lex put away the coin and did not continue divining. After all, he was not a true seer. Obtaining some information with the help of a magical item was already sufficient. Before acting, Lex checked the various items on him, and after confirming their status, he walked towards the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the man in the tuxedo and a semi-tall top hat was muttering something. He took a leather case from a wooden box, preparing to move it. Just then, as if sensing something, he suddenly stopped all movements and rolled outwards. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and his leather case was hit, leaving a bullet hole. Immediately after, crows condensed from flames flew in through the window. After an erratic flight, one by one, the fire crows charged at the men in the tuxedo from different directions. Although the man was panicked, he was unusually agile and displayed excellent balance. He dodged the attacks of the fire crows, using acrobatic flexibility to ensure that none of them could hit him. However, even though the fire crows did not hit him, they left clusters of flames in the warehouse. At this moment, one of the flames suddenly shot up, and Lex, with his hand on his top hat, leaped out of the flame, raising his arm, his blood praise pointed at his opponent. The person seemed to have noticed and dodged in advance, also throwing cards like flying knives. Lex ducked under the cards, and the gems embedded in the ring of distortion on his wrist flashed. The man, who had originally intended to jump, suddenly squatted to the ground. He paused, then quickly pulled out the revolver from his chest, but instead of raising it to shoot, he threw the revolver to the ground. This was the effect of confusion. Lex took the opportunity to approach, and the stylish, crimson-colored revolver fired 3 consecutive shots at a steady frequency, hitting the opponent's chest and head. He watched the man, whose name he didn't even know, widen his eyes, fall, and die. Lex put away his revolver, stood far away, and after a while, when no abnormalities appeared, he divined again with the coin to confirm there was no danger before approaching. He was worried about a sudden, unknown, and fatal danger, similar to his hunt for Hudson. His movements are agile, but his combat experience is unusually low, and he has no magical items or particularly mysterious abilities. How dare he venture out like this? Lex finished speaking, then gave a dry laugh. Although I'm not really in a position to criticize others, it seems this guy is just starting out. Well, I'm truly sorry then. Saying words devoid of sincerity, Lex began to search the corpse. He found a wallet, a letter, some bullets, and a speed loader. Lex first opened the letter. "Barius, your mission is over. Mr. Tivia wants you back." Don't worry about that notebook, we've received news that it has been collected by the Black Knight Church. Clown has failed, and there's no need for you to continue lurking in that city. The notebook, collected by the Black Knight Church. What notebook? It couldn't be Antigonus's notebook, could it? If that's the case, this person is actually a member of the secret order. It seems he disobeyed orders and acted on his own. Did he infiltrate Klein's house to target Melissa? Did he want to kidnap Melissa to threaten Klein, thereby plotting for that notebook? This guy's intelligence work is terrible, he doesn't even know that Klein is already in trouble. Lex then opened the wallet, rummaged through it for dozens of pounds, and found a folded piece of paper. Lex unfolded it and was stunned when he saw the information on it. Clown potion formula, main materials, 1 crystal from an adult Hornacis Grey Mountain Goat's Horn, 1 complete human-faced rose, auxiliary materials, 80 milliliters pure water, 5 drops of mandrake juice, 7 grams of black-edged sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of hemlock juice. Magician potion formula, main materials, 1 piece of Misty Trent's true roots, all spinal fluid of a wicked patterned black panther, auxiliary materials, 60 milliliters pure water, 30 milliliters of Mistrayant juice, 3 grams of water-shaped gemstone powder, 4 drops of psychedelic grass essential oil. It turned out to be the Seer Pathways Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 potion formulas. Moreover, on the Magician formula, some materials had checkmarks next to them. The checked items included Misty Trent's true roots, Mistrayant juice, and water-shaped gemstone powder. This indicated that the person named Barius had already started collecting the magician's formula materials. He was a clown. No wonder his movements and the way he played with cards reminded me of a circus clown. Lex found Barius's leather case and, inside, discovered a beautifully patterned wooden box. Inside the box were 3 of the materials from the magician formula. Chapter 185, Horror Story. Looking at the materials in the box and the 2 sequence formulas in his hand, Lex's first reaction was to offer them to Mr. Fool. But then he thought, these are only Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 items, so perhaps Fool wouldn't be interested. It would be better to wait until he obtained high sequence items from the Seer Pathway before offering them. As for how to deal with these things, Lex immediately had an idea. This is a bargain for you, Caven. Hunters need partners, and Caven is a seer. Lex hoped to develop him into his partner, and these items would serve as an investment. He put away the materials and formulas, then disposed of Bellis's body, and only after confirming that no traces were left, did Lex feel relieved to leave. It was evening. He arrived at the Hunter Club, walked into the hall, and headed straight for the seer. Tonight, Caven wasn't doing card readings for people, he was sitting in a chair reading a book, with Blue lying on his lap, letting the seer stroke its head, occasionally letting out comfortable purrs. Guess what I brought for you? Lex sat down. Caven put down his book, looking bewildered. What did you bring for me, Mr. Duke? Aren't you a seer? Lex deliberately asked. Caven shrugged, took out a coin. Will what I hear next be good news? He tossed the coin, then covered it with his hand, only he could see the result. The seer glanced at it, then smiled. You brought good news. You're right. Lex took out another copy he had transcribed, which only contained the Sequence 8 clown potion formula. Take a look at this, perhaps you'll be interested. Caven took it, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately said joyfully, Oh my God, Mr. Duke, how did you get this? Don't get too happy too soon, I'm not planning to give it to you. Now that you've seen it, it's too late to return it. Therefore. Lex tapped the table. 300 pounds, please. Caven immediately stood up. Please wait a moment. He returned to his room and, after a moment, came back with a money bag. Lex heard the sound of gold coins clinking inside. This reminded him of Bison, of the big men who preferred gold coins over paper money. Here are 300 pounds, please count them. Caven put down the money bag and sincerely said, Mr. Duke, I know that the effort to obtain this formula, and the value of the formula itself, surely add up to more than 300 pounds. A simple thank you is not enough, so in the future, if you need any help, please be sure to tell me. I will. Lex nodded slightly, then reminded him, I mentioned last time that there was a Beyonder gathering in Tingen. However, something happened at that gathering. They might stop holding it, and if they do, you shouldn't attend. There's danger there. I suspect one of the participants in the gathering is hunting other members. Caven nodded repeatedly, thank you for the reminder. Lex stood up, picking up a small leather case. If you need materials, go find Mr. Parker, he will provide you with some channels. With that, Lex didn't linger and strode to the bar. Arrows wasn't there tonight, and old Parker wasn't wiping glasses, he was flipping through a notebook. Mr. Parker, just give me a random drink. Lex placed the small leather case on the table. Also, I wonder if you have any channels to help me sell some things. Mr. Parker put down his notebook, gave Lex a faint glance, then took a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet, poured a glass for Lex first, and then opened the leather case to look inside. Inside the leather case, there were only jewels. I have channels, but I will take a 5% commission. Mr. Parker closed the leather case. Lex took the wine glass and took a sip. No problem. Wait a moment. Mr. Parker picked up the small leather case, left the bar, and walked into a room. After Lex finished his wine, he returned. Preliminary estimates suggest your items can sell for around £5,500. Do you wish to settle the bill now, or wait until everything is sold? Lex said in surprise, is there a difference? Of course there is. If you settle now, I can pay you in advance, but you'll need to pay an additional 3% risk fee. If you wait until everything is sold to settle, you won't have to pay this fee. Lex thought for a moment, feeling that he might not stay in Tingen for too long, so he said, then I'll choose to settle now. Mr. Parker nodded. In that case, I will pay you £5,060. This money will be deposited into your anonymous account within 1 to 2 days. Lex nodded. He did a quick calculation. The jewelry sold for over £5,000, so even after paying back the remaining £3,000 to Bison, he would still have over £2,000 on hand. However, he didn't plan to repay Bison's money so quickly. If he repaid the money so quickly, Bison might become suspicious and realize that he had made some investment outside. So, he would let that money remain owed for now. Lex leaned forward slightly again. Mr. Parker, are there any commissions recently? I mean, the more interesting kind. Mr. Parker returned behind the bar. There is one, but I don't think you can handle it. In fact, I don't think anyone in our club can handle this commission. Lex immediately became interested. What is it? Even if I can't handle it, I can at least listen, right? The old man's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, but he quickly composed himself. A banker's daughter has been having some problems recently. Lex was stunned. That banker, he wouldn't happen to be named McGovern, would he? McGovern had already lost a son. If his daughter also had problems, it would be too pitiful. By the way, did McGovern even have a daughter? Mr. Parker glanced at him. No, the banker's name is Malls. His family came from Backlund in late August, planning to spend the winter in Tingen. His daughter has recently been saying that she is being tormented by a ghost, claiming that the terrifying thing is closing in. She sees it in the window, in the mirror, and even in her father's eyes. They originally lived in a suburban manor, but because of this, they temporarily moved to the city. This family has already taken their daughter to see a doctor, but the doctor believes she has no mental problems, other than poor sleep quality, being easily stressed, and having too much pressure. Lex frowned slightly. It sounds like a horror story. Perhaps. Mr. Parker finally picked up a wine glass to wipe. In any case, such matters are beyond the scope of what a hunter can handle. If it's a specter or a vengeful spirit, I used to have no way, but now it's different. Although Lex thought this, he didn't directly express his intention to accept the commission. He ordered a second glass of red wine and casually asked, what is the commission amount? £2,000. Upon hearing this figure, Lex immediately stood up. Mr. Parker, please, you must give this commission to me.